The works of E. P. Roe, Volume 9, Miss Lou, Illustrated. In loving dedication. To little Miss Lou, my youngest daughter. Chapter 1, A Girl's Protest. Chapter 2, Something Happens. Chapter 3, Mad Whately. Chapter 4, Aunt Jinky's Policy. Chapter 5, Whately's Idea of Courtship. Chapter 6, The Storm Begins. Chapter 7, Dangers Thickening. Chapter 8, When? Chapter 9, Paralyzed with Shame. Chapter 10, A Baffled Diplomatist. Chapter 11, Aunt Jinky's Warning. Chapter 12, A Whirlwind of Events. Chapter 13, The Unexpected Happens. Chapter 14, A Threat. Chapter 15, Miss Lou Emancipated. Chapter 16, A Smile on War's Grim Face. Chapter 17, The Joy of Freedom. Chapter 18, A Well-Aimed Slipper. Chapter 19, A Girl's Appeal. Chapter 20, Scoville's Hope. Chapter 21, Two Storms. Chapter 22, Chunk's Quest. Chapter 23, A Bold Scheme. Chapter 24, A Home, a Hospital. Chapter 25, A Tribute to a Southern Girl. Chapter 26, A Background of Egotism. Chapter 27, Aunt Jinky's Supreme Test. Chapter 28, Truth If the Heavens Fall. Chapter 29, Angel of Death. Chapter 30, Glimpses of Moods and Minds. Chapter 31, The Duelists Vanquish. Chapter 32, Sad Tidings. Chapter 33, Conspirators. Chapter 34, Chunk Plays Spook. Chapter 35, A Visitation. Chapter 36, Uncle Lusta Exhorts. Chapter 37, A New Routine. Miss Lou. Chapter 1, A Girl's Protest. A great, rudely built stone chimney was smoking languidly one afternoon. Leaning against this chimney, as if for protection and support, was a little cabin gray and decrepit with age. The door of the cabin stood wide open, for the warm spring was well advanced in the south. There was no need of a fire, but Aunt Jinky, the mistress of the abode, said she kept hit boon in fair comp New York. She sat by it now, smoking as lazily as her chimney, in an old chair which creaked as if in pain when she rocked. She supposed herself to be in deep meditation, and regarded her corncob pipe not merely as solace but also as an invaluable assistant to clearness of thought. Aunt Jinky had the complacent belief that she could reason out most questions if she could only smoke and think long enough. Unfortunately, events would occur which required action, or which raised new questions before she had had time to solve those originally presented, yet it would be hard to fancy a more tranquil order of things than that of which she was a humble part. The cabin was shaded by grand old oaks and pines, through which the afternoon sun shone in mild radiance, streaming into the doorway and making a broad track of light over the uneven floor. But Aunt Jinky kept back in the congenial dusk, oblivious to the loveliness of nature without. At last she removed her pipe from her mouth and revealed her mental processes in words. In all my projectin' dat chilies was an old Marzar and Miss, and de wa, and de preachin'. I kin obc trib dem, and w at day dribbin' at, but dat chili grow mo quare an uncountable eby day. Long as she was took up wid her doll and tame rabbits and pony dar wa'n't no circumcutions bout her, and now she am all circumcution. Not an gwine long plain wid her. She liked to run down dar, but when easy ef hit had ter go on, and hit couldn't mek up hitsman which way ter go. Sometime hit larfin in de sun and den hit steal away war you chant mos fin hit. Dat de way wid Miss Lou. She seem right higher wid us, she only lil girl taught a day, and now she clinin' to notions o be her own, and she steal away to war she tink no one see her and tink on heaps o be tings. Wonder yef Eber like to run, she want to go way off from us. O Marzar and ol Miss to know and don't see not en. Dey chant. Dey tinks de world allies gwine dis so, dat means de way dey tink hit or ter go. Yef hit go any oder way, de world's wrong, not dey. I ain't sayin' dey is wrong, fair I ain't de tink dat all out en. Long easy she keeps her foots on de chalk line dey mark out dey ein projectin' how her men go year en dar ziggerty zag with notions o be her own. The door darkened, if the radiant girl standing on the threshold could be said to darken any door. She did not represent the ordinary southern type, for her hair was gold in the sun and her eyes blue as the violets by the brook. They were full of mirth now as she said, "There you are, Aunt Jinky, smoking and projectin' as usual. You look like an old voodoo woman, and if I didn't know you as my old mammy, if I should just happen in as a stranger, I'd be afraid of you. Voodoo woman! How you talks, Miss Lou! I see a member o be de Baptist Church, and you knows it. Oh, I know a heap mo'n dat, as you so often say. If you were only a member of the Baptist Church, I wouldn't be running in to see you so often. Uncle says a member of the Baptist Church has been stealing some of his chickens. I know some things 'bout the members of he church, replied Aunt Jean, with a toss of her head. I reckon you do, more than they would like to see published in the county paper. But we aren't scandalmongers, are we, Aunt Jean? And the young visitor sat down in the doorway and looked across the green meadow seen through the opening in the trees. A dogwood stood in the corner of the rail fence, the pink and white of its blossoms well matching the girl's fair face and her rose-dotted calico gown, which, in its severe simplicity, revealed her rounded outlines. Aunt Jean watched her curiously, for it was evident that Miss Lou's thoughts were far away. "What you tinkin' 'bout, Miss Lou?" she asked. "Oh, I hardly know myself." "Come, Aunt Jean, be a nice old witch and tell me my fortune. What you want to know yo fortin fur?" "I want to know more than I do now. Look here, Aunt Jean, does that run we hear singing yonder go round and round in one place and with the same current? Doesn't it go on? Uncle and Aunt want me to go round and round, doing the same things and thinking the same thoughts, not my own thoughts either. Oh, I'm getting so tired of it all. Lord now, Chilly, I was deparing you ter dat run in my min," said Aunt Jean in an odd tone. "No danger of Uncle or Aunt comparing me to the run or anything else. They never had any children and don't know anything about young people. They have a sort of prim, old-fashioned ideal of what the girls in the Barron family should be, and I must become just such a girl, just like that stiff, queer old portrait of Grandma when she was a girl. Oh, if they knew how tired of it all I am! Bless yo' heart, Miss Lou, you ain't projectin' anything? No, I'm just chafing and beating my wings like a caged bird. Now see yer, Miss Lou, isn't you unreasonably? You have a good home, Mars are and Miss Monstus pious, and dey bringin' you up in de nerder and monitions be de laud. Too much monition, Aunt Jean. Uncle and Aunt's religion makes me so tired, and they make Sundays so awfully long. Their religion reminds me of the lavender and camphor in which they keep their Sunday clothes. And then the pages of the catechism they have always made me learn, and the long psalms, too, for punishment. I don't understand religion anyway. It seems something meant to uphold all their views, and anything contrary to their views isn't right or religious. They don't think much of you Baptists. We ain't sufferin' on dat count, Chilly," remarked Aunt Jean dryly. "There now, Aunt Jean, don't you see? Uncle owns you, yet you think for yourself and have a religion of your own. If he knew I was thinking for myself, he'd invoke the memory of all the barons against me. I don't know very much about the former barons, except that my father was one. According to what I am told, the girl barons were the primmest creatures I ever heard of. Then Uncle and Aunt are so inconsistent, holding up as they do for my admiration cousin Mad Whately. I don't wonder people shorten his name from Madison to Mad, for if ever there was a wild, reckless fellow, he is. Uncle wants to bring about a match, because Mad's plantation joins ours. Mad acted as if he owned me already when he was home last, and yet he knows I can't abide him. He seems to think I can be subdued like one of his skittish horses. You have got a heap on yo min, Miss Lou, you surely have you sut New York teeing too much for a young girl. I'm 18, yet Uncle and Aunt act toward me in some ways as if I were still 10 years old. How can I help thinking? The thoughts come. You're a great one to talk against thinking. Uncle says you don't do much else, and that your thoughts are just like the smoke of your pipe." Aunt Jean bridled indignantly at first, but recollecting herself, said quietly, "I knows my Judy to ol' Mars R.L. say not engine him. He bring you up and give you a home, Miss Lou. You must remember dat A.R. I'm in a bad mood, I suppose, but I can't help my thoughts, and it's kind of a comfort to speak them out. If he only would give me a home, and not make it so much like a prison. Uncle's honest, though, to the backbone. On my 18th birthday he took me into his office and formally told me about my affairs. I own that part of the plantation on the far side of the run. He has kept all the accounts of that part separate, and if it hadn't been for the war I'd have been rich, and he says I will be rich when the war is over and the South free. He said he had allowed so much for my bringing up and for my education, and that the rest was invested, with his own money, in Confederate bonds. That is all right, and I respect Uncle for his downright integrity, but he wants to manage me just as he does my plantation. He wishes to produce just such crops of thoughts as he sows the seeds of, and he would treat my other thoughts like weeds, which must be hoed out, cut down, and burned. Then you see he hasn't given me a home, and I'm growing to be a woman. If I am old enough to own land, am I never to be old enough to own myself? Darn now, Miss Lou, you raise an mo questions dan I can think out in a yeah. There's dozens more rising in my mind and I can't get rid of them. And keeps my hands knitting and working for the soldiers, and I like to do it. I'd like to be a soldier myself, for then I could go somewhere and do and see something. Life then wouldn't be just doing things with my hands and being told to think exactly what an old gentleman and an old lady think. Of course our side is right in this war, but how can I believe with Uncle that nearly all the people in the North are low, wicked, and vile? The idea that every Northern soldier is a monster is preposterous to me. Uncle forgets that he has had me taught in United States history. I wish some of them would just march by this out-of-the-way place, for I would like to see for myself what they are like. Dar, Miss Lou, you gettin' too bumptious. You like to fuss women who want to know too much. No, said the girl, her blue eyes becoming dark and earnest. I want to know what's true, what's right. I can't believe that Uncle and Aunt's narrow, exclusive, comfortless religion came from heaven. I can't believe that God agrees with Uncle as to just what a young girl should do and think and be, but Uncle seems to think that the wickedest thing I can do is to disagree with him and Aunt. Uncle forgets that there are books in his library, and books make one think. They tell of life very different from mine. Why, Aunt Jinky, just think what a lonely girl I am. You are about the only one I can talk to. Our neighbors are so far away and we live so secluded that I scarcely have acquaintances of my own age. Aunt thinks young girls should be kept out of society until the proper time, and that time seems no nearer now than ever. If Uncle and Aunt loved me, it would be different, but they have just got a stiff set of ideas about their duty to me and another set about my duty to them. Why, Uncle laughed at a kitten the other day because it was kittenish, but he has always wanted me to behave with the solemnity of an old cat. Oh dear! I'm so tired. I wish something would happen. Hit brokes me all up to hear you talk so, honey, and I bless the Lord tain't likely anything gwinter happen in dese here parts. Though I'm ragin' way off from here, nobody comin' with news, and bimeby you gets emos settled down. Some day you know the valley'll be peace and quietness. See here, Aunt Jinky, said the girl, with a flash of her eyes. You know the little pond off in the woods? That's more peaceful than the run, isn't it? Well, it's stagnant, too, and full of snakes. I'd like to know what's going on in the world, but Uncle of late does not even let me read the county paper. I know things are not going to suit him, for he often frowns and throws the paper into the fire. That's what provokes me. The whole world must go just to suit him, or else he is angry. Well, now, honey, you have leave yo' min, and I spects you feel better. You mused the prom is yo' old mammy dat you be careful and not rile up old Marzar, case hit'll only be harder for you. I see ol', and I knows tings do happen do day of uncome slow like. You de gwine through de woods now, and chant see fur, bimeby you come ter a clearin'. Dat boy'll be mine be comin' soon fair his pone and bacon. I see gwinter do a heap'll be tinkin' on all de questions you riz. Yes, Aunt Jinky, I do feel better for speaking out, but I expect I shall do a heap of thinking too. Goodbye. And she strolled away toward the brook. Chapter 2 Something Happens. It was a moody little stream which Miss Lou was following. She did not go far before she sat down on a rock and watched the murmuring waters glide past, conscious meantime of a vague desire to go with them into the unknown. She was not chafing so much at the monotony of her life as at its restrictions, its negation of all pleasing realities, and the persistent pressure upon her attention of a formal round of duties and more formal and antiquated circle of thoughts. Only as she stole away into solitudes like the one in which she now sat dreaming could she escape from the hard materialism of routine, and chiding for idleness usually followed. Her aunt, with an abundance of slaves at her command, could have enjoyed much leisure, yet she was fussily and constantly busy, and the young girl could not help feeling that much which she was expected to do was a mere waste of time. The serene beauty of the evening, the songs of the mocking and other birds, were not without their effect, however, and she said aloud, "I might be very happy even here if, like the birds, I had the heart to sing, and I would sing if I truly lived and had something to live for." The sun was approaching the horizon, and she was rising wearily and reluctantly to return when she heard the report of firearms, followed by the sound of swiftly galloping horses. Beyond the brook, on the margin of which she stood, rose a precipitous bank overhung with vines and bushes, and a few rods further back was a plantation road descending toward a wide belt of forest. A thick copse and growth of young trees ran from the top of the bank toward the road, hiding from her vision that portion of the lane from which the sounds were approaching. Suddenly 6 cavalrymen, whom she knew to be Federals from their blue uniforms, galloped into view and passed on in the direction of the forest. One of the group turned his horse sharply behind the concealing copse and spurred directly toward her. She had only time to throw up her hands and utter an involuntary cry of warning about the steep bank, when the horse sprang through the treacherous shrubbery and fell headlong into the stream. The rider saw his peril, withdrew his feet from the stirrups, and in an instinctive effort for self-preservation, threw himself forward, falling upon the sand almost at the young girl's feet. He uttered a groan, shivered, and became insensible. A moment or two later a band in gray galloped by wholly intent upon the Federals, who had disappeared spurring for the woods, and she recognized her cousin, Madison Whately, leading the pursuit. Neither he nor any of his party looked her way, and it was evident that the Union soldier who had so abruptly diverged from the road behind the screening copse had not been discovered. The sounds died away as speedily as they had approached, and all became still again. The startled birds resumed their songs, the injured horse moved feebly, and the girl saw that it was bleeding from a wound, but the man at her feet did not stir. Truly something had happened. What should she do? Breaking the paralysis of her fear and astonishment, she stepped to the brook, gathered up water in her hands, and dashed it into the face of the unconscious man. It had no effect. "Can he be dead?" she asked herself in horror. He was as pale as his bronzed features could become, and her woman's soul was touched that one who looked so strong, who had been so vital a moment before, should now lie there in pathetic and appealing helplessness. Was that fine, manly face the visage of one of the terrible, bloodthirsty, unscrupulous Yankees? Even as she ran to Onjinki's cottage for help, the thought crossed her mind that the world was not what it had been represented to her, and that she must learn to think and act for herself. As she approached, Chunk, Onjinki's grandson, appeared coming from the mansion house. He was nicknamed Chunk from his dwarf stature and his stout, powerful build. Miss Lou put her finger to her lips, glanced hastily around, and led the way into the cabin. She hushed their startled exclamations as she told her story, and then said, "Onjinki, if he's alive, you must hide him in your loft there where Chunk sleeps. Come with me." In a few moments all three were beside the unconscious form. Chunk instantly slipped his hand inside the soldier's vest over his heart. "Hit done beats," he said quickly, and without further hesitation he lifted the man as if he had been a child, bore him safely to the cabin, and laid him on Onjinki's bed. "Hi, Granny, whar dat hot stuff you give me fair de belly misery?" Onjinki had already found a bottle containing a decoction of the wild ginger root, and with pewter spoon forced some of the liquid into the man's mouth. He struggled slightly and began to revive. At last he opened his eyes and looked with an odd expression at the young girl who stood at the foot of the bed. "I hope you feel better now," she said kindly. Am I alive?" he asked. "Dar now, Marzar, you isn't in hebben yet, do Miss Lou, standin' dar, mout favor de notion. Do you took anoder swaller ol be dis ginger tea, and den you see me and Chunk ein angels." Chunk grinned and chuckled. "Neber was took fair one in my bound days." The young man did as he was bidden, then turned his eyes wistfully and questioningly from the two dark visages back to the girl's sympathetic face. "You remember," she said. "You were being chased, and turned your horse toward a steep bank, which you didn't see and fell." "Ah, yes, it's all growing clear. You were the woman I caught glimpse of." She nodded and said, "I must go now, or someone will come looking for me. I won't tell about this. I'm not on your side, but I'm not going to get a helpless man into more trouble. You may trust down Jinky and her grandson. Dat you kin, Marzar, Chunk ejaculated with peculiar emphasis. God bless you, then, for a woman who has a heart. I'm quite content that you're not an angel. And a smile so lighted up the soldier's features that she thought she had never seen a pleasanter-looking man. Worried indeed that she was returning so much later than usual, she hastened homeward. Halfway up the path to the house she met a tall, slender Negro girl, who exclaimed, "Hi, Miss Lou, ol' Mister gettin' 'stracted 'bout you, and Marzar says ef you ain't at supper in 5 minutes he's gwine down to Aunt Jinky and know what you mean, meckin' sexturbance in de fambly." How absurd, thought the girl. Being a little late is a disturbance in the family. But she hastened on, followed by the girl, who was employed in the capacity of waitress. This girl, Zany by name, resented in accordance with her own ideas and character the principle of repression which dominated the household. She threw a kiss toward the cabin under the trees and shook with silent laughter as she muttered, "Dat fair you, Chunk. You de beatenest nigger I eber see. You mos easy brode easy I is high, yet USC reachin' arter me. I de like ter kill myself laughin' when we dance tergeder." And she indulged in a jig step and antics behind Miss Lou's back until she came in sight of the windows, then appeared as if following a hearse. Miss Lou entered the rear door of the long, 2-story house, surrounded on 3 sides by a wide piazza. Mr. Barron, a stout, bald-headed old gentleman, was fuming up and down the dining room while his wife sat in grim silence at the foot of the table. It was evident that they had made stiff, old-fashioned toilets, and both looked askance at the flushed face of the almost breathless girl, still in her simple morning costume. Before she could speak, her uncle said severely, "Since we have waited so long, we will still wait till you can dress." The girl was glad to escape to her room in order that she might have time to frame some excuse before she faced the inquisition in store for her. Constitutional traits often assert themselves in a manner contrary to the prevailing characteristics of a region. Instead of the easygoing habits of life common to so many of his neighbors, Mr. Barron was a martinet by nature, and the absence of large, engrossing duties permitted his mind to dwell on little things and to exaggerate them out of all proportion. Indeed, it was this utter lack of perspective in his views and judgments which created for Miss Lou half her trouble. The sin of tardiness which she had just committed was treated like a great moral transgression, or rather it was so frowned upon that it were hard to say he could show his displeasure at a more heinous offense. The one thought now in Mr. Barron's mind was that the sacred routine of the day had been broken. Often there are no greater devotees to routine than those who are virtually idlers. Endowed with the gift of persistence rather than with a resolute will, it had become second nature to maintain the daily order of action and thought which he believed to be his right to enforce upon his household. Every one chafed under his inexorable system except his wife. She had married when young, had grown up into it, and supplemented it with a system of her own which took the form of a scrupulous and periodical attention to all little details of housekeeping. There was a constant friction, therefore, between the careless, indolent natures of the slaves and the precise, exacting requirements of both master and mistress. Miss Lou, as she was generally called on the plantation, had grown up into this routine as a flower blooms in a stiff old garden, and no amount of repression, admonition, and exhortation, not even in her younger days of punishment, could quench her spirit or benumb her mind. She submitted, she yielded, with varying degrees of grace or reluctance. As she increased in years, her thoughts, as we have seen, were verging more and more on the border of rebellion. But the habit of obedience and submission still had its influence. Moreover, there had been no strong motive and little opportunity for independent action. Hoping not even for tolerance, much less for sympathy, she kept her thoughts to herself, except as she occasionally relieved her mind to her old mammy, Aunt Jinky. She came into the dining room hastily at last, but the expression of her face was impassive and inscrutable. She was received in solemn silence, broken at first only by the long formal grace which Mr. Barron never omitted and never varied. In her rebellious mood the girl thought, "What a queer God it would be if he were pleased with this old cut-and-dried form of words. All the time Uncle's saying them he is thinking how he'll show me his displeasure. Mr. Barron evidently concluded that his best method at first would be an expression of offended dignity, and the meal began in depressing silence, which Mrs. Barron was naturally the first to break. "It must be evident to you, Louise," she said in a thin, monotonous voice, "that the time has come for you to consider and revise your conduct. The fact that your uncle has been kept waiting for his supper is only one result of an unhappy change which I have observed, but have forborne to speak of in the hope that your own conscience and the influence of your past training would lead you to consider and conform. Think of the precious moments, indeed I may say hours, that you have wasted this afternoon in idle converse with an old negress who is no fit companion for you. You are becoming too old." "Too old, Aunt? Do you at last recognize the fact that I am growing older?" With a faint expression of surprise dawning in her impassive face, Mrs. Barron continued. "Yes, old enough to remember yourself, and not to be compelled to recognize the duties of approaching womanhood. I truly begin to feel that I must forbid these visits to an old, ignorant, and foolish creature whose ideas are totally at variance with all that is proper and right. Uncle thinks I have approached womanhood sufficiently near to know something of my business affairs, and even went so far as to suggest his project of marrying me to my cousin in order to unite in sacred, I mean legal bonds, the two plantations." The two old people looked at each other, then stared at their niece, who, with hot face, maintained the pretense of eating her supper. "Truly, Louise," began Mr. Barron, solemnly, "you are indulging in strange and unbecoming language. I have revealed to you your pecuniary affairs, and I have more than once suggested an alliance which is in accordance with our wishes and your interests, in order to prove to you how scrupulous we are in promoting your welfare. We look for grateful recognition and a wise, persistent effort on your part to further our efforts in your behalf. It doesn't seem to me wise to talk to a mere child about property and marriage," said the girl, breathing quickly in the consciousness of her temerity and her rising spirit of rebellion. "You are ceasing to be a mere child," resumed her uncle, severely. "That cannot be," Miss Lou interrupted. "You and Aunt speak to me as you did years ago when I was a child. Can you expect me to have a woman's form and not a woman's mind? Are women told exactly what they must think and do, like little children? Aunt threatens to forbid visits to my old mammy. If I were but 5 years old she couldn't do more. You speak of marrying me to my cousin as if I had merely the form and appearance of a woman, and no mind or wishes of my own. I have never said I wanted to marry him or anyone." "Why, Louise, you are verging toward flat rebellion," gasped her uncle, laying down his knife and fork. "Oh, no, Uncle! I'm merely growing up. You should have kept the library locked, you should never have had me taught to read, if you expected me to become the mere shell of a woman, having no ideas of my own. We wish you to have ideas, and have tried to inculcate right ideas." "Which means only your ideas, Uncle. Louise, are you losing your mind?" "No, Uncle, I am beginning to find it, and that I have a right to use it. I am willing to pay all due respect and deference to you and to Aunt, but I protest against being treated as a child on one hand and as a wax figure which can be stood up and married to anybody on the other. I have patiently borne this treatment as long as I can, and I now reckon the time has come to end it." Mr. Barron was thunderstruck, and his wife was feeling for her smelling bottle. Catching a glimpse of Zany, where she stood open-mouthed in her astonishment, her master said sternly, "Leave the room." Then he added to his niece, "Think of your uttering such wild talk before one of our people. Don't you know that my will must be law on this plantation?" "I'm not one of your people," responded the girl, haughtily. "I'm your niece, and a southern girl who will call no man master." At this moment there was a knock at the door. Without waiting for it to be opened, a tall, lank man entered and said hastily, "Mr. Barron, I reckon there's news which your ortair here torically." He was the overseer of the plantation. Chapter 3 Mad Whately. Mr. Barron was one of the few of the landed gentry in the region who was not known by a military title, and he rather prided himself on the fact. "I'm a man of peace," he was accustomed to say, and his neighbors often remarked. "Yes, Barron is peaceable if he has his own way in everything, But there's no young blood in the county more ready for a fray than he for a lawsuit. Law and order was Mr. Barron's motto, but by these terms he meant the perpetuity of the conditions under which he and his ancestors had thus far lived. To distrust these conditions was the crime of crimes. In his estimation, therefore, a Northern soldier was a monster surpassed only by the out-and-out abolitionist. While it had so happened that, even as a young man, his tastes had been legal rather than military, he regarded the War of Secession as more sacred than any conflict of the past, and was willing to make great sacrifices for its maintenance. He had invested all his funds as well as those of his niece in Confederate bonds, and he had annually contributed a large portion of the product of his lands to the support of the army. Living remote from the scenes of actual strife, he had been able to maintain his illusions and hopes to a far greater extent than many others of like mind with himself. But as the war drew toward its close, even the few newspapers he read were compelled to justify their name in some degree by giving very unpalatable information. As none are so blind as those who will not see, the old man had testily pooh-poohed at what he termed temporary reverses, and his immunity from disturbance had confirmed his belief that the old order of things could not materially change. True, some of his slaves had disappeared, but he had given one who had been caught such a lesson that the rest had remained quiet if not contented. The news brought by his overseer became therefore more disturbing than the strange and preposterous conduct of his niece, and he had demanded excitedly, "What on earth's the matter, Perkins?" "Well, sir, fur's I can mek out, this very plantation's been pelooted by Yankee soldiers this very evenin'." "Yes, sir." "Great heavens! Perkins," and Mr. Barron sprang from his chair, then sank back again with an expression suggesting that if the earth opened next it could not be worse. "Yes, sir," resumed Perkins solemnly. "I drawed that much from Jute. He seen 'em hisself. I noticed a excitement and talk in the quarters this evenin', and I follered hit right up an IAST roon till I pinned Jute. He was over the first side of the run lookin' for a stray crow, and he seen 'em. But they was bein' chased lively. Mad Whately, beg pardon, Mr. Madison was arter them with whip and spur. Didn't you hear a crack of a rifle?" "I did, and reckon it was one o' the Simcoe boys outgunnin', but Jude says hit was one o' our men fired the shot, and that they chased the Yanks to'rds the big woods. They was all mounted and goin' at lickety switch. The thing that sticks in my crop isn't them few what Mr. Madison chased, but the main body they belongs to. Looks as ef there's going to be a raid down our way." "If that is so," said Mr. Barron majestically, "Lieutenant Whately proves that our brave men are not far off, either, and the way he chased some of them shows how all the vile invaders will eventually be driven out of the country. Be vigilant, Perkins, and let it be understood at the quarters that Lieutenant Whately is within call." The overseer bowed awkwardly and limped away. His lameness had secured him immunity from military duty. "Ah, that's a man for you," said Mr. Barron, glaring at his niece. "Your cousin is a true scion of Southern chivalry. That is the kind of a man you do not know whether you wish to marry or not, a brave defender of our hearths and liberties." "If he wishes to marry me against my will, he's not a defender of my liberty," retorted the girl. "If you had the spirit which should be your birthright, your eyes would flash with joy at the prospect of seeing a hero who could thus chase your enemies from our soil. If you could only have seen him in his headlong." "I did see him." "What?" "I saw Cousin Madison leading a dozen or more men in pursuit of half a dozen. That does not strike me as sublimely heroic. Why haven't you told me of this? How could you have seen him?" And the old man, in his strong excitement, rose from his chair. "My reception when I entered was not conducive to conversation. I was merely sitting by the run and saw both parties gallop past. You should have come instantly to me." "I'm sure I came in hastily," she replied, crimsoning in the consciousness of her secret. "But I was met as if I had been guilty of something awful." "Well, if I had known," began her uncle, in some confusion, mistaking her color for an expression of anger. "I think," remarked her aunt coldly, "that Louise should have recognized that she had given you just cause for displeasure by her tardiness, unless it were explained, and she should have explained at once. I have no patience with the spirit she is displaying." But Mr. Barron's mind had been diverted to more serious and alarming considerations than what he characterized mentally as a girl's tantrum. "It makes my blood boil," he said, "to think that this northern scum is actually in our neighborhood, and might be at our doors but for my brave nephew. Thanks to him, they met a righteous reception on this plantation. Thanks to him, in all probability, we are not now weltering in our blood, with the roof that shelters us blazing over our heads. If those marauders had found us unprotected, young woman, you would have rued the day. Their capacity for evil is only equaled by their opportunities. If your cousin had not flamed after them like an avenging sword, you might have cried loudly enough for the one of whom, in your fit of unseemly petulance, you can speak so slightingly. I advise you to go to your room and thank heaven for your escape. Uncle, are the people of the North savages? Its soldiers are worse than savages. Have you not heard me express my opinion of them over and over again? Go to your room, and when you appear again, I trust it will be with the meekness and submission becoming in a young woman." When the girl left down Jinky's cabin, the young soldier looked after her with an expression of deep interest. "Who is she?" he asked. "Dat's Miss Lou," said the old negress, forcing into his mouth another spoonful of her fiery decoction. "Oh, that's enough, Auntie, unless you wish to burn me out like a hollow log." And he struggled to his feet to ease his tendency to strangle. "Miss Lou? How should I know who she is?" "Obi Koasi," said Jinky dryly. "I na mean her pedigree." "You a Lincoln man, ain't you?" Chunk asked quickly. "Yes, and Lincoln is a good friend of yours." "Hi! I knows dat W at fair you so hidin' in de grass, Granny? No use bein' dat away wid a Lincoln man. I ain't talkin' 'bout my young misties to folks easy drap down fum de clouds. You wouldn't like me better if I came up from below, Auntie. There now, I'm not a very bad fellow, and I belong to the army that's going to make you all free. I hasn't to think out dis question o' be bein' free yit. I see too old to wook much, and old Marzar has took keer on me long time." "Well, I see tink it out," put in Chunk decidedly. "And I see able to wook fair you and me too. You mighty pert, Chunk, cotin' a gal lie a bean pole a ready. I reckon she spent all you eber mek. You betta booze the Lincoln man into dat ar loft sudden, KZF Moss Perkins cotch him here we all ein feelin' berry good bimeby. Dat ar truer en preachin'," admitted Chunk, with alacrity. "Do you tek hol obi dem ladderoons, Marzar, and put yo foots on my shoulders. Dat's hit. Nobody tink obi finnin' ye yer. I see study how to get yo hoss out of sight, Jin morning dot." "You stand by me, Chunk," said the soldier, "and you won't be sorry. There's a lot of us coming this way soon, and I can be a good friend of yours and all your people if you help me out of this scrape. I see gwine to stand by you, boss. I see mek up my min ter be free dis time, show. Hi! W at dat?" He was wonderfully agile, for his arms were nearly as long as his legs. In an instant he descended, drawing a trapdoor after him. Then he sauntered to the door, which he opened wide. A troop of horsemen were coming single file by a path which led near the cabin, and the foremost asked in a voice which the negro recognized as that of Lieutenant Whately, "Is that you, Chunk?" "Dat's me, Marzar. My specs. Be off, you skeleton. Make time for the house and help get supper for me and the men. If you don't run like a red deer, I'll ride you down." "Good Lord! W at gwine ter happen next?" groaned Chunk, as he disappeared toward the mansion. He burst like a bombshell into the kitchen, a small building in the rear of the house. "Did you eber see de likes?" exclaimed Zany. "What yo' manners? Hi dar! Talk 'bout manners! Mas Whately comin' wid de army, and want supper fair all in de 1 minute and er half by de clock." Great, Fat Ounsick threw up her hands in despair, and in the brief silence the tramp of horses and the jingling of sabers were plainly heard. They all knew Mad Whately, and it needed not that Mrs. Barron, desperately flurried, should bustle in a few moments later with orders that all hands should fly around. "What you doing here?" she asked Chunk sharply. "I see here ter hep, misties. Dem's my orders from Mas Whately. He come ridin' by Granny's. Then go and kill chickens." A few moments later the dolorous outcry of fowls was added to the uproar made by the barking dogs. With a chill of fear Miss Lou, in her chamber, recognized her cousin's voice, and knew that he, with his band, had come to claim hospitality at his uncle's hands. What complications did his presence portend? Truly, the long months of monotony on the old plantation were broken now. What the end would be she dared not think, but for the moment her spirit exulted in the excitement which would at least banish stagnation. In his secret heart Mr. Barron had hoped that his nephew would go on to his own home, a few miles further, for applauding him as a hero was one thing, and having him turn everything upside down at that hour another. Routine and order were scattered to the winds whenever Mad Whately made his appearance, but the host's second thoughts led him to remember that this visitation was infinitely to be preferred to one from the terrible Yankees. So he threw wide open the door, and with his wife, greeted his nephew warmly. Then he shouted for Perkins to come and look after the horses. "Ah, mine uncle!" cried Whately. "Where on earth is to be found a festive board like yours? Who's so ready to fill the flowing bowl until even the rim is lost to sight, when your defenders have a few hours to spare in their hard campaigning? You won't entertain angels unawares tonight. You'd have been like Daniel in the den with none to stop the lions' mouths, or rather the jackals, had we not appeared on the scene. The Yanks were bearing down for you like the wolf on the fold. Where's my pretty cousin?" Mr. Barron had opened his mouth to speak several times during this characteristic greeting, and now he hastened to the foot of the stairs and shouted, "Louise, come down and help your aunt entertain our guests." Meanwhile Whately stepped to the sideboard and helped himself liberally to the sherry. "You know me must maintain discipline," resumed Whately, as his uncle entered the dining room. "The night is mild and still. Let a long table be set on the piazza for my men. I can then pledge them through the open window, for since I give them such hard service, I must make amends when I can. Ah, Perkins, have your people rub the horses till they are ready to prance, then feed them lightly. 2 hours later a heavier feed, that's a good fellow. You were born under a lucky star, uncle. You might now be tied up by your thumbs, while the Yanks help themselves. It surely was a kind providence which brought you here, nephew." No doubt, my good horse, also, and I may add, the wish to see my pretty cousin. Ah! Here she comes with the blushes of the morning on her cheeks." But his warmer than a cousinly embrace and kiss left the crimson of anger in their places. She drew herself up indignantly to her full height and said, "We have been discussing the fact that I am quite grown up. I will thank you to note the change, also." "Why, so I do," he replied, regarding her with undisguised admiration. "And old Father Time has touched you only to improve you in every respect." "Very well, then," she replied coldly. "I cannot help the touch of Father Time, but I wish it understood that I am no longer a child. Neither am I, sweet cousin, and I like you as a woman far better." She left the room abruptly to assist her aunt. "Jove! Uncle, but she has grown to be a beauty. How these girls blossom out when their time comes! Can it be that I have been absent a year? Yes, and your last visit was but a flying one. And so I fear this one must be. The Yanks are on the move, perhaps in this direction, and so are we. It was one of their scouting parties that we ran into. Their horses were fresher than ours and they separated when once in the shadow of the woods. They won't be slow, however, in leaving these parts, now they know we are here. I'm going to take a little well-earned rest between my scoutings, and make love to my cousin. Olympian humbugs! How handsome and haughty she has become! I didn't think the little minx had so much spirit. She has suddenly taken the notion that, since she is growing up, she can snap her fingers at all the powers that be. Growing up? Why, uncle, she's grown, and ready to hear me say, with all my worldly goods I thee endow. But the trouble is, she doesn't act as if very ready. Oh, tush! She isn't ready to throw herself at the head of anyone. That isn't the way of Southern girls. They want a wooer like a cyclone, who carries them by storm, marries them nolens volens, and then they're happy. But to be serious, uncle, in these stormy times Lou needs a protector. You've escaped for a long time, but no one can tell now what a day will bring forth. As my wife, Cousin Lou will command more respect. I can take her within our lines, if necessary, or send her to a place of safety. Ah, here comes my blooming aunt to prepare for supper. Welcome to the Oaks, she again repeated. Never more welcome, since you come as defender as well as guest. Yes, aunt, think of a red-whiskered Yank paying his respects instead of me. Don't suggest such horrors, please. The gentleman now joined Miss Lou in the parlor, while under Mrs. Barron's supervision Zany and Chunk, as gardener and man of all work, with the aid of others soon set the two tables. Then began a procession of Negroes of all sizes bearing viands from the kitchen. Chapter 4 Unabridged's Policy. Alan Scoville, for such was the Union soldier's name, fully realized that he was in the enemy's country as he watched through a cranny in the cabin the shadowy forms of the Confederates file past. Every bone in his body ached as if it had been broken, and more than once he moved his arms and legs to assure himself that they were whole. Breath was just knocked right out of me, he muttered. I hope that's the worst, for this place may soon become too hot for me. My good horse is not only lost, but I may be lost also through him. That queer-looking dark Chunk is my best hope now, unless it is Miss Lou. Droll, wasn't it, that I should take her for an angel? What queer thoughts a fellow has when within half an inch of the seamy side of life. Hanged if I deserve such an awakening as I thought was blessing my eyes on the other side. From the way I ache, the other side mayn't be far off yet. Like enough hours will pass before Chunk comes back, and I must try to propitiate his grandam. He crawled painfully to the trapdoor and, finding a chink in the boards, looked down into the apartment below. Unabridged was smoking as composedly it might seem as if a terrible Yankee, never seen before, was not over her head, and a band of Confederates who would have made him a prisoner and punished her were only a few rods away. A close observer, however, might have noticed that she was not enjoying languid whiffs, as had been the case in the afternoon. The old woman had put guile into her pipe as well as tobacco, and she hoped its smoke would blind suspicious eyes if any were hunting for a stray Yankee. Chunk's pone and bacon had been put near the fire to keep warm, and Scoville looked at the viands longingly. At last he ventured to whisper, Unabridged, I am as hungry as a wolf. Hesh! Said the old woman softly. Then she rose, knocked the ashes from her pipe with great deliberation, and taking a bucket started for the spring. In going and coming she looked very sharply in all directions, thus satisfying herself that no one was watching the cabin. Re-entering, she whispered, Can you lift de trap do? Scoville opened it, and was about to descend. No, you can't do dat, interposed Unabridged quickly. Lie down up dar and I hun you Chunk's supper. He gets his end at de big house. You's got ter play possum right smart, Marzar, or you get cotched. Den we cotch it too. You spec I don't know de rest Chunk and me toucan? Forgive me, Unabridged. But your troubles will soon be over and you be as free as I am. I doesn't want no sec freedom easy you got, Marzar. Hidden and scridgen fum tarin and rarin red hot gallopers easy mad Waitley and his men. Dey de bun de ol' cabin and me and ef dey no use dar. Betta stop yo mouth wid yo supper. This Scoville was well contented to do for a time, while Unabridged smoked and listened with all her ears. Faint sounds came from the house and the Negro quarters, but all was still about the cabin. Suddenly she took her pipe from her mouth and muttered, Dar goes a squinchal tootin'. Dat don't mean no good. Unabridged, said Scoville, who was watching her. That screechal worries you, doesn't it? Dere's some kins obi squinchals dan you lows on, Marzar. Some toots fair de sake obi tootin and some toots in warning dot. That one tooted in warning. Don't be surprised if you hear another very near. He crawled to the cranny under the eaves and Unabridged fairly jumped out of her chair as she heard an owl apparently hooting on the roof with a vigor and truth to nature that utterly deceived her senses. Scoville repeated the signal, and then crept back to the chink in the floor. The old woman was trembling and looking round in dismayed uncertainty. There, he said with a low laugh. That squinchal was I, and the first you heard was one of my men. Now, like a good soul, make pones and fried bacon for 5 men, and you'll have friends who will take good care of you and Chunk. De Lord he pe me. W at comin' next? Miss Lu was a wishin' something ud happen, at ein gwinter happen? Nothing will happen to harm you if you do as I say. Our men may soon be marching this way, and we'll remember our friends when we come. I da hope there'll be something left o' be me to remember, said Aunt Jinky, but she rose to comply with the soldier's requirement, feeling that her only course was to fall in with the wishes of whoever happened to be uppermost in the troublous times now foreseen. She was in a terribly divided state of mind. The questions she had smoked and thought over so long now pressed with bewildering rapidity and urgency. An old family slave, she had a strong feeling of loyalty to her master and mistress. But they had been partially alienating Miss Lu, for whom she would open her veins, while her grandson was hot for freedom and looked upon northern soldiers as his deliverers. Aunt Jinky was not sure she wished to be delivered. That was one of the points she was not through projecting about. Alas! Events would not wait for her conclusions, although more time had been given her than to many others forced to contemplate vast changes. With a shrewd simplicity she decided that it would be wise to keep on friendly terms with all the contending powers, and do what in her judgment was best for each. "Hit took all the visions we got," she remarked disconsolately. "You'll soon have visions of more to eat and wear than ever, bless your eyes," said Scoville, encouragingly. "Hi, Granny," said Chunk, peeping in at the door. "How you start me?" ejaculated the old woman, sinking into her chair. "That you, Chunk?" asked Scoville. "Is the coast clear?" "I reckon. Keep shy yet a while, Marzar." A few words explained the situation, and Chunk added, "You defeat dem Yankees big, Granny. I see provide mo. I muse go now sudden. Made on sick believe dat I knowed o be chickens at roosts in trees, and dey tinks I see lookin' fair High old times up to de house." And he disappeared in the darkness. In nervous haste Aunt Jinky prepared the ample supper. Scoville hooted again, a shadowy form stole to the cabin for the food, and disappeared again toward the run. Then Aunt Jinky prepared to compose her nerves by another smoke. "Hand me up a coal for my pipe, also," said Scoville, "and then we'll have a sociable time." "I defeared on such blee times dis ebening," remarked Aunt Jinky. "If you knew how my bones ached, you'd help me pass the time. Reckon mine ache too, foi true with dis busness." "No, Aunt Jinky, you won't be punished for doing a good deed. Your young mistress is on your side, anyway." "Who is she?" "Young Misty's ain't got no par yef day fins out. She nuff to do to her own." "How comes it she's friendly to uns, as you say down here?" "She ain't friendly. You drap at her feet easy yef you was dead, and she have a lil girlish, soft heart, dat's all." "Didn't she tell you dat she ain't on yo' side?" "Well, bless her heart, then. I circumscribed her dat ar. Aren't you on our side? I see de twixt and tween all de sides. You're all right, Aunt Jinky. I'd trust you with my life. Reckon you have ter dis ebening dot. Well, about Miss Lu, you say she has trouble to hold her own. How's that?" "Dem's family matters. And so none of my business, unless she tells me herself." "How's she gwine to tell you tings?" "Ah, Aunt Jinky, you vegetated a great while in these slow parts. I feel it in my bones, sore as they are, that some day I'll give you a new dress that will make you look like a spike of red hollyhocks. You'll see changes you don't dream of. My haid whirlin' now, Marzar. Hope to gracious I can do my wook tomorrow in peace and quietness." There was neither peace nor quietness at the mansion. Whately, with a soldier's instincts to make the most of passing opportunities, added to the hasty tendencies of his own nature, was not only enjoying the abundant supper, but feasting his eyes meantime on the charms developed by his cousin in his absence. He knew of his uncle's wish to unite the two plantations, and had given his assent to the means, for it had always been his delight to tease, frighten, and pet his little cousin, whose promise of beauty had been all that he could desire. Now she evoked a sudden flame of passion, and his mind, which leaped to conclusions, was already engaged in plans for consummating their union at once. He sought to break down her reserve by paying her extravagant compliments, and to excite her admiration by accounts of battles in which he would not have posed as hero so plainly had he not been flushed with wine. There was an ominous fire in her eyes scarcely in accord with her cool demeanor. And used to the world, and distrusting her own powers, she made little effort to reply, taking refuge in comparative silence. This course encouraged him and her uncle. The former liked her manifestation of spirit as long as he believed it to be within control. To his impetuous, imperious nature the idea of a tame, insipid bride was not agreeable, while Mr. Barron, still under the illusion that she was yet but a submissive child, thought that her bad mood was passing and would be gone in the morning. He little dreamed how swiftly her mind was awakening and developing under the spur of events. She did not yet know that her cousin was meditating such a speedy consummation of his purpose, but was aware that he and all her relatives looked upon her as his predestined wife. Now, as never before, she shrank from the relation, and in the instinct of self-preservation resolved never to enter into it. Her long, rebellious reveries in solitude had prepared her for this hour, and her proud, excited spirit surprised her by the intensity of its passionate revolt. Not as a timid, shrinking maiden did she look at her cousin and his men feasting on the piazza. She glanced at him, then through the open windows at their burly forms, as one might face a menace which brought no thought of yielding. The family resemblance between Whately and herself was strong. He had her blue eyes, but they were smaller than hers, and his expression was bold, verging toward recklessness. Her look was steady, and her lips compressed into accord with the firm little chin. Mrs. Barron's ideas of decorum soon brought temporary relief. She also saw that her nephew was becoming too excited to make a good impression, so she said, "Louise, you may now retire, and I trust that you will waken tomorrow to the truth that your natural guardians can best direct your thoughts and actions." Whately was about to rise in order to bid an affectionate good night, but the girl almost fled from the room. In the hall she met Chunk, who whispered, "Linkum man gettin' pert, Miss Lou. She'll be over her tantrum by morning," said Mr. Barron in an apologetic tone. "Perhaps we'll have to humor her more in little things. That's just where the trouble lies, Uncle. You and Anne have tried to make her feel and act as if as old as yourselves. She's no longer a child, either is she exactly a woman. All young creatures at her age are skittish. Bless you, she wouldn't be a Baron if she hadn't lots of red, warm blood. So much the better. When I've married her she'll settle down like other Southern girls." "I think we had better discuss these matters more privately, nephew," said Mrs. Barron. "Beg pardon, I reckon we had, Aunt. My advice, however, is that we act first and discuss afterward." "We'll talk it over tomorrow, nephew," said Mr. Barron. "Of course, as guardian I must adopt the best and safest plan." Chunk's ears were long if he was short, and in waiting on a soldier near the window he caught the purport of this conversation. Chapter 5: Whately's Idea of Courtship. When waiting on the table, Zany either stood like an image carved out of black walnut, or moved with the angular promptness of an automaton when a spring is touched. Only the quick roll of her eyes indicated how observant she was. If, however, she met Chunk in the hall, or anywhere away from observation, she never lost the opportunity to torment him. A queer grimace, a surprised stare, an exasperating derisive giggle, were her only acknowledgments of his amorous attentions. "Yef I doesn't get eben wid dat nigga, den I eat a mule," he muttered more than once. But Chunk was in great spirits, and a state of suppressed excitement. "'Pears easy yef I'm out on myself fo dis moon done waxin' and wanin'," he thought. "Dere's big times comin', big times. I see year W at happen WN de Yanks go trud de kentry like an OL bull in a crockery sto dot." In his duties of waiting on the troopers and clearing the table he had opportunities of purloining a goodly portion of the viands, for he remembered that he also had assumed the role of host with a very meager larder to draw upon. Since the Confederates were greatly wearied and were doubly inclined to sleep from the effects of a hearty supper and liberal potations, Mr. Barron offered to maintain a watch the early part of the night, while Perkins was enjoined to sleep with one eye open near the quarters. Mattresses and quilts were brought down and spread on the piazza floor, from which soon rose a nasal chorus. "Delight," as Chunk declared. "A frog pond in full bloss." Whately, trained in alert, soldierly ways, slept on the sofa in the parlor near his men. One after another the lights were extinguished, and the house became quiet. Chunk was stealing away with his plunder through the shrubbery in the rear of the house, when he was suddenly confronted by Zany. "Hi! You nigga!" she whispered. "I see caught you now kirin' off 'nuff vills to keep you a Montana you gwine to run away." "You want to run wid me?" asked Chunk unabashed. "What you took me fair?" "Fair better wuss, white folks say." "Reckon it you be fair wuss in dis case." "I reckon de wuss ein fur off." "I de step ter ol' Marser and tell him ter vestigate yo' cabin dis ebenin," she said, and with a great show of offended dignity, she was about to move away. "Look yer, Zany, don't yer be a fool. Don't you want to be a free girl? Yef you had me fair wuss I'd be de bout easy free easy Miss Lou W.N. she marred ter Mad Whately." "Hi! You yer dat too? I got eyes and I got years, and you ain't gwine to light out dis night and leave yo' granny and we UNSISUT New York put a spoke in yo' will dat stop hits runnin' dot." Chunk was now convinced that he would have to take Zany into his confidence. He looked cautiously around, then whispered rapidly in her ear. "Hi!" she exclaimed softly. "You got longer head dan body." "I kin reach to yo' lips," said Chunk, snatching a kiss. "Stop dat foolishness!" she exclaimed, giving him a slight cuff. "Zany, keep mum easy a possum. Dere's big times comin', and no one kin hinder 'em, dough dey kin get deysefs in a heap o' be trouble by blarnations. De Linkum men soon gwine ter be top of de heap and ISE gwinter be on top wid 'em. Dar you be, too, ef you stands by Miss Lou and me. View I well, but ISE gwinter keep my eye on you, Moss Chunk. Reckon you will, cause I am gwinter be fur off, and ef you puts yo' eye on some oder man, you soon fin he ein dar." With this ominous assurance he stole away. Soon afterward the hoot of an owl was heard again. Shadows approached the cabin. Scoville, assisted by Chunk, joined them, and there was a whispered consultation. Scoville put the result in the following words. "The chance is a good one, I admit. It is quite possible that we could capture the Johnnies and their horses, but that's not what we're out for. Besides, I'm too badly broken up. I couldn't ride tonight. You must go back to camp, and leave me to follow. Chunk here has provisions for you. Better be moving, for Whately will probably be out looking for you in the morning." So it was decided, and the shadows disappeared. Scoville was put into Aunt Jinky's bed, the old woman saying that she would sit up and watch. Chunk rubbed the bruised and aching body of the Union scout till he fell asleep, and then the tireless Negro went to the spot where the poor horse had died in the stream. He took off the saddle and bridle. After a little consideration he diverted the current, then dug a hole on the lower side of the animal, rolled him into it, and changed the brook back into its old channel. Carefully obliterating all traces of his work, he returned to the cabin, bolted the door, lay down against it so that no one could enter, and was soon asleep. The next morning dawned serenely, as if nature had no sympathy with the schemes and anxieties to which the several actors in our little drama wakened. Whately was early on foot, for he felt that he had much to accomplish. Mr. Barron soon joined him, and the young man found in his uncle a ready coadjutor in his plans. They were both in full accord in their desires, although governed by different motives. The old man was actuated by his long-indulged greed for land, and wholly under the dominion of his belief that one of the chief ends of marriage was to unite estates. In this instance he also had the honest conviction that he was securing the best interests of his niece. No one could tell what would happen if the invaders should appear, but he believed that the girl's future could best be provided for in all respects if she became the wife of a Confederate officer and a representative of his family. Sounds of renewed life came from all directions. The troopers rolled up their blankets and went to look after their horses. Mrs. Barron bustled about, giving directions for breakfast. Chunk and Zany worked under her eye as if they were what she wished them to be, the automatic performers of her will. Aunt Sick fumed and sputtered like the bacon in her frying pan, but accomplished her work with the promptness of one who knew that no excuses would be taken from either master or mistress. Miss Lou dusted the parlor, and listened stolidly to the gallantries of her cousin. He was vastly amused by her reserve, believing it to be only maidenly coyness. Breakfast was soon served, for Whately had announced to Mr. Barron his intention of scouting in the woods where the Federals had disappeared, also his purpose to visit his home and summon his mother to his contemplated wedding. He and his men soon rode away, and the old house and the plantation resumed their normal quiet aspect. It had been deemed best not to inform Miss Lou of her cousin's immediate purpose until his plans were a little more certain and matured. Circumstances might arise which would prevent his return at once. Moreover, he had petitioned for the privilege of breaking the news himself. He believed in a wooing in accordance with his nature, impetuous and regardless at the time of the shy reluctance of its object, and it was his theory that the girl taken by storm would make the most submissive, contented, and happy of wives, that women secretly admired men who thus asserted their will and strength, if in such assertion every form was complied with, and the impression given that the man was resistless because he could not resist the charms which had captivated him. "Why, uncle," he had reasoned, "it is the strongest compliment that a man can pay a woman, and she will soon recognize it as such. When once she is married, she will be glad that she did not have to hesitate and choose, and she will always believe in the man who was so carried away with her that he carried her away. My course is best, therefore, on general principles, while in this particular instance we have every reason for prompt action. Lou and I have been destined for each other from childhood, and I am not willing to leave her to the chances of the hurly-burly which may soon begin. As my wife, I can protect her in many ways impossible now." Chapter 6. The Storm Begins. Of late years, Aunt Jinky's principal work had been the fine washing and ironing of the family, in which task she had always been an adept. For this reason she had been given the cabin near the run and an unusually fine spring. Miss Lou felt a kindly solicitude and not a little curiosity in regard to the man who in a sense had been thrown at her feet for protection. So gathering up some of her laces, she made them an excuse for another visit to Aunt Jinky. Mrs. Barron readily acquiesced, for she felt that if there was to be a wedding, the whole house must be cleaned from top to bottom. Moreover, by such occupation her mind could be diverted from the dire misgivings inspired by the proximity of Yankees. Under the circumstances, it would be just as well if her niece were absent. As the girl passed down through the shrubbery, she found Chunk apparently very busy. Without looking up, he said, "Don't be afeard, Miss Lou, I see be on de watch. Mas Linkum man right pert dis morning dot." Aunt Jinky was at her washtub near the door, and the cabin presented the most innocent aspect imaginable. "Good morning," said the girl affably. "How is your patient?" "Recovering rapidly, thanks to your kindness and the good friends in whose care you placed me," answered a hearty voice from the doorway. Aunt Jinky made a sort of rush to the door, exclaiming in tones that were low yet almost stern, "Mas Linkum man, ef you show yourself, ef you don't stay by dat ar ladder so you get up sudden, I de tru wid dis busness. Tain far ter dem wats reskin dear bodies and amos dear souls." "You are right, auntie," said Scoville, retreating. "It's wrong for me to do anything which might bring trouble to you or Chunk, but I was so eager to thank this other good Samaritan." "Well, den, sit by de ladder dar, and Miss Lou can sit on de doorstep. Den a body can feel tings ein comin' ter smash fo dey can breathe." "Good Samaritan!" repeated Miss Lou, taking her old place in the doorway where she had so recently wished something would happen. "You have not fallen among thieves, sir. My fear has been that you would think that a thief had fallen among the Good Samaritans. I assure you that I am a Union soldier in good and regular standing. I reckon my uncle and cousin would scout the idea that you, or any of your army, had any standing whatever. That does not matter, so that I can convince you that I would not do or say anything unbecoming a soldier." "You are a Yankee, I suppose?" she asked, looking at him with strong yet shyly expressed interest. "I suppose I am, in your southern vernacular. I am from New York State, and my name is Alan Scoville. Uncle says that you Yankees are terrible fellows. Do I look as if I would harm you, Miss Lou? Pardon me, I do not know how else to address you." "Address me as Miss Barron," she replied, with a droll little assumption of girlish dignity. "Well, then, Miss Barron, you have acted the part of a good angel toward me. I don't like such talk," she replied, frowning. You were merely thrown helpless at my feet. You didn't look as if you could do the South much harm then. What I may feel to be my duty hereafter. I have no fears at all of what you may do," he interrupted, with a smile that made his expression very pleasing. "How so?" "Because you are incapable of betraying even an enemy, which I am not to you. On the contrary, I am a grateful man, who would risk his life to do you a service. The little unpleasantness between the North and South will pass away, and we shall all be friends again. My uncle and cousin, indeed all the people I know, will never look upon you Northern soldiers as friends. Never is a long time. I certainly feel very friendly toward you. I wish you to know that I am a Southern girl," she replied stiffly, "and share in the feelings of my people." "Well, I'm a Northern man, and share in the feelings of my people. Can't we agree that this is fair and natural in each case? But why do you all come marauding and trampling on the South?" "I beg your pardon, Miss Barron, but your question opens up all the differences between the two sections. I have my views, but am not a politician, simply a soldier. You and I are not at war. Let us talk about something else. With your brave cousin enlisting your sympathies against our side, what use would there be of my saying anything?" "My brave cousin does not enlist any of my sympathies, but that certainly is a matter which we cannot talk about." "Pardon, but your reference to him made it natural." "There is no need of speaking of him," she interrupted coldly. "I merely meant that he and those with him in what you slightingly term an unpleasantness can never be friendly to you. This war may be a small thing to you, but suppose your home and family were in danger, as ours are? Can you think that this war is a holiday to me?" he asked gravely. "What stands between me now and death, perhaps a shameful and horrible death, except your kindly, womanly impulses? I am hourly in danger of being caught and treated as a spy." "Oh, I didn't realize it," said the girl, simply and kindly. "Everything looks so quiet and lovely. Aunt Jinky, there, my old mammy, is at work just as I have seen her for years, and Chunk is busy yonder in the garden. It is hard to think how suddenly all might change. A soldier must think and be prepared. Have you no fear? Life is sweet to me. I know only one thing: I must do my duty and trust in God. I have the consolation that no one is dependent on me, no one would grieve for me very much. I'm quite alone in the world. My crusty old guardian would inherit my property, and you may well guess that Aunt Jinky's tub yonder would hold all his tears if I should make a sudden exit." And again he smiled in his pleasant way, as if with the purpose to relieve his words of all somberness. "Are you an orphan too?" she asked sympathetically. "Such a mature, fully developed orphan as I am is not an object of pity, Miss Barron," he replied, laughing. Then he added, a little proudly, "I'm nearly 22. I was 21 on my last birthday, and I celebrated it by a ride only less risky than the one which landed me at your feet. But your little word too suggests that you are somewhat alone, also. I hope that your father was not killed in this war?" "No, my father and mother died long before the war." "I am glad of that, not glad that they died, but that you cannot associate me with the causes of their death." "But you and yours have caused death and suffering to so many Southern people." "Yes, I'm sorry it is so, but things are pretty even on that score. Your men give as many blows as they take." "Why did you enter the army?" "I suppose for about the same reasons that your cousin did." "Oh, you aren't like my cousin at all. I don't wish you to keep referring to him." "Well, then, I thought it was right. There was an urgent call for men and strong public feeling. I was at college. I couldn't see others go and not go with them. I had no influence, no one to push my interests, so I simply enlisted, and am trying to push my way by extra services. Now, Miss Barron, think for yourself a little. Here we are, two young people thrown together by a strange chance. We have been brought up differently, surrounded by different influences. Even if you think me wrong, can you not believe that I've followed my conscience and lived up to such light as I had? I can believe this of you. I don't wish you to think that we Yankees are monsters. Do I look like a monster? Why, Miss Barron, if I should live to be 100 years I should regard a chance to do you a kindness as the best good fortune that could befall me. As he spoke these words his face flushed, there was a slight quiver in his dark mustache, betokening deep, honest feeling, and his expression was one of frank admiration and respect. She looked at him in silent wonder, and asked herself, "Can this be one of the Yankees of whom I have heard such horrible things?" She began saying, "I am trying to think for myself, but I have been so shut out from the world that—" when she was suddenly interrupted. Chunk appeared and said, "Ma Scoville, de get up de ladder and shut de trap do quicker and lightnin'. Miss Lou, kinner perambulate slow tardy de house, de natchel like easy ef you ein kierin' bout not en. Wash away, Granny. Play possum, everyone." Miss Lou had gone but a little way before Mad Whately joined her, having ordered his men to pass on before. "Chunk," he shouted, "take my horse and rub him well, or you'll get rubbed down yourself." The openings under the eaves in Aunt Jinky's cabin were so many and large that Scoville had fairly good opportunities for observing what was going on in the immediate vicinity. In witnessing the meeting between Whately and Miss Lou he was conscious of a peculiar satisfaction when noting that her manner confirmed her words. The dashing cousin evidently was not in favor. "Well," thought the scout, with a decisive little nod toward him, "were I a young Southerner, you'd have a rival that would put you to your best speed. What a delicious little drawl she has in speaking, and how charmingly her consonants shade off into vowels. I would be more readily taken for a Southerner than she, if I did not speak. How blue her eyes are! And her fluffy hair seemed a golden halo when the sunshine touched it through the trees. And then how unsophisticated her face and expression! She is a lady from instinct and breeding, and yet she is but a sweet-faced child. Well, well, it was an odd chance to be pitched to the feet of a girl like that. Very possibly I'd be there again of my own free will should I see her often enough." If Scoville were a rival now he certainly would have to take a wild pace to keep up with Mad Whately in his wooing. His eyes were full of resolute fire as he walked beside his cousin, and her quick intuition took speedy alarm at his expression. "Well, sweet coz," he said, "the Yanks have very prudently dusted back to the region from which they came. My mother will give herself the pleasure of a visit at the Oaks this afternoon. Can you guess her object in coming? Why, as you say, to give herself the pleasure of a visit. Yes, and you and I will enhance her pleasure 1,000-fold. I shall do all that I can in courtesy. I'll do the rest, for I shall gladden her heart by marrying you." "What?" "Simply that, nothing more. Isn't that enough?" "Far too much," replied the girl, hotly. "I don't like such jesting. Faith, and it will prove the best joke of our lives, over which we will often laugh at our fireside hereafter. Come now, cousin, make the best of it. It is the best for you as well as for me. You know I always intended to marry you, and I have the hearty sanction of all the high contracting powers." She stopped abruptly in the path, her face so rich in angry color that it shamed the flowers blooming in the shrubbery near. "Mr. Whately," she said firmly, "there is one contracting power that you have not consulted. How can you marry me when I will not marry you?" "Nothing easier, pretty coz." "But how?" "Oh, that you will learn at the proper time. Everything shall go as simply, naturally, and merrily as fate. The blessing of parent and guardian, the clergyman in robes, prayer book, wedding feast, nothing shall be wanting." "This is absurd talk," she cried, and rushed to the house. In the upper hall she encountered her aunt engaged in superintending a general dusting and polishing of the old-fashioned furniture. "What is the meaning of this wild talk of Cousin Madison?" the girl asked breathlessly. "I've heard no wild talk," was the cool response. "Well, come into my room and hear it then." Mrs. Barron reluctantly followed, rather aggrieved that she must bear the first brunt of the storm. "What are you putting the house in such wonderful order for?" asked Miss Lou, with flashing eyes. "What do all these preparations mean? What is Aunt Whately coming here for this evening? It is very natural she should wish to be present at her son's wedding," was the quiet and exasperating answer. "When is this wedding to be?" was the next query, accompanied by a harsh laugh. "I think we can be ready by tomorrow evening. Are you a woman that you can thus try to sacrifice the motherless girl committed to your charge?" "So far from sacrificing you, I am trying to further your best interests, and at the same time carrying out the wishes of my husband and your guardian. These are solemn times, in which you need every safeguard and protection. We should be faithless, indeed, to our trust did we not give a brave soldier the best right in the world to shield and care for you. Bah! Cried the girl, now almost furious. Where's Uncle? In his office, I suppose? Whately had preceded her thither, and had already made known to Mr. Barron the nature of his interview with his cousin, adding, Our best policy will be just to take our course as a matter of course, in a genial, friendly way. We certainly are the girl's best friends, and it won't be long before she acknowledges the fact. All we do is to secure her safety, welfare, and happiness. She will be as skittish as a blooded filly over it all at first, a feature in the case which only increases my admiration and affection. She doesn't and can't realize the need of the step, how it's best for all concerned in general and herself in particular. The thing to do, therefore, is to go right straight along. Mother will be here this evening, and will do much toward talking her into it. Lou's anger and revolt will probably be well over by tomorrow, and all further predictions were interrupted by the swift entrance of the girl. She stood still a moment, and regarded the two men in silent scorn. So you are plotting? She said at last. Oh dear, no, sweet coz. Nothing is more foreign to my nature than plotting. I am a man of action. If your words have any truth or meaning, you are bent on very dishonorable action. Far from it. I shall have the sanction of both church and state. This, then, is the boasted southern chivalry of which I have heard so much. It has been knightly in all times to protect and rescue lovely women. I need no protection except against you. Please leave the room. I wish to speak to Uncle. He attempted to kiss her hand as he passed out, but she snatched it away. Uncle, she said, coming directly to him, can it be that you sanction anything so wicked as this? It seems as if you and Aunt were permitting my cousin to put upon me a cruel practical joke. Ahem! Your very words, Louise, prove how unfit you are to judge and act in accordance with this emergency. You even dream that we are in a mood for jesting at this time, when our days and even hours may be numbered. No, indeed. I am resolved to unite with my protection all the power and dignity vested in a Confederate officer. In other words, to shield me against some possible danger you will try to inflict on me the worst thing that could happen. Hoity-toity! Is an honorable marriage which has always been contemplated the worst that could happen? If we are driven forth by hordes of northern vandals, you would think it the best thing that had happened. I don't fear these northern vandals. I have, and then she checked herself in time. You don't fear them? Why, Louise, every word you speak makes it more imperative that I should act for one so utterly inexperienced and ignorant. Do you actually mean to say that you will try to marry me against my will? Certainly, against your present will. Do you suppose that I can be guided in my solemn trust by your petulance, your ignorant notions of life, and your almost childish passion? In France, the most civilized country in the world, parents and guardians arrange these affairs as a matter of course, and with the best results. It is the general method all over the world. Far more than mere family and pecuniary interests are concerned in this instance. We are giving you a protector in the time of your deepest need. How could Lieutenant Whately protect me if the Yankees should come in numbers? In more ways than you can imagine. Moreover, he would probably be permitted to escort you and your mother to a place of safety. You would have his name, and the name of a Confederate officer would always entitle you to respect. Oh, this is dreadful! Cried the girl, bewildered and almost paralyzed by the old man's inexorable words and manner. So unsophisticated was she, so accustomed to be governed, that the impression was strong that she could be controlled even in this supreme crisis. She rushed into the parlor, where her cousin was striding up and down in a whirl of the glad excitement so congenial to his spirit. Cousin Madison, she exclaimed, I know you are hasty and impetuous, but generous impulses should go with such a nature. You surely will not use your advantage against an orphan girl? No, indeed, dear coz, not against, but for you. I love you too well to leave you to the chances of war. Oh, but this is the certainty of evil. You know I do not love you. If you would wait, if you would give me time to think it all over. Why, so you shall when I've escorted you and mother to some place where none can molest or make you afraid. Escort me, then, as I am, under your mother's care. Truly this would be a better way to win my heart than such hasty violence to all my feelings and wishes. My dear Louise, you may think me a hasty, inconsiderate wooer today, but that is because you do not know all that I know. I must, like your guardians, be guided by your best welfare. When you learn to know me as a kind, loyal, considerate husband, you will appreciate my most friendly and decisive action at this time. You are in great danger, you may soon be homeless. In the case of one so young and fair as you are, those who love you, as you know I do passionately, must act, not in accordance with your passing mood, but in a way to secure your peace and honor for all time. Oh, this is all a terrible dream! You can protect me as your cousin, should I need any such protection, which I cannot believe. Northern soldiers are not savages. I know it! I know it! How can you know it? Have I not seen more of them than you have? I tell you that for the honor of our house I shall and will give you the protection of my name at once. Your uncle and aunt feel as strongly as I do about it, and your happiness will be the only result. We Southern people take no chances in these matters. Overwhelmed, frightened, bewildered, the girl left the room and mournfully climbed to her own apartment. She was too utterly absorbed in her own desperate plight to observe Zany whisking away in the background. Chapter 7 Dangers Thickening. Mr. Barron was scarcely less miserable than his ward, yet from wholly different causes. His anxieties concerning her were deep indeed, his very solicitude impelling him toward the plan which he was eager to consummate. He was distracted by fears and forebodings of every kind of evil. He was striving to fortify his mind against the dire misgiving that the Confederacy was in a very bad way, and that a general breaking up might take place. Indeed, his mental condition was not far removed from that of a man who dreads lest the hitherto immutable laws of nature are about to end in an inconceivable state of chaos. What would happen if the old order of things passed away and the abominable abolitionists obtained full control? He felt as if the door of Dante's Inferno might be thrown wide at any moment. There was no elasticity in his nature, enabling him to cope with threatening possibilities, no such firmness and fortitude of soul as he might be required to exercise within the next few hours. To start with, he was wretched and distracted by the breaking up of the methodical monotony of his life and household affairs. Since general wreck and ruin might soon ensue, he had the impulses of those who try to secure and save what is most valuable and to do at once what seems vitally important. Amid all this confusion and excitement of mind, his dominant trait of persistence asserted itself. He would continue trying to the last to carry out the cherished schemes and purposes of his life. He would not stultify himself by changing his principles, or even the daily routine of his life, as far as he could help himself. If events over which he had no control hasten action, such action should be in harmony with previous purpose to the extent of his power. The plan, therefore, of marrying his niece immediately to her cousin doubly commended itself to him. It would throw around her additional safeguards and relieve him in part from a heavy responsibility. It would also consummate one of the cherished intentions of his life. Things might take a happy turn for the better, and then just so much would be gained and accomplished. Thus he reasoned, and his nephew spared no pains in confirming his views. The truth urged by his niece that she did not love her cousin seemed a small matter to the unemotional, legal mind of the old man when safety and solid interests were concerned. A child like Louise, he said, must be taken care of, not humored. Mrs. Barron had long since formed the habit of yielding complete deference to her husband, and now was sincerely in accord with his views. She had never had much heart. Her marriage had satisfied her ambition, had been pleasing to her kith and kin, and she saw no good reason why her niece should not, under any circumstances, form a similar union. That the girl should revolt now, in the face of such urgent necessity, was mere perverseness. Sharing in her husband's anxieties and fears, she found solace and diversion of mind in her beloved housekeeping. Neither of the old people had the imagination or experience which could enable them to understand the terror and distress of their niece, whom with good intentions they were driving toward a hated union. Dinner was served 2 hours later than usual, a fact in itself very disturbing to Mr. Barron, while Aunt Suk, compelled to cook again for the Confederate troopers, was in a state of suppressed irritation, leading her satellites to fear that she might explode. Small, pale, and bloodless as "Old Miss" appeared, none of her domestics dared to rebel openly. But if any little darky came within the reach of Aunt Suk's wooden spoon, she relieved her feelings promptly. In dining room and kitchen, therefore, was seething and repressed excitement. The very air was electric and charged with rumors. Perkins, the overseer, was at his wits' end, also, about the field hands. They were impassive or sullen before his face, and abounding in whispers and significant glances behind his back. What they knew, how much they knew, he could not discover by any ingenuity of questioning or threatening, and he was made to feel that excessive harshness might lead to serious trouble. Disturbing elements were on all sides, in the air, everywhere, yet he could not lay his finger on any particular culprit. Of all the slaves on the plantation, Chunk appeared the most docile and ready to oblige everyone. He waited on the Confederate troopers with alacrity, and grinned at their chaffing with unflagging good nature. In all the little community, which included an anxious Union scout, Chunk was about the most serene and even-pulsed individual. Nature had endowed him with more muscle than nerves, more shrewdness than intellect, and had quite left out the elements of fear and imagination. He lived intensely in the present. Excitement and bustle were congenial conditions, and his soul exulted in the prospect of freedom. Moreover, the fact that he had proved himself to Zany to be no longer a mere object for ridicule added not a little to his elation. Shrewd as himself, she was true to her word of keeping an eye on him, and she was compelled to see that he was acting his part well. Miss Lou positively refused to come down to dinner. She had buried her face in her pillow, and was almost crying her eyes out, for in the confusion of her mind, resulting from her training and inexperience, she feared that if all her kin insisted on her marriage, and gave such reasons as had been urged upon her, she must be married. She was sorely perplexed. Could the Yankees be such ravening wolves as her uncle and cousin represented them to be? Certainly one was not, but then he might be different from the others because he had been to college and was educated. "He said he would be glad to do me any kindness," she sobbed. "Oh, if he could only prevent this marriage! Yet what can he do? I could not even speak to a stranger of my trouble, much less to a Northern soldier. I wish I could see my old mammy. She's the only one who in the least understands me and feels a little like a mother toward me. Oh, what a dreadful thing to be a motherless girl at such a time!" The powers below stairs concluded that it would be best to leave Miss Lou to herself for a time, that she might think over and become reconciled to the need and reasonableness of their action, but Mrs. Barron considerately sent up her dinner by Zany. The unhappy girl shook her head and motioned the tray away. "Hi, now, Miss Lou, w at you two kin on so fair?" asked the diplomatic Zany. "For more than you can understand." "I understands a heap more than you tink," said Zany, throwing off all disguise in her strong sympathy. "Moss Whately de set out to marry you, easy ef you was a post dat could be stood up and marred to anybody at any time. Hi! Miss Lou, I see better off dan you, fair I can pick and choose my old man. Everybody in the world is better off than I am. I wouldn't stand it, Miss Lou. I sut New York went. I'd run away. How could I run away? Where could I go to? See here, Miss Lou," and Zany sank her voice to a whisper. "Dear's a Lincoln man." "Hush! How did you know that? Chunk and me's friends. Don be feared, fair I'd like ter see de girl dat kin beat me playin' possum. Dat Lincoln man he you to run away." "For shame, Zany! The idea of my going away with a stranger! 'Pears to me I see rudder runned away wid one man dan hab anoder man runned away wid me. Don't ever speak to me of such a thing again. Well, den, Miss Lou, de niggas on dis plantation delube you, en dey ein hankeren arter Moss Whately. Yef you say de wood, I de bellebe dey riz right up again dis marriage." "Oh, horrible!" said the girl, in whose mind had been instilled the strong and general dread of a Negro insurrection. "There, Zany, you and Chunk mean kindly, but neither you nor anyone can help me. If either does or says anything to make a disturbance, I'll never forgive you." My cousin and the men with him would kill you all. I'd rather be left alone, for I must think what to do. I ain't sayin' not and Miss Lou sensed at your quest, but don't you give up. And Zaney took her departure, resolving to have a conference with Chunk at the earliest possible moment. The impossible remedies suggested by Zaney depressed Miss Lou all the more, for they increased her impression of the hopeless character of her position. She felt that she was being swept forward by circumstances hard to combat, and how to resist or whether she could resist were questions which pressed for an immediate answer. She possessed a temperament which warned her imperatively against this hasty marriage, nor was there any hesitancy in her belief that it would blight her young life beyond remedy. She was not one to moan or weep helplessly very long, however, and the first gust of passion and grief having passed, her mind began to clear and face the situation. Looking out of her window, she saw that her cousin and his men were mounted and were about to ride away again. Having waited till they had disappeared, she bathed her eyes and then descended to her uncle. "Where has Lieutenant Whately gone?" she asked. "Your cousin does not forget, even at such a time, that he is a soldier, and he is scouting the country far and wide. Moreover, it is his intention to ask the Rev. Dr. Williams to be here tomorrow evening, and a few friends also. I trust that by that time your perverse mood will pass away, and that you will unite with your kindred in their efforts in your behalf. Is there no use of reasoning with you, uncle, no use of pleading with you?" Perkins stood in the door and knocked to announce his presence. "Well, what is it?" asked Mr. Barron nervously. "Have you heard anything, sir?" "Good heavens, no!" "Heard what?" "Well, sir, I dunno. The field hands are buzzing like bees, and I can't get nothing out of 'em." "Well, Perkins, be watchful. Do your best. God only knows what's coming. You are well armed, I suppose?" "You may reckon that, sir, and I'll use 'em too, if need be. The hands are cute, mighty cute. I can't lay my finger on any one in particular, but they're all a sort of bilin' up with 'citement. Best to stay among them and be stern and vigilant." When Perkins withdrew, Mr. Barron said to his niece with strong emotion, "You see we are beset with danger, and you talk of reasoning and pleading against my best efforts for your safety. There! I'm too harassed, too overwhelmed with weighty subjects for consideration, to discuss this matter further. I must give my attention to securing some papers of vital importance." Miss Lou departed with the feeling that dangers were thickening on every hand, and that she was only one of the causes for anxiety in her uncle's mind. She knew it would be useless to say anything to her aunt, and with a longing for a little sympathy and advice she resolved on another visit to her old mammy, Aunt Jeannie. The Union soldier had a remote place in the background of her thoughts, and yet she felt that it was preposterous to hope for anything from him. Chapter 8. When? The vigilant eyes and constant demands of her mistress prevented Zaney from giving Chunk more than a few significant hints, but he was quick to comprehend the situation. When he saw Miss Lou bending her steps toward his granny's cottage, he thanked his stars that the garden was in that direction also, and soon apparently was very busy at a good point from which to observe the cabin. In view of the approaching wedding, Mrs. Barron had given Aunt Jeannie much to do, and she was busily ironing when Miss Lou again stood within the door. The old woman's fears had been so greatly aroused that she had insisted that Scoville should remain in the loft. "Folks all be comin' and gwine all the evening, and ol' Miss herself mout step dis away." At the same time her heart ached for the young girl. At sight of the sweet, troubled face the faithful creature just dropped into a chair, and throwing her apron over her head, rocked back and forth, moaning, "You Pachilli, you Pachilli!" "Yes, mammy," cried Miss Lou, forgetting for the moment that a stranger was within hearing. "I'm in desperate straits, and I don't know what to do." The trapdoor was lifted instantly, and Scoville was about to descend. "You mustn't do dat!" exclaimed Aunt Jeannie. "We's all in misery enough now." "I hope that in no sense I am the cause of it," said Scoville earnestly. "Oh, no," replied Miss Lou, wiping her eyes hastily. "Not directly. Pardon me, I forgot for the moment that you were here. My trouble is with my family, and you have nothing to do with it except as you Yankees are coming south and making trouble of every kind." "Well, Miss Barron," said the scout, regarding her sympathetically through the open door, It is too late to talk about our coming south. Isn't there something I can do for you, to show my gratitude and goodwill? Oh, no, indeed. The best thing you can do, Mas Scoville, is to shed dat do and keep still, den get back to yo folks soon easy you can travel. We uns got the easy much easy we can stand up on her, and ef dey found you year, hit you be de world comin' ter smash. If Miss Barron would tell me her trouble, she might find that I am not so powerless to help as I seem. Since she has done so much for me, I have a certain kind of right to do what I can in return. You forget, sir, that we are strangers and aliens. No one is an alien to me from whom I am accepting life and safety. And his glance was so kind and friendly that, in her dire extremity, she was induced to ask a question. If you feel that you owe anything to me, she said hesitatingly, tell me truly, if your people came to this plantation, would our home be burned and we all be in danger of insult and death? Is that all you fear? He asked, smiling. But answer me on your word and honor. No, Miss Barron, not from our regular troops. There are vile wretches connected with all armies, on your side as well as ours, who act without orders or any control except their lawless will. If you and your friends are tortured by the fear of northern soldiers, should they come this way, you may set your mind comparatively at rest. I must add, however, that our troops have to live off the country, and so take food from man and beast. They also help themselves to better horses when they find them. I have told you the truth. Why, believe me, Miss Barron, I would defend you with my life against anyone. Oh dear! Cried the girl, with another rush of tears. My uncle believes that our house will be burned and we all murdered, and they are going to marry me to my cousin against my will, so that he can take me to a place of safety. When? Asked Scoville, excitedly. Tomorrow evening. Aunt Jinky in her trepidation had stepped to the door, and there, sure enough, was Mrs. Barron coming down the path with her hand full of crumpled muslins. She had appeared so silently and suddenly before Chunk that he had started and stared at her. When he tried to edge off toward the cabin, she had said sharply, "Keep at your work. What is the matter with you? I reckon your granny is smoking instead of doing my work." And she hastened her steps to surprise the supposed delinquent. Entering the cabin, she saw only Aunt Jinky ironing, and her niece sitting with her handkerchief to her face. "Ah," said the old lady to her laundress, "I'm glad you realize the importance of doing my work when it's needed." Then followed a few brief directions in regard to the articles she had brought. "Louise, I wish you to come with me. This is no place for you," concluded Mrs. Barron, turning to depart. The girl rose and followed submissively, for she was overwhelmed by a confused sense of danger, not merely to the Union soldier, but also to her old mammy, who was sheltering him. The extremity of her fears and the fact that Chunk had not come to warn them led her to dread that her aunt's suspicions were already aroused. Chunk gave her a very anxious look as she passed, but she only shook her head slightly, as much as to say, "I don't know." The Negro's elation and confidence now passed utterly. He became deeply alarmed, not only for the scout, but for himself and grandmother as well. He was not long in coming to a decision. Whately and his troopers were absent, and now, perhaps, was the best time to act. After satisfying himself that he was not observed, he slipped away to the cabin. When Mrs. Barron finally disappeared, Aunt Jinky sank into a chair almost in a state of collapse. "Oh, good Lord!" she gasped. "I de tremblin' so in my kneegents I chant stand dot." "Courage, Aunt Jinky," said Scoville, through the chink in the floor. "Try to get Chunk here as soon as possible. I de done beat. I chant lift my han no mo dot." "Granny," said Chunk, sauntering in, "you de watch at de do." And without waiting for a word he went up the ladder, lifted the door, and closed it. "Ah, Chunk, I wanted you badly," said Scoville. "Do you think it possible for me to get away at once? Dat de W I come ter see bout, Marzar, and I see gwine wid you. Mas Whately and he men all done gone till ebening dot." "Well, there's no need of further words. See what you can do about getting horses and a good start. I will explain on the way. Hoot like an owl when the coast is clear and you are ready." A few moments later Chunk emerged from the cabin, with careless mien, eating a pone of whole cake. "Go back to your work!" shouted Perkins, who was passing in the distance. This Chunk did, his eyes following the overseer until the hated form was lost to sight in a distant field where a squad of hands were at work. Perkins was simply trying to be ubiquitous that day. Chunk's next step was to steal to the rear of the stables. To his delight, he found that Whately had left his horse in order that it might rest for further hard service, and had borrowed one of his uncle's animals for the afternoon ride. As Chunk was stealthily putting on a bridle, a gruff voice asked, "What you doin' thar?" The Negro's heart stood still. Turning quickly, he saw, to his dismay, one of the Confederate soldiers lying on a pile of straw. A closer scrutiny revealed that the man was drowsy from partial intoxication, and Chunk, feeling that he was in for it now, said boldly, "Mas Whately told me at dinner ter tek his hoss ter de run fair a drink and ter limber his jints 'bout dis time in de ebening dot." "Very well, bring him back safe and sudden or I'll make you a head shorter and you air. Obi coasi marzar, I do easy I tol. I de ride obey down too. Mout easy well took I'm ter water de same time." The soldier making no response, Chunk slipped away with the horses, trembling as if in an ague fit. Nothing was left for him now but to get away and take his chances. Fortune in this instance, as it often does, favored the bolder course. The Confederate soldier was familiar with Chunk, since he had been the waiter at the troopers' mess. Moreover, his faculties were confused and blunted, and he was soon asleep again. Perkins' back was turned and every one at the mansion deeply preoccupied. Even Zaney, who had been charged not to leave the dining room, was not on the watch. Chunk hastened the horses down the lane toward the run, which having reached, he looked cautiously around, then hooted in fairly successful imitation of the ominous bird of night. Aunt Jinky dropped into her chair again with an ejaculation of terror. "Look out of the door and tell me if you see anyone," said Scoville quickly. Mechanically she obeyed, saying, "No, Marzar, but dat squinchild da shook me like a goze." Before she knew it, he was beside her, his eyes shining with excitement. "There," he said, putting into the hand he pressed a $10 bill. "I'll see you again, and you won't be sorry. Goodbye." And with a swift glance around he strode away toward the run. A moment or two later he was mounted on the bare back of Mad Whately's horse, following Chunk down the stream so that the flowing water might obliterate the hoofprints. They soon left the water and put their horses to a gallop toward the forest, within whose shades they disappeared. Both had deemed best not to tell Aunt Jinky of their departure, so that she might honestly plead ignorance. With the unerring instinct of a scout, the soldier led the way hour after hour toward the point where he expected to find the Union cavalry force. On the way he and Chunk compared notes, and thus Scoville more truly understood Miss Lou's position. "We must be back tomorrow afternoon," he said, "in time to prevent this marriage. So, Chunk, be careful. You must not get sleepy or let your horse stumble." Leaving them to pursue their way to the northwest, we can return to the Oaks. Miss Lou followed her aunt into the house, burdened for the moment with a new and pressing anxiety. Did the resolute old lady suspect that one of the class which she most detested had been concealed within earshot of her voice, and would a search be instituted? The girl's sympathies had gone out to the stranger, and the fact that he so trusted her appealed strongly to her woman's nature. In her alienation from her relatives, she was peculiarly isolated and lonely at just the period in life when she most craved appreciative understanding, and her intuitions led her to believe that this stranger could both understand and respect her feelings. His genial, kindly smile warmed her sore, lonely heart, and convinced her that there was a world of human affections and simple faith as well as of imperious wills and formal beliefs. His words in regard to himself and the North was another shock to her confidence in her uncle and aunt, and another proof that there was no good reason for the marriage they were forcing upon her. For a brief time she watched with keen-eyed interest to see if her aunt would take any steps to have Aunt Jinky's cabin searched. Her mind was soon relieved on this score, for she became convinced that her uncle was distracted by various anxieties, while Mrs. Barron, from force of habit and with the purpose of diverting her mind from all she feared, was pursuing her preparations with restless energy, keeping every one in her employ as busy as herself. It was evident that her niece's idle hands and perturbed wanderings to and fro annoyed her, and at last she broke out. "Louise, it would be much more becoming in you to unite with me in my efforts. The idea of your sitting and idly bemoaning your case in that foolish old woman's cabin. I'm glad you had the grace to show obedience to me before her, for this is a time when to our people the example of obedience is most necessary, and you should be the first to set it in all respects. It will only increase the trouble which your uncle and Perkins are having if our people see that you are rebellious. There is much that you should be doing and seeing too, for your uncle says that it may be best for you to leave the plantation with Mrs. Whately and her son immediately after your marriage. I am not married yet. I shall appeal to Aunt Whately, and if she has a woman's heart she will not sanction the marriage. You will find that because she has a woman's heart, and a baron's heart, she will sanction it and insist upon it." "We shall see," replied the girl, turning to go to her room. "Louise, it is my wish that you should put your things in order to be packed hastily, if need be." Miss Lou made no answer. Chapter 9. Paralyzed with shame. So far from obeying her aunt's injunctions, Miss Lou sat down by her window, but she did not note the smiling spring landscape over which the western sun was throwing its long, misty rays. Tears so blurred her eyes and blinded her vision that she could scarcely see at all. At last she was aroused by the crunching of wheels, and became aware that Mrs. Whately had arrived. From what she knew of this aunt she had a good deal of hope from her appeal, for Mrs. Whately had always seemed a kind-hearted woman. True, she had been overindulgent to her son, and in her blind idolatry of this only child, blind to his faults, always comforting herself with the belief that he was merely high-spirited and would settle down when he grew older. Miss Lou wished to speak to the mother before the son returned, and in the hope of securing a merciful ally in the lady, went down immediately to receive her. Mr. Barron was on the back porch calling, "Chunk, where in the mischief are you?" Where, indeed, with the start he had gained for the Union lines? "My dear niece," cried Mrs. Whately effusively, "how glad I am to see you, and to take you in my arms on this deeply interesting occasion." But the matron was troubled at the girl's red eyes and pallid face. "I will show you to your room at once," said Mrs. Barron to her guest, decisively and significantly. Miss Lou was right in believing that the situation and the unhappy appearance of the prospective bride would be explained. She had been forestalled in her chance to make an appeal. Mrs. Barron emphatically sustained her husband's purpose, concluding, "My dear sister, in this crisis you will have to take a firm stand with the rest of us. Louise is acting like a perverse child, and no more realizes the necessity and wisdom of our course than a baby." Meantime the outcry for Chunk increased, and Miss Lou was troubled that he did not respond. Taking advantage of the fact that her mistress was upstairs, Zany stole swiftly, with many a misgiving, to Aunt Jinky's cabin. "Whar dat grandboy o' you en?" she asked breathlessly. "Ein he in de jardin?" "No, he ein. Does you know whar he is? Better tell me de truff. Mout sabe you a heap o' be trouble. Do you min yo' business, and don't come trappasin' yer 'bout Chunk. You talks easy ef you own him. Ol' Mars are tinks he own him, and he da yellin' fer him. De Oberseer hollerin', too, and de lil' niggers runnin' yer dar, and yender lookin' fer him. Yer one o' be 'em now." With new and direful forebodings Aunt Jinky declared loudly, "I don't know what he be. He ain't say nothin' ter me 'bout gwine anywhar." Uttering an angry and contemptuous exclamation, Zany sped back, and with a scared look said to Miss Lou, "Aunt Jinky clar she de know notin' 'bout Chunk's doin's. Yef she ain't foolin' me, I de belebe he's runned away." At these tidings and at this suggestion the young girl was almost distracted. She went instantly to the cabin, supposing that it would soon be searched. "Mammy!" she exclaimed. "Where's Chunk? F.O. de Lawd, honey, I don't know. I de gwine all to pieces wid de goin's on. But people will be here looking." "Is he up there?" asked the girl in a whisper. "No, he de lit out 2 hour ago, and he guv me dis," showing the money, "and say he see me agin. I see feared he and Chunk gwine off togder." "Well, you don't know. Hide the money and declare you don't know anything. I'll stand by you as far as I can. As she hastened back, she saw a Confederate soldier running toward the house and Perkins limping after him as fast as possible. Entering the rear door, she heard the soldier demanding fiercely of her uncle, "Where's that cursed nigger you call Chunk?" "Whom are you addressing, sir?" asked Mr. Barron, indignantly. "Well, see here, boss," was the excited reply. "This ain't no time fair standin' on nice words. That cursed nigger o' your'n took the lieutenant's horse to the run fair a drink, and one o' your'n long of him, and me and Perkins chant find nary one of 'em." "Yes, sir," added Perkins in great wrath. "We uns followed the hoofprints to the run and inter the water, and there's no hoofprints comin' back. That infernal nigger has lit out with the 2 horses." "Why don't you go after him then?" shouted Mr. Barron, distracted with anger and accumulating perplexities. "He can't be far yet. I'd like ter see the hoss on this place that could catch the lieutenant's black mare. Oh, why didn't I shoot the nigger?" And the soldier strode up and down as if demented. "You deserve to be shot yourself, sir, if you, who had been placed on guard, permitted that black rascal to take the horses." "Yes," replied the soldier, desperately. "And the lieutenant is the man ter shoot me, cuss his red-hot blood!" And he stalked away toward the stables as if possessed by a sudden resolve. Turning to enter the house, Mr. Barron encountered his niece, who had been a witness to the scene, which explained everything to her. You see, cried the old man. "Everything going to rack and ruin! Would to heaven you could be married tonight, and sent away to a place of safety!" "Uncle," said the girl, almost fiercely, "did you not hear that man say of my cousin, curse his red-hot blood? Is that the kind of a protector you would force upon me?" "Yes," almost shouted the angry man, "because he has the spirit to deal justly with such reprobates. He's just the kind of protector you need in these lurid times, when it seems as if no one could be trusted. To think that that boy Chunk, who has been treated so well, could play us such an infernal trick! His old crone of a grandam must know something about it, and I'll make her tell. Perkins!" And Mr. Barron rushed toward the door again. The ladies had now descended and joined the excited group on the veranda. Zany was listening with craned neck from the dining-room door, and other yard folks, great and small, were gathering also. "What is the matter?" cried Mrs. Barron. Paying no heed to her, Mr. Barron said to his overseer, "Oun Jinky must know about this rascally flight and theft. Bring her here." "Uncle," said Miss Lou firmly, "Oun Jinky doesn't know anything about Chunk's disappearance. I've been to her cabin and asked her. As if the cunning old witch would tell you anything! Bring her here, I say, Perkins. It's time the spirit of insubordination on this place received a wholesome check." "Why," exclaimed Mrs. Barron, "it seems but a little while ago that Chunk was working quietly in the garden. And I reckon hit ain't much more'n 2 hours gone since I seed him comin' out o' the cabin, lazin' and eatin' hoe cake," added Perkins as he started angrily to obey his orders. "He had mischief in his mind, though, now I think of it," resumed Mrs. Barron, "for he seemed startled when he saw me, and tried to edge away to the cabin. I thought he was afraid I would catch his granny smoking instead of doing urgent work. Louise, you were in the cabin at the time. Why should Chunk be so anxious to get there before I did?" "I have not spoken to him this afternoon, and know nothing of his movements except what I have heard," replied the girl coldly. "Oh dear!" exclaimed Mrs. Whately. "What troublous times we've fallen upon!" In the silence which followed they heard the gallop of a horse. A moment later a negro came running up and exclaiming, "Dat soldier in de stable de saddle he hoss and put out easy ef de bill was arter him." Miss Lou smiled bitterly as she thought, "He evidently doesn't think it wise to wait for my protector." At this moment Mad Whately appeared cantering smartly up the avenue at the head of his men. Throwing his reins to a colored boy, he strode smilingly up the steps, exclaiming, "Why, this is a regular committee of reception. I am doubled honored since my fair cousin is present also." Miss Lou made no reply, and the expression on all faces led him to ask quickly, "Why, what's the matter?" The young man's brow grew black as Mr. Barron gave a hasty explanation. A half-suppressed oath rose to his lips as he turned on his heel and shouted to his men. "Halt there! Let every man mount and await orders. Simpson, you and 2 others follow the guard I left with my horse. Where's that nigger who saw him start? Here, you, put these men on his track as you value your life. Simpson, take him, dead or alive." The men saluted and departed at once. The galloping of their horses soon died away in the distance. "Now for this beldam," said Whately sternly, as Aunginky approached, tottering in her excess of fear and accompanied by Perkins. Miss Lou saw that her cousin was terribly excited, indeed, that he fairly trembled with passion. She was scarcely less stirred herself, for she possessed much of the hot blood of her kindled, and during the last 24 hours nearly all that had occurred tended to fire her spirit. Now that she saw her own dear old mammy led cowering under the hostile eyes of every one, she was almost beside herself with pity and anger. Unaccustomed to conventional restraint, reacting from long years of repression, a child still in some respects, in others a passionate woman revolting at a fate from which her whole nature shrank, she was carried far above and beyond her normal condition, and was capable of following her impulses, whatever they might be. Aunginky turned her eyes appealingly, and was awed, even in that terrible moment, by the intensity of the girl's expression, as she half-consciously drew nearer and nearer. The field hands, deeply excited, had also edged up from the quarters. Mr. Barron and his overseer observed yet tolerated this, thinking that it might be just as well to have the Negroes learn from Aunginky's experience that authority would still be sternly enforced. Whately's headlong temperament was so overcome by anger that he noted nothing except the presence of one whom he believed the aider and abettor in his great loss, for a favorite and trusty horse is one of the dearest possessions of a cavalryman. "Where's your grandson?" he demanded fiercely. "Fo de Lord, I dunno," gasped Aunginky. "The truth, now, or you'll be sorry." I dunno. "Yef he gone, he ain't say nebber a word ter me, not eben goodbye." "No use of your lying. You knew the rascal's purpose. Why didn't you tell Mr. Barron? Which way did he go?" "I de declar, Marzar, I dunno." "You do know," cried Whately, driven almost to frenzy. "And I'll cut the truth out of you." His whip fell before he could arrest it, but it struck the arm and shoulder of Miss Lou. She had drawn very near, and swift as light, had sprung forward and encircled the form of her mammy. There were startled exclamations from those near, echoed by a groan from the Negroes, and then the girl spoke in stern, deep tones. "You thought to strike one woman, and you have struck 2. Whately dropped his whip and stood with bowed head, paralyzed with shame. There were wild cries and a swaying of the field hands toward the house. The mounted soldiers drew their revolvers and looked from the thronging black faces to that of their commander, but he paid no heed to them. Perkins did not wait, however, but drawing his weapon, began to limp toward the threatening mass, with oaths and orders to disperse. As for Mr. Barron and the ladies, they were just helpless in the whirl of events. Although Miss Lou's back was toward this new phase of the drama, she instantly and instinctively comprehended it. With a fear almost hereditary, as well as one vaguely dreaded from childhood, she recognized the possible horrors of an insurrection, her own action the indirect cause. She turned and sprang forward so swiftly to interpose that her comb fell away, and her golden hair streamed behind her. She stood between the blacks and those who could harm them, also those whom, in their wild excitement, they were ready to attack. "Silence!" she cried, then in the deep hush that followed she called out, in clear, ringing tones. "Every friend of mine will go back to quarters, keep quiet, and obey orders. I promise that no harm shall come to any of you." The men doffed their ragged hats, and a voice from the crowd answered, "We bay you, Miss Lou, and we won't let no harm come to you, noder." Then as the dense, angry mass of 100 or more men and women melted away toward the quarters, it was seen that many a heavy club was carried among them. Miss Lou watched them silently 2 or 3 moments, the rest looking on in wonder and suppressed anger mingled with fear. The girl returned, and taking her mammy by the hand, was about to lead her into the house. Whately started as she essayed to pass him unheedingly, and seized her hand. Lou, cousin Lou, forgive me, he cried. You know I meant you no such indignity. I know you mean me a greater one, she replied coldly, withdrawing her hand. See, I ask your forgiveness on my knees, he urged passionately. But her heart was steeled against him, for her very soul was hot with indignation. Come, mammy, she said firmly. Such shelter and protection as I still have in this house you shall share. Louise, this is monstrous, began Mrs. Barron. No, cried the girl. This poor creature is the nearest approach I have ever known to a mother. She doesn't know about her grandson, and no one shall try to cut the truth out of her. Come, mammy, and she led the trembling old negress up to her room. When hidden from all eyes, her courage and excitement gave way, and she cried on her mammy's breast like the child she was. Chapter 10. A Baffled Diplomatist. Miss Lou left consternation, confusion, and deep anxiety below stairs. Mad Whately had his own code of ethics, and he felt as if he had committed the unpardonable sin. His mother was shocked and pained beyond measure. She understood the feelings of her son, and sympathized with him. Drawing him into the parlor, she soothed and cheered him with the assurance that when his cousin's anger passed she would explain and intercede. "Oh, mother!" he exclaimed. "I did love her honestly before, but now I adore her. I must marry her, and by a lifetime of devotion wipe out the wrong I did not intend to inflict. It will all come about right yet, my boy," she whispered. "I never understood Louise before. I fear they have been too strict and unsympathetic in her bringing up, and so she has naturally rebelled against all their plans. You didn't think at the time, indeed, in our excitement we all forgot, that Aunt Jinky was her mammy, and you know how strong that tie is, even in your case, and you have always had a mother's love. Oh, fool, fool that I was in my mad anger! Brave, grand, heroic girl! I'd have done as much for my old mammy, or rather I'd have struck down a general before he should harm her. Oh, mother, mother!" concluded the much-indulged youth. "I must marry her. She is just the bride for a soldier. Rather than have her fall into the hands of the enemy, we will lead her to see that it is the only thing to be done," replied Mrs. Whately. Perkins had a consultation with Mr. Barron, as far as that desperately perturbed old gentleman was capable of holding one, the result of which was the decision to let the negroes alone, provided they kept quiet and obeyed. It was evident to both of them that the approach of Union forces, though yet comparatively distant, had produced the usual demoralizing effects. The government at the Oaks had not been harsh, but it had been strict and animated by a spirit which alienated sympathy. The situation was now seen to be too critical to admit of severity, all the more as the protection of Whately and his troopers might soon be withdrawn. It was a silent and depressing meal to which they sat down that evening, long after the accustomed hour, a fact which Mr. Barron would not forget, even in the throes of an earthquake. He groaned over it. He groaned over everything, and especially over his niece, who had suddenly developed into the most unmanageable element in the whole vexed problem of the future. He felt that they owed her very much, and that she held the balance of power through her influence over the negroes, and yet he was incensed that she was not meek and submissive as a young woman should be under all circumstances. An angry spot burned in each of Mrs. Barron's cheeks, for she felt that Miss Lou's conduct reflected very unfavorably on her bringing up. She was so scandalized and vexed that she could scarcely think of anything else. Mrs. Whately was all deprecation and apology, trying to pour oil on the troubled waters in every way, while her son was as savagely angry at himself as he had been at poor Aunt Jinky and her grandson. Most fortunately, the main feature in the case remained undiscovered. The fact that a Union scout had been hidden and permitted to depart would have been another bombshell, and the consequences of its explosion would have been equally hard to predict or circumscribe. As it was, Miss Lou and Aunt Jinky received a certain remorseful sympathy which they would have forfeited utterly had the truth been revealed. And the secret did tremble on the lips of Zany. She was not only greatly aggrieved that Chunk had run away, after all, without her, and had become a sort of hero among his own kind on the plantation, but she also felt keenly her own enforced insignificance when she knew so much more than that Chunk had merely decamped. Her mistress little dreamed, as the girl waited stolidly and sullenly on the table, that she was so swelling with her secret as to be like a powder magazine. But fear rather than faith finally sealed Zane's lips. She was aware that the first question asked would be, "If you knew so much, why didn't you tell?" And she could give no reason which would save her from condign punishment. Moreover, she hoped that Chunk would soon return with no end of Lincoln men, and then her silence would be rewarded. Supper was sent up to Miss Lou and her guest, and the old woman, having at last some sense of security, made her first good meal since things began to happen. Then she hankered after her pipe. "I'll get it for you," said the warm-hearted girl. She stole to the head of the landing, and the hall below being clear at the moment, she flitted down and out at the back door, reaching the deserted cabin unobserved. How desolate it looked in the fading twilight! The fire was out on the hearth, and the old creaking chair was empty. But Miss Lou did not think of Anjiki. Her thoughts were rather of a stranger whose face had been eloquent of gratitude as he offered to shield her with his life. Then she remembered his excited question as to the time of the marriage. When? Had her answer anything to do with the sudden and bold departure? Her heart was in a sudden flutter. She snatched the corncob pipe and tobacco pouch, and sped back again in a strange blending of fear and hope. She felt guilty that she could dare hope to see him, a Yankee, again. But his smile was so pleasant and frank, she murmured. Oh, I never remember to have had such genial, honest, unreserved goodwill looked at me by any one except Mammy, and she's so old and wrinkled that she can't look much of anything. What handsome, kind, dark eyes he had! Yet they would all say, he's a monster! She made her way back in safety until she reached the head of the stairs, and then came plump upon her aunt. Where have you been? Asked Mrs. Barron sharply. After Aunt Jinky's pipe. Horrible! I forbid her smoking in this house. I shall permit her to smoke in my room. You have no right! Very well, then I'll go with her to her cabin. My dear sister, said Mrs. Whately, putting her hand on the irate lady's arm, I think it will be better to let our niece have her way in such little things. We must remember that she is no longer a child. I think she is acting like a very perverse and foolish one, but then rather than have any more scenes, and looking unutterable things, she passed on down the stairs. My dear, I wish to see you by and by. Won't you let me? Said Mrs. Whately. I wish to see you. I must see you before I sleep, replied the girl, decisively. I'll come up soon then, dear. Mrs. Barron reported to her husband what had occurred, but he only groaned. He was scarcely able to do much else now. Oh, hang it! Exclaimed Whately. What fiend directs my luck this evening? If I had only known she had gone to the cabin, I could have compelled her to listen to me and to my apologies. No worse luck could have happened, said his mother, entering. You must curb your impatience, and so, pardon me for saying it, must you, brother and sister. You are driving the girl to lengths she would never have thought of going. She is excited and almost beside herself. You forget, brother, that she is a Southern girl and a Baron, and has all the spirit of our race. She is one to be coaxed, to yield to gentle pressure and firm reasoning, and not to be driven. Oh, curse it! We've made a mess of it, I fear, groaned Whately, who was capable of violent alternations of mood, and now was in the valley of humiliation and almost despair. Well, you must all let me manage a little now, resumed Mrs. Whately, somewhat complacently, or else there is no telling what trouble you may have. Yes, yes, cried her son. I insist on Mother's managing. She has always obtained what I wanted, and I shall certainly throw my life away if I don't marry Cousin Lou. Madison, said his mother tearfully, am I, who have so loaded you with kindness, of no account? Oh, forgive me, Mother, I can't do anything but blunder tonight. I'm all broken up, distracted by conflicting duties and feelings. I picked up important information this evening. The Yankee column, halting in the rich valley to the northwest, have been ranging the country far and near, loading their wagons and resting their horses. They will make a move soon, and will come this way just as likely as not. Our forces are coming up from the south, and there certainly will be a fight soon somewhere in this region. I received a secret dispatch at the courthouse, after seeing the minister, who will be here early tomorrow evening. After the wedding I intend to escort Mother and my wife south to Cousin Sam Whately's. They certainly will be out of the Yankee line of march there. Perhaps you and Anne had better go too. No, said Mr. Barron. I intend to stay and face it out here. I shall stand or fall on my own hearth. And I shall remain with my husband, added Mrs. Barron firmly. Well, nothing worse may happen than a general sack of the place, but I cannot leave Mother and the girl who is to be my wife. I shall ride over to our place in the morning for the best horse on it, and to see the overseer. I'll bring back a few papers which I will put in your charge, uncle. Thus they discussed the emergency till Mrs. Whately thought she could venture to Miss Lu's room. Her son accompanied her to the door and called out, I give you my word, cousin, that Aunt Jinky can go to her cabin, and that no one shall disturb her. Then he retreated to the parlor again. When Mrs. Whately entered the room, she witnessed what was not reassuring. Miss Lu's white shoulder was bare, and upon it was the long red mark of the whip. Aunt Jinky was bathing the bruise with some lotion. My poor child, said the lady. Madison is almost beside himself with grief and self-reproach. Please tell him, replied the girl, that I'm glad the blow fell on me instead of Mammy. Ah, well, my dear, he has asked forgiveness and is profoundly sorry. Hit soon be well, honey. Wish to gracious hit was me dat habit. And you bairn hit so patient, too, wn I smokin'. Dar I kiver hit up now, and hit ein dar in de morning. I reckon I go back to de cabin now, honey. I kinda use to my own chimbley corner. Miss Whately got something to say to comfort you. Very well, Mammy. I'll see that you have no trouble. And the old woman departed. Surely, Louise, you cannot expect any more trouble, after my son has said there would not be any, said Mrs. Whately in a somewhat aggrieved tone. You must have seen, was the reply, that Cousin Madison hasn't just the kind of self-control which inspires confidence. I assure you, Louise, that he regrets his act as much as you can. You should, in charity, remember his great provocation. Well then, Miss Lu burst out, let him make amends. Here I am, a defenseless girl, with all my kindred against me. He should be the first to defend me. So he wishes to do, my dear, and he only craves the most sacred right to defend you. Yes, in his own way, and without any regard to my feelings and wishes. Indeed, my dear, you misjudge him. You have only to yield one point in order to make him a slave to your wishes. But that is yielding everything. Oh, Aunt, how can you urge a girl toward a loveless marriage? Now, my dear, just listen patiently to me for a few moments, began Mrs. Whately in a wheedling tone. I am older than you are. I know young girls are apt to have romantic notions, but when they reach my age they find that it is ever best to act in view of good and sufficient reasons. Apart from the terrible emergency that is upon us, you know that we all have had our hearts set on this marriage almost ever since you were born, and we have made no secret of the fact. It would be a terrible disappointment to us if it should not take place. I fear that life has been too strict and narrow for you here, but you know that in my home you will dwell in an atmosphere of kindness and indulgence. I will give up to you whenever you are ready to take the reins after these sore troubles are over. But Louise, you do not realize that we are in the midst of a terrible emergency. You ought not to remain here. Madison has arranged that we both go south to his cousin Sam's. I don't wish to go, cried the girl, wringing her hands. Now, my dear, can't you just believe that we, who are more experienced and know the danger, wish to do what is best for you and what you will soon see was best? No, I cannot. I cannot. I just feel that I can't marry my cousin without perjuring myself. Surely you don't love anyone else, Louise? What chance have I had to love anyone, except my old mammy? I don't know anything about the love which I feel should lead to marriage. I have just been treated like a child, and then without any girlhood at all I'm to be married to one that I shrink from. I feel in my very soul that it's all wrong and unjust. But, my dear, you won't feel so after you are a wife and safe in your own home. You will then feel that you have reached woman's true place and sphere, without incurring the risks and misfortunes which befall so many. Your guardians might have shown more tact, perhaps, but they meant well, and they wish you well, and are seeking only your welfare. They feel in honor bound to do what is best for you, and not what, in your inexperience, you may wish at the moment. As for my son, a warmer-hearted fellow does not breathe. He loves you fondly. You can influence him, you can control him as no other can, you have the strongest hold upon him. Alas, said the girl, divining the ultimate truth, you love him blindly and wholly, you would sacrifice me, yourself and everything to him, and because he has always had everything his own way, he would have me in spite of the whole protest of my being. No one truly cares for me, no one understands me. I have been thrown back upon books and my own nature for such knowledge as I now so desperately need, and I feel that if I am false to my interests, to what I believe is right, my life is spoiled. I don't wish to marry anyone, and as to all these dangers you so vaguely threaten, I believe that if there is a good God, He will take care of me. Well, my dear, said Mrs. Whately, striving to hide the fact that she was baffled, we won't talk any more about it tonight. You are excited and worried, and incapable of wise judgment. Rest and sleep are what you need now. And she kissed the girl, who did not return the caress. Wise judgment, she muttered bitterly. What fine words they use! So you, too, are hopelessly against me. You would give me to your son just as you used to give him everything he cried for when a child. Well, then, I'll appeal to the minister himself. I don't believe he can marry me against my will. At any rate, I shall never give my consent, never, and perhaps somebody may come in time. My people are teaching me to fear them even more than the Yankees. Chapter 11. Aunjinki's Warning. The night passed like a lull in the storm. Perkins reported that the Negroes were quiet, contenting themselves with whispering and watchfulness. Aunjinki smoked and dozed in her chair, listening to every sound, but no squinch-owl renewed her fears. The family at the mansion were too perturbed to sleep much, for all knew that the morrow must bring decisive events. The 3 soldiers sent after the recreant trooper returned from a bootless chase and were allowed to rest, but Whately saw to it that there was a vigilant watch kept by relief of guards on the part of the others. He was not very greatly encouraged by his mother's report, but as the hours passed the habits of his life and the tendencies of his nature asserted themselves with increasing force. He would marry his cousin on the morrow. He would not be balked in his dearest hope and wish. The very resistance of the girl stimulated his purpose, for throughout all his life nothing so enhanced his desire for anything as difficulty and denial. The subduing the girl's high spirit into subservience to his own was in itself a peculiarly alluring prospect, and he proved how little he appreciated her character by whiling away part of the night over taming of the shrew, a creature of fitful impulse, nurtured into an arrogant sense of superiority. He banished all compunctions, persuading himself easily into the belief that as soldier, officer, and lover he was taking the manly course and going straight forward. The idea of consulting a whimsical girl at such a time, he muttered, when a Yankee horde may descend on the plantation within 48 hours. Miss Lou was quite as sleepless as himself, and also did a great deal of thinking. She had too much pride to hide and mope in her room. Her high, restless spirit craved action, and she determined to brave whatever happened with the dignity of courage. She would face them all and assert what she believed to be her rights before them all, even the clergyman himself. She therefore appeared at the breakfast table with just enough color in her cheeks and fire in her eyes to enhance her beauty. "Ah, this is something like," exclaimed her uncle. "I knew sleep and thought would bring back good sense." Mrs. Whately kissed her effusively and Mrs. Barron formally, the girl submitting with like mien in both instances. Her cousin, in accordance with his mood and the policy he had adopted, bowed gallantly and with a touch of grandiloquence in his tone said, "I again apologize before all for my most unfortunate act last evening." She only bowed silently in reply. Then Whately assumed the air of one who had many and weighty matters on his mind, his whole conversation conforming to the accepted belief that they were facing a terrible emergency, and that he, as the practical head of the family at such a time, must act decisively for the best good and safety of all. If I could be governed in this instance, he said, only by patriotic feeling I would advise the destruction of all the forage on the place if convinced that the Yanks were coming this way, but that would incite them to every possible outrage. Still, I truly believe that it would be best for you and Aunt to go with us this evening. No, said Mr. Barron. I've settled that. Haven't you Negroes that you can trust to take the stock off into the woods for concealment? After Chunk's rascality, I won't trust any of them. Well, I shall adopt that plan at our place this morning, and leave as little of value within reach as I can help. By a sort of tacit agreement, it was thought best not to say anything to Miss Lou except as Mrs. Whately broached the subject, it being believed that a quiet ignoring of her will and a manifest purpose to carry out their own would have the most weight in breaking down her opposition. Indeed, it was a shrewd policy, hard for the young girl to bear up against. Mrs. Barron had been enjoined not to cross her in little things. The busy housekeeper was too preoccupied to do so had she been disposed, but it troubled and incensed the girl to the last degree to see her bustling about, preparing for the wedding as if it would take place as a matter of course. Mrs. Whately's affectionate smiles and encouraging words were even harder to endure. That good lady acted as if Miss Lou were a timid and coy maiden, who merely needed heartening and reassuring in order to face a brief ordeal, and then all would be well. Her cousin gallantly lifted her hand to his lips and then rode away with part of his men, saying cheerfully, "I'll manage everything for the best." A vague terror seized upon the girl, and she again sought the refuge of Aunt Jinky's cabin. She must have someone to speak to who understood her, who felt for her. She found that Mrs. Barron had been there before her, urging the completion of certain tasks. Indeed, the old woman was ironing a white muslin dress which looked very bridal-like. Miss Lou recognized it as her own gown, which might naturally be worn on such an occasion. "Who brought that here?" she asked quickly. "Ol' Miss, honey. She said you could wore dis or de one you hab on, de easy you pleases." "Aunt Jinky," said the girl in an odd whisper, "do you think they can marry me against my will? Miss Lou, I declar to you I see been smokin' and projeckin' ober dat mose all night." "Well? Hit 'pears ter me a orfully mucks-up question. Yer yo jardins, ol' Marzar and ol' Miss. Days da had dear gay on dis plantation sence I was a girl. You was trust to dem to be took keer on, and you told me how he manage yo prop tie. He call you he ward. I did know W at par dat ward business gib him. I see yeard and my dayo be young girls marred yer and marred dar, and dey aim sayin' much bout who dey marry. Folks say dat was de way wid ol' Miss. I recomember dem days, and I year ol' Mars R.S. fader talkin' wid her fader bout W at dey call settlements and patayans. Den ol' Mrs. Mammy told me how her young miss was cool easy a cowcumber, and how she say her folks know best and she satisfied, and den how she gib her min ter W at she call her trosso. Why, honey, I de doin' up tings be dat ar trosso yit." "That's just the trouble with Aunt," said Miss Lou scornfully. "I don't believe she ever had heart enough to love with. Well, I reckon ol' Marzar is projeckin' dis away. Ol' Miss, she settled down and tuck hole strong. She de kinner fall inter he ways and mek tings hum wid de yard and house folks. She de a natural bound housekeeper, and we uns all had ter stand roon and do easy," she said sudden. "We son why did, and ol' Marzar, he tink hit be did de same wid you. But it won't, mammy. I'm not like my aunt. Dat you ein, honey, bless de Lawd. Ol' Miss nebber stand twixt me and a whip, and she nebber run fair my pipe and let her show ache whiles I smokes like a ol' himage. I see only de esplainin' how dey feels bout yo marriage. Ah, but mammy, you know how I feel about it. I won't marry my cousin if I can help it. Hit's yo feelin's, honey, W at de riles up my innards so I chawnt hardly wook. Dat's whar my projeckin' gins out, and I see kinner stumped bout hit. Dey's gwine right long wid dear preparations de easy ef dey could do easy dey pleased. De no W at de law is bout hit ef dere is any law in dese mucks-up times. I see de took clar off my foots wid all de goin's on. De fielhans at de quarters is bilin' ober wid citement, and dey's sayin' de Linkum men's comin' ter upset a briding. Whar dey git de news fum I dunno. Dey says ol' Mars are distracted and ol' Miss to put her thin lips together easy ef she gwine ter hab her way ter de last minute. Easy fair Moss Whately, you knows he allies hab his way, and ef dere isn't any way he mek it. You says de minster and folks is comin'? Hit de stumps me fair dem ter go on so ef dey hasn't de par. Well then, said the girl desperately, they will have to use force all the way through. I'll never give my consent. Perhaps W.N. de Minster see dat he won't marry you. That's just my hope, said the girl. A quick step was heard, and a moment later Mrs. Barron entered the cabin. Ostensibly she came for some of the articles which Aunt Jinky had ironed, but Miss Lou knew she was under surveillance, and she departed without a word. On entering her room she found that her little trunk had been packed and locked in her absence, and that the key was gone. She felt that it was but another indignity, another phase of the strong quiet pressure urging her toward the event she so dreaded. A hunted, half-desperate look came into her eyes, but she did not waver in her purpose. Mrs. Whately knocked, but the girl would not admit her. Meanwhile Mrs. Barron said to Aunt Jinky in parting, "See to it that you don't put foolish notions in my niece's head. We are none of us in a mood for trifling today." Then the old woman's wrath burst out. "You spec I see feared ter speak fair dat chilly W at stand by me so? Better be careful Yosef, Misties, you alls get in on VY scary ground wid Miss Lou. You tink you kin do wid her W at you pleases de easy ef she a lil girl baby. I reckon her motor come out en her grave to look arter you ef you ain't careful." "What do you mean by such language?" "I mean de dis, Misties. Ef you tinks Miss Lou ol' enough ter marry you know she ain't a chilly. Ef she ain't a chilly she a woman. Does you tink you kin trample on a woman? You kin trample on me and I am sayin' notin', but you can't trample on a whitey woman like Yosef. I tells you get in on scary ground with Miss Lou. If you both had sense you would know we are getting her off scary ground, as you call it. All you have to do is to obey my orders and not meddle. Vy well, Misties, I see warn you," said Aunt Jinky, sullenly returning to her work. "Warn me of what?" But the old woman would not vouchsafe another word. Mrs. Barron returned to the house, her lips compressed with a firmer purpose to maintain discipline on deck till the ship went down, if that was to be the end. Combined with her cold, unimaginative temperament was a stronger and more resolute spirit than that of her husband, who now was chiefly governed by his lifelong habit of persistence. He adhered to his purposes as a man at sea clings to the ship which he feels is going to pieces beneath him. Chunk and Scoville reached the Union camp in the gray dawn of the morning, and the latter soon had an audience with the commanding officer, with whom he was a favorite scout. The small party which had been compelled to leave Scoville behind had brought important information, gained chiefly by the young man's daring and address, and the general was very glad to see him again and to be assured of his escape. "We are ready to move," said the commander, "and the information brought in by your party has decided me to bear off to the southeast in order to meet the enemy approaching from the southwest. As soon as you are rested, Lieutenant Scoville." "Sir!" "What?" "Yes, I had recommended you for promotion and the order has come." "If zeal in your service, sir," began the scout, flushing proudly. Yes, I understand all that. I remember the men who served me well. As soon as you're able to start out in the same direction again, I would like you to do so." "I'm able now," said Scoville eagerly, and then he briefly related the situation of affairs at the Oaks, concluding, "If I had 25 men, I believe I could not only prevent the marriage but capture all the Confederates with their information. They have been scouting up toward us just as we were toward the enemy." "All right," said the general, laughing. "Perhaps the marriage may come off yet, only with another groom." "No, sir," said Scoville, gravely. "The girl befriended me in my sore need. She is as good and innocent as a child, and I would shield and respect her as I would my own sister." "That's the right spirit, Lieutenant. I was not sure how far matters had gone, in fact, was only jesting." Scoville made a hearty breakfast, and within an hour, at the head of over a score of men, was rapidly retracing his steps, Chunk following in a state of wild elation. They both had been furnished with fresh horses, and the tough, Elastic sinews of the newly fledged officer were tense with an unwonted excitement. If those tearful blue eyes of Miss Lou should welcome him as deliverer, this would be the most memorable day of his life. Chapter 12: A Whirlwind of Events. Whately returned wearing a rather gloomy and angry aspect. He had threatened his Negroes and stormed at them. They had listened in sullen silence. The overseer had said, "It's the old story. They have heard that the Yanks are near and may come this way. Fact is, one doesn't know what they haven't heard. They hold together and keep mum. You can see that all discipline is at an end among 'em." Whately could only give the man such directions as the emergency dictated, obtained some valuables, and returned chafed and all the more bent upon securing out of the possible wreck the one object he most coveted. But Miss Lou puzzled him and perplexed them all. She had taken refuge in almost absolute silence, and was as unresponsive to Mrs. Whately's endearments as to her uncle and aunt's expostulations, while toward Whately she was positively freezing in her coldness. Troubled and inwardly enraged, he was yet more than ever determined to carry out his purpose. His orders to his men were given sharply and sternly, and his mood was so fierce that there was no longer any affectation or assumption on his part. The girl's heart fluttered with nameless fears, but she had the strength of will to maintain the cold, impassive demeanor she had resolved upon. She felt that it would be useless to make further effort to influence her kindred, and that if she revealed her purpose to appeal to the clergyman, they might so prejudice his mind against her that he would not listen favorably. Fearing that this might be the case anyway, she found her thoughts turning with increasing frequency to the possible intervention of the Union scout. She both hoped for and feared his coming, supported as he would be, in this instance, by followers who might be so different from himself. She could not free her mind from the influence of the stories about Northern soldiers, and yet she was sure that as far as his power went, they would all be protected. Indeed, one danger menaced so closely and threateningly she could scarcely think of anything else than escape and relief from it. As the sun began to sink in the west, her uncle came to her door and said authoritatively, "Louise, I wish you to come down." She obeyed without a word and entered the parlor where all were assembled, noting with dismay that the Rev. Dr. Williams was already present. Her cousin sought to meet her gallantly, but she evaded him and took a seat. Mr. Barron began a sort of harangue. "Louise," he said, "as your guardian and in obedience to my sense of duty in a great responsibility, I have approved of this marriage. I am convinced that the time will speedily come when you will be glad that we all, were firm at this time. Both I and your aunt are growing old. Troubles, sore indeed even for the young to endure, are upon us. I am not sure that a roof will cover our gray hairs much longer. Perhaps in the dead of this very night the ruthless enemy may come. Now your Aunt Whately's carriage is at the door. A gallant soldier and a Confederate officer, the choice of all your kindred, is eager to give you his name and loving protection. He will take you far away from war's rude alarms, with its attendant and horrible perils. We have no common foe to deal with, but monsters animated by unquenchable hatred and a diabolical spirit. I should betray my trust and be recreant to my duty did I not avail myself of the one avenue of safety still open to you. See, your cousin's brave men are mounted, armed, and ready to act as your escort. Dr. Williams is here to perform his good offices, although other invited friends have not ventured from home in this time of peril which recent tidings prove to be increasing every hour. In a few moments you will be an honored wife, on your way to a place of refuge, instead of a helpless girl whose defenders may soon be scattered or dead. Truly, Miss Barron," said the clergyman, rising and approaching, "you cannot hesitate in circumstances like these." Miss Lou felt her tongue clinging to the roof of her mouth, and could only say in a hoarse whisper, "But I do not love my cousin, I do not wish to marry." "That may be your feeling at this moment. Indeed, circumstances are not conducive to gentle amatory feelings, and all may seem sudden and hasty to you, but you must consider that your relatives in this emergency, indeed that all your neighbors, are doing many things and taking many precautions that would not be thought of in a time of security. I have already sent my own family further south, and now in your case and Mrs. Whately's I feel that time is pressing. Will you please rise and take your cousin by the hand? She shook her head and remained motionless. Whately advanced decisively, took her hand, and sought gently to draw her into position before the clergyman. His touch broke the spell, the paralysis of dread, and she burst out. "No, no, you cannot marry me when my whole soul protests. I will not be married. Louise, I command you," began Mr. Barron excitedly. "It makes no difference." "I will not! I will not!" was the passionate and almost despairing response. "Oh, come, cousin, you are just excited, frightened, and off your balance," said Whately soothingly. "My dear Miss Barron," added the clergyman, "let me reassure you. It is evident that you are a little nervous and hysterical. Pray be calm and trust your relatives to do what is best for you. I do not wonder that your nerves have given way in that." "My nerves have not given way. Unfriended child that I am, I must not lose self-control. God grant that my will does not give way." "Unfriended!" exclaimed Mrs. Whately reproachfully. "Few girls in these times have so many to care and think for them. We are all bent on securing your welfare at every cost." "Yes, at every cost to me. Dr. Williams sees the wisdom and reasonableness of our course. My son is even straining his sense of military duty to escort us to a place of safety, where you will still be among relatives." "Then let him escort me as his cousin, not his wife," cried the girl. "But, Miss Barron, in the turmoil and confusion which may ensue, you will be far safer as his wife," Dr. Williams urged. "I would have been glad if I could have given my daughter like protection. Truly, it is not wise to be swayed by mere nervous excitement at such a time. Oh, even you, from whom I hoped so much, are against me." "No, my dear child," replied the minister, earnestly and sincerely. "I am for you always, but I cannot help seeing, with your relatives, that at present you are not in the quiet state of mind which would enable you to act wisely for yourself. What earthly motive could I have except your safety, welfare, and happiness?" "Well, then," said the girl, with a swift glance around and as if turning into stone, "do your worst." "I will never give my consent, never!" They looked at each other perplexedly and inquiringly, as if to ask what should be done, when Perkins burst in at the back door of the hallway shouting, "The Yanks!" The girl sank into a chair and covered her burning face for an instant. Deep in her soul she divined who her rescuer was, yet in the midst of her hopes she felt a certain consciousness of guilt and fear. Mr. Barron, Dr. Williams, and the ladies, half paralyzed, yet drawn by a dreadful fascination, approached the open windows. Mad Whately now played a better part. He was in full uniform and his horse stood saddled without. He went to it, mounted with almost the swiftness of light, and was just in time to see the Federals sweep around the drive which led to the stables. Scoville had brought his little force by the familiar way of Onjinki's cabin. Furious at being forestalled, and in obedience to a headlong courage which none disputed, Whately's saber flashed instantly in the rays of the sinking sun, and his command, "Charge!" rang clear, without a second's hesitancy. The order echoed in the girl's heart, and she felt that she had too much at stake not to witness the conflict. Her own high spirit also prompted the act, and in a moment she was out on the veranda. She saw her cousin spur directly toward the leader of the Federals, in whom she recognized the Union scout. His men came galloping after him, but seemed more inclined to envelop and surround the Confederates than to engage in hand-to-hand conflicts. The latter were experienced veterans and quickly recognized that they were being overpowered and that there was no use in throwing away their lives. Hasty shots were fired, a few sabers clashed, but the demand, "Surrender!" heard on all sides, was so well enforced by the aspect of the situation that compliance soon began. Scoville and Whately, with those immediately about them, maintained the conflict. The two young officers were evenly matched as swordsmen, although the Federal was the larger, stronger, and cooler man. As a result, their duel was quickly terminated by the loss of Whately's saber, wrenched from his hand. Then the point of his foe's weapon threatened his throat, and the word, "Surrender!" was thundered in his ears. Instead of complying, he fell from his horse as if shot, lay still an instant, and then in the confusion of the melee glided through an adjacent basement door and disappeared. Seeing him fall, His mother uttered a wild shriek and gave way to almost hysterical grief. A backward glance revealed to Whately that the fight was lost, or rather that it had been hopeless from the first, and his one thought now was to escape and lead back a larger force for the purposes of both rescue and vengeance. Gaining a rear door, a bound took him to some shrubbery. A second later he was behind the kitchen. Aunt Six saw him, threw up her hands, and uttered an inarticulate cry. A moment or two more and he was in the stable, leading out a horse. All attention was now so concentrated in front of the mansion that he was not observed. He took only time to slip on a bridle, then springing on the animal's bare back, he struck into a field behind a clump of trees. Putting the horse to a run, he was soon beyond successful pursuit. Some of his own men had seen him fall before they were driven back, and believed that he was either wounded or dead. Thronging Federals, unaware of the circumstances, occupied the ground, and only Miss Lou, with an immense burden lifted from her heart, saw his ruse and flight. She wished him well sincerely if he would only leave her to herself. Hastening to Mrs. Whately, she speedily restored the lady with assurances of her son's escape, then with her joined the group on the veranda. Mr. Barron, in the crisis of his affairs and as the head of the family, maintained a dignity and composure which of late had been lacking. Scoville paid no heed to them until every vestige of resistance had ceased and the Confederates were disarmed and collected as prisoners. Then, sitting on his horse in front of the piazza steps, he rapidly gave his orders. His first act was to send a vidette down the avenue toward the main road. Then he selected 5 men, saying, "Take charge of the stables, barn, and outbuildings. Keep them as they are and permit no one to approach without my written orders." At this moment the field hands, who had been surging nearer and nearer, sent forward a sort of improvised deputation. They approached bowing, with hats in hand and wistful looks in their eyes. Were these in truth the messengers of freedom of whom they had heard so much? Mr. Barron almost gnashed his teeth as he witnessed this action on the part of his property. "Marzar," said the spokesman, "I reckon you got good news for we UNS." "Yes, good news. You are all free." His words rang out so that they were heard by everyone. Shouts and cries of exultation followed like an echo, and ragged hats were tossed high in joy. The young soldier raised his hand with a warning and repressive gesture. In the silence that ensued he added, "My men here are both free and white, yet they must obey orders. So must you. Go back to your quarters and prove yourselves worthy of freedom by quiet behavior and honesty. If I find any one, black or white, acting the part of a thief while I am in charge, it will go hard with him. The general will be here tomorrow and he will advise you further." His words found immediate acceptance, the negroes returning to the quarters, laughing and chatting joyously, not a few wiping tears of deep emotion from their eyes. The long-expected day had come. They little knew what the future had in store for them, but this was the beginning of a new era and the fulfillment of a great hope. Scoville now dismounted and gave the reins to Chunk, who stood near with a droll assumption of soldier-like stiffness and oblivion to all the well-known faces. Mounting the steps, cap in hand, the young officer approached Mr. Barron, who was becoming a little assured that the orders thus far heard had not included a general application of the torch. "Mr. Barron, I presume?" said Scoville. "Yes, sir," was the stiff reply. "The ladies of your household, I suppose?" "They are." Scoville bowed ceremoniously to each, giving Miss Lou no other sign of recognition than a humorous twinkle in his eye. "Ladies," he began, "since it is the fortune of war that I must have command here for a brief time, I hasten to assure you that we shall give as little annoyance as possible. A few men on both sides were wounded, and I fear that the officer commanding your men was killed. At least I saw him fall. The night is warm and still, and I can make a hospital here on the piazza with a little aid from you. Please dismiss all further fears. Unless we are attacked, the night shall pass quietly. Each and every one will be treated with respect and courtesy. I must request of you, however, sir," addressing Mr. Barron, "food for myself and men and forage for our horses." "I suppose you will take them anyway," growled the unwilling host. "Certainly," replied Scoville, giving him a steady look. "Do you expect us to go hungry?" I shall do my duty as a soldier and an officer, as well as deport myself as a gentleman." There was nothing left but for Mr. Barron to give his directions to Perkins, or for the ladies to make preparations for the improvised hospital. Miss Lou gratefully recognized that Scoville did not intend to compromise her in the least nor reveal his previous acquaintance unless it should become known through no fault of his. She lingered a moment as Dr. Williams stepped forward and asked, "May I be permitted to return to my home?" "I trust so, certainly, sir, but my duty requires brief explanation on your part, and pledges that you will take no hostile action. We are not among friends, you know." "I can very readily account for myself, sir," was the stiff response. "I was summoned here to perform a wedding ceremony which your most inopportune arrival prevented. I am a man of peace, not of war, yet I cannot and will not give any pledges. It is scarcely fair, then, sir, for you to take refuge in your calling, but I will waive that point. I must warn you, however, that we can give protection to those only who do not seek to harm us. You are at liberty. Good evening, sir." He had extracted from the clergyman the fact that he had arrived in time, and he again gave the girl in the doorway a mirthful glance, then turned on his heel to attend to his military duties. Miss Lou hastened to her room with hot cheeks. Chapter 13 The Unexpected Happens. Scoville soon learned that his opponent, so far from being killed or even wounded, had escaped. He was not much worried by this fact, believing that before the Confederate officer could reach his friends and bring back an attacking force, the Federal column would be on the ground. Indeed, he was glad that the family upon which he had quartered himself could not associate him with so terrible a calamity. The young girl might not wish to marry her cousin, yet be sorry if he were fatally or even seriously wounded, while the rest of the household would be plunged in the deepest distress. Although a resolute soldier, Scoville was a kind-hearted fellow, and disposed to take the most genial views of life that circumstances permitted. There was a humor about his present situation which he relished exceedingly. He was buoyant over the interrupted wedding, and bent upon disappointing Mr. Barron in all his gruesome expectations in regard to the Yankees. There should be discipline, order, quiet, and an utter absence of all high tragedy. He cautioned his men against the slightest tendency to excess, even forbidding the chaffing of the negroes and noisiness. A steer, a pig, and some fowls were killed for supper, and the wood for cooking it was taken from an ample pile in the rear of the house. Happily, none were seriously wounded, and being veterans were able to do much for one another, while an elderly man in the troop who had some rude surgical experience supplemented their efforts. Miss Lou speedily joined her aunts in rummaging for old linen for bandages, and the performance of human duty by the elderly ladies dulled the edge of the terrible truth that they were in the hands of the Yankees. True, they had to admit to themselves that the young soldier did not appear like a ruthless monster, and that his conduct thus far had been almost ceremoniously polite. Yet all this might be but a blind on the part of a cunning and unscrupulous foe. When they came down to the veranda with the materials required, the unscrupulous foe met them, cap in hand, thanked them courteously, and gave his entire attention to the wounded, treating the men of both sides alike. Mrs. Whately, in glad reaction from overwhelming fear concerning her son's safety, offered her services in behalf of the few wounded Confederates, and they were readily accepted. Before she was aware of it, she found herself conferring with the young officer and the surgical trooper in regard to the best treatment of the injuries. Having long been mistress of a plantation and accustomed to act promptly when any of her slaves were hurt, she now proved a valuable auxiliary. When the soldiers with whom she sympathized were attended to, her kindness of heart led her on to the Federals, who thanked her as gratefully as if they were not depraved Yankees. Mr. and Mrs. Barron had retired to the parlor, where they sat in state, awaiting in gloomy fortitude the darker developments of what they deemed the supreme tragedy of their lives. Miss Lou was flitting in and out, getting lint and other articles required by Mrs. Whately. She found it no easy matter to maintain the solemnity of aspect which her guardians thought appropriate to the occasion, but was assisted in this effort by her genuine pity for the wounded. In her joyous relief at escape from a hated Union, her heart was light indeed. She had, moreover, no slight sense of humor, and was just bubbling over with mirth at the fact that although the Yankee monsters, from whom it was said she must be rescued at every cost, were masters of the situation. They were engaged in nothing more ruthless than feeding their horses, preparing supper, and caring for the wounded. The most delicious thing of all was that one of the chief prophets of evil, her Aunt Whately, was aiding in the last-named task. Her exultation was increased when she brought the last article required, and Scoville said with his genial smile, so well remembered, "I think I can assure you now, Miss Barron, that all will do very well. We are deeply indebted to this lady," bowing to Mrs. Whately, "whose services have been as skillful as humane." Now, one of the things on which Mrs. Whately most prided herself was the generally accepted belief that she was as good as a country physician in an emergency, and she could not refrain from a slight and gracious acknowledgment of Scoville's words. As they drew near to the door, she said hesitatingly, "Perhaps, sir, I should make an acknowledgment of deep indebtedness to you. I saw your saber raised and pointed at my son's throat. Could you not have killed him had you so wished?" "Ah, this is Mrs. Whately. Believe me, madam, we are not so bloodthirsty as to wish to kill, or even to injure, except so far as the necessities of war require. If you witnessed the brief conflict, you must have observed that my effort was to capture rather than to destroy your son's force. We all could not help seeing that," cried Miss Lou eagerly. "I could not help seeing also, Miss Barron, that you exposed yourself to danger like a veteran, and I was anxious indeed lest a stray bullet might harm you. It was well you were not armed, or we might have fared worse." And there was so much mirth in his dark eyes that she turned away to hide her conscious blushes. "Well, sir," resumed Mrs. Whately with emotion, "it is not easy to bless our enemies in this cruel war of aggression, but I must express my gratitude to one who stayed his hand when my son's life was within his power. I trust, madam, he may live to care for you in your declining years, and to become a good loyal citizen." "He is loyal, sir," replied Mrs. Whately with gentle dignity, "to the only authority he recognizes." And with a bow she retired. Miss Lou lingered a moment, and said earnestly, "I thank you. You are very considerate." His face so lighted up that it was almost boyish in its expression of pleasure, as he answered with the pride and confidence of one sure of sympathy, "This is a jolly day for me. I was made an officer this morning, and now, best of all, I am paying a little of my debt to you." She put her finger on her lips and shook her head, but the smile she gave him over her shoulder was reassuring. He promptly started on a round among his men again to see that the prisoners were properly guarded, and that all was going as he wished. "Louise," said Mrs. Barron, as the girl appeared in the parlor door, "it would be far more decorous if you would remain here with your uncle and myself." Miss Lou took a seat in the darkest corner that she might be less open to observation, while she calmed the tumult of her feelings. So much had happened that she must catch her breath and think what it all meant. Mr. Barron began gloomily, "Well, the dreaded hour which I hoped and prayed never to see has come. We are helpless and in the hands of our enemies. Only God knows what an hour will bring forth." "He has brought deliverance," cried Mrs. Whately, entering. "I questioned Aunt Sook, thinking that she might have seen Madison if he left the house. She did see him safe and sound. She also saw him get a horse and ride away. Ah, poor boy! How different was his departure from what he had every reason to hope and expect," replied Mr. Barron. "I should think your heart would be remorseful, indeed, Louise, when you picture your cousin flying from his kindred and home, alone and sad, tortured meanwhile by thoughts of the fate which has overtaken us. I'm sure, uncle, we are all sitting quietly in the parlor. That does not seem very dreadful. You little know, young woman, you little realize the cunning depravity." "There now, brother," interposed Mrs. Whately, "we must not think evil until we see more evidence of it, even in Yankees. I admit that I am most wonderfully and agreeably disappointed. The young officer in whose hands we are might have killed my son, but did not. I must at least be just to such a man. And you know he has been polite to us all, and told us to dismiss our fears," added Miss Lou demurely. "It would almost seem, Louise, that you welcome these invaders. I am too old and well informed not to know that this suave manner he affects is designed to lull us into a sense of false security." At this moment a firm step was heard on the veranda, followed by a rap from the brass knocker. They knew it was Scoville, and Mr. Barron rose and advanced to the parlor entrance. He assumed the solemn aspect of one who now must face the exactions and wrongs which he had predicted, and his wife tremblingly followed, to perish at his side if need be. But the invader barely stepped within the hall and stood uncovered as he said politely, "Mr. Barron, I have now practically made my dispositions for the night. There is no reason why your domestic routine should not be resumed as usual. As I said before, I pledge you my word you shall not be disturbed unless we are attacked. Good evening, sir. Good evening, ladies." And he bowed and withdrew, leaving the old gentleman speechless in the utter reversal of all that he had declared would take place. No plundering, no insults, no violence. On the contrary, even his beloved routine might be resumed. He turned around to his wife and sister almost gasping. "Is this some deep-laid plot?" "It certainly must be," echoed his wife. Miss Lou turned away quickly and stuffed her handkerchief in her mouth to prevent laughing outright. Her uncle caught her in the act, and was instantly in a rage. "Shame upon you!" he cried. "Enemies without and traitors within." This charge touched the girl to the quick, and she replied with almost equal anger, "I'm no traitor. Where has your loyalty to me been today? Look at me, uncle, and fix the fact in your mind, once for all, that I am neither a child nor an idiot. God has given me a mind and a conscience as truly as to you, and I shall use them. This northern officer says we are safe. I believe it, and you will know it in the morning. Now I simply insist that you and Aunt treat me with the respect due to my years and station. I've endured too much today to be patient under anything more. I meant no disrespect to you in laughing, but I cannot help being glad that instead of all sorts of horrible things happening we are treated with simple and even delicate politeness. Yes, brother," added Mrs. Whately, "as far as this man is concerned, you must revise your opinions. There is no deep-laid plot, nothing but what is apparent. I must also urge upon you and sister a change in your treatment of Louise. She will be far more ready to fulfill our hopes when led by affection." "Well, well, that I should live to see this day," groaned Mr. Barron. "My ward virtually says that she will do as she pleases. The slaves have been told that they are free and so can do as they please. Henceforth I suppose I am to speak to my niece with bated breath, and be at the beck and call of every Sambo on the place. You are not weltering in your own blood, uncle, and the roof is not blazing over our heads," replied Miss Lou quietly. "You have merely been told that you could have supper when it pleased you and then sleep in peace and safety. Aunt, I will thank you for the key of my trunk. I wish to put my things back in their places." Mrs. Barron took it from her pocket without a word, and Miss Lou went to her room. True to her nature, Mrs. Whately began to pour oil on the lacerated feelings of her brother and sister-in-law. "Louise is right," she said. "Things are so much better than we expected, than they might have been, that we should raise our hearts in thankfulness. Just think! If this northern officer is what you fear, why would he have spared my son, whom he might have killed in fair battle? In his conduct toward the wounded he showed a good, kindly spirit. I can't deny it, and he has been as polite to us as one of our own officers could have been. Think how different it all might have been, my brave son desperately wounded or dead, and unscrupulous men sacking the house. I need not refer to darker fears. I must say that I feel like meeting courtesy with courtesy. Since this Yankee behaves like a generous foe, I would like to prove that Southern rebels and slave drivers, as we are called, can equal him in all the amenities of life which the situation permits." "Oh, sister," cried Mrs. Barron, "even a cup of tea would choke me if I drank it in his presence." But Mr. Barron had lighted his pipe, and reason and Southern pride were asserting themselves under its soothing influence. At last he said, "Well, let us have supper anyway. It is already after the hour." "Supper has been ready this long time, as you know," replied his wife. "Only I never dreamed of such a guest as has been suggested." "Of course, sister, I only said what I did as a suggestion," Mrs. Whately answered with dignity. "You are in your own home. I merely felt reluctant that this Yankee should have a chance to say that we were so rude and uncivilized that we couldn't appreciate good treatment when we received it. There's no harm in gaining his goodwill, either, for he said that his general, with the main force, would be here tomorrow. Mrs. Barron, said her husband in strong irritation, don't you see there is nothing left for us to do? No matter how things turn out, the presence of these Yankees involves what is intensely disagreeable. If sister is right in regard to this man, and I suppose I must admit she is till I know him better, he has made it necessary for our own self-respect to treat him with courtesy. Our pride will not permit us to accept this from him and make no return. It may be Yankee cunning which led him to foresee this, for I suppose it is pleasing to many of the tribe to gain their ends by finesse. Probably if this doesn't secure them, he will try harsher methods. Anyway, as long as he plays at the game of courtesy, we, as sister says, should teach him that we know what the word means. The mischief is that you never can know just what a Yankee is scheming for or aiming at. Well, brother, supposing your words are true, as I do not think they are in this instance, it is due to our dignity that we act like sincere people who are above even suspecting unworthy motives. We do not compromise ourselves in the matter. We only meet courtesy with courtesy, like well-bred people. Well, so be it then. In fact, I would like to ask this man what he and those he represents can hope to gain by invasion equaled only by that of the Goths and Vandals. Chapter 14 A Threat. The moment Chunk believed that Scoville could dispense with his services for a time, he made his way promptly to the back veranda and gave a low, peculiar whistle which Zany recognized. He had ceased in her estimation to be merely a subject for infinite jest. Though not very advanced in the scale of civilization, she was influenced by qualities which appealed to her mind, and possessed many traits common to her sex. His shrewdness and courage were making good his lack of inches. Above all, he was in favor with the head Lincoln man, and Zany belonged to that class ever ready to greet the rising Sunday. While all this was true, she could not be herself and abandon her coquettish impulses and disposition to tease. She came slowly from the dining room and looked over Chunk's head as if she could not see him. Bent on retaliation, he stepped behind her, lifted her in his powerful arms and carried her on a full run to some screening shrubbery, the irate captive cuffing his ears soundly all the way. Setting her down, he remarked quietly, "Now I reckon you kin fin me. Yo will get gray fo you fin me agin." She replied, making a feint of starting for the house. "Very well, Miss Zany. I see you don't want to be a free girl. I see tell Moss Scoville you no count nigga. W at you want anyhow, imperdence? I want suppin' to eat. Does you specs I kin ride all night and all day ter brung you freedom, and den not eben get a good word? You ein fit fair freedom. I see tell some natural bound fool ter give you a yaller ribbon and den der be too obe you." "La now, Chunk," she replied, coming back. "Yef I was lookin' fair a fool I'd to stay right here. Yef you get a par obe steps and look in my face you'd see I see bet a friend to you you ter me. You stay here and I brings you W at you tink a heap on more en me." And now she darted away with intentions satisfactory to her strategic admirer. Chunk grinned and soliloquized, "Reckon I kin fotch dat girl ruined wid all her contrariations. I likes her skittishness, but I ain't tellin' her so, cause I gwine ter hab my hands full as 'tis." Zany soon returned with a plate well heaped, for at this time her argus-eyed mistress was sitting in the parlor, awaiting whatever fate the ruthless Yankees might impose. Chunk sat Turk fashion on the ground and felt as if famished, meanwhile listening eagerly to the girl's account of what had happened during his absence. "Hi!" said Zany disdainfully. "You'd mek loob troun sicky ef she fed you." "I kin mek emoan loob," Chunk answered, nodding at her portentously. "I kin mek mischief. Reckon you do dat anyhow. See yer, Zany, does you tink Moss Scoville a fool? Oh, because he not. Well, he don't tink me a fool. Whose 'pinions with the Mose? Who took care on him? Who got him off safe right under de nose one mad Whately Saugus? Who brung him back de in time ter stop dat ar marriage and gib we UNS freedom? You mighty pert, but you got a heap to larn fo you cud yo eye tooths. Some folks gets der eye tooths and don't get nothin' wid em," Zany remarked nonchalantly. "I see a mighty do dat you comin' on, chunk. WN you gets growed up USE be right smart. I don't into foolishness yo talk zany. Chunk replied coolly, between his huge mouthfuls. Dat's and you chand heapy hit any mo in a crow coin. I see I'll lose mech loens fair dat I deproves dis cas ion terzort you ter be careful w at you does. Dere's gwine ter be mighty ticklish times, sorter flashbang times, you know. I see a free man, de easy free as air, and I see hired myself ter Moss Scoville to wait on him. I see growed up enough ter know he can tek de shine off any man I eber see, or you needer. He yo boss now well easy mine. I see give him a good report on ye if I kin. I see feared, howsomever, dat he say you outgrowed yo sense. Dar now, chunk, you puttin' on mo airs dan Moss Scoville hissif. He de easy perlite ter Mars ter and ol' Miss Easy ef he come ter pay his specs ter dem and he look at Miss Lou Easy a cat do at cream. Hi! Dat so? No wonder he want ter get ahead ob de parson and dat wed in business. Oh, yo orful growed up and ein fin dat out? I spicioned it. Well, de ting fair you and me is ter heap him. La now, replied Zany, proposing to give a broad hint at the same time. I ain't gwine ter heapy no man insect doin's. De cream neber goes ter de cat. Yer tek de plate, Zany, wid my tanks, said Chunk, rising. Sec cream easy you gets orful sour ef de cat don't fin it sudden. I see took my zert now. And he caught her up again and kissed her on the way back to the veranda. This time his performances were seen by Aunt Suk, who stood in the kitchen door. She snatched up a pail of water, exclaiming, I cool you UNS off, ISUT New York will. Sec goin's on. But they were too quick for her. Zany pretended to be as irate as she was secretly pleased, while Chunk caused the old woman to boil over with rage by declaring, Aunt Suk, I sin a sager year ter have you rested for zorderly conduct. If you eber comes to dis kitchen again I see empty de pot obi bilin' water on you, cried Aunt Suk, retreating to her domain. If you does, you get Yosef Oberhade and years in hot water, Chunk answered with exasperating sang-froid. You niggas gwine ter fin out who's who on dis plantation fo yo next birthday. Zany's only response was a grimace, and he next carried his exaggerated sense of importance to his granny's cabin. He had seen Aunjiki and spoken a few reassuring words as he passed with Scoville's attacking force. Since that time she had done a power of projeckin' over her corncob pipe, but events were now hurrying toward conclusions beyond her ken. It has already been observed that Aunjiki was a neutral power. As yet, the weight of her decision had been cast neither for the North nor the South, while the question of freedom remained to be smoked over indefinitely. There was no indecision in her mind, however, in regard to her young mistress, and greater even than her fears when she heard the sounds of conflict was her solicitude over the possibility of a forced marriage. Since she was under the impression that her cabin might soon become again the refuge of one or the other of the contending powers, possibly of Miss Lou herself, she left the door ajar and was on the alert. Hi dar! Granny! Cried Chunk, the first to appear. That's right. Now you can smoke in peace, fair you own Yosef. Nobody come boss and you year any mo dot. Don't you get so bumptious all ter oncet, said Aunjiki. Does you spect a whole top squine ter be too ned right ober downards in a day? But dar! You I no sprience. Yo stomach empty and you hate light. Draw up now and tell me de news. Tell me sudden bout Miss Lou. Did dey get her marred? Ya. Ya. Ma Scoville sewed you de cut de knot ef dey had. Dat's de easy much easy you knows. All de sodias ober flash chant cut dat are not less dey kill Moss Whately. Dat mins me be something terbly quarterly Moss Scoville had he sewed pintin right agin Mad Whately's neck and yet he ein jab him. Dat same Mad Whately gwine ter mek a heap be trouble fair he got clean off. Moss Scoville know dat ef he kill a man right straight would he own han he spook come and mek a heap mo trouble. Hi! Didn't tink o dat. Betta tink right smart, Chunk. USE get in top he be ef you is shot. Now tell me all bout de marriage. Dey I know marriage. Zany told me how Miss Lou say she I neber sent, And den fo day could say dear lingo ober her and marry her de easy day would a bale obi cotton. Up rides Mas Scoville and put his sewed true briding. He tells us we all free and eat yo supper. I ain't done projectin' bout dis freedom business. How we uns gwine ter be free less Mas Scoville stay yer and kep us free? Zany guv me my supper an. Dar now, I no count. Zany gobble you already? I des stick ter my chimbley corner. Howdy, Aunt Jeanky, cried Scoville, coming in briskly. Well, you see I'm back again as I promised. You welcome, a honeyardy times welcome, cause you kept my young misties fum bein' marred right slap gin her own feelin's to her cousin. Shaw! Aunt Jeanky. No one can marry a girl against her will in this country. Dat did de question Miss Lou and me projectin' bout dis berry mornin'. She Jardines went straight along easy ef dey had depart, dey sut New York did. Dat's at so upset Miss Lou and me. Depart obi Jardines is somepen I chant smoke out straight, and I de lack ter know how much dey can do. Ol' Mars our allies manage her prop tie and we was frustrated and we see him en mad Waitley and he motor and ol' Miss and all gettin' ready fair de weddin' de easy ef hit was comin' like sun up show. It was a shame, cried Scoville angrily. They were seeking to drive her into submission by strong, steady pressure, but if she insisted on her right. Dat de at she did, Mas Scoville. She say she neber sent neber. Chunk interrupted. Then the whole Southern Confederacy could not have married her, and she ought to know it. Well, you muse beside rate, Mas Scoville. Miss Lou know a heap bout some tings and she da chilly bout oder tings. Ol' Mars R and Mrs. Allies try to mek her tink dat only at dey say is right and nothin' else, and dey allies low to her dat she gwine ter marry her cousin some day, and she allies low ter me she don't want her. Poor child! She does need a friend in very truth. What kind of a man is this Mad Waitley anyway, that he could think of taking part in such a wrong? He de same Kenobi man dat he was a boy, Chunk answered. Den he kick and howl till he get at he want. 'Scuse me, Mas Scoville, but I chant hep tinkin' you mek big stake dat you didn't jab him and you hab de chance. Chunk, was the grave answer. If you are going to wait on me you must learn my ways. I'd no more kill a man when it was not essential than I would kill you this minute. Soldiers are not butchers. Granny says how you was feared on his spook. Bah! You expect to be free, yet remain slaves to such fears? My horse knows better. Come, Aunt Jeanky, I'd rather you would give me some supper than your views on spooks. Lieutenant, said Perkins, the overseer, from the door, Mr. Baron Pr sends his compliments and gives you an invite to supper. Scoville thought a moment, then answered, Present mine in return, and say it will give me pleasure to accept. Bress de Lord! You gwine ter de big house. Not dat I grudges cookin' fare you whenever you come, but I da wants you ter took opportunity ter advise dat Pachilly bout she rights and de marriage question. After assuring himself that the overseer was out of earshot, Scoville said almost sternly, Aunt Jeanky, you and Chunk must not say one word of my ever having been here before. It might make your young mistress a great deal of trouble, and I should be sorry indeed if I ever caused her any trouble whatever. Then, as he made his way to the mansion, he smilingly soliloquized, I don't know of any other question concerning which I would rather give her advice, nor would it be wholly disinterested, I fear, if I had a chance. At this time tomorrow, he sighingly concluded, I may be miles away or dead. Poor unsophisticated child! I never was touched so close before as now by her need of a friend who cares more for her than his own schemes. Chunk, following at a respectful distance, became aware that the overseer was glowering at him. Better leave yo min, Mas Perkins, he remarked condescendingly. You infernal, horse-stealing nigger, was the low response. Hi! Mas Perkins, you can growl, but you muzzled all the same. The muzzle may be off before many sunsets, and then you'll find my teeth in your throat, said the man under his breath, and his look was so dark and vindictive that even in his elation Chunk became uneasy. Chapter 15 Miss Lou Emancipated. Nature had endowed Scoville with a quick, active mind, and circumstances had developed its power, and capacity to a degree scarcely warranted by his age. Orphaned early in life, compelled to hold his own among comparative strangers since childhood, he had gained a worldly wisdom and self-reliance which he could not have acquired in a sheltered home. He had learned to look at facts and people squarely, to estimate values and character promptly, and then to decide upon his own action unhesitatingly. Although never regarded as the model good boy at the boarding schools wherein he had spent most of his life, he had been a general favorite with both teachers and scholars. A certain frankness in mischief and buoyancy of spirit had carried him through all difficulties, while his apt mind and retentive memory always kept him near to the head of his classes. The quality of alertness was one of his characteristics. In schools and at the university he quickly mastered their small politics and prevailing tendencies, and he often amused his fellow pupils with free-handed yet fairly truthful sketches of their instructors. As the country passed into deeper and stronger excitement over the prospect of secession and its consequences, he was among the first to catch the military spirit and to take an active part in the formation of a little company among the students. It was not his disposition to be excited merely because others were. Certain qualities of mind led him to look beneath the surface for the causes of national commotion. He read carefully the utterances of leaders, North and South, and to some extent traced back their views and animating spirit to historical sources. In the year of '63 he found to his joy that he had attained such physical proportions as would secure his acceptance in a cavalry regiment forming in his vicinity. His uncle, who was also guardian, for reasons already known, made slight opposition, and he at once donned the blue with its bluff trimmings. In camp and field he quickly learned the routine of duty, and then his daring, active temperament led him gradually into the scouting service. Now, although so young, he was a veteran in experience, frank to friends, but secretive and ready to deceive the very elect among his enemies. Few could take more risks than he, yet he had not a particle of Mad Whately's recklessness. Courage, but rarely impulse, controlled his action. As we have seen, he could instantly stay his hand the second a deadly enemy, seeking his life in personal encounter, was disarmed. The prospect of talking with such a host as Mr. Barron pleased him immensely. He scarcely knew to whom he was indebted for the courtesy, but rightly surmised that it was Mrs. Whately, since she, with good reason, felt under obligations to him. Even more than an adventurous scouting expedition, he relished a situation full of humor, and such, his presence at Mr. Barron's supper table promised to be. He knew his entertainment would be gall and wormwood to the old Bourbon and his wife, and that the courtesy had been wrung from them by his own forbearance. It might be his only opportunity to see Miss Lou and suggest the liberty he had brought to her as well as to the slaves. Mrs. Whately met him on the veranda and said politely, "Lieutenant Scoville, you have proved yourself to be a generous and forbearing enemy. If you feel that you can meet frank enemies who wish to return courtesy with courtesy, we shall be glad to have you take supper with us." "Yes," added Mr. Barron, "my sister has convinced me, somewhat against my will, I must in honesty admit, that such hospitality as we can offer under the circumstances is your due." "I appreciate the circumstances, Mr. Barron," was the grave reply, "and honor the southern trait which is so strong that even I can receive the benefit of it. Your courtesy, madam, will put me at ease." Miss Lou, thinking it possible that she might see the northern officer again, had taken her own way of convincing him that he was still within the bounds of civilization, for she made a toilet more careful than the one with which she had deigned to grace the appointed day of her wedding. She could scarcely believe her eyes when, entering the supper-room a little late, she saw Scoville already seated at the table. He instantly rose and made her a ceremonious bow, thus again indicating that their past relations should be completely ignored in the presence of others. She therefore gravely returned his salutation and took her place without a word, but her high color did not suggest indifference to the situation. Mr. Barron went through the formal grace, as usual, and then said, "Ahem! You will admit, sir, that it is a little embarrassing to know just how to entertain one with whom we have some slight difference of opinion. Perhaps such embarrassment will be removed if we all speak our minds freely," replied Scoville, pleasantly. "Pardon the suggestion, but the occasion appears to me favorable to a frank and interesting exchange of views." If my way of thinking were wholly in accord with yours, my words could be little better than echoes. I should be glad to feel that my presence was no restraint whatever. I'm inclined to think you are right, sir," added Mrs. Whately. "It would be mere affectation on our part to disguise our thoughts and feelings. With neighbors, and even with friends, we are often compelled to do this, but I scarcely see why we should do so with an open enemy. And such I trust you will find me, madam, an open enemy in the better sense of the adjective. As far as I can, I will answer questions if you wish to ask any. I will tell you honestly all the harm I meditate and outline clearly the extent of my hostility, if you will do the same." And he smiled so genially that she half smiled also as she answered, "To hear you, sir, one would scarcely imagine you to be an enemy at all. But then we know better." "Yes, sir, pardon me, we do," said Mr. Barron, a little stiffly. "For one, I would like your honest statement of just what harm you and your command meditate. I am one who would rather face and prepare for whatever I shall be compelled to meet. I think, sir, you have already met and faced the direst event of the evening, my presence at your hospitable board. Even this hardship is due to your courtesy, not to my compulsion." Miss Lou bowed low over her plate at this speech. "But how about the long hours of the night, sir? Have you such control over your men?" "Yes, sir," interrupted Scoville with dignity. "The men I have with me are soldiers, not camp followers. They would no more harm you or anything you possess, without orders, than I would. Without orders, a clause of large latitude. As far as words go, you have already robbed me of the greater part of my possessions. You have told my slaves that they are free. Not upon my own responsibility, sir, although with hearty goodwill. In my humble station I am far more often called upon to obey orders than to give them. You are aware of President Lincoln's proclamation?" "Yes, sir, and of the Pope's bull against the comet." Scoville laughed so genially as partially to disarm his reply of its sting. "In this instance, sir, our armies are rather gaining on the comet. But what can you and your armies hope to accomplish?" Mrs. Whately asked. "If you should destroy every Southern man, the women would remain unsubdued. Now, madam, you have me at disadvantage. I do not know what we would or could do if confronted only by implacable Southern women. Do not imagine that I am jesting. I cannot tell you how strange it seems that a man of your appearance and evident character should be among our cruel enemies. And yet, Mrs. Whately, you cannot dispute the fact. Pardon me for saying it, but I think that is just where the South is in such serious error. It shuts its eyes to so many simple facts, a course which experience proves is never wise. I may declare, and even believe, that there is no solid wall before me, yet if I go headlong against it, I am bruised all the same. Positive beliefs do not create truths. I fancy that a few hours since you were absolutely sure that this courtesy of which I am the grateful recipient could not be, yet you were mistaken. Has not the sad experience of many others inspired our fears? Neither has the end come with us yet. You said that the main northern force would come this way tomorrow. We do not fear you and those whom you control, but how about those who are to come? I can speak only for the class to which I belong, the genuine soldiers who are animated by as single and unfaltering a spirit as the best in your armies. If a Confederate column were going through the North, you could not answer for the conduct of every lawless, depraved man in such a force. Still, I admit with you that war is essentially cruel, and that the aim ever must be to inflict as much injury as possible on one's adversaries. But how can you take part in such a war? Mrs. Whately asked. All we asked was to be let alone. Yes, sir, added Mr. Barron. How can you justify these ruthless invasions, this breaking up of our domestic institutions, this despoiling of our property and rights by force? And there was a tremor of suppressed excitement in his voice. Scoville glanced at Miss Lou to see how far she sympathized with her kindred. He observed that her face was somewhat stern in its expression, yet full of intelligent interest. It was not the index of mere prejudice and hate. Yes, he thought, she is capable of giving me a fair hearing, the others are not. Mr. Barron, he said, your views are natural, perhaps, if not just. I know it is asking much of human nature when you are suffering and must suffer so much, to form what will become the historical judgment on the questions at issue. The law under which the North is fighting is the supreme one, that of self-preservation. Even if we have let you alone, permitted you to separate and become independent without a blow, war would have come soon. You would not and could not have let us alone. Consider but one point. Your slaves would merely have to pass the long boundary line stretching nearly across the continent, in order to be on free soil. You could compel their return only by conquering and almost annihilating the North. You will say that we should think as you do on the subject, and I must answer that it is every man and woman's right to think according to individual conscience, according to the light within. Deny this right, and you put no bounds to human slavery. Pardon me, but looking in your eyes and those of these ladies, I can see that I should become a slave instantly if you had your way. Unconsciously and inevitably you would make me one, for it is your strongest impulse to make me agree with you, to see things exactly as you do. The fact that you sincerely believe you are right would make no difference if I just as sincerely believed you were wrong. If I could not think and act for myself, I should be a slave. You might say, we know we are right, that what we believe has the divine sanction. That is what the tormentors of the Inquisition said and believed. That is what my Puritan and persecuting forefathers said and believed. What does history say now? The world is growing wise enough to understand that God has no slaves. He endows men and women with a conscience. The supreme obligation is to be true to this. When anyone who has passed the bounds of childhood says to us, I don't think this is right, we take an awful responsibility. We probably are guilty of usurpation, if we substitute our will for his. In our sincerity we may argue, reason and entreat, but in the presence of another's conscience unconvinced and utterly opposed to us, where is human slavery to end if one man, or a vast number of men, have the power to say, you shall? Scoville had kept his eyes fixed on Mr. Barron, and saw that he was almost writhing under the expression of views so repugnant to him, views which proved his whole scheme of life and action to be wrong. Now the young man turned his glance suddenly on Miss Lou, and in her high color, parted lips and kindled eyes saw abundant proof that she, as he had wished, was taking to herself the deep personal application of his words. Her guardians and Mrs. Whately observed this truth also, and now bitterly regretted that they had invited the Union officer. It seemed to them a sort of malign fate that he had been led, unconsciously as they supposed, to pronounce in the presence of the girls such vigorous condemnation of their action. Had they not that very day sought to override the will, the conscience, the whole shrinking, protesting womanhood of the one who had listened so eagerly as the wrong meditated against her was explained? Scoville had not left them even the excuse that they believed they were right, having shown the girl that so many who believed this were wrong. Miss Lou's expression made at least one thing clear: she was emancipated and had taken her destiny into her own hands. Mrs. Whately felt that she must turn the tables at once, and so remarked, It seems to me that the whole force of your argument tells against the North. You are bent upon conquering the South and making it think as you do. Oh no! Here the law of self-preservation comes in. If the South can secede, so can the East and the West. New York City can secede from the state. We should have no country. There could be no national life. Would England accept the doctrine of secession, and permit any part of her dominions to set up for themselves when they chose? I know you are about to say that is just what our fathers did. Yes, but old Mother England did not say, Go, my children, God bless you, nor would she say it now to any other region over which floats her flag. Of course, if you whip us, we shall have to submit, just as England did. What government has helplessly sucked its thumbs when certain portions of the territory over which it had jurisdiction defied its power? We are called Goths and Vandals, but that is absurd. We are not seeking to conquer the South in any such old world ways. We are fighting that the old flag may be as supreme here as in New England. The moment this is true, you will be as free as are the people of New England. The same constitution and laws will govern all. And can you imagine for a moment, sir, cried Mr. Barron, that we will submit to a government that would be acceptable to New England? Yes, sir, and years hence, when the South has become as loyal as New England is now, If that abode of the Yankees should seek independence of the rest of the country, she would be brought back under the flag. I would fight New England as readily as I do the South, if she sought to break up the Union. I would fight her if every man, woman, and child within her borders believed themselves right. Now he saw Miss Lou looking perplexed. Her quick mind detected the spirit of coercion, of substituting wills, against which he had been inveighing and from which she had suffered. Mrs. Whately was quick to see the apparent weakness in his argument, for she said, "Consistency is a jewel which I suppose is little cared for by those so ready to appeal to force. With one breath you say we must not coerce the wills of others, and now you say you would, even though you did violence to universal and sacred beliefs. I say only that the nation must do this as must the individual. Someone might say to me, I honestly think I should take off your right arm. I would not permit it if I could help it. No more can a nation submit passively to dismemberment. The South did not expect that this nation would do so. It promptly prepared for war. If the North had said, we can do nothing, there's a blank, write out your terms and we'll sign, we would have been more thoroughly despised than we were, if that were possible. There are two kinds of coercion. For instance, I do not say to you, Mrs. Whately, representing the South, that you must think and feel as I do and take just such steps as I dictate, but that there are things which you must refrain from doing, because in their performance, no matter how sincere you were, you would inflict great and far-reaching wrong on others. There could be no government without restriction. We would soon have anarchy if any part of a nation should and could withdraw when it chose and how it pleased. Your doctrine, sir, would banish freedom from the world. All peoples would have to submit to the central tyranny called government, even though such government had become hateful. This doctrine, which all governments act upon, replied Scoville pleasantly, has not banished freedom from the world. In this country, where every man has a voice, the government will be just about as good as the majority determine it shall be. Well, sir, to sum up the whole matter, said Mr. Barron coldly, two things are clear. First, the South is determined to be free. Second, if we fail we can be held only under the heel of your northern majority as Poland is trodden upon. Scoville saw that the discussion had gone far enough for his purposes, and he said with a good-natured laugh, I'm neither a prophet nor his son, but I think it is a very hopeful sign that we could have this frank interchange of views and belief. I see how perfectly sincere you are, and if I had been brought up here no doubt I should think and act as you do. As it is, I am only a very humble representative of the government which is trying to preserve its own existence, a government which the South helped to form as truly as the North. If I should come directly to your side, contrary to belief and conscience, you would be the first to despise me. I suppose we will all agree that we should obey the supreme dictates of conscience. No, sir, burst out Mr. Barron. I cannot agree to anything of the kind. There are multitudes who must be guided and controlled by those who are wiser, older, and more experienced. Why, sir, you would have the very nursery children in flat rebellion. Indeed, Mr. Barron, I have not said one word against the authority of parents and guardians. I am glad you draw the line somewhere. Half the misery in the world results from young people's thinking themselves wiser than their natural advisers. If they can merely say their consciences are against what their elders know is right and best, we have anarchy in the fountainhead of society, the family. And he glared for a moment at his niece. What you say seems very true, Mr. Barron. I should be glad to know where you draw the line. Independent action must begin at some period. While Mr. Barron hesitated over this rather embarrassing question, Miss Lou startled all her kindred by saying, I did not intend to take any part in this conversation, but a glance from my uncle makes his last remark personal to me. I am at least old enough to ask one or two questions. Do you think it right, Lieutenant Scoville, that a woman should never have any independent life of her own? Why, Miss Barron, what a question! Within the received limits of good taste a woman has as much right to independent action as a man. Well, then, how can she ever have any independence if she is treated as a child up to one day of her life, and the next day is expected to promise she will obey a man as long as he lives? The angry spots in Mrs. Barron's cheeks had been burning deeper and deeper, and now she spoke promptly and freezingly. Mr. Scoville, I absolve you from answering one who is proving herself to be either a child nor a refined woman. I did not expect this additional humiliation. If it had not occurred, I would have taken no part in the conversation. Mr. Baron, I think we have granted even more than the most quixotic idea of courtesy could demand. Granted? Demand? Surely there is some mistake, madam, said Scoville with dignity, as he rose instantly from the table. I have asked nothing whatever except that you should dismiss your fears as far as I and my men are concerned. Mrs. Whately was provoked equally at herself and all the others. She now deeply regretted that she had not left the Union officer to obtain his supper where and how he could, but felt that she must smooth matters over as far as possible. Lieutenant Scoville, she said hurriedly, you must make allowances for people in the deepest stress of trouble. We did intend all the courtesy which our first remarks defined. Of course you cannot know our circumstances, and when words are spoken which cut to the quick it is hard to give no sign. Perhaps our hearts are too sore and our differences too radical. And she hesitated. I understand you, madam, said Scoville, bowing. I can only repeat my assurances of your safety and express my regret. Oh, shame! Cried Miss Lou, whose anger and indignation now passed all bounds. We are not in the deepest stress of trouble, and you, Mrs. Whately, are the last one to say it. I saw this gentleman's saber poised at your son's throat long enough to have killed him twice over, and he did not do it, even in the excitement of defending his own life. After Mrs. Baron's words he again assures us of safety. What did you all predict would happen immediately when Northern soldiers came? Whether I am refined or not, I am at least grateful. Lieutenant, please come with me. I will try to prove that I appreciate your courtesy and forbearance. And she led the way from the room. He bowed ceremoniously to Mr. Baron and the ladies, then followed the girl, leaving them, almost paralyzed by their conflicting emotions. Chapter 16. A smile on War's grim face. Miss Lou led the way to the broad, moonlit piazza. As Scoville followed, he saw that the girl was trembling violently, and he was thus able to grasp in some degree the courage she was manifesting in her first half-desperate essays toward freedom. Poor child, he thought. Her fright is surpassed only by her determination. How easily they could manage her by a little tact and kindness! She pointed to a chair near the hall door and faltered. Lieutenant Scoville, I scarcely know whether I am doing right in seeing you here alone. I know little of the usages of society. I do not wish to appear to you unrefined. Miss Baron, he replied kindly, I do not know why you have not the same right which other young ladies enjoy, of entertaining a gentleman at your home. Oh, I am so glad that you are not angry. I was never more lamb-like in my disposition than at this moment. Moreover, I wish to thank you as a brave girl and a genuine lady. She was almost panting in her strong excitement and embarrassment. Please remember, she said, that I do not wish to do or say anything unbecoming, but I know so little and have been so tried. Miss Baron, and he spoke low for fear he would be overheard, I already know something of what you have passed through and of your brave assertion of a sacred right. Continue that assertion and no one can force you into marriage. I have ridden nearly 24 hours to be here in time and to make some return for your great kindness, but you were so brave that you scarcely needed help. Oh, I did need it. I was so frightened and so desperate that I was almost ready to faint. My cousin is one who will have his own way. He has never been denied a thing in his life. I should have been taken away at least, and then, oh, I just felt as if on the edge of a precipice. It seems dreadful that I should be speaking so of my kindred to a stranger and enemy. Enemy! Far from it. A friend. Have you not protected my life and liberty? Miss Baron, I give you my sacred word, I swear to you by my mother's memory to be as loyal to you as if you were my own sister. Young as I am, perhaps I can advise you and help you, for it is indeed clear that you need a friend. I cannot tell you what relief your words bring, for, inexperienced as I am, something assures me that I can trust you. Indeed you can. I should spoil my own life more truly than yours if I were not true to my oath. Please remember this and have confidence. That is what you need most, confidence. Believe in yourself as well as in me. Have you not been brave and true to yourself in the most painful of ordeals? Try to keep your self-control and you will make no serious mistakes, and never so misjudge me as to imagine I shall not recognize your good intentions. Ah, she sighed, with a rush of tears. That's the trouble. I'm so hasty, I lose my temper. He smiled very genially as he said, If you were as amiable as some girls you would have been married before this. Don't you see in what good stead your high spirit has stood you? I do not sense your righteous anger when you are wrong. You are one who could not help such anger, and if controlled, it will only help you. All I ask is that you so control it as to take no false steps and keep well within your certain rights. You are in a peculiarly painful position. Your kindred truly mean well by you, see how fair I am, but if they could carry out their intentions and marry you to that spoiled boy, you would be one of the most unhappy of women. If he is capable of trying to force you to marry him, he would always be imperious and unreasonable. You would be a hard one to manage, Miss Barron, by the words you must and you shall, but I think please would go a good way if your reason and conscience were satisfied. Indeed, sir, you are right. If I loved my cousin I would marry him even though he were so badly wounded as to be helpless all his life. But my whole soul protests against the thought of marriage to anyone. Why, sir, you can't know how like a child I've always been treated. I feel that I have a right to remain as I am, to see more of the world, to know more and enjoy more of life. I can scarcely remember when I was truly happy, so strictly have I been brought up. You would not believe it, but poor old Aunt Jean Key, my mammy, is almost the only one who has not always tried to make me do something whether I wished to or not. My aunt, Mrs. Whately, has meant to be kind, but even in my childish squabbles with my cousin, and in his exactions, she always took his part. I just want to be free, that's all. Well, Miss Barron, you are free now, and if you will simply assert your rights with quiet dignity you can remain free. Your kindred are mistaken in their attitude toward you, and you can make them see this in time. They are well-bred people and are not capable of using force or violence. They did, I suppose, believe terrible things of me and those I represent, and their action, perhaps, has been due partially to panic. That crisis is past. You have only to trust your own best instincts in order to meet future emergencies. Whatever comes, remember that your northern friend said he had confidence that you would do what is brave and right. Perhaps we shall never meet again, for we are in the midst of a fierce, active campaign. There is much advice I would like to give you, but we shall not be left alone long, and the best thing now, after this long, hard day, is for you to get your mind quiet and hopeful. How quiet and peaceful everything is! Not a harsh sound to be heard. Yes, and think what they tried to make me believe! They all should be treating you with kindness instead of— But here she was interrupted by the appearance of Mrs. Whately. In order to understand that lady's action and that of her relatives, we must go back to the moment when Miss Lou and Scoville left the supper-room. Mrs. Whately was the first to recover her self-possession and some true appreciation of their situation. Mr. Barron in his rage would have gone out and broken up the conference on the piazza, but his sister said almost sternly, "Sit down." "Well," ejaculated Mrs. Barron bitterly, "I hope you are both satisfied now with the results of courtesy to Yankees. I knew I was right in believing that we could have nothing whatever to do with them. I think it is monstrous that Louise is alone with one on the piazza, and her uncle should interfere at once." "Brother," said Mrs. Whately, "you can see our niece through the window from where you sit. She is talking quietly with the officer." "Yes, and what may he not say to her? Already her contumacious rebellion passes all bounds. She has heard too much incendiary talk from him already." And he again rose to end the interview. "Hector Barron," said his sister solemnly, "you must listen to me first, before you take any further steps. We will say nothing more about the past. It's gone and can't be helped. Now, with all the influence I have over you, I urge you and your wife to remain here until you are calm, till you have had a chance to think. Is this a time for headlong anger? Was there ever a period in your life when you should so carefully consider the consequences of your action? please tell me how you and sister are going to make Louise do and think exactly what you wish. This is no time for blinking the truth that you have alienated her. You could easily now drive her to do something rash and terrible. I understand her better every moment, and feel that we have taken the wrong course. She would have gone away with Madison as his cousin, and wifehood would have come naturally later. We have been too hasty, too arbitrary. You both must recognize the truth that you cannot treat her as a child any longer, or you will lose her altogether, for in this matter of marriage she has been made to know that she is not a child. She can be led into it now, but not forced into it. Her course is open now, but if you continue arbitrary her action may become clandestine and even reckless. Then in regard to this Yankee officer. Alas, what he says is too true. In our strong feeling we shut our eyes to facts. Are we not in his power? He has spared my son's life and your property and home, and yet he has been virtually ordered out of the house. There is truth in what Lee said. We are not in the deepest stress of trouble, infinitely removed from the trouble we might be in. He has not spared my property, growled Mr. Barron. He has told all my people they are free. Where does that leave me? Now, brother, your very words prove how essential it is that you regain your self-control and reason. Is this young officer going through the country on his own responsibility? He only echoes the proclamation of Abe Lincoln, whom he is bound to obey. Since we entered on the discussion of our differences, could we expect him to do otherwise than present his side as strongly as he could? Now, if you and sister can shake all this off by one mighty effort of your wills, do so. But if we do not wish to invite every evil we predicted, do let us be calm and rational. For one, I feel Louise's reproof keenly, and it will not do to outrage her sense of justice any longer. This officer has proved that we were wrong in our predictions before he came. If now we continue to treat him as outside the pale of courtesy, we lose her sympathy utterly and do our utmost to provoke him and his men. Merciful heaven! If my son were a bleeding corpse or dying in agony, what would the world be to me? I shall apologize to him and treat him with politeness as long as I am under his protection. I shall have nothing to do with him, said Mrs. Barron, pressing her thin lips together. Well, well, ejaculated Mr. Barron. I suppose I shall have to become meeker than Moses, and kiss every rod that smites me for fear of getting a harsher blow. Mrs. Whately felt that it was useless to say anything more, and, as we have seen, joined her niece. Lieutenant, she said, we owe you an apology, and I freely and frankly offer it. I fear you think we are making sorry return for your kindness. Mrs. Whately, I appreciate your good intentions, and I can make allowance for the feelings of my host and hostess. The fine courtesy of Miss Barron would disarm hostility itself, but I assure you that there is no personal hostility on my part to any of you. Well, sir, I must say that I regard it as a very kind ordering of Providence that we have fallen into such hands as yours. I certainly am in no mood to complain, he replied, laughing. Perhaps experience has taught us that we had better ignore our differences. I was just remarking to Miss Barron on the beauty and peacefulness of the night. Will you not join us? We can imagine a flag of truce flying, under which we can be just as good friends as we please. Thank you. I will join you with pleasure. And she sat down near her niece. Well, she added, this is a scene to be remembered. Miss Lou looked at Scoville gratefully, for his words and manner had all tended to reassure her. In her revolt, he showed no disposition to encourage recklessness on her part. As her mind grew calmer, she saw more clearly the course he had tried to define, that of blended firmness and courtesy to her relatives. She was so unsophisticated and had been so confused and agitated, that she scarcely knew where to draw the line between simple, right action and indiscretion. Conscious of her inexperience, inclined to be both timid and reckless in her ignorance and trouble, she began even now to cling, metaphorically, to his strong, sustaining hand. His very presence produced a sense of restfulness and safety, and when he began to call attention to the scenes and sounds about them, she was sufficiently quiet to be appreciative. Dew sparkled in the grass of the lawn on which the shadows of trees and shrubbery fell motionless. The air was balmy and sweet with the fragrance of spring flowers. The mockingbirds were in full ecstatic song, their notes scaling down from bursts of melody to the drollery of all kinds of imitation. The wounded men on the far end of the piazza were either sleeping or talking in low tones, proving that there was no extremity of suffering. Off to the left, between them and the Negro quarters, were 2 or 3 fires, around which the Union soldiers were reclining, some already asleep after the fatigues of the day, others playing cards or spinning yarns, while one, musically inclined, was evoking from a flute an air plaintive and sweet in the distance. Further away under the trees, shadows and shadow, the horses were dimly seen eating their provender. The Confederate prisoners, smoking about a fire, appeared to be taking the horrors of captivity very quietly and comfortably. At the quarters they heard the sound of Negro singing, half barbaric in its wildness. "It is hard to realize that this scene means war," remarked Miss Lou, after they had gazed and listened a few moments in silence. "Yet it does," said Scoville quietly. "Look down the avenue. Do you not see the glint of the moonbeams on a carbine? All around us are men, mounted and armed. If a shot were fired, we should all be ready for battle in 3 minutes. Those prisoners will be guarded with sleepless vigilance till I deliver them up. There is a sentinel at the back of the house, 3 guarding the outbuildings, and so it will be till I am relieved and another takes command." "Who will he be?" she asked apprehensively. "I do not know. Oh, I wish you could guard us till these troubles are over." "I can honestly echo that wish," added Mrs. Whately. "Thank you. It would be pleasanter duty than usually falls to the lot of a soldier. Yet in these times I scarcely know what my duty may be from hour to hour." "You told us that we need not fear anything tonight," began Mrs. Whately. "Not unless I am attacked," I said. "I am aware that at this moment your son is seeking a force to do this. I do not think that he will be able to find any, however, before morning. In any event you could have nothing to fear from us, except as your dreams were disturbed by a battle." "Oh, I wish I were a soldier!" exclaimed the girl. "This whole scene seems as if taken right out of a story. You are looking at this moment on the bright side of our life. At any rate, I'm glad you're not a soldier. If you were, my duty might be made more difficult. It has other and very different sides. By the way, I would like to watch those Negroes a little while, and listen to them. Their performances always interest me deeply. Will not you ladies go with me? Soon I must get some rest while I can." Miss Lou looked at her aunt, who hesitated a moment, then said, "I am very tired, Lieutenant. I will trust you as a chivalrous enemy to take my niece, and I will sit here until you return." "I deeply appreciate your kindness, madam." Miss Lou went with him gladly and found herself at the close of the long, miserable day becoming positively happy. When out of hearing she said, "Aunt's permission almost took away my breath. Yet it seems to me just the way a girl ought to be treated. Oh, how perfectly delicious is a little bit of freedom! How perfectly grand to have something going on that does not mean no end of trouble to oneself." Scoville laughed lightly as he replied, "I now wish you were a soldier and an officer in my regiment. You and I would make good comrades." "You forget, sir," she answered in like vein, "that I am a bloodthirsty little rebel. On the contrary, I remember that yours was the kind, pitying face which made me half fancy I was in heaven when recovering from my swoon. Chunk and Aunt Jinky brought you back to earth right sudden, didn't they?" And her laugh rang out merrily. "Sister," cried Mr. Barron, running out on the veranda. "What on earth? I thought I heard Louise laugh way off toward the quarters." "You did? What? Has she broken all bounds, defied all authority, and gone utterly wild in her rebellion?" Mrs. Whately made a gesture of half-irritable protest. Meantime Mrs. Barron, hearing her husband's voice, came out and exclaimed, "Is that Louise and the Yankee yonder going off alone?" "They are not going off. You and brother may join them if you wish. They simply intend to watch the people at the quarters a little while, and I will wait here for them." "Sarah Whately!" gasped Mrs. Barron. "Can you mean to say that you have permitted our ward to do such an indelicate thing? She has never been permitted to go out alone in the evening with any young man, and the idea that she should begin with a Yankee! She is not alone. She is always within call and most of the time in sight. I will make one more effort to bring you both to reason," added Mrs. Whately warmly. "And then, if we continue to differ so radically, I will return home in the morning, after giving Louise to understand that she can always find a refuge with me if it is necessary. Can you think I would let the girl whom my son hopes to marry do an indelicate thing? Pardon me, but I think I am competent to judge in such matters. I will be answerable for her conduct and that of Lieutenant Scoville also, for he is a gentleman if he is our enemy. I tell you again that your course toward Louise will drive her to open, reckless defiance. It is a critical time with her. She is my niece as well as your ward, and it is the dearest wish of myself and son that she should be bound to us by the closest ties. I will not have her future and all our hopes endangered by a petty, useless tyranny. If you will treat her like a young lady of 18, I believe she will act like one." Mrs. Barron was speechless in her anger, but her husband began. "Oh, well, if he were a Southern officer." Then the blood of her race became too hot for Mrs. Whately's control, and she sprang up, saying, "Well, then, go and tell him to his face that he's a vile Yankee, a Goth and Vandal, a ruthless invader, unworthy of a moment's trust, and incapable of behaving like a gentleman. Take no further protection at his hands. How can you be so blind as not to see I am doing the best thing possible to retain Louise within our control and lead her to fulfill our hopes? I ask you again, how are you going to make Louise do what you wish? You cannot be arbitrary with even one of your own slaves any longer." "Well," said Mrs. Barron, "I wash my hands of it all," and she retired to her room. Mr. Barron sat down in a chair and groaned aloud. It was desperately hard for him to accept the strange truth that he could not order every one on the place, his niece included, to do just what pleased him. Never had an autocratic potentate been more completely nonplussed, but his sister's words, combined with events, brought him face to face with his impotence so inexorably that for a time he had nothing to say. Chapter 17: The Joy of Freedom. In an open space near the quarters the Negroes had kindled a fire, although the night was mild. These children of the sun love warmth, and all that is cheerful and bright, their emotions appearing to kindle more readily with the leaping flames. When Miss Lou and Scoville approached, the worshippers were just concluding the hymn heard on the piazza. From the humble cabin, stools, benches, rickety chairs, and nondescript seats made from barrels, had been brought and placed in a circle close about the fire. These were occupied by the elderly and infirm. Uncle Lusta, whose name had been evolved from Methuselah, was the evident leader of the meeting, and Miss Lou whispered to her attendant, "He's the recognized preacher among them, and I believe he tries to live up to his ideas of right." "Then I'll listen to him very respectfully," said Scoville. Their advent created quite a commotion, and not a few were inclined to pay court to the Lincoln ossifer. All who had seats rose to offer them, but Scoville smiled, shook his head, and waved them back. Uncle Lusta immediately regained attention by shouting, "Look at me! Then, now look up! Who will you ens befo? De King! De Gret Jehovah! Bow yo heads humble, drap yo eyes. Take off de shoon from yo feet lak Moses wn he gwine need de boonin bush. Young Marzar and young Misties standin' dar spectful. Dey knows dat ef de Gret Linkum yer hissif, Linkum's Lord and Mars are yer befo him. Let us all gib our tension ter him who's brung liverance ter Israel at loss. We gwine true de Red Sea be now and de war de promise lawn as we got ter fin out, but we hab too net our backs on ol' Egypt and we ain't gwine back no mo. Brethren and sisters, us year de gospel, a good news, dis ye beneen show. Us yeared you free, bress de Lord. I see been waitin' fair dis news mo yes den I can recomember, but days come fo my ol' haids under dis sod. Hit's all right dat we is glad and sing aloud for joy, but we orte rejice with tremlin'. De 'sponsibilities be freedom is de tremenjous. What you gwine ter do wid freedom? Does you tink you can git lazy and thievin' and drunken? Is there any sect foolishness here? Will any man or woman call daysefs free wn days slabs ter some mean nasty vice? Sect folks allies be slabs, and dey orter be slabs ter a man wid a big whip. See how de young Marzar haves dat brung de news be freedom. He know he Judy and he does hit brave. He mek de w8 sagers he mans de toad de mark. We got ter toe along, whitey mark. We ein free ter do foolishness no mo dan he and he men is. De Gret Lincoln got he eye on you, de Captain Obr Salvation got he eye on you. Now I did give you some struck tions, and happy it would have been for the freedmen, for their masters and deliverers also, it may be added, if all had followed Uncle Lusta's struck tions. When through with his exhortation, the old preacher knelt down on the box which served as his pulpit and offered a fervent petition. From the loud amens and luges, he evidently voiced the honest feeling of the hour in his dusky audience. Scoville was visibly affected at the reference to him. May de del Laud breast de young Lincoln ossifer, rose Uncle Lusta's tones, loud, yet with melodious power and pathos, for he was gifted with a voice of unusual compass, developed by his calling. He de took he life in he hand and come down in de lawn obi de shatter, de gret, dark shatter dat's been restin' on de hearts obi de slabs. We had no fader, no mudder, no wife, no chili. Dey didn't long to we fair day could be soul right out in our arms and we see dem no mo. De gret shatter obi slavy swallow dem up. Young Mars our face de bullet, face de sode, face de cursed her say we free. May de Laud be he shield and buckler, compass him rune with angel wings, stop de han riz ter strike, to in away de bullet aim at he heart. May de Laud brung in grey hars at loss lack mine, so he see, and his chiel and see, and our chiel and see deliverance he hep wrought out. And dar's young misties. She have a heart ter feel fair de paslabe. She allies look kin at us, and she stood tween us and wounds and death. WN all was agin us and she in de waits ob tribulation herself, she say fo dem all, no harm come ter us. She put her lil w8 arm round her old mammy. Dat she did, cried on G-Key, who was swaying back and forth where the fire lit up her wrinkled visage. And de Gret red welt on her shoulder now, she took de blow. Continued Uncle Lusta, amid groans and loud lamentations. And de Laud, with whose stripes we healed, will breast her and have already breast her and brung her liverance long o' us. May he keep her eyes from tears, and her heart from de break in trouble. May he shine on a path dat lead ter all the best things in dis year world and den ter de sweet home o' be ha been. When the voice of Uncle Lusta ceased, Scoville heard a low sob from Miss Lou at his side, and he was conscious that tears stood in his own eyes. His heart went out in strong homage to the young girl to whom such tribute had been paid, and her heart thrilled at the moment as she distinguished his deep amen in the strong, general endorsement of the petition in her behalf. Then rose a hymn which gathered such volume and power that it came back in echoes from distant groves. Hark, hark, I hear a sone. Hit come fum far away, wake, wake, and hear de sone dat come fum far away. De night am dark, de night been long, but dar de morning gray, and wid de light is comin' sweet a sone fum far away. Look how de light am shirneen now across de great Red Sea. On Egypt shall we stay no mo in slabbing misery. Old Pharaoh year de voice o be God, de set my people free, and now we march with song and shout, right through the great Red Sea. Every line ended with the rising inflection of more than 100 voices, followed by a pause in which the echoes repeated clearly the final sound. The effect was weird, strange in the last degree, and weary as he was, Scoville felt all his nerves tingling. The meeting now broke up, to be followed by dancing and singing among the younger Negroes. Uncle Lusta, Aunt G-Key, and many others crowded around Scoville and the young Misties to pay their respects. Chunk and Zany, standing near, graciously accepted the honors showered upon them. The officer speedily gave Miss Lou his arm and led her away. When so distant as to be unobserved, he said in strong emphasis, "Miss Baron, I take off my hat to you. Not to a princess would I pay such homage as to the woman who could wake the feeling with which these poor people regard you." She blushed with the deepest pleasure of her life, for she had been repressed and reprimanded so long that words of encouragement and praise were very sweet. But she only said with a laugh, "Oh, come, don't turn my poor bewildered head any more tonight. I'm desperately anxious to have Uncle and Aunt think I'm a very mature young woman, but I know better and so do you. Why, even Uncle Lusta made me cry like a child. Well, His words about you brought tears to my eyes, and so there's a pair of us. Oh! She cried delightedly, giving his arm a slight pressure. I didn't know that you'd own up to that. When I saw them I felt like laughing and crying at the same moment. And so I do now. It's so delicious to be free and happy, to feel that someone is honestly pleased with you. He looked upon her upturned face, still dewy from emotion, and wondered if the moon that night shone on a fairer object the world around. It was indeed the face of a glad, happy child, no longer depressed by woes a few hours old, nor fearful of what the next hour might bring. Her look into his eyes was also that of a child, full of unbounded trust, now that her full confidence was won. You do indeed seem like a lovely child, Miss Barron, and old Uncle Lusta told the whole truth about you. Those simple folk are like children themselves and find people out by intuition. If you were not good-hearted they would know it. Well, I'm glad I'm not old myself. But you're going to be old, awful old, she replied, full of rippling laughter. Oh, wasn't I glad to hear Uncle Lusta pray over you! For if there is a God who takes any care of people, you will live to be as gray as he is. If there is a God? Oh, I'm a little heathen. I couldn't stand Uncle or Aunt's God at all or believe in him. They made me feel that he existed just to approve of their words and ways, and to help them keep me miserable. When I hear Uncle Lusta he stirs me all up just as he did tonight, but then I've always been taught that he's too ignorant. Well, I don't know. Uncle and Aunt made an awful blunder. And here she began to laugh again. There is quite a large library at the house, at least I suppose it's large, and I read and read till I was on the point of rebellion, before you and Cousin Mad came. Books make some things clear and others so puzzling. I like to hear you talk, for you seem so decided and you know so much more than I do. Cousin Mad never read much. It was always horse, and dog, and gun with him. How I'm running on and how far I am from your question! But it is such a new thing to have a listener who cares and understands. Aunt Jinky cares, poor soul! But she can understand so little. Lieutenant, I can answer your implied question in only one way. I wish to know what is true. Do you believe there's a God who cares for us as Uncle Lusta says? Yes. Well, I'm glad you do, and simply saying so will have more weight than all arguments. Please remember, Miss Barron, I haven't said that I lived up to my faith. It's hard to do this, I suppose, in the army. Still, I've no right to any excuses, much less to the unmanly one that it's hard. What if it is? That's a pretty excuse for a soldier. Well, no matter about me, except that I wish you to know that with all my mind and heart I believe that there is a good God taking care of a good girl like you. Pardon me if I ask another question quite foreign. How could your cousin wish to marry you if you do not love him? He wondered as he saw the childlike look pass from her face, and her brow darken into a frown. I scarcely know how to answer you, she said, and I only understand vaguely myself. I understand better, though, since I've known you. When you were hiding in Aunt Jinky's cabin you looked goodwill at me. I saw that you were not thinking of yourself, but of me, and that you wished me well. I feel that Cousin Mad is always thinking of himself, that his professed love of me is a sort of self-love. He gives me the feeling that he wants me for his own sake, not for my sake at all. I don't believe he'd love me a minute after he got tired of me. I'd be just like the toys he used to cry for, then break up. I won't marry such a man, never. You had better not. Hush! We are approaching a man yonder who appears anxious to hear what is none of his business. They had been strolling slowly back, often pausing in the deep mutual interest of their conversation. Miss Lou now detected Perkins standing in the shadow of his dwelling, between the mansion and the quarters. That's the overseer, she said in a low voice. How quick your eyes are! They must be in my duty. Then he directed their steps so as to pass near the man. When opposite, he turned his eyes suddenly upon Perkins' face, and detected such a scowl of hostility and hate that his hand dropped instinctively on the butt of his revolver. Well, sir, he said sternly, you have shown your disposition. You didn't expect to find a friend, I reckon, was the surly yet confused reply. Very well, I know how to treat such bitter enemies as you have shown yourself to be. Officer of the guard, A trooper ran forward from the campfire and saluted. "Put this man with the other prisoners, and see that he has no communication with anyone." As Perkins was marched off, they heard him mutter a curse. "Pardon me, Miss Barron," Scoville resumed. "The lives of my men are in my care, and that fellow would murder us all if he had a chance. I don't know that he could do any harm, but it would only be from lack of opportunity. I never take risks that I can help." "Having seen his expression, I can't blame you," was her reply. A new train of thought was awakened in Scoville. He paused a moment and looked at her earnestly. "Why do you look at me so?" she asked. "Miss Barron, pardon me, but I do wish I were going to be here longer, or rather, I wish the war was over. I fear there are deep perplexities, and perhaps dangers, before you. My little force is in the van of a raiding column which will pass rapidly through the country. It will be here tomorrow morning, but gone before night, in all probability. The war will be over soon, I trust, but so much may happen before it is. You inspire in me such deep solicitude. I had to tell those poor Negroes that they were free. So they would be if within our lines. But when we are gone, that overseer may be brutal, and the slaves may come again to you for protection. That cousin of yours may also come again. Oh, it puts me in a sort of rage to think of leaving you so unfriended. You will have to be a woman in very truth, and a brave, circumspect one too." "You are right, sir," she replied with dignity. "And you must also remember that I will be a Southern woman. I do feel most friendly to you personally, but not to your cause. Forgive me if I have acted and spoken too much like a child tonight, and do not misunderstand me. Circumstances have brought us together in a strange way, and while I live I shall remember you with respect and gratitude. I can never lose the friendly interest you have inspired, and I can never think of the North as I hear others speak of it, but I belong to my own people, and I should be very unhappy and humiliated if I felt that I must continue to look to an enemy of my country for protection. I cannot go over to your side any more than you can come over to ours." He merely sighed in answer. "You do not think less." And then she paused in troubled silence. "Louise," called Mrs. Whately's voice. "Yes," replied the girl. "We are coming." "I think you will always try to do what seems right to you, Miss Barron. May God help and guide you, for you may have trouble of which you little dream. What you say about your side and my side has no place in my thoughts. I'll help settle such questions with soldiers. Neither do I wish to be officious, but there is something in my very manhood which protests against a fair young girl like you being so beset with troubles. Forgive me," she said earnestly. "There it is again. You are unselfishly thinking of me, and that's so new. There's no use of disguising it. When you go there'll not be one left except Aunt Jinky and Uncle Lusta who will truly wish what's best for me without regard to themselves. Well, it can't be helped. At least I have had a warning which I won't forget. But Mrs. Whately seems so kindly." "Hush! I see Uncle coming. She would sacrifice herself utterly for her son, and do you think she would spare me?" Mr. Barron's fears and honest sense of responsibility led him at last to seek his niece. In doing this he saw Perkins under guard. Hastening to Scoville he demanded, "What does this mean?" "My overseer is not a combatant, sir." "Mr. Barron," replied the officer, "have you not yet learned that I am in command on this plantation?" Poor Mr. Barron lost his temper again, and exploded most unwisely in the words, "Well, sir, my niece is not under your command. You had no right to take her from the house without my permission. I shall report you to your superior officer tomorrow." "I hope you will, sir." "I also protest against the treatment of my overseer." "Very well, sir. You will please release my niece's arm and leave us to ourselves, as you promised." "No, sir, I shall escort Miss Barron back to Mrs. Whately, from whom I obtained the honor of her society." "Louise, I command," Mr. Barron began, almost choking with rage. "No, uncle," replied the girl. "You command me no more, request me politely, and I will shake hands with Lieutenant Scoville, thank him for his courtesy to me and to us all, and then go with you." The old man turned on his heel and walked back to the house without a word. "Bravo!" whispered Scoville, but he felt her hand tremble on his arm. "That's your true course," he added. "Insist on the treatment to your age, act like a lady, and you will be safe." "Well, Mrs. Whately tried to say politely. "Have not you young people taken an L?" "No, Mrs. Whately," Scoville replied gravely. "We have not taken a step out of our way between here and the quarters, although we have lingered in conversation. We have ever been in plain sight of many of your people. I put the overseer under arrest because I had absolute proof of his malicious hostility. I shall inflict no injury on any one who does not threaten to be dangerous to my command, my duty requiring that I draw the line sharply there. Mrs. Whately, I have never met a young lady who inspired in me more honest respect. If we have trespassed on your patience, the blame is mine. Ladies, I thank you for your courtesy and wish you good night." And he walked rapidly away. "Auntie," said Miss Lou, "you have begun to treat me in a way which would inspire my love and confidence." "Well, my dear, I am sorely perplexed. If we yield in minor points, you should in vital ones, and trust to our riper experience and knowledge." The distractions of the day had practically robbed Mr. Barron of all self-control, and he now exclaimed, "I yield nothing. As your guardian, I shall maintain my rights and live up to my sense of responsibility. If by wild, reckless conduct you thwart my efforts in your behalf, my responsibility ceases. I can then feel that I have done my best. And so, uncle, you would be quite content, no matter what became of me," added the girl bitterly. "Well, then, I tell you to your face that you cannot marry me, like a slave girl, to whom you please. I'll die first. I shall have my girlhood, and then, as woman, marry or not marry as I choose. Auntie, I appeal to you, as a woman and a lady, to stop this wretched folly if you can." "Louise," said her aunt kindly, "as long as I have a home it shall be a refuge to you. I hope the morrow will bring wiser counsels and better moods to us all." The mansion soon became quiet, and all slept in the weariness of reaction. No sound came from the darkened dwelling except an occasional groan from one of the wounded men on the piazza. Scoville, wrapped in a blanket, lay down by the fire with his men and was asleep almost instantly. The still shadows on the dewy grass slowly turned toward the east as the moon sank low. To the last, its beams glinted on the weapons of vigilant sentinels and vedettes, and the only warlike sounds occurred at the relief of guards. All rested who could rest except one, the overseer. Restless, vindictive, he watched and listened till morning. Chapter 18: A Well-Aimed Slipper. It would be hard to imagine a morning more lovely, a more perfect type of peace and goodwill, than the one which dawned over the Oaks plantation the following day. With the light came fragrant zephyrs of delicious coolness. The stillness of the night gave place to a slight stir and rustle of foliage. Chanticleers crowed lustily, with no forebodings of their doom. The horses began to whinny for their breakfasts, and the negroes to emerge from their quarters to greet the light of this first fair day of freedom. Uncle Lusta declared, "De millennium year show!" Smoke rose from Aunt Jinky's chimney, and after the pone was baking on the hearth she came out on the doorstep with her pipe to do a little projeckin' dot. Even she was impressed with the beauty and peacefulness of the morning. "Enter Tink," she ejaculated. "My honey's sleepin' lack a lil chilly stead o' be cryin' en ringin' her hans nobody no war. When day gets to morrin' my honey en she a bleatin' en a tremblin' like a lamb long a wolf dat lickin' he chops ober her, den I say hit's time fer a smash up. Ma Scoville look lak he tekt her gin de whole world dot." So thought Miss Lou herself. In her weariness and sense of security she had slept soundly till the light grew distinct, when the birds wakened her. With consciousness memory quickly reproduced what had occurred. She sprang to the window and peeped through the blinds in time to see Scoville rise from his bivouac and throw aside his blanket. With a soldier's promptness he aroused his men and began giving orders, the tenor of one being that a scouting party should prepare to go out immediately. "Oh," she sighed, "if I had such a brother what a happy girl I might be! I don't believe I'd ever care to marry." She was far from being a soft-natured, susceptible girl, and while Scoville kindled her imagination and had won her trust, she did not think of him as a lover. Indeed, the very word had become hateful to her, associating it as she did with her cousin and the idea of selfish appropriation. More strongly than any slave on the plantation, she longed for freedom, and the belief that the Union officer understood her, respecting her rights and feelings, won him all the favor she was then capable of bestowing upon anyone. If he had employed his brief opportunity in gallantry and love-making, she would have been disgusted. "I never met anyone like him," she soliloquized as she hastily dressed. "It's so strange to find one willing I should be a little bit happy in my own way, who is not seeking my best welfare, as Uncle says. Welfare, indeed! As if I couldn't see some wish or scheme of their own back of all they say or do. His dark eyes declare, 'I wish you well whether you are useful to me or not.' Well, I am glad I've known him, whether I ever see him again or not. He has made my course much clearer." The inmates of the mansion as well as those without were soon busy in their preparations for a day which all felt must be eventful. That the millennium had not come was soon proved by the commencement of hostilities on the part of Mrs. Barron and Scoville. The latter was approaching the kitchen to interview Aunt Sook when old Miss appeared. "Madam," he said, lifting his hat, "will you kindly direct your cook to prepare a breakfast immediately for the wounded? It should be light as well as nutritious, for some are feverish." She paid no more attention to him than if he had not spoken, and entered Aunt Sook's domain. There was a mirthful flash in his dark eyes as he followed her. When she saw him standing in the doorway, her cold stare, more clearly than words, designated him intruder. He steadily returned her gaze, and Aunt Sook, who had been shouting over freedom the night before, now had the temerity to quiver in all her vast proportions with amusement. "Madam," resumed Scoville, removing his hat, "will you give my orders, or shall I?" "Your orders, sir!" "And in my kitchen?" "Certainly, madam, and my orders in this instance are simply the dictates of humanity. I will see that our men are well cared for. I am not responsible for the others. But I am, and all must fare alike. Cook, prepare a nice light breakfast for all the wounded men before you do anything else." "Yes, Marzar, I beg you, I.S.U.T. New York will." Scoville strode away to attend to other duties. Mrs. Barron glared after him and then at Aunt Sook, who at once began her work. "Do you mean to say that you'll take no more orders from me?" the old lady asked, in tones of suppressed anger. "Chant do mo and one tincter once it. Obi coasi I get yo breakfast when I kin. Reckon do we soon hab ter disagree on my wages. I see a free woman. Oh, you are free and I am not. That's the new order of things your Yankee friends would bring about." "La now, missus," said matter-of-fact Aunt Sook, again shaking with mirth at the idea. "You got mo education and me. What do yous be in blind on pup pose? S'pose you and old Marzar tell me dat I na egg," holding one up. "Chant I see? Hit's broad sun up. Why not to look at tings easy day is? Sabe a heap o be trouble. Yer you lil niggas hep right smart or you neber get yo breakfast." Mrs. Barron went back to the house looking as if the end of the world had come instead of the millennium. In the hall she met her husband and Mrs. Whately, to whom she narrated what had occurred. Mr. Barron had settled down into a sort of sullen endurance, and made no answer, but Mrs. Whately began earnestly. "Our very dignity requires that we have no more collisions with a power we cannot resist. Even you, sister, must now see that you gain nothing and change nothing. We can be merely passive in our hostility. The only course possible for us is to endure this ordeal patiently, and then win Louise over to our wishes." Miss Lou, who was dusting the parlor, stole to the further end of the apartment, and rattled some ornaments to warn them of her presence. She smiled bitterly as she muttered, "Our wishes, mine will never be consulted." Mrs. Whately entered the parlor and kissed her niece affectionately. She did not like the girl's expression, and the difficulty of her task grew clearer. Nevertheless, her heart was more set on the marriage than ever before, since her motives had been strengthened by thought. That her son was bent upon it was one of the chief considerations. "If I obtain for him this prize," she had reasoned, "he must see that there is no love like a mother's." Miss Lou, also, had been unconsciously revealing her nature to the sagacious matron, who felt the girl, if won, would not become a pretty toy, soon wearying her son by insipidity of character. I know better, the lady thought, than to agree with brother and sister that Louise is merely wilful and perverse. Feeling that she was incapable of controlling her son, she would be glad to delegate this task to the one who had the most influence over him, and who best promised to maintain it. She was not so blind in her indulgence as helpless in it from long habit. She thought that as a wife the girl would not only hold her own, but also do much toward restraining her son in his wild tendencies. But she gave no weight to the consideration often in Miss Lou's mind. I do not see why everything and everybody should exist for Cousin Mad's benefit. Mrs. Whately secretly approved of Scoville's orders in regard to the wounded, but did not so express herself, resolving not to come into collision again with her relatives unless it was essential. She now went out and assisted the surgical trooper in dressing the men's injuries. Miss Lou had learned that breakfast would be delayed, and so decided to satisfy her hunger partially at Aunt Jinky's cabin. The excitements of the preceding day had robbed her of all appetite, but now she was ravenous. Her estrangement from her uncle and aunt was so great that she avoided them, having a good deal of the child's feeling. I won't speak till they make up first. The old negress heard her rapid steps and looked out from her door. Oh, mammy, cried the girl, I'm that hungry I could almost eat you, and I don't know when we'll have breakfast. You'd in time, den, honey. Come right in. But Miss Lou paused at the door in embarrassment, for Scoville had risen from the table and was advancing to meet her. Good morning, Miss Barron, he said. Aunt Jinky and Chunk have prepared me a capital breakfast, and I should be only too delighted to share it. I must be in the saddle soon, and so availed myself of the first chance for a meal. Please do not hesitate, for it will probably be my only opportunity of saying goodbye. Dar now, honey, sit right down. Yef ma Scoville quality den I don't know Miss Barron, cried Scoville, laughing. Aunt Jinky has raised a point now which you alone can settle, the question of my quality. About the same as my own, I reckon, said the girl, sitting down with rosy cheeks. Aunt Jinky is evidently your ally, for she has put her invitation in a form which I could not decline without hurting the feelings of your sincere and grateful friend, interrupted the officer. Uncle and aunt would think I was committing an unheard of indiscretion. But are you? I'm too hungry to discuss the question now, she answered, laughing. Do let us hasten, for such old friends should not part with their mouths full. Well, hit does my ol' heart good ter see you sittin' dar, Miss Lou. I see pufful glad yo' mouth's full o' be breakfast and dat yo' eyes ein full o' be tears. What we projeckin' 'bout yistiddy? Now, Aunt Jinky, just keep still. I can't show becoming sentiment on any subject except pones and such coffee as I have not tasted for a long time. Hit Yankee coffee. I drink your health in my one contribution, cried Scoville. Never mind, Auntie, we'll be jolly over it all the same. I agree with you. It's worth a month's pay to see Miss Barron happy and hungry. I'd like to know who has a better right. Aunt Jinky's told me how you protected her. That was fine. You'd make a soldier. Oh, please stop such talk, both of you. I'm ridiculously unlike the heroines in Uncle's library. Lieutenant, please don't say ha. The hour has come and we must part, perhaps forever. I won't have any forever. Uncle Lusta has insured you gray hairs, and if you don't come and see us before they're gray, Aunt Jinky and I will believe all Uncle says about the Yankees. And so you ought, said Scoville. Oh, I'll come back to breakfast with you again, if I have to come on crutches. Well, I must go. There is Chunk with the horses. Even now I'm keeping one ear open for a shot from that hasty cousin of yours. At this reference she looked grave and rose from the table. Lieutenant, she said, taking his proffered hand, please do not think me a giddy child nor an unfeeling girl. I do thank you. I do wish you well just as you wish me well, for your own sake. Oh, it seems such a blessed thing for people to feel simple, honest goodwill toward one another, without having some scheme back of it all. Well, Miss Barron, if I had a chance I'd soon prove that I too had a scheme. The chief point in it would be to keep all trouble out of the eyes that looked on me so kindly when I came to my senses in this cabin. Heaven bless your good, kind heart. Promise me one thing. Well? If your cousin comes soon, there may be a sharp fight. Keep out of danger. I could never be myself again if my coming here should result in injury to you. As far as my curiosity will permit, I will try to keep out of the way. I've seen so little in my short life that I must make the most of this brief opportunity. In a day or so you may all be gone, and then the old humdrum life will begin again. Yes, we may all be gone before night. Your chief danger then will be from the stragglers which follow the army like vultures. If possible, I will induce the general to leave a guard tonight. I wish Mr. Baron had a clearer eye to his interests and safety. The general is not lamb-like. If a guard can be procured for tonight, it will be due to your action and my representations. My services as a scout have brought me in rather close contact with the general, and possibly I may induce him to give protection as long as the interest of the service permits. All questions will be decided with reference to the main chance, so if I seem neglectful, remember I must obey my orders, whatever they are. Ah, there's a shot. Her hand ached long afterward from his quick, strong pressure, and then he mounted and was away at a gallop. Miss Lou hastily returned to the house, but Chunk coolly entered the cabin, saying, I see get a bite fair meb I in yer ter dinner. Reckon you better be skurse, Chunk, yef Mad Whately comes, said his grandmother, trembling. I knows the W at ter spect fum Mad Whately en fum dat ar Overseer too, but dey fin me a ugly ol' hornet. I got my sting honey, and he tapped the butt of a revolver in the breast of his coat. Having devoured the remnants of the breakfast, he darted out and mounted his horse also. Mad Whately was coming sure enough, and like a whirlwind. He had fallen in with the van of the Confederate advance during the night, and by his representations had induced an early and forced march to the Oaks. The vigilant Scoville, with his experiences as a scout fresh in his mind, had foreseen this possibility. He had two plans in his mind and was ready to act upon either of them. Rushing through the hallway of the mansion from the rear entrance, Miss Lou found her kindred on the veranda. They were too excited and eager to ask where she had been, for the fierce rebel yell had already been raised at the entrance of the avenue. Ah! Exclaimed Mr. Baron. Now we'll see this Yankee scum swept away. Apparently he would have good reason for his exultation. Scoville was the last man in the world to fight blindly, and Miss Lou kept her eyes on him. As he sat on his horse, where he commanded the best view of the advancing enemy, she thought he appeared wonderfully quiet. Not so his men. They were galloping to the right of the mansion, where there was a grove on rising ground which formed a long ridge stretching away to the northwest. It can readily be guessed that it was Scoville's aim not to be cut off from the main Union column by a superior force, and the ridge would enable him to see his enemy before he fought, if he should deem it wise to fight at all. He knew that his horses were fresh. If those of the attacking party were somewhat blown, he could easily keep out of the way if it were too strong to cope with. He exchanged a few words with the sergeant commanding the scouting party recently sent out, and pointed to the grove with his saber, then slowly followed with his eye on the enemy. Miss Lou was in a fever of apprehension in his behalf, for already shots were fired at him from the Confederates. Suddenly she heard the click of a musket-lock just beneath her, and looking down, saw Perkins leveling a piece at Scoville. Quick as light she drew off her slipper and dashed it into the man's face as he fired. By reason of his disconcerted aim, the bullet flew harmlessly by the Union officer, who gave a quick, stern glance toward his assailant, recognized him, and galloped after his men. "You vile murderer!" cried Miss Lou. "Would you shoot a man in his back?" "Oh, come, Perkins, that's hardly the thing, no matter what your provocation," Mr. Baron added. Perkins bestowed a malignant glance on Miss Lou, then limped away, wearing a sullen look. The officer in command of the Confederates sheered off across the lawn toward the grove, and the girl quickly saw that his force greatly outnumbered that of Scoville. Mad Whately dashed up to the piazza steps and asked breathlessly, "Are you all safe?" "Yes," cried his mother. "Thank God! I see you are safe also." He turned his eyes on his cousin, but in her cold, steady gaze found no encouragement. With something like an oath, he turned and galloped after the attacking force. But Scoville did not wait to be attacked. He continued with his men along the ridge, retreating rapidly when pressed, pausing when pursuit slackened. The officer in command soon remarked to Whately, "We are using up our horses to no purpose, and we shall need them for more important work later in the day." Therefore he sounded recall and retired on the mansion, Scoville following, thus proving that he was governed by other motives than fear. Indeed, he was in a very genial frame of mind. He had got all his men off safely, except 2 or 3 laggards, and had already sent swift riders to inform his general of the situation. Knowing that the tables would soon be turned, he was quite content that he had not made an obstinate and useless resistance. "What's more," he thought, "Miss Lou would not have kept out of danger. It isn't in her nature to do so. Miss Lou! I wish I might call her that some day and then drop the miss. One thing is clear. If I meet that cousin again, he'll show me no quarter. So I must look out for him and that assassin of an overseer, too." She called him by his right name, the brave little girl. No need of asking me to come back, for I'd go to the ends of the earth to see her again. If he had known how her presence of mind and swift action had in all probability saved his life, his feelings would have been far more vivid, while his belief in the luck of throwing an old shoe would have become one of the tenets of his faith. Miss Lou went after the extemporized missile and put it on again, saying, "I have fired my first and last shot in this war." "It is indeed becoming doubtful on which side you are," answered her uncle sternly. "I'm not on the side of that wretch Perkins. Suppose he had succeeded, and Lieutenant Scoville's general came here, what mercy could we expect? If Perkins values his life, he had better not be caught. I am glad indeed, Louise, that you prevented such a thing from happening," said Mrs. Whately. "The result might have been very disastrous, and in any event would have been horrible. It was a brave, sensible thing to do, and you will find that Madison will think so, too." Mad Whately, however, was in anything but a judicial mood. Chapter 19: A Girl's Appeal. Miss Lou was too well acquainted with her cousin not to recognize evidences of almost ungovernable rage during the brief moment he had paused at the veranda. She looked significantly at his mother, whose face was pale and full of an apprehension now uncalled for, since the prospect of an immediate battle had passed away. "She is afraid of him herself, her own son, and yet she would marry me to him," the girl thought bitterly. Miss Lou was mistaken. Her aunt had fears only for her son, knowing how prone he was to rash, headlong action when almost insane from passion. The girl, however, was elated and careless. She justly exulted in the act by which she had baffled the vengeance of Perkins, and she had ceased to have the anxieties of a bitter Southern partisan. Such she would have been but for her alienation from those identified with the cause. She was capable of the most devoted loyalty, but to whom should she give it? If a loving father or brother had been among the Confederates, there would have been no question. Now she was sorely perplexed in her feelings, for the South was represented by those bent upon doing her a wrong at which her very soul revolted, and the North by one who had satisfied her sense of right and justice, who, more than all, had warmed her heart by kindness. The very friendliness of the Negroes inclined her to take their part almost involuntarily, so deep was the craving of her chilled nature for sympathy. If she had been brought up in loving dependence, she would not have been so well equipped for the chaotic emergency. Having no hope of good counsel from natural advisers, she did not waste a moment in seeking it, or weakly hesitate for its lack. What her bright, active mind suggested as right and best, that she was ready to do instantly. Now that she had gained freedom, she would keep it at all hazards. When the Confederate officers approached the house, she was glad to observe that her cousin was not chief in command. Mr. Barron went down upon the lawn to meet the officers, and, after a brief parley, Major Brockton, the senior in command, began to dispose of his men for a little rest and refreshment, promising to join the family soon in the dining room. Miss Lou, unasked, now aided in the preparations for the morning meal. Fearing Aunt Sook would get herself in trouble, she ran to the kitchen and told the old cook to comply with all demands as best she could. She had scarcely spoken when Mrs. Barron entered. Casting a severe look on her niece, she asked Aunt Sook, "Will you obey me now? Will you tell me you are a free woman now? My head in a whirl already, Mrs. Yef you wants me ter I can cook, but I can't keep track o' be de goin's on. I can't, replied the indomitable old lady. And I can keep a good memory of the behavior of all on the plantation. You can't govern much longer by fear, aunt, said Miss Lou. Had you not better try a little kindness? What has been the result of all the years of kindness bestowed upon you? Was the indignant answer. I only meant that it might be well to bestow a little of what other people regard as kindness. I had asked Aunt Sick to do her best and am sure she will. It will be strange if she does, when you are setting the example of doing your worst. But I am mistress once more, and wish no interference. Don't you worry, honey, 'bout we UNS, said Aunt Sick quietly. We yeard de son from far away, and we year it again soon. Meanwhile Mad Whately was closeted with his uncle and mother, listening with a black frown to all that had occurred. I tell you, exclaimed the young man, it's as clear as the sun in the sky that she should be sent away at once, in fact that you all should go. I won't go, said Mr. Barron. Neither will my wife. If the country has come to such a pass that we must die on our hearths, we will die right here. Then with my whole authority, mother, I demand that you and my cousin go at once while opportunity still remains. The forces on both sides are concentrating here, and this house may soon be in the midst of a battle. Lou will be exposed to every chance of war. By heaven! The girl to be my wife shall not trifle with me longer. Oh, mother! How could you let her walk and talk alone with that Yankee officer? I tell you both you are taking the wrong course with Louise, began Mrs. Whately. You never spoke a truer word, Auntie, said Miss Lou, entering. Stung to the quick, Whately sprang up and said sternly, In this emergency I am the head of my family. I command you to be ready within an hour to go away with my mother. Perkins and a small guard will go with you to my cousin's house. Go away with that cowardly wretch, Perkins? Never! You are to go away with your aunt and my mother, and you cannot help yourself. Your readiness to receive attentions from a miserable Yankee cub shows how little you are to be trusted. I tell you for the honor of our house you shall go away. I'd shoot you rather than have it occur again. You silly, spoiled, passionate boy! Exclaimed Miss Lou, rendered self-possessed by the very extravagance of her cousin's anger. Do you suppose I will take either command or counsel from one who is beside himself? Come, Cousin Mad, cool off, or you'll have some more repenting at leisure to do. She walked quietly out of the room to the veranda just as Major Brockton was about to announce himself. Miss Barron, I presume, he said, doffing his hat. Yes, sir. Please sit down. I think we shall soon be summoned to breakfast. If the worst comes to the worst, she resolved, I can appeal to this officer for protection. Mother, said Whately in a choking voice, be ready to go the moment you have your breakfast. His passion was so terrible that she made a feint of obeying, while he rushed out of the rear door. Perkins readily entered into the plan, and gave Whately further distorted information about Miss Lou's recent interview with Scoville. Mrs. Whately's horses were quickly harnessed to her carriage, and Perkins drove it near to the back entrance to the mansion. As Whately entered, his mother put her hand on his arm, and warned, Madison, I fear you are all wrong. Mother, I will be obeyed at once. The carriage is ready. My own men, who have been paroled, will act as escort. Lou shall go if taken by force. Madison, what can you hope from a wife won by such violence? She will fear and obey me the rest of her life. I'd rather die 10,000 deaths than be balked after what she has said. Come, let's go through the form of breakfast, and then I shall act. They found Miss Lou with her uncle, aunt, and Major Brockton already at the table. The Major at once resumed his condolences. I am very sorry indeed, he said, that you ladies are compelled to leave your home. Do you think it wisest and best that we should? Asked Mrs. Whately quickly, hoping that her niece would feel the force of the older officer's decision. Yes, madam, I do. I think that the sooner you all are south of our advance the better. It is possible that a battle may take place on this very ground, although I hope not. As soon as my men have had something to eat I shall follow the Yankees, a course I trust that will bring on the action elsewhere, but this region will probably become one of strife and turmoil for a time. It won't last long, however, and if the house is spared, I think you can soon return." Mrs. Barron poured the coffee and then excused herself. A few moments later, Miss Lou, who was very observant, noted a significant glance from Zany. As the dusky waitress started ostensibly for the kitchen, the young girl immediately followed. Whately hesitated a moment or two, then left the breakfast room also. But Zany had had time to whisper, "Oh, Miss Lou, Miss Whately's carriage's at to do, and Perkins and Saugus with it. Ol' Miss in yo' roomette." "Quit that," said Whately in a low, stern voice, and Zany scuttled away. "Now then," resumed Whately to his cousin, "if you have any dignity or sense left, get ready at once. I can tell you that I'm far past being trifled with now." "I'll finish my breakfast first, if you please," was the quiet response, so quiet that he was misled, and imagined her were breaking before his purpose. They were scarcely seated at the table again before she startled them all by saying, "Major Brockton, I appeal to you, as a Southern gentleman and a Southern officer, for protection." "Why, Miss Barron!" exclaimed the Major. "You fairly take away my breath." "Little wonder, sir. I have had mine taken away." "Louise, you are insane!" cried Mr. Barron, starting up. "Major, you can see for yourself that I am not insane, that I have perfect self-control. As you are a true man, I plead with you not to let my cousin send me away. He can only do so by force, but I plead with you not to permit it. If I must, I will tell you all, but I'd rather not. I am an orphan and so have sacred claims on every true man, and I appeal to you. I do not fear any battle that may be fought here, but I do fear being sent away, and with good reason." "Oh, Louise!" cried Mrs. Whately, with scarlet face. "You place us in a horrible position." "Not in so horrible a one as I have been placed, and which I will not risk again, God is my witness." Major Brockton looked very grave, for he was acquainted with Whately's recklessness. The young man himself was simply speechless from rage, but Mr. Barron sprang up and said sternly, "You shall hear the whole truth, sir. It can be quickly told, and then you can judge whether I, as guardian, am capable of countenancing anything unwarranted by the highest sense of honor. This girl, my niece, has been virtually betrothed to her cousin since childhood. I and her aunts deemed it wisest and safest, in view of dangers threatening the direst evils, that she should be married at once and escorted by my sister and her son to the house of a relative residing further south. First and last, we were considering her interests, and above all, her safety. That's all." "No, it is not all," cried Miss Lou, with a passionate pathos in her voice which touched the Major's heart. "Would you, sir, force a girl, scarcely more than a child, to marry a man when you knew that she would rather die first? Safety! What would I care for safety after the worst had happened? I will not be married like a slave girl. I will not go away to Lieutenant Whately's relations unless I am taken by force." "Great God, sir, that I should hear a Southern girl make such an appeal," said Major Brockton, his face dark with indignation. "We are justly proud of the respect we show to our women, and who more entitled to respect than this orphan girl, scarcely more than a child, as she says herself? Good heaven! Whately, could you not have protected your cousin as you would your sister? You say, sir," to Mr. Barron, "that she was betrothed from childhood. She didn't betroth herself in childhood, did she? Believe me, Miss Barron, no one has the power to force you into marriage, although your kindred should use all means, while you are so young, to prevent an unworthy alliance. I had no thought of marriage, sir, until terrified by my cousin's purpose and my family's urgency but a day since. I am willing to pay them all respect and deference if they will treat me as if I had some rights and feelings of my own. My only wish is a little of the freedom which I feel a girl should enjoy when as old as I am. I detest and fear the man whom my cousin has selected to take me away. I do not fear a battle. They all can tell you that I stood on the piazza when bullets were flying. I only ask and plead that I may stay in such a home as I have. My old mammy is here and—" "Well," ejaculated the Major, "have you no stronger tie than that of a slave mammy in your home? I do not wish to be unjust, sir." I try to think my aunt and uncle mean well by me, but they can't seem to realize that I have any rights whatever. As for my cousin, he has always had what he wanted, and now he wants me. That is natural enough, but let him win you, if he can, like a Southern gentleman. Lieutenant Whately, I order you to your duty. Mr. Baron, if you wish to send your ladies away and go with them, I will furnish an escort. Any Southern home beyond the field of hostilities will be open to you. Acquaint me with your decision. And he bowed and strode away. Even the most prejudiced and blind are compelled at times by an unhesitating and impartial opinion to see things somewhat in their true light. Long-cherished purposes and habits of thought in regard to Miss Lu, then panic, and strong emotions mixed with good and evil, had brought the girl's relatives into their present false relations to her. After the scene at the attempted wedding, Mrs. Whately would have returned to safe and proper ground, hoping still to win by kindness and coaxing. She had learned that Miss Lu was not that kind of girl, who more or less reluctantly could be urged into marriage and then make the best of it as a matter of course. This fact only made her the more eager for the union, because by means of it she hoped to secure a balance wheel for her son. But the blind, obstinate persistence on the part of the barons in their habitual attitude toward their niece, and now her son's action, had placed them all in a most humiliating light. Even Mr. Baron, who had always been so infallible in his autocratic ways and beliefs, knew not how to answer the elderly Major. Whately himself, in a revulsion of feeling common to his nature, felt that his cousin had been right, and that a miserable space for repentance was before him, not so much for the wrong he had purposed, as for the wilful unwisdom of his tactics and their ignominious failure. His training as a soldier led him to obey without a word. Miss Lu was magnanimous in her victory. "Cousin Madison," she said earnestly, "why don't you end this wicked nonsense and act like a cousin? As such I have no ill will toward you, but I think you and Uncle must now see I'll stop at nothing that will keep me from becoming your wife. There's no use of trying to make me think I'm wrong in my feelings, for I now believe every true man would side with me. Be my cousin and friend and I will give you my hand here and now in goodwill." But his anger was too strong to permit any such sensible action, and he rushed away without a word. "Madison!" called his mother. "Oh, I'm just overwhelmed." And she covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. "Well," said Mr. Baron in a sort of dreary apathy, "do you and Louise wish to go away under an escort furnished by the Major?" "No," cried Mrs. Whately. "I would accept my fate rather than favor at his hands. If I could only explain to him more fully, yet how can I? My son, with all his faults, is all I have to live for. I shall stay near him while I can, for he will be reckless today. My heart is just breaking with forebodings. Oh, why couldn't you, with your gray hairs, have shown a little wisdom in helping me restrain him?" "I reckon the restraining should have been practiced long ago," replied her brother irritably. "You have practiced nothing but restraint in the case of Louise, and what is the result?" The girl looked at them wonderingly in their abject helplessness, and then said, "If you are taking it for granted that I am spoiled beyond remedy, I can't help it. I would have made no trouble if you had not set about making me trouble without end. As soon as I can I'll go away and take care of myself." "Of course, Louise," said Mrs. Whately, "we're all wrong, you as well as the rest of us. We must try to get this snarl untangled and begin right. The idea of your going away! I suppose that was the only idea," said Mrs. Baron, entering. "I, at least, have tried to remedy our niece's perverseness by getting her things ready." Mrs. Whately wrung her hands in something like despair, while Miss Lu burst into a peal of half-nervous laughter at the expression on her uncle's face. "Well," she said, "there'll be no more trouble as far as I am concerned unless it's of your own making. If I am protected in my home, I shall stay, if not, I shall leave it. One learns fast in such ordeals as I have passed through. Aunt Sarah, your son threatened to shoot me for doing what you permitted. Suppose I had told Major Brockton that? I made allowances for Madison's passion, but unless he learns to control himself he will have to vent his passion on someone else." "She has just lost her senses," gasped Mrs. Baron. No, we have acted as if we had lost ours, said Mrs. Whately, rising with dignity. I can't reason with either of you any more, for you have made up your minds that a spade is not a spade. I shall tell my niece that hereafter I shall treat her kindly and rationally, and then go home. And she left husband and wife confronting each other. What are you going to do? Asked the wife. Do? Exploded the husband in desperation. Why, hump myself and restore everything in a twinkling as it was 5 years ago. What else can I do? Even Mrs. Barron was speechless at this admission that events had now passed far beyond his control. Chapter 20 Scoville's Hope. Mrs. Whately found her niece on the veranda watching the proceedings without, and she lost no time in expressing her purpose. To her surprise, a pair of arms were around her neck instantly, and a kiss was pressed upon her lips. That's my answer, said Miss Lou, who was as ready to forgive and forget as a child. If you say a word about going home, I shall be unhappy. See, Auntie, the Yankees are retreating again as our men advance. The morning sun was now shining brightly, and the day growing very warm. Before them was the scene of military operations. At present, it afforded a deeply exciting spectacle, yet oppressed with no sense of personal danger. Scoville's little force was slowly retiring along the ridge which the Confederates were approaching, thus removing the theater of actual conflict from the vicinity of the dwelling. Mr. Barron appeared on the veranda and soon began to yield to the soothing influences of his pipe. It was not in his nature to make any formal acknowledgments of error, but he felt that he had gone on the wrong track far and long enough, and so was ready for a gradual amelioration in his relations to his niece and sister. They had become too absorbed in the scene before them to think of much else, while Mrs. Barron sought composure and solace in her domestic affairs. At last Mrs. Whately said, "The Yankees appear to have stopped retreating and to be increasing in numbers. Alas! I fear our men are in great danger and that the main column of the enemy is near." There was a sudden outbreak of cries and exclamations from the negroes in the rear of the mansion. Sandy rushed out, saying, "The Yanks comin' by on Jinky's cabin." She had scarcely spoken before they heard a rush of trampling steeds and the head of a Union column swept round the house. Miss Lou saw Scoville leading and knew that he had availed himself of his acquaintance with the place to guide an attack upon the Confederates in their rear. He saluted her with his saber and smiled as he passed, but her sympathies were with the Major, now taken at such disadvantage. At this period the troops on both sides were veterans, and neither fought nor ran away without good reason. Major Brockton knew as well what to do as had Scoville before him, and retreated at a gallop with his men toward the southwest, whence his supports were advancing. The Union attack, however, had been something of a surprise, and a number of the Confederates were cut off. The scene and event had been one to set every nerve tingling. But a few yards away the Union force had rushed by like a living torrent, the ground trembling under the iron tread of the horses. Far more impressive had been the near vision of the fierce, bronze faces of the troopers, their eyes gleaming like their sabers, with the excitement of battle. Scoville won her admiration unstintedly, even though she deprecated his purpose. His bearing was so fearless, so jaunty even in its power, that he seemed as brave as any knight in the old-fashioned romances she had read, yet so real and genial that it was hard to believe he was facing death that sunny morning or bent upon inflicting it. Looking at his young, smiling, carefree face, one could easily imagine that he was taking part in a military pageant, but the headlong career and flashing weapons of his men, who deployed as they charged straight at the Confederates, dispelled any such illusion. The ridge began to grow black with Union men, and Miss Lou soon perceived the gleam of artillery as the guns were placed in position. Mr. Barron, who had permitted his pipe to go out in the excitement, groaned, "The Yanks have come in force and are forming a line of battle yonder. If our troops come up, the fight will take place on my land. Lord help us! What's coming next?" Miss Lou began to receive impressions which filled her with awe. Heretofore she had been intensely excited by what had been mere skirmishes, but now she witnessed preparations for a battle. That long line of dark blue on the ridge portended something more terrible than she could imagine. The sounds of conflict died away down the main road, The ring of axes was heard in the grove which crowned the ridge near the mansion, and Mr. Barron groaned again. Thin curls of smoke began to define the Union position. Before noon, thousands of coffee pots were simmering on the fires. At last, a tall man, followed by a little group of officers and a squadron of cavalry, rode down the ridge toward the mansion. These troopers surrounded the house, forming one circle near and another much further away, so that none could approach without causing prompt alarm. The group of officers dismounted, and orderlies held their horses. As the tall man came up the veranda steps, Miss Lou saw 2 white stars on his shoulder. Then her uncle advanced reluctantly, and this man said, "Mr. Barron, I presume?" "Yes, sir. My name is Marston, commanding officer. This is my staff. Will you oblige us by as good a meal as can be provided hastily? I will pay for it." "No, sir, you cannot pay for it," replied Mr. Barron indignantly. "I keep a house of entertainment only for my friends. At the same time, I know your request is equivalent to a command, and we will do the best we can." "Very well, sir. I can repay you in a way that will be satisfactory to my mind and be more advantageous to you. Hartley, tell the officer in command to permit no depredations. Ladies, your servant." And the general dropped into a chair as if weary. Some of the younger officers promptly sought to play the agreeable to Mrs. Whately and her niece, and upon the latter all eyes rested in undisguised admiration. Cold and shy as she had appeared, she had not failed to note the fact. The woman was sufficiently developed within her for this, and the quick, unanimous verdict of these strangers and enemies in regard to herself which she read in their eyes came with almost the force of a revelation. For the first time, she truly became conscious of her beauty and its power. More than ever, she exulted in her escape and freedom, thinking, "What a poor figure is Cousin Mad beside these men whose faces are so full of intelligence." Mrs. Whately was the perfection of dignified courtesy, but quickly excused herself and niece on the plea of hastening preparations. She was one who could not extend even enforced hospitality bereft of its grace, and she also explained to Miss Lou, "We had much better gain their goodwill than their ill will. Well, Auntie, we must admit that the Yankees have not acted like monsters yet." The lady bit her lip, but said after a moment, "I suppose gentlemen are much the same the world over. Thus far it has been our good fortune to have met with such only. There is another class, however, from which God defend us. Lieutenant Scoville admitted that himself. So there is on our side men like Perkins. No, I mean Yankee officers who have at least permitted the worst wrongs in many parts of our unhappy land." "Well," thought Miss Lou, as she helped Zany set the table, "after my experience I shall believe what I see. What's more, I mean to see the world before I die and judge of everything for myself. Now if the general on our side, with his staff, will only come to supper, I shall get quite an education in one day." Mrs. Barron retired to her room and would have nothing whatever to do with her present guests, but Aunt Sook did not need her orders now, nor did any of her assistants. Chunk had again returned to his haunts, and had made havoc in the poultry yard. Now he worked like a beaver, meantime enjoining Aunt Sook, "Ter sabe de plumpest chicken be de lot fair my boss. Mas Scoville brung em all year, you knows. Hi! But we uns had to get out sudden do dis morning dot. Does you tink de Lincoln men get druv off again? How you talks? Aunt sick. Hi! Druv off. Why, de ridge de black wid enough to eat Mad Whately and all he men alive. Dey de ride and trud de kintry freen wi uns. Well, I hopes I can stay free till night, anyhow," said Aunt Sick, pausing in her work to make a dab at a little darket with her wooden spoon scepter. "First Moss Scoville whirl and en say I free, den old Miss whirl and en say I ein. Now conies de ginral be de whole lot and I see free agin. What's mo? De freer I get de harder I has to wook. My haid gwine ruin lack dat ar brass rooster on de barn, when de wind blow north and south ter oncet. No mat about yo haid, Aunt Sook. Dat I no count. Hit's yo Hans dat de ginral want busy. No mat about my haid, eh? Tek dat on yo and den." And she cracked Chunk's skull sharply. "Dat's right, Aunt Sook, keep de flies away," remarked Chunk quietly. You get all the freedom you wants if you does easy, I says. And more'n I wants if I've got to min everybody, eben dem w's never growed up. I just step to de general and say you have dejections bout cookin' he dinner. Den I tell him ter order out a charoti ter tek you ter glory. Ji lang. Impertinence, said Aun Suk, resuming her duties. La! Aun Suk, spoke up Saini, who had been listening for a moment. Don't you know Chunk de boss o be de whole business? He de pickin' chickens now ter let de general res a while. Bimeby he get on he hoss and lead the whole Lincoln army wid yo wooden spoon. Chunk started for her, but the fleet-footed girl was soon back in the dining room. When the early dinner was almost ready, Mr. Barron said to his sister, Surely, there's no reason why you and Louise should appear. Very good reason, brother. I shall make these northern officers feel that they have eaten salt with us, and so are bound to give us their protection. Moreover, I wish to gain every particle of information that I can. It may be useful to our general when he appears. Bring out your wine and brandy, for they loosen tongues. It soon became evident, however, that General Marston and his staff felt in no need of Dutch courage, and were too plainly aware of their situation to confuse their minds with their host's liquor even if they were so inclined. The general was serious, somewhat preoccupied, but courteous, especially to Miss Lou, on whom his eyes often rested kindly. At last he said, I have a little girl at home about your age and with your blue eyes. I'd give a good deal to see her today. I think, sir, you are glad that she is not where I am today. Miss Lou ventured to answer. Yes, that's true. I hope no harm will come to you, my child, nor will there if we can help it. I know what claims you have upon us and would be proud indeed if my daughter would behave as you have in like circumstances. I have traveled the world over, Mrs. Whately, and have never seen the equal of the unperverted American girl. I certainly believe that true of Southern girls, General, was the matron's reply, although she flushed under a consciousness of all that Scoville might have reported. Pardon me, madam, but you are in danger of perverting the minds of Southern girls with prejudice. A noble kind of prejudice, I admit, because so closely allied with what they regard as patriotism, but narrow and narrowing nevertheless. That old flag yonder means one people, one broad country, and all equally free under the law to think and act. Do you intend to remain in this country and hold it in subjection? Mrs. Whately asked in smiling keenness. We intend to give the Southern people every chance to become loyal, madam, and for one I rest confidently in their intelligence and sober second thoughts. They have fought bravely for their ideas, but will be defeated. The end is drawing near, I think. Well, sir, said Mr. Barron grimly, I am sorry you are preparing for some more bloody arguments about our very heirs. I am also, on account of these ladies. In other respects, I am not. By night there may be many wounded and dying men. It will be well for them that they do not fall in a wild and desolate region like some that we have passed through. As you say, sir, war is an argument, a heated one at times. But a wounded man is an appeal to all kindly humanity. You would nurse me a little, Miss Barron, if I were brought and wounded, would you not? Yes, sir, I would, because I feel what you say about a wounded man is true. Oh, I know that, he replied with a very kindly smile. I hope to tell my little girl about you. Suddenly he became grave again and said, Mr. Barron, you are somewhat isolated here, and may not be so well informed as I am. However the prospective conflict may turn, I cannot remain in this region. Many of our wounded may be left. Do not delude yourself, sir, nor, if you can help it, permit your friends to be deluded by the belief, or even hope, that our forces will not soon control this and all other parts of the land. While I trust that humanity will lead to every effort to assuage suffering and save life, I must also warn you that strict inquisition will soon be made. There is nothing that we resent more bitterly than wrongs to or neglect of such of our wounded as must be left behind. It would seem, sir, that you hold me responsible for evils which I cannot prevent. No, sir. I only suggest that you employ your whole influence and power to avert future evils. I am offering a word to the wise, I trust. Ah, Scoville, you have news? Yes, sir, important, said that officer, standing dusty and begrimed at the doorway. Is there haste? Is your information for my ear only? I'm nearly through. Plenty of time for dinner, sir. No harm can now come from hearing at once what I have to say. Go ahead, then. I'd like my staff to know. Well, sir, having got the enemy on the run, we kept them going so they could not mask what was behind them. There's a large force coming up. As large as ours? I think so. I gained an eminence from which I obtained a good view. Major Jones told me to say that he would skirmish with the advance, delay it, and send word from time to time. All right. Get some dinner, then report to me. Yes, sir. And Scoville saluted and departed without a glance at any one except his commander. What do you think of my scout, Miss Barron? Asked the general with a humorous twinkle in his eyes. He proved himself a gentleman last evening, sir, and now I should think he was proving a very good soldier, much too good for our interests. You are mistaken about your interests. Don't you think he was rather rude in not acknowledging your presence? I don't know much about military matters, but I reckon he thought he was on duty. The general laughed. Well, he remarked, it does not seem to be age that makes us wise so much as eyes that see and a brain back of them. Scoville is a gentleman and a good soldier. He is also unusually well educated and thoughtful for his years. You are right, my dear. Pardon me, but you keep reminding me of my daughter, and I like to think of all that's good and gentle before a battle. I wish I could meet her, said Miss Lou simply. Come and visit her after the war, then, said the general cordially. The hope of the country is in the young people, who are capable of receiving new and large ideas. Having made his acknowledgments to Mr. Barron and Mrs. Whately, he repaired to the veranda and lighted a cigar. The staff officers, who had tried to make themselves agreeable on general principles, also retired. Miss Lou's cheeks were burning with an excitement even greater than that which the conflicts witnessed had inspired, the excitement of listening to voices from the great unknown world. These courteous gentlemen, she thought, this dignified general who invites me to visit his daughter, are the vandals against whom I have been warned. They have not only treated me like a lady, but have made me feel that I was one, yet to escape them I was to become the slave of a spoiled, passionate boy. Mrs. Whately guessed much that was passing in her mind, and sighed deeply. At the veranda steps stood Uncle Lusta, hat in hand and heading a delegation from the quarters. The general said, "Wait a moment," then dispatched one of his staff to the ridge with orders. "Now, my man." Uncle Lusta bowed profoundly and began. "The young Lincoln said last night, how you tell us this morning about our freedom. You are free. Mr. Lincoln's proclamation makes you all free. Can we uns go long with you, Marzar? Folks to seem kinder deef bout dat AR proclamation in dese parts. No, my man, you can't go with us. We are marching much too rapidly for you to keep up. Stay here where you are known. Make terms with your master for wages or share in the crops. If it is necessary, the people about here will probably soon again hear the proclamation from our cannon. Mr. Barron, why don't you gain the goodwill of those people and secure their cooperation? They will be worth more to you as freemen, and they are free. I give you friendly advice. Accept what you can help. Adapt yourselves to the new order of things. Any other course will be just as futile as to resolve solemnly that you will have nothing to do with steam, but travel as they did in Abraham's time." Miss Lou looked at her uncle curiously to see how he would take this advice. His coldness of manner and silence told how utterly lost upon him it was. The general looked at him a moment, and then said gravely, "Mr. Barron, such men as you are the enemies of your section, not such men as I. Good morning, sir. Goodbye, my child. Heaven bless and protect you." With a stately bow to Mrs. Whately he departed and was soon on the ridge again with his men. I wonder if Abraham and the patriarchs would have been any more ready for the new order of things than Uncle? Miss Lou thought as she went to find Scoville. "He down at Jinky's cabin. Chunk took he dinner dar," Zany whispered. "He just stepped her to run ter wash he hands and face," said Jinky a little later. Passing some screening shrubbery, the girls saw him standing on the spot from which he had been carried insensible by her directions so brief a time before. Your dinner is ready, she called. He came to her quickly and said, I've been trying to realize all that has happened since I fell at your feet yonder. Far more has happened to me than to you, she replied. It seems years since then. I've seen and learned so much. I wish to ask you something, he said earnestly. That scamp, Perkins, fired on me at close range. You stood just over him and I heard what you said. How happened it that his bullet flew so wide of the mark? She began laughing as she asked. Have you never heard that there was luck in throwing an old shoe? I hit Perkins over the eyes with one of mine. Took it off and fired it while he was trying to shoot me? Yes. He seized both her hands and asked, What will you take for that shoe? What a Yankee you are to ask such a question! It wasn't a shoe, it was a slipper. Have you it on now? Yes. What should you want of it? I want to wear it next my heart. Which one was it? Let me see it. No, it's old. I haven't any other, and I shall wear it on my right foot as long as it lasts. Please let me see it and take it in my hands just a moment. I may never have a chance to ask another favor of you. Oh, yes, you will. You are coming to see us, and the general has asked me to visit his daughter after the war is over. Do you think he'll remember it? The slipper, please. How can you ask so absurd a thing? And a dainty foot was put out a brief instant before him. Oh, you little Cinderella! I wish I was the prince. He saw something like a frown gathering on her face. Don't look that way, he resumed. I want to tell you something I've read. I don't remember the words, but the gist is that a woman never forgets a man on whom she has bestowed a great kindness. Already I have twice owed my life to you. You can't forget me. My hope is in what you have done for me, not what I can do for you. I can think of myself lying dead in front of the house. I know I am standing here looking into your true, sweet eyes. Let me look into them a moment, for I have no sister, no mother, no one in the world that I care for like you. Do not think I am making love. I may be dead yet before night. But whether I live or die, I want you to remember that there is one human soul that always wishes you well for your own sake, that is wholly and unselfishly devoted to your interests and happiness. There, I'm beginning to cry, and your dinner's getting cold. You must stop talking so. Give me something to carry into battle this afternoon. She stooped and gathered some wild violets. There, she said. You could not have chosen better. Whenever I see violets hereafter, they shall be your eyes looking at me as you are looking now. And, well, you can remember that there is always a little friend in the South who does care. That's a curious thought about a woman's caring for those she has. I don't believe a woman can care for anyone and not try to do something for him. Let us just think of ourselves as friends. It seems to me that I never want to think any other way. Now you must get your dinner. You may be summoned hastily and have no other chance today. After Uncle Lusta's words last night, I'm not going to have any forebodings. Won't you let me call you Miss Lou once before I go? Why not? Well then, Miss Lou, look in my eyes once more and remember what you see there. I won't say a word. She raised hers shyly to his, blushed deeply and turned away, shaking her head. The power to divine what she saw was born with her. Yes, I understand you, he said very gently. But you can't help it, any more than the sun's shining. Some day your heart may be cold and sad, and the memory of what you have just seen may warm and cheer it. Miss Lou, you brave, noble little child-woman, didn't you see that my love was your servant, that it merely gives you power over me? Even as my wife you would be as free as I would be. Now goodbye. We part here and not before others. Chunk is yonder with my horse. Be just as happy as you can whether we ever meet again or not. Then, if you don't come again, she faltered, I shall be dead, but don't believe this too hastily. You've been kind, she burst out passionately. You've treated me with respect, as if I had a right to myself. You have saved me from what I dreaded far worse than death. You shall not go away, perhaps to die, without, oh, think of me only as a grateful child whose life you've kept from being spoiled. I shall not go away without, what? He asked eagerly. Oh, I don't know. What shall I say? My heart aches as if it would break at the thought of anything happening to you. She dropped on the grass and, burying her face in her hands, sobbed aloud. He knelt beside her and sought to take one of her hands. Suddenly she hid her face against his breast for a moment and faltered. Love me as a child now and leave me. You have given me my orders, little girl, and they would be obeyed as far as you could see were I with you every day. Lieutenant Scoville! Shouted the distant voice of an orderly. He hastily kissed away the tears in her eyes, exclaiming, Never doubt my return if living, and was gone. In a moment he had passed through the shrubbery. Before she had regained self-control and followed, he was speeding his horse toward the ridge. There, he has gone without his dinner, she said in strong self-reproach, hastening to the cabin. Chunk, who was stuffing a chicken and cornbread into a haversack, reassured her. Don't you worry, Miss Lou, he said. This year chicken gwine ter foller him right slam true everything till hit cotch up. And he galloped after his new boss, in a way to make good his words. Chapter 21 Two Storms. Miss Lou sank wearily on the doorstep of Aunt Jinky's cabin where the reader first made her acquaintance. She drew a long sigh. Oh, I must rest and get my breath. So much is happening. You pichilly, was the sympathetic response. Ah well, honey, de good Lord watchin' ober you. I hear how dat ole snake in de grass Perkins get out Miss Whately's carriage and tink he gwine ter tote you off nobody no war. You passin' tru de Red Sea long o' us, honey. I heard how you say you don't want to leave yo' ole mammy. I ain't cried so since I was a baby WN. I heard dat, don't you recomember, honey? You sot right dar and wish somethin' ter happen. I spects we better be keerful how we wishes fair tings. Don't you min de time Uncle Lusta pray fair rain and we was all nigh drowned dead? I'm not sorry, mammy, things happened, for my heart's been warmed as never before. Oh, it's so sweet to know that one is cared for. It is so sweet to have somebody look you in the eyes and say, I want you to be happy in your own way. Did Ma Scoville say dat? The girl nodded. I see have ter smoke on dat ar lil whiles. Both were lost in thought for a time, Miss Lou's eyes looking dreamily out through the pines and oaks as they had before when vaguely longing that the stagnation of her life might cease. All had become strangely still, not a soldier was in sight, even the birds were quiet in the sultriness of the early afternoon. Isn't it all a dream? The girl asked suddenly. Can Obi wish we could wake up den, if it is? See yer, Miss Lou, you ony a lil chilly arter all. Don't you see Ma Scoville de teckin' a longer way round de bush? When he tell you he want you ter be happy, he mean he want you hissif. Oh yes, Aunt Jinky, that was plain enough. But do you know how he would take me and when? Dat's the W 'at I lack ter know, fair I tells you, chilly, dis marrin' business orful serus. He would take me only when I went to him of my own free will and not before. I feel just as safe with him as with you. I believe he would do what I asked just as he minds that general of his. That's the wonderful part of it, which almost takes away my breath. Why, only the other day Uncle and Aunt were ordering me about as they always have, and now here's a brave, educated man ready to do my bidding. What a goose Cousin Mad was! If he had acted that way I shouldn't have known any better, I fear, than to marry him. I was so starved for a little consideration and kindness, that if he'd been generous and made me feel that he cared for me and not for himself all the time, I fear I'd have just married him out of gratitude. I would have acted like an impulsive, ignorant child, blind to everything except that someone cared for me. But that's all past now. My eyes have been opened and I've been compelled to think and foresee the future. Dreary enough it would have been with him. What you gwine ter do, honey? Stand on my rights. See how much I've learned in a few short days, yes, even hours. I've learned above all things that my life's my own. There were my relatives, who would reach out and take it, just as they would a ripe fig from a tree, with just about as much consideration for me as for the fig, thank God. I have been shown clearly my right to my own life. Since I have learned so much in a few days, I shall keep my freedom and choose that which is best for me as well as best for others. Now, honey, you on de right track, show. Do you wait and listen? Mo folks Dan Ma Scoville want to talk with you on dis marriage question. You ony lil chilly yit. Do you keep Joseph deserve like and say yo mau fine water in few anybody? Mas Scoville berry nice gemlin, but he year today and like enough a orful way yender termore. No matter where he is, on Jean Key, he will carry the love I could give to a kind brother if I had one. He knows I can do no more, and he does not ask more. Yes, he does, honey, he acts hit in the best way to get hit from you. He ain't the fool to grab at hit, but he tech hit all the same. Well, she answered judicially, I don't see how a girl can help it if a man thinks more of her than she of him, but it does make all the difference in the world whether a man tries to grab, as you say, or waits respectfully for what should be a free gift, to be worth anything. How strange it seems to be talking quietly of such things. Think of what has happened, what might have happened, and what may take place before night. Well, honey, it's a good tink ter stop tinkin or ter tink slow sometimes. We couldn't keep a gwine as we wuss. Our hades you de whirl right off our shoulders. It's all so peaceful now, why don't you go to yo room and tek a nap? Meb you get berry lil sleep ternight. I reckon your advice is good, mammy. If you have trouble, come to me. As she walked through the garden and shrubbery to the mansion, she felt that she was reacting from the strong excitements of the morning into languor and excessive weariness. The idle Negroes had partially succumbed to the heat and quiet, and were generally dozing in the sun, even on this eventful day. Perkins, the exacting overseer, had disappeared on the first alarm of Scoville's charge and had not been seen since. When entering the house, Zany, who always seemed on the qui vive, told her that her aunts were in their rooms and that Mr. Barron was in his office. Going out on the veranda, the girls saw 2 or 3 vigilant Union vedettes under a tree. It was evident that they had chosen a point which commanded a good view of the house, outbuildings, and quarters. The ridge was still lined with troops, but they appeared to be scattered about at their ease on the ground. The girl's eyes drooped. She wearily climbed to her room and was soon asleep. Many others slept also who would sleep again that night in the stillness of death, others who would groan through coming days and nights in anguished wakefulness. The temporary quiet did not deceive the resting soldiers on either side. They well knew that the active brains of their superiors were at work. Scoville found unexpected duty. He was given a score of men, with orders to scour the roads to the eastward, so that, if best, his general could retire rapidly, and in assured safety toward the objective point where he was to unite with a larger force. Instead of resting, the young man was studying topography and enjoying the chicken which had at last caught up with him. He knew the importance of his work and did it thoroughly. Having chosen the road which promised best, he marked it on a map, expecting soon to go over it again as guide. He sighed deeply as he thought that it would lead away from the girl to whom he had devoted his life, yet not because he owed it to her. If we could only remain together, he thought, she would learn to give all that I give. The dear little girl is just learning that she is a woman, and is bewildered. Major Jones, who had been skirmishing to delay the Confederate advance, allowed his men and horses to rest when the enemy paused for their midday bivouac, and so had come about a cessation of hostilities during which both parties took breath for the coming struggle. Miss Lou was suddenly awakened by a jar which shook the house, followed by a strange, unearthly sound. For an instant she was confused, thinking night had come, so dark was her room. Springing to her window, she threw open the blinds. A black, threatening sky met her gaze, the sunlight hidden by a dense bank of clouds, above which towered golden-tipped thunderheads. The appearance of the ridge puzzled her. The cannon were there, a puff of smoke rolled heavily from one of them, but excepting a few gunners just about the pieces, the long line of men and horses had largely disappeared. Down the lawn from a point not far from the house to the main street and beyond was a line of horsemen, keeping abreast and equidistant from each other. What did it all mean? Facing the ridge on the left of the lawn was an extensive grove, through which the avenue wound in and out, and the line of horsemen was approaching this. Suddenly the very earth trembled, and she saw smoke pouring upward among the trees from a rise of ground within the grove. All now became clear to her. While she had slept, the Confederates had come up, taken their position, and the battle was beginning. In strong excitement she rushed down to the hall below, where she found her aunts with pallid, frightened faces. On the veranda was Mr. Barron, looking white indeed, but with firm, compressed lips and fiery eyes, watching the opening conflict. "Go in," he said sternly. "This is no place for you." In her intense absorption, she did not even hear him. From the edge of the grove and along the avenue were now seen little puffs of smoke, followed by the sharp crack of carbines. The long line of Union skirmishers began to reply in like manner, but it was evident that they found themselves too obvious marks in the open. Here and there men fell from their saddles, and the riderless horses galloped away. The notes of a bugle were heard above the din, and the Union skirmish line retired rapidly to the foot of the ridge. Miss Lou saw all this only as the eyes catch, half involuntarily, what is passing before them. With an awe almost overwhelming, her attention was absorbed by a phase of war utterly unknown to her, an artillery duel. 2 Confederate batteries in the grove had opened and defined their positions. The Union guns replied, shot for shot, in loud explosions, with answering, deep-toned roar. Above the detonations were heard the piercing screams of the shells as they flew back and forth. On the ridge they burst with a sharp crack and puff of vapor, with what effect could only be guessed, but the missiles which shrieked into the grove gave the impression of resistless, demoniacal power. Great limbs and even tops of trees fell crashing after them. Blending faintly with the rending sound which followed were screams and yells. "Well," exclaimed the girl, "if Cousin Mad is there, he at least is brave. It seems as if my knees would give way under me." Even as she spoke, a forked line of light burned downward athwart the heavy rising clouds. The smoke of the battle was lurid an instant, then came a peal which dwarfed the thunder of earthly artillery. Strange to say, the sound was reassuring to the girl. It was familiar. "Ah!" she cried. "The voice of heaven is louder than this din, and heaven after all is supreme. This fiery battle will soon be quenched and hot blood cooled." The voice in the sky was unheeded, for entering the lawn from the road, distant from the mansion about 1/8 of a mile, was seen a solid gray column. On it went toward the ridge at a sharp trot. "Ah!" groaned Mr. Barron. "Now comes the tug of war." The girl screamed and moaned as she saw shells tearing their way through this column, horses and men rolling over on the ground, puffs of smoke which rose revealing frightful gaps. But on flowed the dark gray torrent, as if propelled by an invisible, resistless force. Vacancies made by wounds and death were closed almost instantly. In the strange, luminous twilight made by the approaching storm, the impetuous advance was wonderfully distinct in the distance, like a vivid silhouette. As the head of the column drew near the gentle acclivity, it fairly seemed to crumble. Grape shot was now making havoc, but for every man and horse that fell, 2 apparently came on as from an exhaustless reservoir. High above all sounds now came a yell which, once heard, can never be forgotten, and the Confederate column deployed at a gallop, charging the ridge. The Union skirmish line had already retired to the right, while pouring over the ridge by which they had been hitherto concealed, came rank after rank of men in blue, their deeper chest shouts blending with the shriller cries of their enemies. Charge was being met with counter-charge. Cannon were silent, for now friends and foes were too near together. Even the clouds loomed silently, as if in suspense, over the terrific shock of the 2 lines of approaching cavalry. "Awful! Awful!" moaned the girl. "Oh! If Madison is meeting that onset!" shrieked Mrs. Whately, beside herself with horror, yet compelled to look by a terrible fascination. Just as the 2 opposing forces dashed together, a bolt of lightning gleamed over them, turning the upraised sabers for an instant into swords of fire. The crash of thunder followed so swiftly that it appeared to result from the impact of the 2 charging lines. An impression of annihilation was given, but so far was it from being realized that the slope was seen to be alive with a struggling, seething mass, waving back and forth, at first downward, then stationary, then gradually upward, until Mr. Barron shouted, "Hurrah! Our men are carrying the ridge!" The cry was scarcely uttered before another dark line of horsemen on the far right was seen galloping forward toward the Confederate flank. Again there was another vivid flash, lighting up the scene with a lurid, momentary glare. The peal which followed created the illusion of sounding this new charge, or else to be the thunder of the onset. It turned the fortune of the battle on the right, for the Confederates were seen to pause, and finally to give back slowly and stubbornly. Then the advancing rainfall began to blot the combatants from view. Suddenly the Union artillery opened. It seemed to the terrified spectators on the veranda as if the shells were shrieking directly toward them, but the iron bolts tore their way through the grove, although much nearer the house than before. The reason soon became apparent. On that ridge, and within the gloomy shadows of the trees, were officers as coolly observant as if playing a game of chess. They gave no more heed to the terrific peals of thunder than they would have done to so many Chinese gongs. While watching the attack upon his center and providing against it, General Marston was also seeking to penetrate, by means of a powerful glass, the mask of the grove, and so detected a concentration on his left. Instantly his guns began to shell the grove near the house, where the assaulting force was massing. His reserves were ordered forward, and instructions rapidly given to the colonel who was to repel the attack. Meanwhile his field glass was glued to his eyes. Soon he cried, "It will be their supreme effort. We must strike a stunning blow in order to get away in safety." And he sprang on his horse and started the charge himself. The men, adoring their leader, followed with stern resolve and high enthusiasm. Scoville, who had returned, reported and rested somewhat, knew how critical was the moment. He rode close to the general, but did not fall out when the wary commanding officer permitted the human bolt he had launched to pass beyond him. He was responsible for the entire force, and must do just enough and no more. He must still keep his eyes on all parts of the field, and his brain ready to direct when the result of the charge was known. More than the military necessity of repelling the Confederate charge bursting from the grove occupied the mind of Scoville. It looked to him as if the fight would take place about the very home of the girl to whom his heart was so tender, and his impulse was to be near, to protect and defend. The light was fading fast. The fury of the storm, whose preliminary blasts were shaking the dwelling, was coming as if an ally with the galloping Union ranks and threatening the equally impetuous onset of the Confederates. In the very van of the Southern force a vivid flash of lightning revealed Mad Whately, with a saber of flame. For once he made a heroic figure. His mother saw him and shrieked despairingly, but her voice was lost in the wild uproar of thunder, yells and shouts of the combatants, the shock of steel and crash of firearms. Then torrents of rain, which had approached like a black curtain extending from heaven to earth, hid the awful scene of conflict. It vanished like a dream, and would have seemed but a nightmare had not the ominous sounds continued. Mr. Barron broke the spell which had fallen upon him, dragged his sister and niece within the door, and bolted it with difficulty against the spray-laden gusts. Chapter 22 Chunk's Quest. If there had been sufficient light the battle might have continued in spite of the tropical downpour, but darkness became so intense that friend and foe were alike disguised from each other. At this crisis Scoville's horse was shot and fell, dragging his rider down also. A flash of lightning revealed the mishap to Mad Whately, who secured the capture of the Union officer before he could extricate himself. By a sort of mutual consent the contending forces drew apart. Prisoners had been taken on both sides, and Whately, who had badly sprained his arm, unfitting himself for active duty, was given charge of those secured by the Confederates. General Marston withdrew the Union forces to the ridge again. He was satisfied that prudence required rapid progress toward his somewhat distant destination. True, he had severely checked his foes, but he knew that they had reinforcements near, while he had not. He deeply regretted Scoville's absence and possible death, but he had the map, and the men who had been out with the scout were acquainted with the selected road. Therefore, as soon as the violence of the storm abated and the moon shed a faint radiance through the murky clouds, he renewed his march as rapidly as the rain-soaked ground permitted. Fires were lighted along the ridge to deceive the enemy, and a rearguard left to keep them burning. The trembling household within the mansion slowly rallied as the sounds of battle died away. As soon as the fury of the conflict and storm decreased, Mr. Barron lighted a candle and they looked into one another's white faces. Miss Lou was the first to recover some intrepidity of spirit. "Well," she said, "we are still alive, and these torrents are evidently stopping the fighting as they would put out fire." "Oh, Madison, Madison!" Mrs. Whately moaned. Are you living or are you dead? If you are dead, it is little to me that I am spared. Miss Lou did not give very much thought to her cousin. In overpowering solicitude, she asked herself, where is he whose eyes looked such strange, sweet truth into mine today? Are they unseeing, not because it is dark, but because the light of life is quenched? The brunt of the storm soon passed, and was followed by a drizzling rain and the promise of a gloomy night. As the howling wind ceased their clamor, new blood-curdling sounds smote the girl's ears, the cries of wounded and dying men and horses. Then the ghastly truth, scarcely thought of in the preceding excitement, sickened her heart, for she remembered that, scattered over the lawn and within the grove, were mutilated, bleeding forms. They were all the more vividly presented to her fancy because hidden by the night. But little time elapsed before the activity of the surgeons began. Mr. Barron was summoned and told that his piazzas and as many rooms as possible must be occupied, and part of the wide hall fitted up with appliances for amputations. Every suitable place in the outbuildings was also required. Mrs. Barron almost shrieked as she heard this, seeing at one mental glance the dwelling which it had been her ruling passion to maintain in immaculate order, becoming blood-stained and muddy from top to bottom. Mrs. Whately asked only for her son, and he soon appeared, with the excitement of battle still in his eyes. She rushed to his arms and sobbed on his breast. "Come, mother!" he exclaimed. "We've no time for this now. Please get a sling for this left arm, which aches horribly, only a sprain, but right painful all the same." Before the agitated lady could recover herself, Miss Lou ran to her room and returned with a scarf, which answered the purpose. "Oh, you deign to do something for me?" he said bitterly. "Come, cousin," she replied. "Since I have not lost my senses after what's happened, it's time you regained yours." "Thank you, my dear," said his mother fervently, as she adjusted the support for the disabled arm. "Yes, I trust that we may all regain our senses, and if we outlive these scenes, begin to act as if we were sane." "There, that will do," he said impatiently. "I must go now, for I have important duties," and he hastened away. Meantime, General Marston had sent word through his picket line that he would not interfere with the care of the wounded and that the dwelling would not be fired upon if used as a hospital. He accompanied this assurance with the offer of medical stores, coffee, sugar, and the services of 2 surgeons. The Confederate general accepted the offer. The trembling Negroes were routed out of their quarters, and compelled more or less reluctantly to help bring in the wounded. Uncle Lusta showed no hesitancy in the humane work, and soon inspired those over whom he had influence with much of his spirit. It had been a terribly anxious day for him, and those about him. Hope had ebbed and flowed alternately until night, when the day which seemed to him the dawning of the millennium ended as he imagined the world might end. Now, however, he was comforted in the performance of good works, and he breathed words of Christian hope into more than one dying ear that night. Perkins, the overseer, was animated by a very different spirit. At the first alarm of Scoville's return in the morning he had dashed into the grove, and next concealed himself on a distant eminence from which he could watch events. Under the cover of darkness he returned, and experienced grim satisfaction when he discovered the hated Union officer among the prisoners. As Whately was making his final arrangements for the night, Perkins touched his arm, saying, "Lieutenant, I'll help watch that Yank thar," pointing to Scoville. "They say he's easy, slippery easy a eel." "Do so, Perkins. We both have a heavy score to settle with him. At daylight I'll send him where he won't fare as well as he did on this plantation. Is your arm wound, Ed?" "No, only sprained, but it pains like the devil. Watch that Yank well. I'd rather they all got away than he. He'll never get away alive," was the ominous reply. As was true after the first skirmish recorded in this history, Mrs. Whately now again appeared to the best advantage. Relieved from overwhelming anxiety in regard to her son, her heart overflowed with pity for the injured. From the outer darkness, limp, helpless forms, in blood-stained garments, were borne in. Groans and half-stifled cries began to resound through the house. Even Mrs. Barron forgot all else now but the pressing necessity of relieving pain and saving life, but she had eyes only for those who wore the gray. Mrs. Whately, on the contrary, made no distinction, and many a poor fellow, in blue as well as gray, blessed her as she aided the surgeons, 2 of whom were from the Union lines. Miss Lou remained chiefly in her own room and busied herself preparing bandages, sparing not her own rather scanty store of underclothing in the task. Mr. Barron was in the dining room, dispensing wines and liquors to the officers who were coming and going. The Confederate general had made the wide hearth, on which roared an ample fire, his headquarters for the time, and was turning first one side then the other toward the blaze, in order to dry his uniform. Poor Sook had been threatened into renewed activity, and with many colored assistants had begun a stewing, baking and frying which promised to be interminable. Chickens, pigs, and cattle had been killed wherever found, for hungry soldiers after a battle and in darkness asked no questions on either side. Mr. Barron knew he was being ruined, but since it was in behalf of his friends, he maintained remarkable fortitude, while his wife, with her thin, white, set face, honored every requisition. Some of the Negroes, sighing for what seemed vanishing freedom, sought to reach the Union force, but were stopped at the picket line by which General Marston massed his retirement from the field. The majority of the slaves, however, were kept at work indoors and out, under the eyes of the Confederates, who quickly showed themselves to be savage toward any disposition to shirk orders. There was one who would have received short shrift if hands could have been laid upon him, Chunk. None knew this better than he, yet he was as fearless as he was shrewd. Scoville had already won from him unlimited devotion, bought him, body and soul, with kindness and freedom. When he found his new master had not returned from the final charge, Chunk questioned one and another until he learned that Scoville had been seen to go down and then disappear in the gloom. Whether he had been killed or captured, no one knew, but Chunk resolved to find out before morning at all risks. Yet, in the darkness and rain he felt much confidence in his ability to elude danger, for he knew every inch of the ground and of numerous places for concealment. He set about his task in the most matter-of-fact way, resolving to begin operations with a good supper. At this early stage Anjiki and her cabin were both forgotten, and the poor old woman was half dead from terror. When Chunk tapped at the one window, she feared the spooks of dead soldiers had already begun their persecutions. Never was there a more welcome and reassuring sound than the impatient voice of her grandson, and she soon so rallied as to get him something to eat. "I darsn't come in," he said. "I got ter be whar I kin run and hide. Now, Granny, listen wid all yo' ears. Ma Scoville killed, wounded or took. I see gwine ter fin out which. When day gits MOs settled down lack enough day be lookin' fair me year, and I chant come here no MO. But I can get to Miss Lou's winder ef she have no light in her room. I safest war day I'm lookin' fair me. Tell her ter put no light show. Med she have ter help me get Ma Scoville off, ef he took and ef he wounded she de one ter tect and cure fair him. Dat ar Perkins kill him show, ef he get de chance. Now ef you years me twice lack a squinch owl, you knows dat you got ter go and tell Miss Lou dat I need her hep and dat I gwine ter creep long de pazzer roof ter her winder. Ef I don't toot you keeps quiet till you sees me agin." And he disappeared. "Who'da thunk dat ar boy had sek a haid?" ejaculated Anjiki, lighting her pipe. Deep as would now be her solicitude and great as her fears, her grandson's appearance and words had dispelled the spook phase of her tribulations. Chunk could run on all fours as easily as in an upright position, and he made his way rapidly through the darkness. His first aim was to get his eye on Perkins and Mad Whately, from whom he felt that he and Scoville had the most to fear. He was now armed with a knife and short club, as well as a revolver, and was determined to use them rather than be captured. Skulking, creeping and hiding in deep shadow, he at last saw Perkins issuing from his house, carrying his lantern. Following, he distinctly observed the brief interview between the overseer and Whately, and guessed correctly that Scoville was among the prisoners. He was soon able so to shift his position as to satisfy himself on this point, and also to note that Perkins, from his movements, would be one of the guard. By the gleams of the lantern Chunk also saw that Scoville appeared to be watching the overseer as if suspecting treachery. "I watch him too," the Negro soliloquized. "Ef he play any debil trick he hissif gwine ter de debil sudden." Scoville was indeed anxious about his position, for while he believed that Whately was scarcely capable of transcending the usages of war, he knew well that opportunity only limited the malignity of Perkins. He therefore rarely took his eyes from this personal enemy. For his own sake and that of the guards, Perkins aided in building a fire, for in the continued rain all were chilled. As Chunk saw the leaping flames and the lantern so placed that its rays fell on Scoville, he was almost in despair of any chance for rescue, but believed that his best course was to watch for some change which promised better. He remembered how Scoville had employed the hootings of the screech owl as a signal, and resolved by the same means to prepare the prisoner for cooperation with any effort in his behalf. Therefore he hooted softly and was glad to see from Scoville's alert yet wary manner that he had recognized the signal. So intent was Chunk in watching his master that he did not hear the steps of a bewildered Confederate who stumbled over him and fell headlong with a volley of oaths. The Negro employed willful strategy to mislead the soldier, for he grunted like a pig, thus awakening hopes of more fried pork. The result was immediate pursuit by all within hearing, and Chunk with difficulty escaped by the aid of darkness and his complete familiarity with the place. When at last he found himself secure, he panted, "Mout easy well be took fair Chunk easy a hog. Stand de easy good a chance. Won't try dat ar game agin." He was now sorely puzzled to know what to do, and his nerves were somewhat shaken by his narrow escape. At last he resolved to send his granny to Miss Lou and consult with the girl. Accordingly, he stole into the shrubbery of the garden and hooted twice, rightly thinking that Scoville could hear the signal also and believe that something might be attempted in his behalf. Cowering under a bush, he soon observed Aunt Jeekie tottering toward the house, muttering, "Good Lord, help us!" as she went. As the excitement of battle and exultation over the capture of Scoville subsided in Whately's mind, he became excessively weary, and his exhausted frame suffered from the chill and wetness of the night. He had sought to keep up by liberal potations in his uncle's dining room, but was resolved to get a night's sleep if possible. He had urgently charged the sergeant of the guard over the prisoners to be vigilant. When Perkins offered to share in this watch, Whately, understanding the vindictive motive, felt that he need give himself no further anxiety. He next sought his mother and obtained a little food which the lady had brought to her room. "Where is Cousin Lou?" the young man asked. "She is in her own room, and with Zane's help making bandages. I would advise you not to see her again tonight. You are greatly wearied. Little wonder, after riding nearly all last night, and the fighting today." "Yes, I know, and have thought of all nearly every moment. I am only too thankful that you have survived. You have gone to the limit of human endurance and must sleep. The less you and Louise say to each other for a short time the better. After you have both grown calmer and have had a chance to think, you will see things in a different light. Mother, do you think I mean to be thwarted by that girl? I would marry her now from pure pride, for the sake of humbling her and teaching her that she made the mistake of her life in so crossing my will and in subjecting me to the mortification I endured this morning. Madison, actuated by such motives, you'll never win her. If you will closely follow my advice, I believe you can succeed. I must tell you plainly that if you join with brother and his wife in their tactics, it will always end much as it did this morning. Well, anyhow, I have that cursed Yankee cub that she went walking with in my power." "What? Lieutenant Scoville?" "Yes, he's a prisoner and Perkins is helping watch him." "Then I implore you not to let Louise know it. She saw that this Scoville might have killed you. She is merely friendly toward him because, instead of treating us rudely, as she was led to believe he would, he was very polite and considerate when we were in his power. That wretch Perkins tried to shoot him today and probably would have succeeded but for Louise," and she narrated the circumstances. Her son frowned only the darker from jealousy and anger. "Oh, Madison! Why won't you see things as they are?" his mother resumed. "If you had treated this Yankee officer with kindness and thanked him for his leniency toward us, you would have taken a long step in her favor. If you were trying to make her hate you, how could you set about it more skillfully?" "Mother," he replied doggedly, "if Lou had married me, even if she had yielded reluctantly, I would have been her slave. But she has defied me, humiliated and scoffed at me, and I shall never whine and fawn for her favor again. I don't believe it would be of any use. If I should change my tactics, she would only despise and laugh at me. What's more, my very nature revolts at such a change. I can't and won't make it. She shall learn to fear me. Women marry for fear as well as love. This Scoville gives me a chance to teach her the first lesson. He shall be sent by daylight to a southern prison, and that will be the last of him. Lou shall learn, as all will find out, that it's poor policy to thwart me. That major who interfered so impudently in our affairs is dead. Oh, Madison! You needn't look so. I had nothing to do with it. There were plenty of Yankee bullets flying today. All I mean to say is that it will prove serious for anyone to cross my path. Fate is on the side of a man who will have his own way, and Lou will discover this fact sooner or later. Poor Mrs. Whately was compelled to rate these vaporings at their true worth, seeing that between wine, anger, and long-indulged arrogance, he was in a melodramatic mood and beyond reason, so she only said soothingly, "Please never let Louise know that I was aware of Scoville's captivity. After you have rested and have had time to think, you will see things differently. I warn you, however, against Perkins," she added solemnly. "If you identify yourself with him in any way, you may involve yourself and all of us in ruin. Now come, I will make a bed for you at the end of the hall near my room, and you had better sleep while you can." He readily acquiesced, for even his lurid schemes for the future could keep him awake no longer. In a few moments he was sleeping soundly on a mattress, wrapped in a blanket. His uniform was hung on the back of a chair near him to dry. Chapter 23: A Bold Scheme. Aunginki gained Miss Lou's room in safety, but panting so from fright and exhaustion as to be for a few moments utterly incapable of speech. The girl divined that something serious was to be told. To her questioning look, the old mammy nodded, glancing meantime at Zany as much as to say, "We should be alone." This quick-witted negress, consumed with curiosity about Chunk, and some deeper interest, resolved not to be sent away. "Why you look dat away at Miss Lou, Aunginki?" Zany asked indignantly. "Time you know dat Miss Lou trusts me, and I ain't doin' not and to lost dat trust. She know better 'n you dat ef dar's anyting ter be done I da want ter heap. We can trust Zany," whispered Miss Lou, who had become very pale. "You have some news about Lieutenant Scoville?" "Well, on'y dis, honey, Chunk lookin' fer him. Mas Scoville didn't come back fum dat lost fight, he say, and he say ter me dat ef he toot twice lak a squinch owl, dat mean I go ter you, fair he need yo heap. He de done tooted," and Aunginki repeated all of her grandson's words as far as she could remember them. Miss Lou thought a few moments, and her face grew very resolute. "Aunginki," she said, "tell Chunk I will do as he wishes, but he must act carefully and not too hastily. Cousin Mad is already asleep. One after another will follow his example, and fewer will be around by and by. We must take no risks that can be helped. The fact that he wishes to see me in this secret way is pretty good proof that the lieutenant is a prisoner. If he were wounded or... But a rush of tears suggested the word she could not utter. "You had better go now, and let no one frighten you into telling anything. Appeal to me if threatened." As the old woman was stealing out, she met Mrs. Barron, who asked sharply, "What do you want? Does you think I don't want her know dat Chili is safe? If you wish to be safe yourself, see to it you have nothing more to do with that grandson of yours. He has sinned away his day of grace, and no mercy will be shown to those who have anything more to do with him." "I years you, missus," said Aunginki, stolidly continuing on her way. Miss Lou, who had followed her mammy to the head of the stairs, heard this warning and returned to her room with a stern look. She deemed it best to say nothing and give the impression that she could not endure the sights and sounds below stairs. Mrs. Whately entered soon afterward and did her best to propitiate her niece. Miss Lou pretended to be very weary, and was glad to see that her aunt actually was so. At last the matron said, "Well, I'll go down once more and see if there is anything which I must attend to, then I shall try to rest a little while Madison is sleeping. Such experiences as we've had wear one out fast. I advise you too, my dear, to sleep when you can." "Yes, aunt, I suppose you are right. So much may happen tomorrow." Mrs. Whately soon retired, and Miss Lou, listening at her door a moment, knew that she was sleeping. Then she returned to her own room, blew out her candle, opened the window softly and waited for Chunk. "Zany," she said, "sit in the dark there, and do not speak or let Chunk know you are here, unless permitted." Along the most secluded end of the house the piazza had not been built, a small lean-to extension taking its place. An apartment was thus formed which could be entered from without as well as from within the dwelling, and here Mr. Barron maintained what was at once a business office and a study. This extension was but 1 story high, with a roof which sloped to rising ground beyond. Chunk knew that he could easily gain this roof, and from it that of the front piazza also. When returning through the garden, Aunjiki had whispered to him not to make the attempt to see Miss Lou until her light was extinguished. Then she added the words that Mrs. Barron had just spoken to her and hastened tremblingly to her own chimney corner. Chunk made a wide circle, approaching the house again at an angle which would give him a view of Miss Lou's window, and watching till it darkened. From the garden he had carried a small, light ladder which he had used when pruning fruit trees. He stole near the extension warily, the shrubbery growing in that vicinity favoring his effort, and the heavy pall of clouds obscuring almost entirely the mild radiance of the moon. Satisfied by a careful reconnaissance that no one was watching or stirring at that end of the house, with the stealth and agility of a cat he went from roof to roof and crawled to Miss Lou's window. "Chunk," she whispered. "That's me, Misties. You're a good, brave fellow. Now tell me quick, don't waste a word, where is Lieutenant Scoville?" "He's with Deprenas, and Perkins and Saugus watching him." "Why is Perkins watching him?" the girl asked in deep alarm. "Dunno, Miss Lou, sept on count obi he grudge. Mad Whately and he talk knowin', like en den Perkins tek he lantern en jine de jard. And I lost see him he watchin' Moss Scoville close. Lieutenant Scoville wasn't hurt, was he?" "Reckon not. Didn't pair dat away, but he look at Perkins easy ef he feared on him. Ef I had ony Perkins ter deal would I gib Moss Scoville he freedom and pay fair mine, but dar's Saugers all around en dey stick me quick easy day would a pig. Oh, Chunk! What shall we do? I could have no influence over the guard or Perkins either. Oh! Mad Whately, you'll end by making me loathe you. To think of employing that treacherous wretch! Dat's the W at I feared on, Miss Lou. Reckon yo' cousin en Perkins projectin' some de bill trick. You say my cousin has charge of the prisoners?" "Yassum. I yeard him gib de orders bout but I too fur off to year W at he say. Can you think of any way, Chunk? Yef de jard only all get ter sleep, I tek de risk o be tacklin' Perkins, but dere's too many en I de stump ter know W at ter do." "Hi! Miss Lou," whispered listening Zany. "I kin tell you W at ter do. Don't you pay no tention ter her foolishness," said Chunk coolly. "Dis life and death business, and Zany outgrowed her sense." "And you ain't growed into your en," responded Zany. "Yef you has, why don't you tell Miss Lou 'bout tings dat kin be done 'stead o' tings dat chant be?" "Well, Zany, what have you to say? Quick, and speak lower. Miss Lou, dar's Mad Whately's coat and pants hangin' out in de hall. You put dem on, and tie yo' arm up in a sling. In de night who say you ein Moss Whately?" "Oh, Zany!" exclaimed the girl, appalled at first by the boldness of the scheme. "Well, dar now," whispered Chunk. "Who'd tink dat ar girl got so much gumption? See yer, Miss Lou, dat de way yef you got de spunk ter do it. Ol' Perkins tink you Mad Whately come in ter play de bill trick and let you tek Moss Scoville away quietly, and de jard one fear would you nutter, case dey under yo' cousin. You kin go and lead Moss Scoville right off, and if Perkins follow I settle him." "Do you think there's no other way?" Miss Lou asked, with quick, agitated breathing. "Fo de Lawd, I doesn't. I don't know what they would do to me in the morning, I'd be sent away. Oh, you can't realize the risk I would take." "Specs not, Misties. I only know Moss Scoville tek mo resk fair you yef he could." Chunk had touched the right chord now. She set her white face like flint in the darkness, and said, "I'll make the attempt, no matter what happens to me." "Den I just sneak out and get he coat and trousers," Zany whispered. "Yes. "And Miss Lou, you to come out to house this away with me and Zany," Chunk added. "Less chance of being stopped. We can go through de garden and de bushes till we mows war we can see Moss Scoville. Meb hit berry much plainer w at ter do arter we get out and look roon. I have a ladder here and you get down mighty easy. Yes, that's the best way. I wish to take no risks of being seen till after I make my attempt." Zany reconnoitered the hall. No one was in sight. Even Mrs. Barron, wearied out, had retired, and Mr. Barron had resolved to spend the night in the dining room, partly out of courtesy to the Confederate general and partly to be ready for any emergency. In the hall and on the front and rear piazzas were alert sentinels who would have observed and reported any unusual proceeding, therefore Chunk's plan was the only feasible one. In the darkness Zany helped Miss Lou don her cousin's uniform and slouched hat which, limp from the rain, fell over her face. She was not so very much shorter than he as to make the fit a bad one when seen in the partial light. The trousers had to be turned up, but that would be expected on account of the mud. Her plumpness filled out the coat very comfortably, and her arm in a sling made the disguise almost perfect. While Miss Lou was dressing, Chunk again reconnoitered and reported the coast clear. It was now about midnight, and all were sleeping except those whom imperative duty or pain kept awake. Chunk led the way, steadying Miss Lou with a firm hand, and Zany followed. "Now, Miss Lou," Chunk whispered, "I tek you de escurest way, so you get back and nobody see you ef I get cotched." They made a circuit to avoid the kitchen, and climbed over a low fence into the garden. On the further side, opening on the driveway to the stables, was a gate. Before reaching this, Miss Lou said to Zany, "You stay here. If there's an alarm, go to the kitchen. You must not be known to have had anything to do with this affair. It might cost you your life." "Vy well, Miss Lou." The young girl and her guide paused at the gate some moments, for attendants upon the wounded, with whom the outbuildings were filled, were passing to and fro. At last they stole across the roadway to the shelter of a clump of trees beyond. From this point they could see the group of prisoners about the fire, which was in a rather dying condition. It was evident that some of the guards had succumbed to weariness, but Perkins still watched with the tirelessness of hate, his lantern so placed that its rays fell on Scoville, who could not make a movement without being observed. Indeed, it was clear that he, too, was almost overcome with sleep, for he occasionally nodded and swayed before the fire. "Now, Miss Lou," whispered Chunk, "I gwine to wake Ma Scoville up by tootin' lak a squinch owl." And he did so briefly. The Union officer was much too wary to start and look around, but he gradually proved that he was alert. Close scrutiny of Perkins showed that the signal had no significance to him. "Miss Lou," resumed Chunk, "dere's notin' fair you but to walk right down de road ter de fire, berry quiet like, put yo' finger on yo' lips ter Perkins so he tink you bout ter play de bill trick, and den lead Moss Scoville into de jardin. Yef Perkins foller, I foller him. My house down by de run and we get off dat away." The girl drew a long breath and started. Now that she was in the crisis of the emergency, a certain innate spirit and courage sustained her. Knowing her cousin so well, she could assume his very gait and manner, while her arm, carried in a sling, perfected a disguise which only broad light would have rendered useless. Her visit caused no surprise to the sergeant of the guard, on whom at first she kept her eyes. He merely saluted and thought Lieutenant Whately was attentive to his duty. Perkins was not surprised either, yet a little perplexed. As it had been supposed and hoped, the thought rose instantly in his revengeful nature that the Confederate officer had some design on Scoville. The latter watched the form recognized by the others as that of Whately with the closest scrutiny, and an immense throb of hope stirred his heart. Could it be possible? Miss Lou looked over the sleeping prisoners for a moment and then, as if satisfied, stepped quite near to Perkins, guarding meantime not to permit the rays of the lamp to fall on her face. "Leave him to me," she whispered, with a nod toward Scoville, and she put her finger to her lips. She next touched Scoville on the shoulder and simply said, "Come." He rose as if reluctantly and followed. Perkins did not suspect the ruse, the disguise was so good and Whately's right to appear so unquestioned, but he felt defrauded in having no part in the vengeance which he supposed would be wreaked on Scoville. After a moment or two of thought, he obeyed the impulse to follow, hoping to see what Whately intended to do, and if circumstances warranted, to be near to help. If Mad Whately's high-strung notions lead him to fight a duel, he thought, and the Yank comes off best, I'll settle my own score. Whately was terribly stirred up about the Yank's talkin' ter his cousin, and would like ter kill him, but his officer notions won't let him kill the blue-coated cuss easy I would. Yef thars ter be a fight, I won't be fur off. And he stole after the two figures disappearing in the gloom. But Nemesis was on his steps. Chunk had shaken with silent laughter as he saw that their scheme was working well, but he never took his eyes from Perkins. Crouching, crawling, he closed on the overseer's track, and when the man passed into the garden, the Negro followed. As Scoville accompanied Miss Lou, he soon ventured to breathe her name in a tentative way. "Hush!" she whispered. Then his heart beat thick with overpowering emotions of gratitude, admiration, and love. Entering the garden, she led the way quickly toward Aunt Jinky's cabin, and at a point where the shrubbery was thickest about the path, turned suddenly, put her finger on her lips, and breathed. "Listen!" They distinctly heard steps following and drew back into the bushes. Then came the thud of a blow and the heavy fall of a man. The blow was so severe that not even a groan followed, and for a moment all was still. Then Chunk, like a shadow, glided forward and would have passed had not Miss Lou whispered his name. "Foller me," he answered breathlessly. This they did, but Scoville secured the girl's hand and carried it to his lips. The Negro led the way beyond the garden to the run, where he had left his horse. "Listen, Aunt Mo," he said. "Dat was Perkins I laid out?" All was still. "Chunk," said Scoville, "go back on your tracks a little and see if there are any signs of alarm." Obedience was very prompt, for Chunk muttered as he ran, "My heart da bustin' 'bout Zany. Got ter leave her now, sho! Ter thunk'll be her showin' so much gumption." Scoville again took Miss Lou's hands. "Oh, hasten, hasten," she said breathlessly. "You are in great danger here." "I can scarcely speak to you," he replied. "My heart is so full. You brave, noble little girl! How have you accomplished this?" Incoherently she told him and again urged, "Oh, do go at once, for my sake as well as yours, or all may be in vain. I can't breathe until I've put back my cousin's uniform." Now that the supreme crisis of danger had apparently passed for the moment, she was trembling violently in nervous reaction, and could speak only in little gasps. Every instant a deeper appreciation of the immense effort she had made in his behalf overwhelmed Scoville, and for a moment he lost all self-control. Snatching her to his breast he whispered, "Oh, you little hero, you little saint, I wish I could shield you with my life. I don't believe you half realize what you have done for me, bravest, truest, sweetest." "Oh, hush!" she pleaded, extricating herself from his arms. "Go, please go at once, for my sake." "Yes, my dear girl, I must go soon, more for your sake than mine. With this horse and this start I am safe. Oh, it's terribly hard to leave you." Then he hooted low to recall Chunk. "Don't tremble so. After all, it's best to wait a few moments to make sure there is no pursuit. Thank God, after what you have done for me tonight you will never forget me, you will always care for me. Again I see as never before how true it is that a woman cares most for him whom most she has tried to help. You have risked much for me, I give all to you. Only death can keep me from seeking you and living for you always. Remember, I ask nothing which your own heart does not prompt, but you cannot help my giving undying loyalty. See, I just kneel to you in homage and gratitude. There never was such a gem of a girl." Chunk now appealed, recalled from a more affectionate parting than Zany had ever vouchsafed before, and he began to unhitch the horse. "Chunk must go back with you," Scoville began. "Oh, no," she whispered. "I cannot breathe till you both are well away. Chunk would be killed instantly." "No matter, he has become a soldier like myself and must take all risks. I will not leave this spot, I will go with you myself, rather than leave you here. Why, because I expects to go back with you, Miss Lou. You think I gwine to lead you in dat ladder dar to tell the whole business? Come with me. Well, then, goodbye, and God keep you, Lieutenant. I shall hope to see you again. To see you again will be my dearest hope. Dear, dear little Lou. How brave you've been. You've won a soldier's whole heart forever. How can I say goodbye? You can't dream how dear you have become to me. Please, one kiss before we separate. Yielding to an impulse then not understood, she put her arms swiftly about his neck, kissed him, and turned so rapidly toward her home that Chunk could scarcely keep pace with her. They reached the ladder unobserved, and from the roof of the extension the way to Miss Lou's room was easy. Chunk went to a point from which he could watch the girl enter her apartment. Putting the ladder back into the garden, he rejoined Scoville, and together they made their way in the direction of the retiring Union column. Scoville never wearied in questioning his attendant about every detail of Miss Lou's action, while conjectures as to her experiences often robbed him of sleep. Never was a man more completely won and held in love's sweet thraldom. On regaining her room, Miss Lou hastily threw off her cousin's clothes and resumed her own apparel. Then she softly and cautiously opened her door. With the exception of sounds in the lower hall, all was still, and she slipped out in her stocking feet, replaced the uniform on the chairs, stole back and bolted her door. For half an hour she sat panting on her chair, listening to every sound. Only the groans of the wounded smote her ears. Oh, thank God! I do not hear his voice among them. She half sobbed, in pity for those who were suffering. Well, I can best forget my anxiety about him by doing something for these poor men. Oh, how strange and true his words are! He touched my heart at first by just being helpless when he fell by the run, and everything I do for him seems to make him dearer. It cannot be that I shall never see him again. Oh, when shall I forget the way he took me in his arms? It seemed as if he gave me his whole heart then, and couldn't help himself. There was a near mutter of thunder. In her deep preoccupation, she had not noticed the coming of another shower. It proved a short but heavy one, and she exulted. The rain will obliterate all our tracks. Calmer thought led to the conclusion that the affair would be very serious for her if her part in it was discovered. She had acted almost without thought, without realizing the risks she had incurred, and now the possible consequences so appalled her that she resolved to be on her guard in every possible way. He understood the risk I took better than I did then, better than I do now, perhaps. She breathed softly. That's so fine in him, that way he has of making me feel that one's worth being cared for. She was far too excited and anxious to sleep. Wrapping herself up, she watched at her window. Soon the stars began to twinkle beneath the clouds in the west, showing that this last shower was a clearing one, and that the radiance of the moon might soon be undimmed. The fires along the ridge which, as she believed, still defined the Union position, were burning low. Suddenly flashes and reports of firearms in that direction startled her. Chapter 20 For a Home a Hospital. The sudden night alarm caused by firing on the ridge can be easily explained. Wearied as were the Confederate general and his men, and severe as had been the repulse of their first attack, both were undaunted and, after rest and refreshment, eager to bring the battle to a more decisive issue, and it was determined to learn long before morning whether the Federal force was on the ridge or not. During the last shower a reconnoitering party was sent out stealthily, a few of the rearguard captured, from whom it was learned that the Union column had been on the march for hours. Mrs. Whately was wakened and helped her disabled son to dress in haste. Little did Miss Lou know about the term alibi, but she had the shrewdness to show herself and to appear much alarmed. Opening her door, she gave a glimpse of herself in night attire with her long hair hanging over her shoulders, and cried, Oh, are we attacked? If we are, you may have sad reason to wish that you had obeyed me this morning, replied her cousin sternly. You no more understand your folly and danger than a child. Now I'm compelled to look after my prisoners first. And he rushed away. Come in my room, Louise, said her aunt. Whatever happens, it is best that we should be together. The girl was so agitated, fearing that in some way her adventures might be discovered, that she had no occasion to feign alarm. Mrs. Whately sought only to soothe and quiet, also to extenuate her son's words. "I don't suppose we truly realize yet, as Madison does, what war means," she concluded. Mr. Barron soon sent up word that there was no special occasion for further fears, and that the ladies might sleep, if they could, until morning. But there was no more sleep for Mad Whately. As soon as he reached the spot where the prisoners had been kept, he asked sharply, "Where is that Yankee officer in Perkins?" The man then on duty answered, "The sergeant I relieved said that you took him away, sir, and that the man named Perkins followed you." "There's been treachery here," cried Whately in a rage. "Bring that sergeant here." The weary man was half dragged in his sleep to the officer, and there thoroughly awakened by a volley of oaths. He stolidly told his story, concluding, "I could have sworn it was you, and the overseer followed less than 3 minutes after you left." "I left, curse you, don't say that again. You've been fooled or was asleep and neglected your duty." "Well then, sir," was the dogged reply, "find that overseer who was a watchin' the Yank like a cat. Ast him, ast my men, ef I wasn't awake and ef I didn't salute you soon easy you come. There's the overseer's lantern burnin' yet jis war he left it." At this moment Perkins came staggering toward the fire, with both hands to his head as if trying to hold it together. His clothes were muddy, his face was ghastly, and he stared at Whately as if the officer was also a part of a horrid dream. Whately seized him roughly by the arm and said sternly, "Speak, man. What does all this mean? Where's the Yank?" "For God's sake, quit!" cried Perkins. "I'm nigh dead now. You've got me in enough trouble for one night." "Trouble, you! What's your trouble to mine? I'm responsible for these prisoners. Now where's that Yank? Quick, or you will have trouble. I ain't seen him since you took him away, you. I ain't one of your understrappers. Easy, I was follerin' yer, someone knocked me down from behind and nigh on to killed me. I just gettin' my senses back." Although so enraged, Whately knew that as a soldier he must curb his passion, report the facts immediately, and see what could be done. His superior officer was called, all the parties questioned closely, the garden and Jinky's cabin searched, but no new facts discovered. The old negress was savagely threatened, but she only replied, I dunno not en. What got into you tinkin' old tottery, skeered 'em and lack me gwine out in de dark and knock Moss Perkins on de haid." "Where's your grandson, Chunk?" Whately demanded fiercely. "He de light out wid de Yankees dis ebening dot." The conclusion guessed at was that Scoville had been rescued by his own men, who were known to be daring scouts. In the darkness and confusion after the battle, it was thought they had mingled with the Confederates, learned the situation of their leader, and the general appearance of Whately with his disabled arm. Arrayed in the Southern uniform, of which scouts always had a supply, and favored by the sleepy condition of the guard, one of the scouts had played the trick which Whately rued so bitterly. Others, on the watch, had struck down Perkins and carried Scoville off in safety. No other theory they could hit upon explained so well what was known. The tricked sergeant was placed under arrest, and Whately, who had gone to sleep with such high and mighty notions of his prowess and friendly league with fate, found himself in partial disgrace and in the depths of mortification. He kept guard over his prisoners in person the remainder of the night, and again had opportunity to repent at leisure. He mentally cursed himself as a fool, for now he remembered his mother's words. If he had shown leniency to Scoville, and brought him into the house, he might have kept the prisoner, and won the goodwill of his cousin. Now, she would probably hear the humiliating facts and be less inclined either to fear or favor him. It was well that no suspicion on his part, or that of others, had fallen on her, for she was not one who could face coolly a severe cross-questioning. Perkins skulked off to his house, assuaged his aching head with cold water and his wounded spirit with whiskey. As he tried to think the matter over, a vague suspicion of the truth began to enter his confused brain. The little slipper with which he had been hit over the eyes in the morning now became a broad hint. He knew well, however, that it would be dangerous to make any charges, or even suggestions, unless he had ample proof. When all became quiet again, Miss Lou, in spite of deep anxieties, was overcome by extreme weariness and slept until, in a dream, she heard Scoville moaning and sighing in the extremity of physical pain. Starting up, she saw it was broad day. She passed her hand confusedly over her brow and tried to recall what had occurred, to understand the sounds which had suggested her dream. Then in a flash, the strange swirl of events in which she was involved presented itself, and she knew she had wakened to other experiences beyond even her imagination. The groans of wounded men brought pitiful tears to her eyes and steadied her nerves by banishing the thought of self. Whatever might befall her, so much worse was the fate of others that already she was passing into the solemnity of spirit inspired by the presence of mortal pain and death. She drew the curtains of her window and then shrank back, shuddering and sobbing, for, scattered over the lawn, men and horses lay stark and motionless. More pitiful still, here and there a wounded horse was struggling feebly. The spring morning, dewy, bright, fragrant, made these evidences of strife tenfold more ghastly. There could not be a more terrible indictment of war than nature's peaceful loveliness. By the time she was dressed she was joined by Mrs. Whately, who looked serious indeed. Before they could descend to the lower hall, Madison, haggard and gloomy of aspect, intercepted them. Looking at his cousin's red eyes and pale face, he asked abruptly, "What's the matter? Do you think I am accustomed to these sights and sounds?" She answered, "Oh," he said, in a tone which seemed to her heartless, "it's an old story to me. Mother, I must speak alone with you a moment." She turned back with him to her room, meantime saying, "Louise, I do not think you had better go down without me." The girl tremblingly returned to her apartment, fearing that now she might be forced to confront her own actions. But she was conscious of a sort of passive courage. Mad Whately's anger, or that of others, was a little thing compared to the truth that men were dead and dying all about her. "Mother," said her son, "I had cursed luck last night. I wish I had slept on the rain-soaked ground near my prisoners." And he told her what had happened. "Oh, Madison," sighed Mrs. Whately, "I wish this experience would teach you to be more guided by me." Louise cared nothing for this Yankee, except in a sort of grateful, friendly way. Through him you could have done so much to disarm. "Oh, well, Mother, the milk is spilled. If possible, let the whole affair be kept from her knowledge." "Yes, I suppose that will be the best way. If she hears about it, we must try to explain by the usages of war. Now, Madison, you are cool. Let experience be your teacher, for you must face the truth. You must either give her up." "I'll never give her up." "Then, as Major Brockton said, you must win her like a Southern gentleman. Her spirit is as high as yours. You can't continue to speak to her as you did last night and this morning. Try to realize the facts. In the seclusion of her bringing up, Louise has learned nothing of the conventionalities of society which might incline her toward a good match on general principles. So far from this, the many old-fashioned romances she has read have made her feel that she must and will have her romance. If you can make Louise feel that you love her so well as to become her gallant suitor, circumstances may soon give you great advantages. She may be cold and indifferent for a time, but like all passionate high-strung natures, present impulses against may turn just as strongly for you. At least, you have not to contend with that most fatal of all attitudes, indifference. A great change in you will be a flattering tribute to her power to which no girl would be indifferent. I must tell you now once for all that I will not again assist in any high-handed measures against Louise. Not only the futility of such action, but my own dignity and sense of right forbid it. I did not understand her at first. Now that I do, I am all the more eager to call her daughter, but I wish her to feel toward me as she should in such a relation. Yesterday, when I apologized and told her that I meant to treat her with kindness and fairness, she kissed me like the warm-hearted girl she is. I will help you win her as a man should win his wife. I will not be dragged into any more false positions which can end only in humiliation. I will be your tireless ally in the only way you can succeed, but in no other." "Very well, Mother, I agree," said Whately, whose nature it was to react from one extreme to another. "Ah, now I have hope. How is your arm?" "It pains horribly." Mrs. Whately went to Miss Lou's room and said, "Forgive me for keeping you waiting. Madison is almost beside himself with pain in his arm, and I will be detained a little longer." In her immense relief that she was not charged with all she dreaded, Miss Lou had leisure from her fears to feel commiseration for her cousin. When at last he appeared, she said kindly, "I am sorry you are suffering so much." "If I thought you really cared, I wouldn't mind the pain," he replied. "Cousin Lou, I owe an apology, several, I reckon, but I've been so distracted between conflicting feelings, duties, and pain, that I scarcely know what I say." "You little know me if you think I'm weighing words at this time," she replied. "Come, let us forget the past, shake hands, and remember that we are simply cousins." He took her hand instantly, but said, "You ask what is impossible. Suppose you had said, 'Just remember your arm is well from this moment,' would it be well? I cannot help my feelings toward you and don't wish to." "Very well, then," she sighed. "I cannot help mine either. I don't wish to talk on that subject any more." "Then I must plead by actions. Well, I must go now." Mrs. Whately was much pleased, for her son was adopting just the course she desired. She added nothing and accompanied Louise downstairs. The amputating table had been removed and the halls cleansed, but the unmistakable odor of the hospital pervaded the house. Every apartment on the first floor except the dining room was filled with the wounded. Some were flushed and feverish by reason of their injuries, others, pallid from loss of blood and ebbing vital forces. The Confederate general, with his staff, had already made a hasty breakfast and departed. Through the open door came the mellow sound of bugles and the songs of birds, but within were irrepressible sighs and groans. Mrs. Whately entered the spacious parlor, on the floor of which Confederate officers lay as close as space for attendance upon them permitted. The young girl paused on the threshold and looked around with a pitying, tearful face. A white-haired colonel was almost at her feet. As he looked up and recognized her expression, a pleased smile illumined his wan, drawn face. "Don't be frightened, my child," he said gently. The swift glance of her secured attention took in his condition. His right arm was gone, and he appeared ghastly from loss of blood. In her deep emotion she dropped on her knees beside him, took his cold hand and kissed it as she said, "Please let me help you and others get well." The old man was strongly touched by her unexpected action, and he faltered, "Well, my child, you make us all feel that our Southern girls are worth fighting for and, if need be, dying for. Yes, you can help us, some of us, in our dying perhaps, as well as in our mending. My battles are over. You can help best by caring for younger, stronger men. Such men will not begrudge you anything, sir." "Bravo!" cried half a dozen voices, and an officer near added, "Miss Barron speaks as well and true as you fought, Colonel." She looked hastily around. Seeing many friendly smiles and looks of honest goodwill and admiration, she rose confusedly, saying, "I must go to work at once." "I think, Louise," said Mrs. Whately, joining her in the hall, "we can accomplish most if we work much together and under the directions of the surgeons. It is evident from the numbers of the wounded that time, strength, food, everything will have to be used to the best advantage. I'm glad that we both got some sleep last night. Now, I insist. Before you do a thing, you must have a cup of hot coffee and some nourishing food yourself. The best impulses in the world are not equal to the tasks before us. Indeed, we shall fail these poor men in their sore need if we do not keep our strength. The worst is yet to come. As far as you can, control your feelings, for emotion wears faster than work. Let's first go to the kitchen." Zany followed from the dining room with her hands full of dishes. She gave Miss Lou a swift, significant glance, and that was all. Even she was sobered by the scenes witnessed that morning and the thought of Chunk's indefinite absence. Aunt Six sat dozing in a corner, absolutely worn out, and other Negroes from the quarters had been pressed into the service. Mrs. Barron was superintending their efforts to supply soup and such articles of diet as the surgeons had ordered. Old Miss now shone to advantage and had the executive ability of a general. In cool, sharp, decisive tones she gave her orders, which were obeyed promptly by assistants awed into forgetfulness of everything else except the great, solemn emergency. All differences had disappeared between the two ladies, and they began consulting at once how best to meet the prolonged demands now clearly foreseen. The confusion and conflicting requirements are just awful, said Mrs. Barron. As soon as possible, we must bring about some system and order. One of the first things to do is to get as many provisions and delicacies as possible under lock and key, especially the coffee and sugar. They are going to give out anyway, before long. Miss Lou stole away and ran to Aunt Jinky's cabin. Soldiers had taken possession of it, and were cooking and eating their breakfasts. Some recognized the girl politely as she stood at the door, while others continued their occupation in stolid indifference. Aunt Jinky rose tottering from a corner and came to the doorstep. "You see how 'tis, honey," she said. "Dey de gwine uneasy ef I ain't yer. I honey are de yes older dan I was w and you want somethin' ter happen." "Take courage, mammy," Miss Lou whispered. "Chunk's safe. Have you had any breakfast?" "I can't eat, honey, w and ev eating de whirlin' dot." The girl darted away and in a few moments returned with a cup of coffee. Entering the cabin, she said, "Fair play, gentlemen. This is my old mammy's cabin and this her place here in the corner by the hearth. Will you do me the favor of being kind to her and letting her remain undisturbed? Then you can use her fireplace all you please." The Southern soldiers, understanding so well the relation between the girl and the old woman, agreed with many good-natured protestations, offering to share with Aunt Jinky their rude breakfast. By the time the girl had returned to the house, she found that Zany and others had prepared a second breakfast in the dining room for the family, and such of the officers whose wounds were so slight as to permit their presence at the table. Miss Lou was placed between her cousin and a young, dark-eyed officer who was introduced as Captain Maynard. He also carried his left arm in a sling. Mrs. Whately sat in Mr. Barron's place, since he, after a night's vigils, had retired to obtain a little sleep. "Louise," said the lady, "you will have to begin being useful at once. You have a disabled man on either side of you for whom you must prepare food." "Miss Barron," said Captain Maynard gallantly, "I am already more than reconciled to my wound. Anything that you prepare for me will be ambrosia." Whately frowned as he heard these words and saw the immediate impression made by his cousin upon his brother officer, but a warning glance from his mother led him to vie in compliments. Before very long Maynard remarked sotto voce, "If you aid in healing the wounds made by the Yanks, Miss Barron, who will heal the wounds you make?" "I shall not make any, sir. Such thoughts, even in jest, wound me at this time. Please excuse me, I've had all the breakfast I wish, and I cannot rest till I am doing something for those who are suffering so much." He rose instantly and drew back her chair. In sitting down again, he encountered Whately's eyes, and recognized the jealousy and anger already excited. Chapter 25 A Tribute to a Southern Girl. Miss Lou entered upon her duties as hospital nurse at once. Untrammeled even by the knowledge of conventionalities, and with the directness and fearlessness of a brave child, she went from one to another, her diffidence quickly banished by her profound sympathy. The enlisted men on the piazzas received her chief attentions, nor was she long in discovering the Federal wounded, crowding the outbuildings and offices. With the exception of a rear guard and hospital attendants, the Confederate forces had marched in pursuit of the Union column. The dead were buried during the morning and the ghastlier evidences of strife removed. Along the edge of the grove tents were pitched, some designed for the soldiers, others for the better accommodation and isolation of certain critical cases. The Negroes performed most of the labor, Uncle Lusta counseling patience and quiet acceptance of their lot for the present. The prisoners were sent south. Confederate Surgeon Ackley was in charge of the hospital, while upon Whately was conferred the military command. His partial disablement would not prevent him from attending to the light duties of the position, the surgeon being practically the superior officer. Order was quickly restored, guards set at important points, and the strangely assorted little community passed speedily under a simple yet rigorous military government. Curiosity, desire of gain, as well as sympathy, led people to flock to the plantation from far and near. One of Surgeon Ackley's first steps was to impress upon all the need of provisions, for Mr. Barron's larder, ample as it had been, was speedily exhausted. During the day began the transfer of the slightly wounded to the nearest railroad town, where supplies could be obtained with more certainty, and it was evident that the policy of abandoning the remote plantation as soon as possible had been adopted. Miss Lou knew nothing of this, and simply became absorbed in successive tasks for the time being. "Miss Barron," said Surgeon Ackley, "a number of the men are so disabled that they cannot feed themselves. Proper food at the right time usually means life." These words suggested what became one of her principal duties. At first, rough men were surprised and grateful indeed to find fair young girl kneeling beside them with a bowl of hot soup. Then they began to look for her and welcome her as one who evoked their best and most chivalrous feelings. It had soon been evident to her that the wounded officers in the house would receive the most careful attention from the regularly appointed attendants, and also from Mrs. Whately. With the exception of the old colonel, she gradually began to devote the most of her time to the enlisted men, finding among them much less embarrassment in her labors. With the latter class among the Confederates, there was not on either side a consciousness of social equality, or an effort to maintain its amenities. The relation was the simple one of kindness bestowed and received. The girl made the acquaintance of the Union wounded with feelings in which doubt, curiosity, and sympathy were strangely blended. Her regard for Scoville added to her peculiar interest in his compatriots. They were the enemies of whom she had heard so much, having been represented as more alien and foreign than if they had come across the seas and spoke a different tongue. How they would receive her had been an anxious query from the first, but she quickly learned that her touch of kindness made them kin, that they welcomed her in the same spirit as did her own people, while they also were animated by like curiosity and wondering interest in regard to herself. A woman's presence in a field hospital was in itself strange and unexpected. That this woman should be a Southern girl, whose lovely features were gentle in commiseration, instead of rigid from an imperious sense of duty to foes, was a truth scarcely accepted at first. Its fuller comprehension began to evoke a homage which troubled the girl. She was too simple and honest to accept such return for what seemed the natural offices of humanity. Yet, while her manner and words checked its expression, they only deepened the feeling. At first she could scarcely distinguish among the bronzed, begrimed faces, but before the day passed there were those whose needs and personal traits enlisted her special regard. This was true of one middle-aged Union captain, to whom at first she had no call to speak, for apparently he was not very seriously wounded. Even before his face was cleansed from the smoke and dust of battle, his large, dark eyes and magnificent black beard caught her attention. Later on, when feeding a helpless man near him, he spoke to her and held out a photograph. She took it and saw the features of a blonde young girl scarcely as old as herself. "My little girl," said the officer simply. "See how she resembles her mother. That's one reason why I so idolize her." And he handed Miss Lou another picture, that of a sweet, motherly face, to which the former likeness bore the resemblance of bud to blossom. "We must try to get you well soon, so that you may go back to them," said Miss Lou cordially. "You are not seriously hurt, I hope?" "No, I think not. I wanted you to see them so you can imagine how they will look when I tell them about you. I don't need to be reminded of my little Sadie, but I almost see her when you come among us, and I think her blue eyes would have much the same expression as yours. God bless you, for you are blessing those whom you regard as your enemies. We don't look very hostile though, do we? It seems a terrible mistake that you should be here at all as enemies," she replied. "I have been taught to dread your coming more than if you were Indians. I never can understand why men who carry such pictures as these next their heart can fight against us." "Well, Miss Barron, you must try to believe that we would not have left the dear originals of such pictures unless we had felt we must, and there let the question rest. Our lives are sweet to us, although we risk them, chiefly because so dear to those at home. Let the thought cheer you in your work that you are keeping tears from eyes as good and kind as your own. That's another reason why I showed you the likenesses. It will be but another motive," she said. "A suffering man, whether friend or enemy, is enough." She smiled as she spoke, then picked her way across the wide barn floor and disappeared. Every eye followed her, pain all forgotten for the moment. "By G.D.!" exclaimed a rough fellow, drawing his sleeve across his eyes. "I'm hard hit, but I'll crawl to and choke the first man who says a word she oughtn't to hear when she's around. If you can keep your own tongue civil, Jari, you'll have your hands full, said a comrade. Well, I'd be blankety-blanked if that girl doesn't rout the devil out of a fellow, hoof and horns. You're right, my man, said the Union captain, and your feelings do you credit. Now I have a suggestion to make. Not one of us is capable of using a word before her that she shouldn't hear, if not out of our heads. We can pay her a better tribute than that. Let us decide to speak in her absence as if she were present. That's about all we can do in return for her kindness. She won't know the cost to us in breaking habits, but we will, and that's better. We all feel that we'd like to spill some more of our blood for the girl who fed Phillips yonder, as if he were a baby. Well, let us do the only thing we can, speak as if our mothers heard us all the time, for this girl's sake. I'd be blanked if I don't agree, and may the devil fly away with the man who doesn't, cried Jari. Ah, Jari, said the captain, laughing. You'll have the hardest row of any of us to hoe. We'll have to let you off for some slips. Then began among the majority a harder fight than that for life, a fight with inveterate habit, an effort to change vernacular, almost as difficult as the learning of a new language. For some time Miss Lou did not know nor understand. Word had been passed to other and smaller groups of the Union wounded in other buildings. The pledge was soon known as a Northern tribute to a Southern girl. It was entered into with enthusiasm and kept with a pathetic effort which many will not understand. Jari positively began to fail under the restraint he imposed upon himself. His wound caused him agony, and profanity would have been his natural expression of even slight annoyance. All day long grisly oaths rose to his lips. Now and then an excruciating twinge would cause a half-uttered expletive to burst forth like a projectile. A deep groan would follow, as the man became rigid in his struggle for self-control. Jari, cried Captain Hanfield, who had suggested the pledge, let yourself go, for God's sake. You have shown more heroism today than I in all my life. We will make you an exception and put you on parole to Holden only while Miss Barron is here. Blanket! This is going to be the death of me, boys. The Rebs gave me hell with this wound. But for God's sake don't let her know. Just let her think I'm civil like the rest of you. Wouldn't she open them blue eyes if she knew a man was dying, just holdin' and cussin' on her account? Ha ha ha! She'd think I was a sort of a Yankee devil, worse than the Injun she expected. Don't let her know. I'll be quiet enough before long. Then like enough she'd look at me and say, poor fellow! He won't make any more trouble. Whately had a busy day and felt that he had a reputation to regain. He therefore bravely endured much physical pain in his arm, and gave very close attention to duty. Captain Maynard, on the contrary, had nothing to do, and his wound was only severe enough to make him restless. The young girl whom he had met at breakfast at once became by far the most interesting subject for thought, an object of observation. He was a young fellow of the ordinary romantic type, hasty, susceptible, as ready to fight as to eat, and possessed of the idea that the way to win a girl was to appear her smitten, abject slave. The passing hours were ages to him in contrast to his previous activity, and as he watched Miss Lou going about on her errands of mercy he quickly passed from one stage to another of admiration and idealization. Remembering the look that Whately had given him in the morning, he maintained a distant attitude at first, thinking his brother officer had claims which he must respect. As he wandered uneasily around, however, he discovered virtually how matters stood, and learned of the attempt which Whately had made to marry his cousin, Nolens Valence. This fact piqued his interest deeply, and satisfied him that the way was clear for a suit on his part were he so inclined. Fair rivalry would give only additional zest, and he promptly yielded to his inclination to become at least much better acquainted with the girl. At dinner he and Whately vied in their gallantries, but she was too sad and weary to pay much attention to either of them. Mrs. Whately compelled her to lie down for a time during the heat of the afternoon, but thoughts of the suffering all about her banished power to rest. She went down and found the old colonel lying with closed eyes, feebly trying to keep away the pestering flies. Remembering the bunch of peacock feathers with which Zany, in old monotonous days, had waved when waiting on the table, she obtained it from the dining room, and sitting down noiselessly by the officer, gave him a respite from his tormentors. In his drowsiness he did not open his eyes, but passed into quiet sleep. The girl maintained her watch, putting her finger to her lips and making signals for silence to all who came near. Other Confederate officers observed her wistfully. Mad Whately, coming in, looked at her frowningly. His desire and purpose toward his cousin had been that of entire self-appropriation, and now she was becoming the cynosure of many eyes. Among them he saw those of Captain Maynard, who was already an object of hate. Little recked the enamored captain of this fact. To his ardent fancy the girl was rapidly becoming ideal in goodness and beauty. With the ready egotism of the young he was inclined to believe that fate had brought about the events which had revealed to him the woman he should marry. A bombshell bursting among them all would not have created a greater sensation than the knowledge that the girl's thoughts were following a Yankee, one whom she herself, by daring stratagem, had released from captivity. A twinge of pain awakened the colonel, and he looked up, dazed and uncomprehending. Miss Lou bent over him and said gently, "Go to sleep again. It's all right. Oh, I remember now. You are Miss Barron." "Yes, but don't try to talk. Just sleep now that you can." He smiled and yielded. A few moments later Maynard came forward and said, "Miss Barron, your arm must be tired. Let me take your place." Now she rewarded him by a smile. "I will be glad if you can," she replied softly. "Not that I am very tired, but there are so many others." As she moved away, she saw Surgeon Ackley beckoning to her. "Miss Barron," he said, "I am going to put one of my patients especially in your and your aunt's charge. Young as he is a hero and an unusual character. I have had him moved to a tent, for he is in a very critical condition. Indeed, his chances for life are few and he knows it. I am acquainted with his family, one of the best in the South." He led the way to a small tent beneath the shade of a wide-branched oak. A stretcher had been extemporized into a camp bed, and on it lay a youth not older apparently than the girl herself. His face had the blood-drained look which many will remember, yet was still fine in its strong, boyish lines. The down on his upper lip was scarcely more deeply defined than his straight eyebrows. A Negro attendant sat near fanning him, and Miss Lou first thought that he was asleep. As she approached with the surgeon, he opened his eyes with the dazed expression so common when the brain is enfeebled from loss of blood. At first they seemed almost opaque and dead in their blackness, but, as if a light were approaching from within, they grew bright and laughing. His smile showed his white, even teeth slightly, and her look of deep commiseration passed into one of wonder, as she saw his face growing positively radiant with what seemed to her a strange kind of happiness, as he glanced back and forth from her to the surgeon. Feebly he raised his finger to his lips as if to say, "I can't speak." "That's right, Waldo, don't try to talk yet. This is Miss Barron. She will be one of your nurses and will feed you with the best of soup. We'll bring you round yet." He shook his head and smiled more genially, then tried to extend his hand to the girl, looking his welcome and acceptance of her ministry. So joyous was his expression that she could not help smiling in return, but it was the questioning, doubtful smile of one who did not understand. "When she comes," resumed Ackley, "take what she gives you, but don't talk until I give permission. That will do now. You must take everything except quiet in small quantities at first." His lips formed the words, "All right," and smilingly he watched them depart. "I suppose he is not exactly in his right mind," said Miss Lou as she and the surgeon returned to the house. "Many would think so, I reckon," replied Ackley laconically. "He believes in a heaven and that he's going there. That's the only queer thing I ever discovered in Waldo. He's worth a lot of trouble, Miss Barron. It would be right strange if I did not do my best for him, sir. I thought you'd feel so. I want very strong beef soup made for a few such special cases, who can take but little at a time. I would like him to have a few teaspoonfuls every 2 hours. I am going to trust to you and Mrs. Whately chiefly to look after him in this respect. We can do little more than help nature in his case." Poor Aunt Sook was getting weary again, but she had a heart which Miss Lou speedily touched in behalf of her patient, and a special saucepan was soon bubbling over the fire. The soup for the evening meal being ready, she began again her task of feeding the helpless soldiers, visiting, among others, Phillips, who lay in a half-stupor on the great barn floor. As she stepped in among the Federal wounded, she was again impressed by the prevailing quiet and by the friendly glances turned toward her on every side. The Union surgeon in charge lifted his hat politely, while such of the men as were able took off theirs and remained uncovered. The homage, although quiet, was so marked that she was again embarrassed, and with downcast eyes went direct to Phillips, gently roused him and gave him his supper. While she was doing this, the men around her were either silent or spoke in low tones. The thought grew in her mind, how these Northern soldiers have been misrepresented to me. Even when I am approaching and before they are aware I am near, I hear no rough talk as I do among our men. The world is so different from Uncle's idea of it. Whether these men are right or wrong, I will never listen patiently again when they are spoken of as the scum of the earth. As she rose and saw the respectful attitude toward her, faltered, I wish to thank you for your kindness to me. At these words there was a general smile even on the wanest and most pain-pinched face, for they struck the men as very droll. We were under the impression that the kindness was chiefly on your side, said Captain Hanfield. Still, we are glad you find us a civil lot of Indians. Please remember, she answered earnestly, that was not my thought, but one impressed upon me by those who did not know. Only within a very short time have I ever seen Northern people or soldiers, and they treat me with nothing but courtesy. Perhaps you are to blame for that, said the captain pleasantly. I can't help feeling glad that our good opinion is becoming mutual, she replied, smiling. Won't you please put on your hats and let me come and go as a matter of course? I don't like to be sort of received every time I come. I just want to help those I can help to get well. You have only to express your wishes, Miss Barron, was the hearty reply. Thank you. Is there anything more that I can do for you? Is there anyone who specially needs? As she was glancing round, her eyes fell upon Yari. His face was so drawn and haggard with pain that, from an impulse of pity, she went directly to him and said gently, I fear, sir, you are suffering very much. Oh, hang, there, miss, I'll stand it a little longer. I could stand hellfire for your sake. I didn't mean to say that. Guess I'd better keep still. His face, now seen attentively, revealed more to her intuition than his words. She stooped by his side and said piteously, Oh, you are suffering. I feel that you are suffering terribly. I must do something to relieve you. Oh, now, miss, he replied, forcing a ghastly sort of smile. I'm all right, I am. Bless your kind heart. Don't worry about me. I'll smoke my pipe and go to sleep pretty soon. You look tired yourself, little one. I will feel better if you won't worry about me, I will. I'm just like the other fellows, you know. I reckon you are a brave, good-hearted man, to think of others when I know you are suffering so much. I am having very strong soup made for one of our men, and I'll bring you some by and by. And with a lingering, troubled look into his rugged face, she departed. His eyes followed her until she disappeared. Yari, you are rewarded, Captain Hanfield remarked. My reward? Fellers, she's just wearing herself out for us. I don't want no reward for anything I can do for her. Well, I'm going to shut up now. The only thing I can do for her is to hold my tongue till it can't wag. I told her I'd smoke my pipe and go to sleep. I will. Light it for me, Tom. When she comes, like enough I'll be asleep, a sort of dead sleep, you know. Just let her think I'm dozin' after my pipe. Don't let her try to wake me and worry about me. All shall be as you wish, Yari, said Captain Hanfield. I tell you, men, few women ever received such a tribute as Yari is paying this southern girl. For one, I'm proud of him. Chapter 26, a background of egotism. When Miss Lou returned to the house, supper was ready, and she sat down weary, saddened and preoccupied by the scenes she had witnessed. You are going beyond your strength, said Captain Maynard, who had watched her coming back from the Federal wounded. Cannot you be content to confine your ministrations to your friends only? For once I can agree with Captain Maynard. Whately added stiffly. I don't think it's right for you, cousin, to be going among those rough, brutal fellows. Instantly her anger flamed at the injustice of the remark, and she answered hotly. I've found no rough, brutal fellows among the Yankees. All smiled at her words, and Ackley remarked to one of the Union surgeons, Dr. Borden, I thought our men could hold their own pretty well with the army in Flanders, but you Yanks, I reckon, surpass all military organizations, past or present. There was one man especially who fairly made the night lurid and left a sulphurous odor after him when he was brought in. It would be rather rough on us all if we were where he consigned us with a vim that was startling. I certainly hope that Miss Barron is not compelled to hear any such language. I appealed to Miss Barron herself, said Dr. Borden. If she has been offended in this respect today? No, indeed, I have not, replied the girl indignantly. I never was treated with more courtesy. I have not heard a rough word from the Yankees even when they did not know I was near, and that is more than I can say of our own men. Fight the Yankees all you please, but don't do them injustice. In spite of the girl's flushed, incensed face, there was an explosion of laughter. Pardon me, Miss Barron, said Ackley, but you can't know how droll your idea of injustice to the Yankees seems to us. That you have such an idea, however, is a credit to you and to them also, for they must have been behaving themselves prodigiously. Yes, Dr. Ackley, replied Borden emphatically. Miss Barron's impressions are a credit to her and to my patients. They promptly recognized her motives and character, and for her sake they pledged themselves that while here, where she is one of the nurses, they would not use language at any time which they would not have their mothers hear. That very man you speak of, who swore so last night, believes himself dying from his effort at self-restraint. This is not true, for he would have died anyhow, but his death is hastened by his effort. He has been in agony all day. Opiates make him worse, so there is no use of giving them. But I can tell you, no man in your Confederacy ever did a braver thing than he is doing this minute to show his respect for this young lady who has shown kindness to his comrades. I can assure you, Lieutenant Whately, that you need have no fears about your cousin when visiting my patients. What's the name of the soldier of whom you speak? Miss Lou asked eagerly. He is called Jari. I don't know any other name yet, been so busy dressing wounds. Thank you, faltered the girl, rising, her face showing signs of strong emotion. Oh, Louise! Finish your supper, expostulated Mrs. Whately. You must not let these scenes take so strong a hold. But she was out of hearing. I fear it's all going to be too much for her, sighed the lady in conclusion. Mr. Barron and his wife exchanged grim glances from the head and foot of the table, as much as to say, She has shaken off our control and we are not responsible. But Ackley remarked, I agree with you, Dr. Borden, that it's fine to see a girl show such a spirit, and I congratulate you that your men are capable of appreciating it. By the way, Mrs. Whately, I have put her, with you, in charge of young Waldo and truly hope that among us we can bring him through. Mrs. Whately, said Captain Maynard, I reckon more than one of us begin to regret already that we were not so desperately wounded as to need your attention and that of Miss Barron. We must remember, however, that she is not accustomed to these scenes, and I think we must try to make her forget them at the table. I suppose in the kindness of her heart she is now crying in her room over that Yankee. Whately shot a savage glance at the speaker which plainly implied, It's none of your business where she is. Suddenly rising, he departed also, his mother's eyes following him anxiously. Miss Lou was not crying in her room. As the level rays of the sun shone into the wide old barn, making the straw in a mode doubly golden, and transforming even the dusty cobwebs into fairy lace work, she crossed the threshold and paused for the first time in her impulsive haste to find and thank the dying man of whom she had been told. All eyes turned wonderingly toward her as she stood for a moment in the sunshine, as unconscious of herself, of the marvelous touch of beauty bestowed by the light and her expression, as if she had flown from the skies. Is there a soldier here named Jari? She began, then uttered a little inarticulate cry as she saw Captain Hanfield kneeling beside a man to whom all eyes directed her. Oh, it's he! She sobbed, kneeling beside him also. As soon as I heard, I felt it was he who told me not to worry about him. Is he really dying? Yes, I hope so, Miss Barron, replied the captain gravely. He couldn't live, and it's time he had rest. The girl bent over the man, her hot tears falling on his face. He opened his eyes and looked vacantly at her for a moment or two, then smiled in recognition. It was the most pathetic smile she had ever imagined. Don't worry, he whispered. I'm just dozing off. Oh, my poor, brave hero, she said brokenly. I know it all. God reward you, I can't. Don't want no reward. Say, miss, don't wear yourself out for us. She took his cold hand and bowed her forehead upon it, sobbing aloud in the overpowering sense of his self-forgetfulness. Oh God! She cried. Do for this brave, unselfish man what I cannot. When can I forget such a thing as this? Oh, live, please live, we will take such good care of you. There, little one, don't take on so about me. Ain't with it. Say, I feel better, easier. Glad you spoke, good word to God for me. I think he'll hear, sec as you. I'm off now. Don't wear yourself. Even in her inexperience she saw that he was dying, and when his gasping utterance ceased she had so supported his head that it fell back on her bosom. For a few moments she just cried helplessly, blinded with tears. Then she felt the burden of his head removed and herself lifted gently. I suspected something like this when you left the table, Miss Barron, said Dr. Borden. Oh, I feel as if he had died for me, she sobbed. He would have died for you, miss, said Tom, drawing his sleeve across his eyes. So would we all. Miss Barron, resumed the doctor gravely. Remember poor Yari's last words, don't wear yourself. He couldn't finish the sentence, but you know what he meant. You must grant the request of one who tried to do what he could for you. As a physician also I must warn you to rest until morning. You can do more for these men and others by first doing as Yari wished. And he led her away. They had not gone far before they met Uncle Lusta. The girl stopped and said, Doctor, won't you let Uncle Lusta bury him tomorrow down by the run? I'll show him the place. Yes, Miss Barron, we all will do anything you wish if you only rest tonight. I tell you frankly you endanger yourself and your chance to do anything more for the wounded by continuing the strain which these scenes put upon you. I reckon you're right, she said. I feel as if I could hardly stand. I know. Take my arm and go at once to your room. On the way they encountered Whately. Cousin! Where on earth have you been? You look ready to faint. His presence and all that he implied began to steady her nerves at once, but she made no reply. She has witnessed a painful scene, Lieutenant, began the surgeon. You have no business to permit her to witness such scenes, Whately interrupted sternly. You should see that she's little more than an inexperienced child and… Hush, sir, said Miss Lou. Who has given you the right to dictate to me or to this gentleman? I'm in no mood for any more such words, cousin. Today, at least, no one has taken advantage of my inexperience. Good evening. And she passed on, leaving him chafing in impatient anger and protest. At the house Mrs. Whately began expostulations also, but the girl said, Please don't talk to me now. By and by I will tell you what will touch all the woman in your heart. I earnestly suggest, added Dr. Borden, that you take Miss Barron to her room, and that nothing more be said to disturb her. She is overwrought and has reached the limit of endurance. The lady had the tact to acquiesce at once. After reaching her room, Miss Lou exclaimed, But I have not been to young Waldo. I have, replied her aunt, and will see him again more than once before I retire. Louise, if you would not become a burden yourself at this time, you must do as the doctor says. Within an hour the girl was sleeping and her nature regaining the strength and elasticity of youth. As Whately stood fuming where his cousin had left him, Perkins approached for the first time since they had parted in anger the night before. I reckon Miss Barron's gone over to the enemy, remarked the overseer. What do you mean? Look here, Lieutenant, what's the use o' you bein' so gunpowdery with me? What's the use, I say? I mout be of some use to you if you was civil. Of what use were you last night? You allowed my prisoner to be carried off right under your nose. Who carried him off? Answer that. Why, some gawk of a Yank that you were too stupid to tell from me. Perhaps it was, perhaps it wasn't. Who else could it be? I suspicion who it was, but I'm not going ter talk to one who's got nothing better to give me and ugly words. You don't mean to say. I don't mean to say nothin' till I know who I'm talkin' ter. Whately gave a long, low whistle and then muttered, Impossible! Oh, SUT New York, remarked Perkins ironically. The two men gave each other a long searching look, then Perkins resumed. That's right, Lieutenant, take your bearin's. I don't see easy you can do me any special good, na harm nother. If you want no news or help from me, we can sheer off right here and now. I say your suspicion is absurd, resumed Whately, as if arguing with himself. When the alarm, caused by firing, came last night, it happened she was in her room and was badly frightened. What time did the alarm happen? About 2 o'clock. Wall, about midnight a figure that favored you amazingly, yes, to your very walk, came up boldly and says to me, nodding at the Yank, leave him to me. The figure wasn't just dressed like you in Federate uniform, but I can a'most swear the figure had on them CLOs and that hat you're a-wearin' now, arm and sling, too. What's M.O.? When I thought hit over I was cocksure the figure was shorter and you air. I don't believe there's a Yank livin' that could have fooled me last night, less he had your CLOs on and your walk. My uniform and hat hung on the chairs beside me, just where they had been put when I went to sleep. Just tell me if the duo your room was locked. I wasn't in a room. I slept at the end of the hall. Then anybody could get M and put M back while you was asleep. She couldn't knock you senseless. You're talking wild. I've schemed that out. Thar's tracks in the Jardin not so blinded, but they can give a hint to a blind hoss. Thar's a track nigh where I fell mighty like what that infernal nigger chunk UD make. Beyond, easy ef some UNS had hidden in the bushes, right in the Jardin bed, ere 2 little woman-like tracks and 2 men tracks. Whately ground his teeth and muttered an oath. I don't s'pose I can prove anything conclusive, resumed Perkins, and I don't s'pose that you'd be best ef I could. Ef she was up ter such deviltry, of course you don't want hit genly known. Bigger ossifers and you'd have ter notice it. Ef I was in you shoes howsomever, in huntin' shy game, I could use sec a clar aspicion agin her and be mo on my jard inter the bargain. I can use it and will, said Whately sternly. Perkins, keep your eyes wide open in my behalf. If that Yankee or chunk ever come within our reach again, the nigger stole my horse and brought the Yank here too in time to prevent the wedding, I believe. Reckon he did, Lieutenant. Well, he and his master may be within our reach again. We had better not be seen much together. I will reward you well for any real service. And he strode away in strong perturbation. Hang your reward, muttered Perkins. You think you're going to use me when the boot's on t'other foot. You shall pay me fair doin' my work. I couldn't wish the gal nothin' worse than ter marry you. That you'd satisfy my grudge agin her, but ef I get my claws on that nigger and damnearin' Yank of a master. His teeth came together after the grim fashion of a bulldog, by way of completing his soliloquy. The spring evening deepened from twilight into dusk, the moon rose and shone with mild radiance over the scene that had abounded in gloom, tragedy, and adventure the night before. The conflict which then had taken place now caused the pathetic life and death struggles occurring in and about the old mansion. In the onset of battle muscle and the impulse to destroy dominated, now the heart, with its deep longings, its memories of home and kindred, the soul with its solemn thoughts of an unknown phase of life which might be near, came to the fore, rendering the long, doubtful struggle complex indeed. The stillness was broken only by the steps and voices of attendants, and the irrepressible groans of those who watched for the day with hope that waxed and waned as the case might be. Uncle Lusta yearned over the Federal wounded with a great pity, the impression that they were suffering for him and his people banishing sleep. He hovered among them all night long, bringing water to fevered lips and saying a word of Christian cheer to any who would listen. Miss Lou wakened with the dawn and recognized with gladness that her strength and courage for work had been restored. Even more potent than thoughts of Scoville was the impulse to be at work again, especially among those with whom she inevitably associated him. Dressing hastily, she went first to see the old Confederate colonel. He was evidently failing fast. Ackley and an attendant were watching him. He looked at the girl, smiled, and held out his hand. She took it and sat down beside him. "Ah," he said feebly, "this is a good deal better than dying alone. Would you mind, my child, writing some things I would like to say to my family?" Miss Lou brought her portfolio and tearfully received his dying messages. "Poor little girl," said the colonel. "You are witnessing scenes very strange to you. Try to keep your heart tender and womanly, no matter what you see. Such tears as yours reveal the power to help and bless, not weakness. I can say to you all the sacred, farewell words which would be hard to speak to others." Brokenly, with many pauses from weakness, he dictated his last letter, and she wrote his words as well as she could see to do so. "They will be all the sweeter and more soothing for your tears, my dear," he said. He kept up with wonderful composure until he came to his message to little Hal, his youngest child. Then the old soldier broke down and reached out his arms in vain yet irrepressible longing. "Oh, if I could kiss the little fellow just once before!" he moaned. For a few moments he and the girl at his side just wept together, and then the old man said almost sternly, "Tell him to honor his mother and his God, to live for the South, for which his father died. Say, if he will do this he shall have my blessing, not without. Now, my child, I trust this letter to you. Goodbye and God bless you. I wish to be alone a little while and face the last enemy calmly." As she knelt down and kissed him, tears again rushed to his eyes and he murmured, "That was good and sweet of you, my child. Keep your heart simple and tender as it is now. Goodbye." Returning to her room with the portfolio, she met her cousin in the upper hall. He fixed his eyes searchingly upon her, and with the air of one who knew very much began, "Cousin Lou, my eyes are not so often blinded with tears as yours, yet they see more perhaps than you are aware of. I'm willing to woo you as gallantly as can any man, but you've got to keep some faith with me as the representative of our house and of the cause which, as a Southern girl, should be first always in its claims." Her heart fluttered, for his words suggested both knowledge and a menace. At the same time the scenes she had passed through, especially the last, lifted her so far above his plane of life that she shrank from him with something very like contempt. "Do you know what I have been writing?" she asked sternly. "I neither know nor care. I only wish you to understand that you cannot trifle with me nor wrong me with impunity." "Oh!" she cried, with a strong repellent gesture. "Why can't you see and understand? You fairly make me loathe the egotism which, in scenes like these, can think only of self. As if I had either time or inclination to be trifling with you, whatever you mean by that. Brave men are dying heroically and unselfishly, thinking of others, while me in gallant wooing, combined with vague threats against one whom you are in honor bound to protect, are the only words on your lips. How can you be so unmanly? What are you, compared with that noble old colonel whose last words I have just received? If you care a straw for my opinion, why are you so foolish as to compel me to draw comparisons? Do, for manhood's sake, forget yourself for once." He was almost livid from rage as he replied harshly, "You'll rue these words." She looked at him scornfully as she said, "It's strange, but your words and expression remind me of Perkins. He might make you a good ally." In his confusion and anger he blurted out, "Little wonder you think of him. You and that accursed nigger Chunk." "Hush!" she interrupted in a low, imperious voice. "Hush, lest as representative of our house you disgrace yourself beyond hope." And she passed quickly to her room. Within less than an hour he was asking himself in bitter self-upbraiding, "What have I gained? What can I do? Prefer charges against my own cousin which I cannot prove? Impossible! Oh, I've been a fool again. I should have kept that knowledge secret till I could use it for a definite purpose. I'll break her spirit yet." If he had seen her after she reached her room he might have thought it broken then. Vague dread of the consequences of an act which, from his words, she believed he knew far more about than he did, mingled with her anger and feelings of repugnance. "Oh," she moaned, It was just horrible. It was coming straight down from the sublime to the contemptible. That noble old colonel took me to the very gate of heaven. Now I'm fairly trembling with passion and fear. Oh, why will Cousin Mad always stir up the very worst of my feelings? I'd rather suffer and die as poor Yari did than marry a man who will think only of his little self at such a time as this. Chapter 27 Aunjinki's Supreme Test. The first long tragic day of hospital experience had so absorbed Miss Lu as to relegate into the background events which a short time before had been beyond her wildest dreams. In the utter negation of her life she had wished that something would happen, and so much had happened, and so swiftly that she was bewildered. The strangest thing of all was the change in herself. Lovers of the Whately and Maynard type could only repel by their tactics. She was too high-spirited to submit to the one, and too simple and sincere, still too much of a child, to feel anything but annoyance at the sentimental gallantry of the other. The genial spirit of comradeship in Scoville, could it have been maintained through months of ordinary life, would probably have prepared the way for deeper feeling on the part of both, but there had been no time for the gradual development of goodwill and friendly understanding into something more. They had been caught in an unexpected whirl of events, and swept forward into relations utterly unforeseen. He owed his escape from much dreaded captivity and his very life to her, and, as he had said, these facts, to her generous nature, were even more powerful in their influence than if she herself had received the priceless favors. At the same time, her course toward him, dictated at first by mere humanity, then goodwill, had made his regard for her seem natural even to her girlish heart. If she had read it all in a book, years before, she would have said, "A man couldn't do less than love one when fortune had enabled her to do so much for him." So she had simply approved of his declaration, down by the run, of affection for which she was not yet ready, and she approved of him all the more fondly because he did not passionately and arbitrarily demand or expect that she should feel as he did, in return. "I didn't," she had said to herself a score of times, and that was enough for him. When later, for his sake, she faced the darkness of midnight, a peril she dared not contemplate, and the cruel misjudgment which would follow her action if discovered, something deeper awoke in her nature, something kindled into strong, perplexing life when, in his passionate gratitude, he had snatched her in his arms and, as she had said, given her his whole heart because he couldn't help himself. From that moment, on her part, there had been no more merely kind, tranquil thoughts about Scoville, but a shy, trembling, blushing self-consciousness even when in solitude his image rose before her. As she sought to regain composure after the last interview with her cousin, and to think of her best course in view of what seemed his dangerous knowledge, a truth, kept back thus far by solemn and absorbing scenes, suddenly became dear to her. The spirit of all-consuming selfishness again manifested by Whately, revealed as never before the gulf of abject misery into which she would have fallen as his wife. "If it hadn't been for Lieutenant Scoville, I might now have been his despairing bond slave," she thought. "I might have been any way if the northern officer were any other kind of a man, brutal, coarse, as I had been led to expect, or even indifferent and stupid. I might have been forced into relations from which I could not escape, and then have learned afterward what noble, unselfish men there are in the world. Oh, I could marry Alan Scoville, I could love him and devote my life to him wholly, knowing all the time that I needn't protect myself, because he would always be a kinder, truer, better protector. How little I have done for him compared with that from which he has saved me!" There was a knock at the door and Zany quickly entered. "I did slip off while old Miss in the Estio room, to give you a warning, Miss Lou. Hain't had no chance till this minute. Daddy, our old fox, Perkins, been snoopin' round yistiddy arter we UN's tracks, and last night he tell Mad Whately a heap o' be his jectorin' dot." "But, Zany," said Miss Lou, "you don't think they know anything?" "Reckon hit's all dejectorin'," Zany replied. "Chawnt be nuffin else. We de got ter face hit out. Don't you fear on me. We UNS muse de star stupid like EF day ax questions." And she whisked off again. The girl felt that the spirit of Zany's counsel would be the best policy to adopt. While she might not star stupid like, she could so coldly ignore all reference to Scoville's escape as to embarrass any one who sought to connect her with it. In the clearer consciousness of her feeling toward the Union officer, her heart grew glad and strong at the thought of the service she had rendered him, nor did it shrink at suffering for his sake. A gratitude quite as strong as his own now possessed her that he had been the means of keeping her from a union dreaded even as an ignorant child, and now known, by the love which made her a woman, to be earthly perdition. Having escaped that, she reflected, there's nothing else I greatly fear. And she went down to breakfast resolving that she would be so faithful in her duties as a nurse that no one in authority would listen to her cousin or Perkins if they sought to make known their surmises. Ignorant of her son's action and its results, Mrs. Whately met her niece kindly and insisted that she should not leave the dining room until she had partaken of the breakfast now almost ready. Captain Maynard joined her with many expressions of a solicitude which the girl felt to be very uncalled for, yet in her instinct to propitiate every one in case her action should be questioned, she was more friendly to him than at any time before. Meanwhile, she was asking herself, what would they do to me if all was found out? And sustaining herself by the thought, whatever they do to me, they can't reach Lieutenant Scoville. It was gall and bitterness to Whately to find her talking affably to Maynard, but before the meal was over she had the address to disarm him in some degree. For his own sake as well as hers and the family's, she thought, I must not irritate him into hasty action. If he should find out, and reveal everything, no matter what happened to me, he would bring everlasting disgrace on himself and relatives. I could at least show that my motives were good, no matter how soldiers, with their harsh laws, might act toward me, but what motive could excuse him for placing me, a young girl and his cousin, in such a position? Whately had already satisfied himself that no pretense of zeal for the service could conceal his real motive or save him from general scorn should he speak of the mere conjectures of a man like Perkins. He had never meant to speak of them publicly, simply to use his knowledge as a means of influencing his cousin. He now doubted the wisdom of this. Reacting from one mood to another, as usual, his chief hope now was that some unexpected turn of fortune's wheel would bring his opportunity. The one thing which all the past unfitted him to accept was personal and final denial. His egotism and impatience at being crossed began to manifest itself in another direction, one suggested by Maynard's evident susceptibility to his cousin's attractions. Here is a chance, he thought, of righting myself in Lou's eyes. If this fellow, thrown into her society by the fortune of war, not by courtesy, presumptuously goes beyond a certain point in his attentions, Cousin Lou will find that no knight of olden time would have fought for her quicker than I will. Mother says she is one who must have her romance. She may have it with a vengeance. It may open her eyes to the truth that a spirit like mine brooks no opposition, and when she sees that I am ready to face death for her she will admire, respect, and yield to a nature that is haughty and like that of the old nobility. Thus he blinded himself in these vain, silly vaporings, the result of a false training and the reading of stilted romances. The thought of studying the girl's character, of doing and being in some degree what would be agreeable to her, never occurred to him. That kind of good sense rarely does occur to the egotistical, who often fairly exasperate those whom they would please by utter blindness to the simple things which are pleasing. Miss Lou had read more old romances than he, but she speedily outgrew the period in which she was carried away by the fantastic heroes described. They became in her fancy the other extreme of the matter-of-fact conditions in which her uncle and aunt had lived, and as we have seen, she longed to know the actual world, to meet with people who did not seem alien to her young and natural sympathies. Each new character she met became a kind of revelation to her. She was the opposite pole of the society belle, whose eyes have wearied of humanity, who knows little and cares less for anything except her mirrored image. With something of the round-eyed curiosity and interest of a child, she looked at every new face, asking herself, "What is he like?" Not whether he will like and admire me, although she had not a little feminine pleasure in discovering that strangers were inclined to do this. Her disapproval of Maynard arose chiefly from the feeling that his gallantry at such a time, with the dead and dying all about them, was more shocking than a game of cards on Sunday. She regarded his attentions, glances, tones, as mere well-bred persiflage, indulged in for his own amusement, and she put him down as a trifler for his pains. That he, as she would phrase it, Was just smitten without any rhyme or reason. Seemed preposterous. She had done nothing for him as she had for Scoville. The friendly or the frankly admiring looks of strangers, the hearty gratitude and goodwill of the wounded, she could accept with as much pleasure as any of her sex. But she had not yet recognized that type of man who looks at a pretty woman and is disposed to make love to her at once. "Why does Captain Maynard stare at me so?" she asked herself. "When I don't care a thistle for him and never will. Why should I care? Why should he care? Does he think I'm silly and shallow enough to be amused by this kind of thing when that brave old colonel is dying across the hall?" It was a relief to her to escape from him and Whately and to visit even poor Waldo, dying also, as she believed. "Dr. Ackley," she said, "you may trust me to give him his food now every 2 hours. I won't break down again." "You did not break down, Miss Barron. All my nurses have their hours off. Why shouldn't you? I reckon," he added, smiling, "you'll have to obey my orders like the rest. I will go with you again on this visit." To her the youth seemed ghastlier than ever, but the expression of gladness in his eyes was unchanged. "Miss Barron feels very remorseful that she has not been to see you before," said Dr. Ackley, "but her labors yesterday were so many and varied that she had to rest. She will do better by you today." Waldo could only reach his hand feebly toward her in welcome. She took the brown, shapely hand in both of hers, and it made her sad to feel how cold and limp it was. But a few hours ago, she thought, it was striking blows with a heavy saber. "I have brought you some strong, hot soup," she said gently, "and shall bring it every 2 hours. You'll be very good and take it from me, won't you?" He laughed as he nodded assent. "When can I begin to read to him, doctor, to help him pass the time?" "Perhaps tomorrow if he does well, but never more than a few minutes together until I permit." "Slow and sure, Waldo, slow and sure are my orders, and you are too good a soldier to disobey." He shook his head mischievously and whispered, "Insubordinate." The doctor nodded portentously and said, "If you and Miss Barron don't obey orders, I'll put you both under arrest." This seemed to amuse the young fellow immensely, and he was about to speak again, but the surgeon put his finger to his lips and departed. As she was feeding him with eyes full of gentle commiseration, his lips framed the words, "You can talk to me." She scarcely knew how to do this. There were questions she was eager to ask, for his strange, exuberant happiness under the circumstances were hard to understand, even after Dr. Ackley's explanation. She had never seen religion produce any such results. Uncle Lusta seemed to her very sincere and greatly sustained in his faith, but he had always been to her a sorrowful, plaintive figure, mourning for lost kindred whom slavery had scattered. Like the ancient prophets also, his heart was ever burdened by the waywardness of the people whom he exhorted and warned. In young Waldo appeared a joyousness which nothing could quench. From the moment she obtained a clue to his unexpected behavior, everything in his manner accorded with the surgeon's explanation. In his boyish face and expression there was not a trace of the fanatical or abnormal. He seemed to think of heaven as he did of his own home, and the thought of going to the one inspired much the same feeling as returning to the other. "Well," said Miss Lou, after a little hesitancy, "it is a pleasure to wait on one who is so brave and cheerful. It makes me feel ashamed of worrying over my troubles." He motioned her to get something under his pillow, and she drew out a small testament. With the ease of perfect familiarity he turned the leaves and pointed to the words, "Come unto me, all you that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." He looked up at her, smiled brightly, and shook his head when he saw tears in her eyes. Again he turned the leaves and pointed to other words. "Beloved, think it not strange concerning the fiery trial which is to try you, as though some strange thing happened unto you, but rejoice, inasmuch as ye are partakers of Christ's sufferings, that, when his glory shall be revealed, ye may be glad also with exceeding joy." His expression was wonderfully significant in its content, for it was that of one who had explained and accounted for everything. "Oh," she faltered, "I wish I felt as you do, believed as you do. I hope you will get strong soon. I would like to tell you some things which trouble me very much, and there is no one I can tell. By and by." he whispered. Don't worry. All right. Oh, what does this mean? She thought as she returned to the house. Awfully wounded, suffering, dying perhaps, yet glad with an exceeding joy. Uncle and Aunt haven't any idea of such a religion, and for some reason Dr. Williams never gave me any such idea of it at church. Why didn't he? Was it my fault? What he said seemed just words that made little or no impression. Since he tried to marry me to Cousin Mad, I feel as if I could scarcely bear the sight of him. Yet he was the first one to greet her on the veranda. He spoke with formal kindness, but she responded merely by a grave salutation, and passed on, for she felt that he should have understood and protected her in the most terrible emergency of her young life. Having looked after the safety of his family, he had returned with the best and sincerest intentions to minister to the wounded. If the good he would do corresponded with these intentions, he would have been welcomed in most instances. But he possessed that unfortunate temperament which is only one remove for the better from a cold indifference to his sacred duties. He did not possess a particle of that mysterious, yet in his calling priceless, gift-termed magnetism, for the lack of a better definition. All respected him, few warmed toward him, or thought of opening to him their hearts. His mind was literal, and within it the doctrines were like labeled and separate packages, from which he took from time to time what he wanted as he would supplies from a storeroom. God was to him a sovereign and a judge who would save a few of the human race in exact accordance with the creed of the church in which the good man had been trained. What would happen to those without its pale was one of those solemn mysteries with which he had naught to do. Conscientious in his idea of duty to the last degree, he nevertheless might easily irritate and repel many minds by a rigid presentation of the only formula of faith which he deemed safe and adequate. It seemed his chief aim to have every form and ceremony of his church complied with, and then his responsibility ceased. He and Mr. Barron had taken solid comfort in each other, both agreeing on every point of doctrine and politics. Both men honestly felt that if the world could be brought to accept their view of life and duty, little would be left to be desired. When summoned to perform the marriage ceremony, Dr. Williams no more comprehended the desperate opposition of Miss Lou to the will of her guardian, the shrinking, instinctive protest of her woman's nature, than he did the hostility of so many in the world to the tenets of his faith. His inability to understand the feelings, the mental attitude of others who did not unquestioningly accept his views and approve the action of the powers that be, was perhaps the chief obstacle to his usefulness. He was not in the least degree intolerant or vindictive toward those who opposed him. His feeling rather was, "This is your opportunity. I gladly afford it, and there my responsibility ceases." A comfortable sort of belief to many, but one that would not satisfy a warm, earnest nature like Paul's, who said, "To the weak I became as weak, that I might gain the weak. I am made all things to all men, that I might by all means save some." Paul would have found some way to reach the ear and heart of nearly every wounded man in the extemporized hospital, but for the reasons suggested, the visits of poor Dr. Williams soon began to be very generally dreaded. Old Uncle Lusta had far better success with those who would listen to him. Miss Lou soon found her way to the federal wounded again. While agreeably to her wishes there was no formality in her reception, it was evident that the poor fellows had now learned to regard her with deep affection. "I have told them all," said Dr. Borden, who received her, "that you did as Yari wished, that you took a good rest and were looking this morning as you should, and it has pleased them greatly. Phillips died last night, and has been removed. He hadn't any chance and did not suffer much. Remembering your wishes, we kept Yari here. He lies there as if he were dozing after his pipe, as he wished you to think." The girl stepped to the side of the dead soldier and for a moment or two looked silently into the still, peaceful face. Quietly and reverently the surgeon and others took off their hats and waited till she should speak. "Oh," she breathed softly at last, "how thoughtful and considerate you have been! You have made this brave, unselfish man look just as if he were quietly sleeping in his uniform. There is nothing terrible or painful in his aspect as he lies there on his side. Poor generous-hearted fellow! I believe he is at rest, as now he seems to be. I want you all to know," she added, looking round, That he shall be buried where I can often visit his grave and keep it from neglect, for I can never forget the kindness that you all have shown me. Dr. Borden, I will now show Uncle Lusta the place where I wish the grave to be, and when all is ready I will come and follow poor Yari to it. Do you think there ought to be a minister? There is one here now, Dr. Williams, who has a church near the courthouse. Just as you wish, Miss Barron. For one, I think a prayer from Uncle Lusta, as you call him, would do just as well and be more in accordance with Yari's feelings if he could express them. The old Negro has been in and out nearly all night, waiting on the men, and has won their goodwill. He certainly is a good old soul. I agree with the doctor, added Captain Hanfield. Were it my case, I'd ask nothing better than a prayer from Uncle Lusta over my grave, for he has acted like a good, patient old saint among us. A murmur of approval from the others followed these words, and so it was arranged. Uncle Lusta was soon found, and he followed the girl to the shadow of a great pine by the run and adjacent to the grassy plot with which the girl would ever associate Alan Scoville. It was there that she had looked into his eyes and discovered what her own heart was now teaching her to understand. Aunt Jinky followed them from her cabin and asked, "What you gwine to do yer, honey? Bury here a northern soldier who has done me a very great honor." "Oh, Miss Lou, I defeared ter hab I'm so need de cabin." "Hush!" said the girl, almost sternly. "Uncle Lusta, you ought to teach Mammy better than that." "Ah, you misties hits bread in de bone. I de mourns ober my people, fusin' ter become ted. Yer Aunt Jinky, gittin' grey lak me. She a fesser obi religion, ye de word spooks set her all a tremble. Yef dey is spooks, Aunt Jinky, w at dat to you? Dere's thunder and lightnin' and earthquakes and wurin elements and all kin obi miseries obi de body. Who gwine to keep all dem fum yo cabin? Reckon you better trust the law 'bout spooks too. You don't believe in any such foolishness, Uncle Lusta? Well, young misties, I gettin' puffle ol and I allies yeared on spooks since I can recomember. I neber seed one fair show, but I see had strange sperinces o' nights, and dar's dem at says dey has seen de sperits o' be departed. I dunno. Dere's somethin' in folks' bosoms dat takes on course sometimes, easy ef we leabin' mighty close onter a whirl we chant mos allies see. Dat ar don't trouble me nohow, and Aunt Jinky ortair no betta. Yef de Lord mit spooks, dat he business. He mits lots o' be tings we chant see tru. Look at dese yer old Hans, young misties. Dey's wooked nigh on 80 yet dey neber wooked fair mysef, dey neber wooked fair wife and children. Dat mo core dan spooks. I don't know, but you are right, said the girl thoughtfully. I didn't know you felt so about being free. Aunt Jinky never seemed to trouble much about it. I see feared Aunt Jinky tink a heap on de leaks and Indians obi Egypt. Dar now, Uncle Lusta, you puffle good man, but you owns up you don't know nuffin' 'bout spooks, and I knows you don't know nuffin' 'bout freedom. Yes, I does, replied Uncle Lusta. Yef de day come and I can stand up and say fair show, I own mysef, and God only my marzar, I can starb yef dat he will. And dat minds me, young misties. Is we free? Perkins growl in rune egin dis mornin', and say we heap bout de horsebill terday, but we all go ter wook termorrer. I load he orter talk ter us 'bout wages and he de larf and cuss me. What's gwine ter be de end? Ma Scoville and de big Lincoln Ginral say we free, and Perkins larf temptuous like. We de all a lookin' to you, young misties. Oh, uncle! What can I do? Shame on you, Uncle Lusta, fair pillin' up sec a heap o' beplexity on my honey, cried Aunt Jinky, who was as practical as she was superstitious. I kin tell you at ter do. I don't project and smoke in my chimbly corner fair not en. At can you do but do easy you told 12 Moss Scoville and de Lincoln Ginral come agin? I s'pose you say you won't wook and won't bay, how you hole out agin Perkins and Mad Whately? Dey'd tar you all to pieces. Dey say dis wa fair freedom. War yo patience 12 de wall end? De Yanks muse do mo dan say we free, dey muse keep us free. Dar on sick. She say she free 1 minute and a slave next minute 12 her haid mos whirl off her shoulders. Now she say, I don't know 'bout dis freedom business, I does know how to cook and I see Gwinter cook 12 day gets tro whirlin' back and forth. You says I mus trust the law about spooks, Uncle Lusta. Why chant you trust the law about freedom? The old man shook his head sorrowfully, for Aun Suk and Aun Jinki's philosophy didn't satisfy him. I see willin' ter do my shar, he said musingly. The law knows I be. Yef I could die lak pamas yari en de oders fair freedom I see willin' ter die. Now, Uncle Lusta, your strong feeling and not your good sense speaks, said Miss Lu, who had been thinking earnestly, meanwhile recalling Scoville's prediction that the Negroes might come to her for help and counsel. Aun Jinki is certainly right in this case, and you must tell all our people from me that their only safe course now is to obey all orders and bide their time. Perkins' authority would be sustained by all the soldiers on the place, and anything like disobedience would be punished severely. If what Lieutenant Scoville and the Northern General said is true, you will soon be free without useless risks on your part. If that time comes, I want you and Mammy to stay with me. You shall be as free as I am, and I'll give you wages. Darn now, young misties, ef I know I free I breast de laud fair de chance to give my wook to you. There's a puffle diffunce twixt bein' took and kep and de jibbin' Yosef out o' be yo own heart. Slavy couldn't keep me fum jibbin' myself ter de laud, and I'd been he free man many a long and I'd be yo free man, too, fair Lou. Look yer, now, honey, added Aun Jinki, wiping her eyes with her apron. You can bury Sagres all 'bout de cabin ef you wanter. Uncle Lusta chant do emo fair you, honey, na me, tukin resks o be spooks. De bury dem Sagres, ef you wanter, right under my winner. Chapter 28 Truth If the Heavens Fall. It was quite natural that the thoughts of Perkins and Mr. Barron should turn toward the growing crops, neglected by reason of events unprecedented in their experience. The announcement to the slaves, first by Scoville and later confirmed by General Marston, of freedom, had staggered both employer and overseer, but every hour since the departure of the raiding Union column had been reassuring. It is not within the province of this story to follow the fortunes of that force, since it is our modest purpose merely to dwell on those events closely related to the experiences of the Southern girl who has won our attention. She had suddenly become secondary in her uncle's thoughts. A phase of the war, like a sudden destructive storm, had been witnessed. Like a storm, he hoped that it and its effects would pass away. The South was far from being subdued, the issue of the conflict unknown. He was the last man in the Confederacy to foresee and accept new conditions, especially when he still believed the Southern cause would triumph. As the confusion of his mind, after the battle, passed, he began to look around and consider what should be done, what could be saved out of what at first appeared a wreck. When Dr. Ackley assured him that the house and plantation would be rapidly abandoned as a hospital, hope and courage revived, while to these was added the spur of necessity. He knew that he must make his crops, or his fortunes would be desperate. Remembering the value of timely labor in the spring season, he was eager on this second day after the battle to put his slaves to work again at their interrupted avocations. Accordingly, he held a consultation with his nephew and Dr. Ackley. The hands are becoming demoralized, he said, by unaccustomed duties and partial idleness. Some are sullen and others distracted by all kinds of absurd expectations. Uncle Lusta, the leader and preacher among them, even had the impudence to ask Perkins about wages. The Yankee officers, when here, told them they were free, and they wished to act as if they were. The sooner that notion is taken out of their heads the better. This can be done now while my nephew is here to enforce authority, better than when we are alone again. It seems to me that a certain number could be detailed for regular hospital duty and the rest put to work as usual. I agree with you, certainly, replied Surgeon Ackley. Give me a dozen men and half a dozen women to wash and cook, and I can get along. Lieutenant Whately, you, at your uncle's suggestion, can make the detail and enforce discipline among the rest. I was going to speak to you about this very matter, uncle, said Whately. My overseer has been over, and I find the black imps on our place are in much the same condition as yours, a few venturing to talk about wages or shares in the crop and all that nonsense. I sent him back with half a dozen men, armed to the teeth, and told him to put the hands at work as usual. Mother is going to ride over and spend part of the day. I don't wish her to be there alone just yet, and I shall gallop over in time to be on hand when she arrives. Things are getting settled, my arm is not so painful, and it is time we pulled ourselves and everything together. You struck the right note when you said, now is the time to enforce authority. It must be done sharply too, and these people taught the difference between the Yanks' incendiary talk and our rights and positive commands. From what Perkins says, this old Uncle Lusta is a firebrand among your people. Give your overseer his orders and I'll see that he carries them out. Perkins was summoned, acquainted with the policy, just to his mind, resolved upon, told to pick out the detail for hospital duty and to have the rest ready for work after an early dinner. Go right straight ahead, Perkins, added Whately, and let me know if one of these Yankee-made freemen so much as growls. Dr. Borden was not the kind of man to take upon himself undue responsibility. He had therefore mentioned to Surgeon Ackley Miss Barron's wish to give Yari a special burial by the run, and that she expected to be present. Ackley good-naturedly acquiesced, saying, I suppose there can be no objection to burying the man in a place of Miss Barron's selection, instead of the one designated by Mr. Barron. It's but a small concession to her who is so kindly bent on making herself useful. Let her have her own way in the whole affair. The spirit of Yari's turbulent career seemed destined to break out afresh over his final disposition. Uncle Lusta went to the quarters in order to obtain the aid of 2 or 3 stout hands in digging the grave. It so happened that his visit took place during the adoption of Mr. Barron's policy in dealing with his property, and just before Perkins received his instructions. The Negroes not engaged in labor relating to the hospital gathered around Uncle Lusta in the hope of receiving some advice from Miss Lou. Mournfully the old man told them what she and Anjinki had said, adding, I don't see no oder way for us dat dis time be our tribulation. Old Pharaoh sut New York got he grip on us again, he sut New York have fair a spell. But brudren and sisters, hit only lack a cloud comin' cross de risin' Sunday let us de wait patiently de times and seasons be de Lord who alone can brung de true liverance. When he saw the deep, angry spirit of protest he threw up his hands, crying, What de use? I warn you, I treat you be careful. What could us do wid our bar Hans eigen armed men? I tells you we muse wait or die lack Moses fo we enter de promised land. Then he told them about Yari and asked for 2 or 3 to volunteer to dig the grave. A score stepped forward and nearly all expressed their purpose to attend the funeral. The old man persuaded all but 3 to remain near the quarters at present, saying, So many gwine when me mout mek trouble, fair Perkins look ugly dis morning. We ugly too, muttered more than one voice, but they yielded to Uncle Lusta's caution. In going to the run Uncle Lusta and his assistants had to pass somewhat near the house, and so were intercepted by Perkins and Whately, both eager to employ at once the tactics resolved upon. Where the devil are you goin' with those men and shovels? Shouted Perkins. We gwine to dig a grave fair a Lincoln sagar down by de run, replied Uncle Lusta quietly. That ain't the place to plant the Yanks, you old fool. Go back to the quarters. No words. Lieutenant Whately will detail the hands fair sec work. Back with you. Why and don't you mind? I have my orders fum. Silence! Thundered Whately. Obey, or you'll go back at the point of the saber. Uncle Lusta and his companions still hesitated, for they saw Miss Lou running toward them. She had lingered to talk with Anjinki and was returning when she heard Perkins' high, harsh words. The overseer was in a rage, and limped hastily forward with uplifted cane, when he was suddenly confronted by the hot face and flashing eyes of Miss Lou. Don't you dare strike Uncle Lusta, she said sternly. Her appearance and attitude evoked all the pent-up hate and passion in the man's nature, and he shouted, By the Tarnal, I will strike him. I've got my orders and I'll find out here and now whether a traitor girl or a Southern officer rules this place. Before the blow could descend she sprang forward, seized his wrist, and stayed his hand. Wretch! Murderer! Coward! She cried. Oh, come, Cousin Lou, this won't do at all, began Whately, hastening up. An ominous rush and trampling of feet was heard, and an instant later the Negroes were seen running toward them from the quarters and all points at which the sounds of the altercation reached them. Turn out the guard, shouted Whately. Rally the men here with carbines and ball cartridges. He whirled Perkins aside, saying, Get out of the way, you fool. Then he drew his saber and thundered to the Negroes. Back, for your lives! They hesitated and drew together. Miss Lou went directly toward them and implored. Go back. Go back. Do what I asked and perhaps I can help you. If you don't, no one can or will help you. See, the soldiers are coming. We'll obey you, young misties, said Uncle Lusta. But we uns lack ter have splained de what we got ter spect. We chant die but once it, and yef we chant eben bury de sagas that die fair us. Silence! Shouted Whately. Forward here, my men! Form line! Advance! Shoot the first one that resists. He then dashed forward, sought to encircle his cousin with his arm and draw her out of the way. She eluded him and turned swiftly toward the advancing line of men, crying, Stop, if there is a drop of Southern blood in your veins! They halted and stared at her. She resumed, You will have to walk over me before you touch these poor creatures. Uncle, for Mr. Barron now stood aghast on the scene. As you are a man, come here with me and speak, explain to your people. That is all they ask. They have been told that they were free, and now the oldest and best among them, who was doing my bidding, almost suffered brutal violence from a man not fit to live. Where is the justice, right, or sense in such a course? Tell your people what you wish, what you expect, and that they will be treated kindly in obeying you. She recognized that every moment gained gave time for cooler thoughts and better counsels, also for the restraining presence of others who were gathering upon the scene. It was in the nature of her headlong cousin to precipitate trouble without thought of the consequences, but as she spoke she saw Surgeons Ackley and Borden running forward. Captain Maynard was already at her side, and Whately looked as if he could cut his rival down with the weapon in his hand. While Mr. Barron hesitated, Mrs. Whately also reached her niece and urged, Brother, I adjure you, go and speak to your people. They are your people, and you should tell them what to expect before you begin to punish. Go with Surgeon Ackley and settle this question once for all. Yes, Mr. Barron, said Ackley sternly. We must settle this question promptly. Such uproar and excitement are bad for my patients, and not to be permitted for an instant. It was evident that the surgeon was terribly angry. He had been brought up in the old regular army, and anything like insubordination or injury to his patients were things he could not tolerate. Mr. Barron went forward with him and said in a low tone, You are virtually in command here and all know it. A few words from you will have more effect than anything I can say. Very well then, responded the resolute surgeon, and he strode toward the Negroes, not noticing that Miss Lou kept almost at his side. Look here, you people, he began harshly. Do you think I will permit such disturbances? They may be the death of brave men. Quit your nonsense at once. You are simply what you've always been. Yankee words don't make you free any more than they make us throw down our arms. What happened to the general who said you were free? We fought him and drove him away. There is only one thing you can do and must do, go to work as before, and woe be to those who make trouble. That's all. No, cried Miss Lou. That surely cannot be all. Miss Barron! What can you mean? I mean that these poor creatures are looking to me, trusting in me, and I have promised to intercede in their behalf. Tell them at least this, you or uncle, that if they obey and work quietly and faithfully they shall not be treated harshly, nor subjected to the brutal spite of that overseer, Perkins. Truly, Miss Barron, you can scarcely expect me to interfere with your uncle's management of his property. The only thing I can and will do is to insist on absolute quiet and order on the place. In this case every one must obey the surgeon in charge. Do you understand that? He concluded, turning to the Negroes. Neither you nor anyone else can do anything to injure my patients. As you value your lives, keep quiet. I will not permit even a harsh, disturbing sound. Do not dare to presume on Miss Barron's kindness, mistaken in this crisis. This unruly, reckless spirit must be stamped out now. Your owner and master will tell you what he expects, and I will have the first man who disobeys shot. Miss Barron, you must come with me. Yes, sir, but not until I have spoken the truth about this affair. All your power, Dr. Ackley, cannot keep me dumb when I see such injustice. You are threatening and condemning without having heard a word of explanation. Uncle Lusta and those with him were simply doing my bidding. Can you think I would stand by and see him cursed and beaten? These people have not shown any unruly, reckless spirit. They may well be bewildered, and they only asked what they must expect. God is my witness, I will cry out shame, with my last breath if they are treated brutally. They will be quiet, they will do their duty if treated kindly. They shall not appeal to me for justice and mercy in vain. My words may not help them, but I shall not stand tamely by like a coward, but will call any man on earth coward who butchers one of these unarmed Negroes. She stood before them all possessed by one thought, justice. Her face was very pale, but stern, undaunted and noble in its expression. She was enabled to take her course from the courage, simplicity, and unconventionality of her nature, becoming utterly absorbed by her impulse to defend those who looked to her, either regarding nor fearing, in her strong excitement, the consequences to herself. Dr. Borden was hastening forward to remind Ackley of his promise concerning Yari's grave, and to show the girl that he at least would stand with her, but his chief waved him back. The old surgeon of the regular army could appreciate courage, and the girl's words and aspect pierced the thick crust of his military and professional armor, touching to the quick the man within him. He saw in the brave young face defiance of him, of the whole world, in her sense of right, and he had the innate nobility of soul to respect her motive and acknowledge the justice of her action. Watching her attentively until she was through speaking, he took off his hat, stepped forward and gave her his hand. "You are a brave girl," he said frankly. "You are doing what you think is right and I am proud of you. Tell these people yourself to go back to their quarters, behave themselves and obey their rightful master. After your words in their behalf, anyone who does not obey deserves to be shot." She was disarmed and subdued at once. "Ah, doctor," she faltered, tears in her eyes, "now you've conquered me." Then turning toward the Negroes she cried, "Do just as Dr. Ackley has said. Go quietly to work and be patient. Uncle Lusta, you know I told you to do so before all this happened. I tell you so again and shall expect you to use all your influence to keep perfect order. We bay you, young misties, we thank you fair speaking up fair us." And the old man led the way toward the quarters, followed by all his flock. Dr. Ackley gave his arm to the girl and led her to the house. Captain Maynard took off his hat in a very deferential manner as she passed. She walked on unheeding the salutation. Whately frowned at him and dropped his hand on the hilt of his saber. At this pantomime Maynard smiled contemptuously as he walked away. In a few moments the scene was as quiet and deserted as it had been crowded and threatening. On the way to the house Miss Lou explained more fully the circumstances relating to the dead soldier, Yari, and Ackley said good-naturedly, "I'll have Uncle Lusta and 2 others detailed to dig the grave, and you can carry out your intentions. But Miss Barron, you must be careful in the future how you let your inexperience and enthusiasm involve you in conflict with all recognized authority. We are safely out of this scrape. I can't answer for anything more. Believe me," she said earnestly, "I don't wish to make trouble of any kind, and after your course toward me, I will seek to carry out your orders in every way. If I dared, I would ask one favor. Uncle Lusta is too old to work in the field, and he is a kind, good old man. If you would have him detailed to wait on the wounded." "Yes, yes, I will. You are a brave, good-hearted girl and mean well. I shall rely on your promise to work cordially with me hereafter. Now go to your room and get calm and rested. You are trembling like a frightened bird. I'll see your uncle, cousin, and Dr. Borden. You shall bury your chivalrous Yank just as you wish. Then all must go according to regulations." She smiled as she gave him her hand, saying, "You may put me under arrest if I don't mind you in everything hereafter." "Well," muttered the surgeon, as he looked after her, "to think that a girl should have a probe long and sharp enough to go straight to the heart of a man of my age. No wonder Maynard and Whately are over head and ears." Chapter 29. Angel of Death. It would seem as if the brief tempest of the morning had cleared the air. 2 strong natures had asserted themselves. Surgeon Ackley's recognition of Miss Lou's spirit, and the justice of her plea turned out to be as politic as it was sincere and unpremeditated. The slaves learned all they could hope from her or any one now in authority, and were compelled to see the necessity of submission. Whately was taught another lesson concerning the beauties of headlong action, while even his egotism was not proof against the feeling that his cousin's straightforward fearlessness would baffle all measures opposed to her sense of right. As for Perkins, he began to fear as well as hate her, seeing her triumph again. The only reward of his zeal had been Whately's words, "Get out of the way, you fool!" Thereafter, with the exception of the girl's scathing words, he had been ignored. He had been made to feel that Ackley's threats had a meaning for him as well as for the Negroes, and that if he needlessly provoked trouble again he would be confronted with the stern old army surgeon. Having known Whately from a boy, he stood in little fear of him, but was convinced that he could not trifle with Ackley's patience and instinct. He now recognized his danger. In his rage he had forgotten the wide difference in rank between the girl he would injure and himself. The courtesy promptly shown to her by Maynard and especially by the surgeon-in-chief taught him that one whom he had scarcely noticed as she grew up a repressed, brooding child and girl, possessed by birth the consideration ever shown to a Southern lady. He knew what that meant, even if he could not appreciate her conduct. Maynard had scowled upon him. Mrs. Whately bestowed merely a glance of cold contempt. While her son had failed him utterly as an ally, he therefore sullenly drove his malice back into his heart with the feeling that he must now bide his time. Even Mr. Barron was curt, and said briefly before he left the ground, "Be sure you're right before you go ahead. Hereafter give your orders quietly and let me know who disobeys." The old planter was at his wits' end about his niece, but even he was compelled to see that his former methods with her would not answer. New ideas were being forced upon him as if by surgical operations. Chief among them was the truth that she could no longer be managed or restrained by fear or mere authority on the part of anyone. He would look at her in a sort of speechless wonder, and ask himself if she were the child to whom he had supposed himself infallible so many years. His wife kept on the even tenor of her way more unswervingly than any one on the place. She was as incapable of Dr. Ackley's fine sentiment as she was of her nephew's ungovernable passion. She neither hoped nor tried to comprehend the perversity of her niece, yet, in the perplexed conditions of the time, she filled a most important and useful niche. Since the wounded men were to be fed, she became an admirable commissary general, preventing waste and exacting good wholesome cookery on the part of Aunt Sook and her assistants. Poor Yari was buried quietly at last, Miss Lou, with Dr. Borden, Captain Hanfield and 2 or 3 of his comrades standing reverently by the grave while Uncle Lusta offered his simple prayer. Then the girl threw upon the mound some flowers she had gathered and returned to her duties as nurse. The remains of the old Confederate colonel were sent to his family, with the letter which Miss Lou had written for him. Every day the numbers in the hospital diminished, either by death or by removal of the stronger patients to the distant railroad town. Those sent away in ambulances and other vehicles impressed into the service were looked after by Surgeon Ackley with official thoroughness and phlegm. In much the same spirit and manner Dr. Williams presided over the departure of others to the bourne from which none return, then buried them with all proper observance. Uncle Lusta carried around by a sort of stealth his pearl of simple, vital, hope-inspiring faith, and he found more than one ready to give their all for it. The old man pointed directly to him who taketh away the sin of the world, then stood aside that dying eyes might look. With the best intentions Dr. Williams, with his religious formulas, got directly in the way, bewildering weak minds with the creed. Mrs. Whately and her son went and came from their plantation and were troubled over the condition of things there. The slaves were in a state of sullen, smoldering rebellion, and several of them had disappeared. "I fear Madison has been too arbitrary," she admitted to her brother. Mr. Barron shrugged his shoulders and smoked in silence. Perhaps his preposterous niece had not been so crazy after all. Between Maynard and Whately there were increasing evidences of trouble, which the mother of the latter did her best to avert by remonstrances and entreaty. On one occasion Whately had said a little irritably, "I say, Dr. Ackley, what's the use of Maynard's hanging around here? He is almost well enough for duty. It is chiefly out of consideration for you that I am keeping him." replied the surgeon gravely, in well-concealed mischief. It is clear that he has entered the lists with you for your cousin's hand, and I could not further his suit better than by sending him away, especially if it were suspected that I did so at your instigation. He is doing well here, good-naturedly helps me in my writing, and can soon go direct to his regiment. It seems to me that your cousin holds a pretty even balance between you, and all a man should want is a fair field. Whately walked frowningly away, more than ever convinced that the surgeon was too good a friend of his rival to interfere. At the close of the 4th day after the battle there was an arrival at the Oaks that greatly interested Miss Lou, a stately, white-haired old lady, the mother of Lieutenant Waldo. She was very pale, and it would have been hard for Surgeon Ackley to meet her agonized look, her shrinking as if from a blow, were he unable to hold out any hope. "Mrs. Waldo," he said gravely, "your son is living and there's a chance of his getting well. His cheerfulness and absolute quiet of mind may save him. If he had fretted or desponded he would have died before this." "Yes," replied his mother with a great sigh of relief. "I know. Miss Barron, will you kindly prepare Waldo for his mother's visit? Meanwhile, I will tell her a little about his case and our management of it. He doesn't know that I sent for you, for I was not sure you could come. Is this Miss Barron and one of my son's nurses?" "Yes, and doing more for him than I, giving him all the bovine nectar and honeyed words he can take. God bless you, my dear. Please let me kiss you." When Miss Lou entered Waldo's tent he whispered with a laugh, "It's 4 hours since you were here." "No, scarcely 2. "Well, I'm as hungry as if it were 4 hours." "That's fine. You're getting right well. Will you be very good and quiet, not a bit excited, if I let someone else bring you your supper?" She beamed upon him so joyously that he exclaimed aloud, with a rush of tears, "Ah, Mother?" The girl nodded and said, "Now remember, don't break her heart by being worse." "Oh, how sweet and lovely of her! I'll get well now, sure. That's a nice way to treat your old nurse." Smilingly he held out his hand and said, "You are almost as pretty and good as she is, but you aren't Mother." Then he added in strong sympathy, "Forgive me. You haven't any, have you? You don't know about this, Mother love. I know enough about it to have the heartache for its lack. Now you must save your strength till she comes. Goodbye." From that hour he steadily gained, banishing the look of anxiety from his mother's face. Mrs. Whately sighed as she saw how her niece's heart warmed toward the stranger, and how strong an attachment was growing between them. "Louise is drifting away from us all," she thought. "Yet I cannot see that she encourages Captain Maynard." A genuine friendship had also grown between the girl and Captain Hanfield, the Federal officer, and she was heartily sorry when he told her that he would be sent to the railroad town the next day. "My wound isn't doing well and I seem to be running down," he explained. "Dr. Borden has been able to keep me thus far, but I must go tomorrow. Perhaps it's best. He is trying to get me paroled. If I could only get home to my wife and children I'd rally fast enough. I'm all run down and this climate is enervating to me." She tried to hearten him by kind, hopeful words, and he listened to her with a wistful look on his handsome face. "How I'd like you to meet my little girl," he said. "Won't I make her blue eyes open when I tell her about you?" Another bond of union between them was the captain's acquaintance with Scoville, and he soon observed that she listened very patiently and attentively when he spoke of the brave scout's exploits. "I declare," he had said, laughing, "I keep forgetting that you are a Southern girl and that you may not enjoy hearing of the successes of so active an enemy." "Lieutenant Scoville is not a personal enemy," she had replied guardedly. "He showed us all very great kindness, me especially. I wish that both you and he were on our side." "Well, as you say down here, I reckon we are on your side anyway," had been the captain's smiling reply. She spoke to Surgeon Ackley promptly about the prospects of a parole, but he said, "Impossible, Miss Barron. The question would at once arise, if granted to Hanfield, why not to others? I reckon Borden has been trying to rally his friend by hopes even when knowing them baseless." This proved to be the case, and the following day brought the young girl a strange and very sad experience. Dr. Borden appeared at breakfast looking troubled and perplexed. Miss Lou immediately inquired about the captain. The doctor shook his head, saying, "He isn't so well. I'd like to speak with you by and by." She was so depressed by the surgeon's aspect that she paid little heed to the conversation of her two admirers and soon left the table. Borden followed her, and when they were alone began sadly. "Miss Barron, perhaps I am going to ask of you far too much, but you have shown yourself to be an unusually brave girl as well as a kind-hearted one. Hanfield is an old friend of mine, and perhaps I've done wrong to mislead him. But I didn't and couldn't foresee what has happened, and I did hope to start him in genuine convalescence, feeling sure that if he got well he would give up the hope of going home as a matter of course. So far from succeeding, a fatal disease has set in, tetanus, lockjaw. He's dying and doesn't know it. I can't tell him. I've made the truth doubly cruel, for I've raised false hopes. He continually talks of home, and his pleading eyes stab me. You can soften the blow to him, soothe and sustain him in meeting what is sure to come. Oh, is there no hope? None at all. He can't live. If you feel that the ordeal would be too painful, I wouldn't ask it if I hadn't seen in you unexpected qualities. Oh, I must help him bear it, yet how can I? How shall I? Well, I guess your heart and sympathy will guide you. I can't. I can only say you had better tell him the whole truth. He ought to know it for his own and family's sake now, while perfectly rational. Soften the truth as you can, but you can't injure him by telling it plainly, for he will die. God knows, were it my case, the tidings wouldn't seem so very terrible if told by a girl like you. Oh, but the tidings are so terrible to speak, especially to such a man. Think of his beautiful wife and daughter, of his never seeing them again. Oh, it's just awful. And her face grew white at the prospect. Yes, Miss Barron, it is. In the midst of all the blood and carnage of the war, every now and then a case comes up which makes even my calloused heart admit, it's just awful. I'm only seeking to make it less awful to my poor friend, and perhaps at too great cost to you. Well, he on his side, and others on ours, didn't count the cost, either must I. I must not think about it or my heart will fail me. I will go at once. Come then, and God help you in him. A straw bed had been made up in a large, airy box stall where the captain could be by himself. Uncle Lusta was in attendance, and he had just brought a bowl of milk. Borden had left Miss Lou to enter alone. The captain held out his hand and said cheerfully, "Well, it's an ill wind that blows nowhere. This one will blow me home all the sooner, I trust, for it must be plainer now than ever that I need the home change which will put me on my feet again. You needn't look so serious. I feel only a little more poorly than I did, sore throat and a queer kind of stiffness in my jaws as if I had taken cold in them." "Do I look very serious?" she faltered. "Yes, you look as if troubled about something. But there, see what an egotistic fellow I am. As if you hadn't troubles of your own. Pretty deep ones, too, I fear. Our coming here has given you a wonderful experience, Miss Barron. No matter, you've met it like a soldier and will have much to remember in after years. You can never become a commonplace woman now, and there are such a lot of them in the world. When I remember all you have done for us, it makes me ill to think of some in our town, giggling, silly little flirts, with no higher ambition than to strut down the street in a new dress. Oh, don't think of them or overpraise me. Perhaps if they had been here and compelled to face things they would have done better than I. A short time ago I didn't dream of these experiences, and then I would have said I couldn't possibly endure them." "Well, you have," resumed the captain, who was slightly feverish, excited and inclined to talk. "One of my dearest hopes now is to get back to my little girl soon and deepen her mind by making her ashamed of the silly things in a girl's life. Of course I wish her to be joyous and happy as a young thing should be, as I think you would be if you had the chance. By means of your story I can make her ashamed ever to indulge in those picayune, contemptible feminine traits which exasperate men. I want her to be brave, helpful, sincere, like you, like her mother. How quickly poor Yari recognized the spirit in which you came among us at first! Jove! I didn't think him capable of such feeling. I tell you, Miss Barron, the roughest of us reverence an unselfish woman, one who doesn't think of herself first and always. She mayn't be a saint, but if she has heart enough for sympathy and is brave and simple enough to bestow it just as a cool spring gushes from the ground, we feel she is the woman God meant her to be. Ah, Uncle, that reminds me, another cup of that cold water. For some reason I'm awfully thirsty this morning. Miss Lou listened with hands nervously clasping and unclasping, utterly at a loss to know how to tell the man, dreaming of home and planning for the future, that he must soon sleep beside poor Yari. She had already taken to herself the mournful comfort that his grave also should be where she could care for it and keep it green. I wish to tell you more about my little Sadie and my wife. Some day, when this miserable war is over, you will visit us. We'll give you a reception then which may turn even your head. Ha! Ha! You thought we'd be worse than Indians. Well, I'll show you a lot of our squaws in full evening dress, and you'll own that my wife is the prettiest in the tribe. Every day, until we started on this blasted raid, I received a letter from her. I knew about as well what was going on at home as if there. With my wife it was love almost at first sight, but I can tell you that it's not out of sight out of mind with us. Time merely adds to the pure, bright flame, and such a pair of lovers as we shall be when gray as badgers will be worth a journey to you. Miss Lou could maintain her self-control no longer. She burst into tears and sobbed helplessly. You poor little girl! Exclaimed the captain in deep commiseration. Here I've been talking like a garrulous fool when your heart is burdened with some trouble that perhaps you would like to speak to me about. Tell me, my child, just as little Sadie would. My heart is burdened with trouble, Captain. It feels as if it would break when I hear you talk so. Would to God little Sadie were here, and your beautiful wife too. Oh, what shall I say? How can I? Miss Barron! He exclaimed, looking at her in vague alarm. Oh, Captain Hanfield, you are a brave, unselfish man like Yari. Don't make it too hard for me. Oh, I feel as if I could scarcely breathe. As he saw her almost panting at his side and tears streaming from her eyes, the truth began to dawn upon him. He looked at her steadily and silently for a moment, then reached out his hand as he said in an awed whisper, Is it on account of me? Did Borden send you here? She took his hand, bowed her forehead upon it, and wept speechlessly. She felt it tremble for a moment, then it was withdrawn and placed on her bowed head. So you are the angel of death to me? The officer faltered. Her tears were her only, yet sufficient answer. Both were silent, she not having the heart to look at him. At last he said in deep tones, I wasn't expecting this. It will make a great change in. And then he was silent again. She took his limp hand and bowed her forehead on it, as before, feeling by some fine instinct that her unspoken sympathy was best. It was. The brave man, in this last emergency, did as he would have done in the field at the head of his company if subjected to a sudden attack. He promptly rearranged and marshaled all his faculties to face the enemy. There was not a moment of despairing, vain retreat. In the strong pressure upon his mind of those questions which must now be settled once for all, he forgot the girl by his side. He was still so long that she timidly raised her head and was awed by his stern, fixed expression of deep abstraction. She did not disturb him except as the stifled sobs of her deep, yet now passing agitation convulsed her bosom, and she began to give her attention to Uncle Lusta, hitherto unheeded. The old man was on his knees in a dusky corner, praying in low tones. Oh, I'm so glad he's here, she thought. I'm glad he's praying God to help us both. In the uncalculating sympathy and strength of her nature she had unconsciously entered into the dying man's experience, and was suffering with him. Indeed, her heart sank with a deeper dread and awe than he from the great change which he had faced so often as to be familiar with its thought. At last he seemed to waken to her presence, and said compassionately, Poor little girl! So all your grief was about me. How pale you are! I do so wish you could go home. She breathed. I am so very, very sorry. Well, Miss Barron, he replied with dignity, I'm no better than thousands of others. I always knew this might happen any day. You have learned why it is peculiarly hard for me, but that's not to be thought of now. If I've got my marching orders, that's enough for a soldier. It was scarcely right and boredom to give you this heavy task. I could have faced the truth from his lips. He felt so dreadfully about it, she replied. He said he had been giving you false hopes and trying to make you get well. Oh, yes, he meant kindly. Well, if it hasn't been too much for you, I'm glad you told me. Your sympathy, your face, will be a sweet memory to carry, G.O.D. only knows where. Since it can't be little Sadie's face or my wife's, I'm glad it's yours. What am I saying? As if I should forget their dear faces through all eternity. Ah, Captain, I wish you could hear one of our soldiers talk. Dying with him just means going to heaven. The officer shook his head. I'm not a Christian, he said simply. Neither am I, she replied. But I've been made to feel that being one is very different from what I once thought it was. Well, Miss Barron, what is it to be a Christian? What is your idea of it? There has always seemed to me such a lot of conflicting things to be considered. Well, I haven't given the subject thought, and it's too late now. I must give my mind to my family and… Uncle Lusta stepped before him with clasped hands and quivering lips. Yef, Mas Captain de Listen ter de old man a minute. I ain't gwine ter talk big and long. I chant. I do want ter say I hab spirits. Dat somepin, Mas Captain, you chant say not an agen, rawl spirits, somepin I knows. Well, you kind old soul, what do you know? P'raps still what Mars knows ef he only tinks a lil. Let us get right down ter de root o be de martyr, cause I fear der ein time fair locutions. Now you're right at least, uncle. I must set my house in order. I must write to my wife. Mas Captain, you gwine on a journey. What your wife wish mo and dat you get ready fair de journey. She take dat journey too, by soon, and you both be at the same de home. Ah, uncle, if that could be true, the sting of death would be gone. SUT New York, Mas Captain. Didn't I know dat ARWN I mek bold ter speak? Now de tink on hit, Marzar. Your eye is, an ol IGN rant slabe, chant eben read de good book. De world full o be poor folks lack me. Does you tink yef de law mean ter sabe us all he do hit in some long roundabout way dat de wise people chant mos fin out? No, bress he gret big heart, he de stand up and say to all, come ter me and I give you res. Yes, uncle, but I haven't gone to him. I don't know how to go, and what's more, I don't feel it's right to go now at the last minute as if driven by fear. Now, Captain, Fergib de old man fair saying you all wrong. Hain't young Misty's been breakin' her lil girlish heart ober yo trouble? Am de law dat die fair us was an a graven heimage? Don't he feel fair you am when we kin? I reckon you got de best kin of preparation ter go ter him. You got trouble. How he act toward folks dat have trouble, evy kin o be trouble. Mas Captain, I de knows dat de law'd want to brung you and yo wife and dat lil Sadie I hear you talk bout all tog de war he is. I de knows hit. Hit's spirits. Miss Barron, said the captain calmly. Isn't it wonderful? This old slave says he knows what, if true, is worth more to me than all the accumulated wisdom of the world. What do you think of it? It seems as if it ought to be true, she answered earnestly. I never so felt before that it ought to be true. We never should have been born, or given such love as you have for your dear ones, if it isn't true. Oh, to be just snatched hopelessly away from such ties is horrible. My whole soul revolts at it. See here, uncle, said the captain almost sternly. I'm not going to groan, sigh, weep, and take on in any of your camp meeting tactics. I am before the last great enemy, and I know how to meet him like a man and soldier, if not a Christian. I'm willing to do anything not insincere or unmanly to meet my wife and children again. If my thought and feeling for them at this time isn't right, then I've been created wrong. Mas Captain, I see seen de mos puful feelings and miseries obi de vict ones vaporate lack de mountain do, and I see larn in my ol age dat de saben par ein in we uns, nen anything we is obi ourselfs nen w at we palil chilen of earth can do. De Lord say, he come ter seek and sabe de loss, I was loss. De worst thing he enemies could speak agen him was, dis man siva sinners, I was a sinner. I de arst him ter sabe me, and he did. I de trust him fair life and death and does de best I kin. Dat's all. But hit spirits, Moss Captain, and I knows hit. Now, Moss Captain, WFO you go way in the dark, you do no war? De Brest Laud say, I go to prepare a place fair you. Now you do let young misties write to yo folks dat you gwine with Jesus to dat AR place and dat you gwine to wait fair dem dar and welcome earn home by de lack they would welcome you home way up north. Dat you decompt 'em a heap, and hit's all true. I knows hit. Young misties Barry sends BW she say we never or tear be bound ef hit ein true. The officer looked fixedly at the tearful, wrinkled face for a few moments, and then said firmly, I'll soon find out if it's true. If I do this thing at all, I'll do it in the only way I can. Miss Barron, you may write to my wife that I accept her faith. It's much the same as Uncle Lusta's, too simple and unphilosophical, I used to think, but it meets my need now. I can't deal even with God in any other way than this. The mind He has endowed me with revolts at anything else as hypocritical. I can and do say that I will accept in grateful, downright sincerity the terms which Uncle Lusta accepted, which my wife accepted. I submit myself to his will. I do this calmly, as I would give my hand and pledge my faith to a man, and I cannot do any more. Now he may do with me as he pleases. Miss Barron, you do the same and you'll be just as good, yes, a much better Christian than I, for I've done rough, bad things in my life. Don't you wait till you're in my extremity. I must say that I have a wretched sense of self-contempt that I am looking heavenward with dying eyes. There's only one thing that reconciles me to it, the words Our Father. God knows that I'd open my arms to my little Sadie under any possible circumstances. What the old man here says must be true, for to trifle with or mock a man in my position presupposes a degree of malignity inconceivable. I ask nothing better than that Christ will receive me as I would receive my child from worldwide wandering. Ah, bless ye big red heart, cried Uncle Lusta, dropping on his knees. WN yo fader and yo motor forsook you den de Lord took you up. Miss Barron, I wish to think a while and learn from Borden just how much time I have left. You will come to me again? Yes, whenever you wish. Well, then, goodbye for a short time. Thank God for sending me such an angel of death. You stay with me, Uncle, till I send you for Borden. Chapter 30 Glimpses of Moods and Minds. Dr. Borden's predictions were verified in regard to his friend and patient, Captain Hanfield, but not before the officer had dictated calm, farewell letters to his wife and little Sadie. To Miss Lou were left the serene, smiling likenesses, a grave to be cared for beside Jari's, and a memory that could never be blotted out. She was kept from witnessing the terrible convulsions which began soon after her interview, but was present at his death and held his hand until it was cold and lifeless. Within 2 weeks after the battle very few patients were left, and all these were to go with Dr. Ackley on the following day, Lieutenant Waldo excepted. He was still too weak to be moved. His mother had become so skillful in the care of his wound that she would be competent, with the help of an aged resident practitioner, to carry him through his convalescence. Mrs. Whately now spent most of the time on her plantation, her presence being needed there to remedy the effects, as far as possible, of the harsh measures at first adopted by her son. It was discouraging effort. The strong ebb tide in the old order of things had set in even far from the Union lines, and only the difficulty in reaching them prevented a general stampede of the Negroes. As it was, 2 or 3 of her best hands would steal away from time to time, and run the gauntlet of many dangers in their travel by night northward. Her attempts to mollify and render her slaves contented were more than counterbalanced by the threats and severity of her son, who was too vacillating to adopt a fixed policy, and arbitrary by nature. Her chief hope for him still centered in Miss Lou, upon whom his thoughts were fixed with a steadfastness and earnestness which his mother fondly believed would win her eventually. I'm sure, she reasoned, Captain Maynard has made no deep impression. He is about to depart. All will soon be gone, and the old monotony of plantation life will be resumed. After what has happened, Louise will not be able to endure this. Madison will return, older and wiser from experience, and she, with nothing else to occupy her thoughts, will react, like all impulsive natures, from her opposition. Next to winning her or her favor from the start, He has scored a success in waking a hostility far removed from fatal indifference. She maintained an affectionate manner toward her niece, and never discussed the hope she entertained and expectation of calling her daughter. In truth, she had won the girl's respect and goodwill in a very high degree. She had been a kind and successful nurse among the wounded, confining her efforts chiefly to the Confederates. She had also been a dignified lady in all the scenes they had passed through. Her weakness was her son, yet the girl was compelled to admit that it was the weakness of love. In seeking to bring about the detested union, a motherly heart and feeling toward her had ever been apparent. The girl was already becoming depressed by a presentiment of the dull, stagnant days to come. Scoville had been lost in the great outside, unknown world completely. She was suffering from reaction after the strong excitements and fatigues of her experience. Her two lovers, remaining on the scene, possessed a sort of goading interest which compelled her to think of them, but she contemplated their near departure without regret. Nothing in her nature answered to their looks, words, and evident desires. She felt that she would as soon marry one as the other, and that she would rather be buried beside Captain Hanfield and take the journey of which Uncle Lusta had quaintly spoken than wed either. Yet in her lassitude she feared that she could now be compelled to marry either or any one if enough active force was employed, so strangely had ebbed her old fearless spirit. It were with a kind of wondering pity that she looked at Maynard and saw the evidences of an honest, ardent attachment. "Why does he feel so?" she asked herself. "I have done nothing for him, given no encouragement, and would not care if I never saw him again. I merely wish him well, as I do so many others. Why can't he see this, and just act on the truth? He says he is coming to see me every chance he gets and tries to make me feel that he'll never give me up. Perhaps if I should let him speak plainly he would see how useless it all would be." Circumstances apparently favored the half-formed purpose. Languid from the heat of the day, she went out on the piazza after supper, sat down on the upper step and leaned against a rose-entwined pillar. Maynard was entranced by the picture she made and promptly availed himself of the opportunity. Every one else had disappeared except Zany, of whom glimpses could be caught through the open windows of the supper-room, but she did not count. Sitting on a lower step so as to be in a measure at her feet, Maynard began. "Miss Barron, I am thinking very sadly, if you are not, over the fact that I am to go away in the morning." "Yes," she replied, half-consciously ignoring his personal view. "The old house and plantation will soon be as quiet and deserted as before. Do you regret this?" "I scarcely know. I am very tired and feel sad over all that has happened. Perhaps I'll feel differently by and by, when I've rested and had time to think. Oh, Miss Barron, if you knew how earnestly I hope to be remembered in those thoughts, to give you something definite to think of." She had scarcely the energy to check him, the thought occurring more than once. "I might just as well let him speak his mind and see how vain his hope is." "You have not given me encouragement," he resumed. "You have seemed too preoccupied, sad or weary, but this phase of your life will pass away. Our glorious cause must soon be crowned with success. If I survive, may I not hope that when I come again you will give me a hearing, a chance? I can be patient, even though not patient by nature. I will do all that a man—" "Captain," interrupted the girl, at last, "I suppose, from the books I've read, I should make some fine speeches about the honor you are bestowing on me, and all that. I'm too tired and sad for anything conventional and appropriate. I'm just going to answer you like a simple, honest girl. One of my chief reasons for sadness is that you feel as you do. I see no reason for it. I'm glad you say I've given you no encouragement. I know I have not. Why should you care so for me when I do not and cannot respond at all? I do sincerely wish you well, but it seems to me that it should be enough for a man when a girl listens to such words as yours in weary sadness only. It may be hard indeed for a man to recognize this truth, Miss Barron, but I am not speaking of the present, of the future rather. There has been much to make you sad and weary. Your very youth and high spirit will soon lead you to react from your present depression. Let me speak of the future. Please let me fill that with hope for you and for me. Oh, I don't know about the future. For some reason I dread even to think of it." At this instant Whately galloped to the piazza, threw the reins on the neck of his horse as he dismounted, evidently not caring in his perturbation where the animal wandered. He was in a bad mood, for things were not going smoothly at home. The attitude of his rival at his cousin's feet stung him into a jealous rage, and he remarked bitterly as he strode past them, "Don't let my inopportune arrival disturb this charming tete-a-tete. In fact, I had no business to remain at my uncle's home at all, even at the call of duty, after Captain Maynard signified his intention of making it the long-continued field of his operations." Cut to the quick, Maynard sprang to his feet, but Miss Lou merely made a gesture of annoyance and went to her room. "Lieutenant Whately," began the captain in low, stern tones, "were I not in some sense a guest, even though an unwelcome one?" "You are no guest of mine, sir, nor indeed of anyone that I am aware of." "Thank you. I was haunted by some restraining consideration of Southern hospitality, but if I am free—" "You are perfectly free, sir," again interrupted Whately, dropping his hand on the hilt of his saber. "Let me also add that a Southern gentleman would not have made Southern hospitality a subterfuge for an opportunity to press a suit repugnant to the family concerned. We have never failed in hospitality to any invited guest." "Your words are offensive, sir." "I mean them to be so." "Very well, then I have but one answer. I challenge you. Choose your weapons, hour and place of meeting." "Revolvers, if you please. Meet me back of the grove yonder, at the right of the house, at daybreak." "I'll not fail you." "There is no need of seconds in this affair, I take it, and we are to keep our purpose secret. Dr. Ackley would interfere and the family be distressed were our intentions known. No one need know till our shots are heard, and then it will be too late to interfere. I insist that we fight to the death." "Certainly, if that's your wish." "Good evening, sir." "Good evening." And Whately went to his room to remove the dust of his ride and prepare for the late supper which his aunt had ordered for him. This lady, hearing his step in the hall, hastened downstairs and called for Zany. "Yassam," came in quick response. The young woman emerged from the dining room looking as stolid as a wooden image. "Attend to Lieutenant Whately's supper and see that he has the best you can get for him." "Yassam." Mrs. Barron then repaired to her husband's office, where he and Surgeon Ackley were closeted, making up the accounts relating to the occupation of the property for hospital purposes. Maynard lighted his pipe and strolled out into the grounds. He was in a cold, deadly mood of anger. There was just enough sting of truth in Whately's words to make the insult unendurable. Added to this was intense exasperation that he had been interrupted at a critical and, as he believed, a hopeful moment. He had seen that the girl was not ready for his suit or that of anyone at present, but was quite sure he could have won permission to renew his addresses in the future. Now, well, he was ready enough to fight to the death and utterly oblivious of the still, serene beauty of the night. He appeared but a shadow as he walked quietly under the trees, but it was a shadow of death. An hour since, and he was but a passionate youth, full of ardent love and longing, vaguely inspired, under the influence of his passion, toward all noble enthusiasms. At the touch of a few words his heart overflowed with bitterness, and a cold, vindictive hate rendered the hours interminable till he could aim a bullet at his rival's heart, reckless meantime that another bullet was aimed at his. In his walk he passed the tent in which Lieutenant Waldo and his mother were talking quietly of their home and the prospects of maintaining it during the troublous times clearly foreseen. "Mother," said Waldo, "have you any definite idea as to the success of our arms?" "No, Vincent, nor do I suppose we can at this remote plantation. We only know that there is heavy fighting at various points and great successes are claimed, but it seems very hard to get at the real truth. Our chief confidence must be in the sacredness and justness of our cause and in the prayers of so many sincere hearts to the God of justice. In giving you, my son, to our country, when you were scarcely more than a boy, you can understand why I feel that such sacrifices cannot be in vain. Now that I have watched beside you in your patient, heroic suffering, the feeling becomes a conviction that our sunny land must be enriched and blessed for all time by such blood as yours. Well, mother, I do not begrudge my blood or my life. You have taught me that to die is gain, but almost hourly I pray for recovery that I may soon rejoin my regiment and do more toward achieving our liberty. How strange it is that men of the North should be animated by much the same spirit. Miss Barron has been showing me the lovely faces of the wife and daughter of a federal officer who died heroically a few days ago. She says the war is all a dreadful mystery to her. I am beginning to understand her better, replied Mrs. Waldo musingly, for to some extent she has given me her confidence. If she had been brought up as you have been, she would feel as you do. I can see why her uncle and aunts have not won her sympathy, while her cousin's conduct has been well calculated to alienate her. I can also understand why the Negroes on the place have so enlisted her sympathy. I do not think they have been treated very harshly, but it is too clear that they are regarded simply as property, and Mr. Barron has allowed himself to be represented among them by a brutal, coarse-fibered man. If she had been your sister, and had witnessed the spirit in which our slaves are governed and cared for, she would feel as you do, not vindictive hatred of the North. Such feeling is not permissible toward any of the human race, but a stern, lofty spirit of independence, such as our fathers had in separating from England. Well, she is a brave, good girl, mother, and has been as kind to me as if I were her brother. Very true, Vincent. She is a remarkably good girl for one brought up as she has been. She has told me much about her past repressed, unhappy life. I hope she may visit us some day. Meantime, the subject of this conversation sat at her window looking out into the warm, fragrant, starlit night. The words of Maynard, the passionate resentment of her cousin toward the young captain, merely added to the heavy burden of experience which had been crowded into the past few weeks. Oh, she sighed longingly, if I could only see Alan Scoville! He is so strong, unselfish, and restful. I could tell him everything. He would know just how weary and depressed I am, nor would he want me to do what I can't, what I'm not ready for. Oh, what a blessed thing it would be to have a friend near who wasn't always exacting or expecting or passionately urging something or other. I wouldn't need urging in his case, and would even know his hand would be the first to restrain me from my own good. Where is he now? Oh, he'd be here if my thoughts could bring him, yet my two lovers would be eager to take his life. Lovers indeed! Well, it's a strange, tangled-up world that I'm learning about. Meantime Zany, bursting with her secret, was unable to tell anyone, and not yet sure she wished to tell. For one at her point of civilization her motives were a little complex and sophisticated. In a vicarious way she felt not a little the elation of many a high-born dame that two men were about to fight over her young mistress, regarding it as an undeniable compliment. She was also inclined to indulge the cynical thought that it might save Miss Lou Scoville, Chunk, indeed, all in whom she was interested, further trouble if, as she phrased it, "dat our young captain give Mad Whately he way ons two of un. He did naturally bound to mek folks trouble, and I reckon we get on wid he spook better na heesif." Whately would not have relished his supper if he had divined the thoughts of his waitress. As it was, he had little appetite for it, and paid his respects chiefly to his uncle's decanter. He felt no need of false courage, but was irritated and depressed over the general aspect of affairs, and here was an easy way of raising his spirits. By the time he was ready to dispense with Zany's services he was so affected by his potations that his aunt, who had appeared on the scene, hastened his retirement. He told the sergeant of the guard to have him called at daybreak, and was soon asleep. The indomitable housekeeper, Mrs. Barron, kept the girl busy until everything was put away and the dining-room in perfect order. Meantime Zany concluded that she had better tell Miss Lou. Her young mistress might blame her severely if she did not, and keeping such a secret overnight would also be a species of torture. When she was dismissed she watched her opportunity, whisked up to Miss Lou's room, and was glad to find the girl still awake. "Oh, Miss Lou," she whispered breathlessly, "I de got de Orpheus, quarest news, and I darsn't kep hit any longer. Mas Captain and Mad Whately gwine ter fight bout UFO sun up." "What?" "Dey SUT New York is. Dey gwine ter fight one anoder bout you wid volvayers, fight ter de death dey said. I yer dem tru de dine room winders." "Oh, Zany! This is horrible. Hit mout be wuss. Yo cousin hot fair hit. He say orful tings ter Mas Captain who didn't give back a inch and says he, I challenge you." Shows your weapons and place o be meetin'. Dem he berry words. Den yo cousin shoes volvers en de far side o be de grobe up dar and said we fight ter de death. Death used ter seem orful, Miss Lou, but sec a heap o be men's die dat ef mad Whately dis set on dyin', why not let him had he way? Dat or tears suit him bess. I reckon he mek wi uns and Moss Scoville and chunk berry lil trouble arter he dead. Zany, that's a dreadful way to look at it. You should know better. This meeting must be prevented. Where is my cousin? He does sound asleep easy a log. And she made it clear that there would be no use in trying to remonstrate with him. Where's Captain Maynard? Dunno. Sleepin' in he tent too, I s'pose. Hit too late now, Miss Lou, to do anything fo morning dot. The girl thought deeply a few moments and then muttered. Shame on them both. Darn now, Miss Lou, you don't remember they paying you a big complement. I shall tell them to their faces how I regard this outrage rather. Still, for their sakes, as well as my own, I will keep the affair quiet if I can. Zany, you must stay with me tonight, and at the earliest dawn we must watch them and be on the ground as soon as they are. Very well, Miss Lou. I lack not and better. Go to sleep, then. I won't sleep tonight. Chapter 31 The Duelists Vanquished. Zany's tidings brought the spur of a great necessity to Miss Lou's jaded spirit, and as her waking thoughts dwelt on the proposed encounter, a slow, deep anger was kindled in her mind. What right have they to do such a thing? She asked herself over and over again. Even more than at the barbarism of the act, she revolted at its injustice. I never wronged either of them, she repeated, and here they are recklessly bent on what would embitter my life. The idea of being fought about. Two animals couldn't do worse. And so the long night was passed in bitter, painful thoughts. With the dawning, the birds' innocent songs jarred on her overwrought senses. She looked out of the window by which she had kept her vigil, inhaled the dewy freshness of the air, and then bathed her tired, hot eyes. To think that men would disturb the peace of such a morning by their miserable, causeless hate! Where is Madison's love for his mother? Why don't they remember the distress and horror that would follow their mad act? Zany, wake up. It is time we were on the watch. Even as she spoke, there was a heavy step in the outer hall, that of the sergeant coming to wake Lieutenant Whately. Miss Lou glanced from her window in time to see Captain Maynard striding from his tent toward the grove which would screen the combatants from observation. Waiting a few moments for the sergeant to retire, she and Zany slipped down and out before Whately left his room. They reached the grove from the back entrance of the house, and concealing themselves in some copsewood, watched for Whately's coming. He soon appeared, walking rapidly as if fearing to be behind time. He was in fact some moments late, having stopped to advise Perkins of the affair on hand. He passed so near his cousin's leafy screen that she could look into his flushed, troubled face and could hear him mutter, "Curse it all! I'm forever getting into scrapes." For the first time since Zany's news, pity overcame her anger, and she murmured, "Poor spoiled boy! It's well for you and your mother that I'm here." Swiftly she followed him through the still dusky grove, keeping the boles of trees between herself and his form. Beyond the grove was an open grassy field, facing the east, where the light was distinct. Clearly outlined against the rose-tinted horizon was the figure of Maynard standing with his arms folded and his back toward them, apparently lost in deep thought. "Well, sir," said Whately sternly, "I suppose I should ask your pardon for keeping you waiting." "I reckon there's plenty of time for the purpose of our meeting," replied Maynard coolly. "Since you are the challenged party, and we have no seconds, arrange the matter to suit yourself." Whately was about to pace off the ground when a girl's voice rang out clearly. "Stop that! Miss Barron!" cried Maynard, taking off his hat. Whately threw back his head proudly. This was better than he had dreamed, for now his cousin would be compelled to recognize his high and haughty spirit. A glance at the girl's pale, stern face as she stepped out between them was not altogether reassuring. She glanced coldly from one to the other for a moment, and then said firmly, "I have something to say about this affair." "Pardon me, Miss Barron," Maynard began, bowing, "if I am compelled to disabuse your mind. This is a little matter between Lieutenant Whately and myself. I am surprised beyond measure that he has invited you to be present. That's a lie, thundered Whately, drawing his weapon from his belt. Stop, both of you, cried the girl. Captain Maynard, my cousin has not invited me. Your purpose of meeting was discovered by accident and revealed to me late last night, too late for me to do anything then. All the long night I have sat at my window that I might be in time to keep you from disgracing yourselves and me. Great heavens! Miss Barron, you do me injustice, cried Maynard. I have been insulted. I never thought of wronging you. Perish such a thought! Evidently neither of you has thought of me, nor cared for me or others. Yourselves, your own vindictive feelings have engrossed you wholly, yet I know I'm the innocent cause of this brutal encounter, and the world would know me to be the cause whether it believed me innocent or not. I tell you plainly that if you fight I shall brand you both unworthy the name of gentlemen, and I shall proclaim to all your outrage to me. Outrage to you, Miss Barron? Said Maynard, with a bitter, incredulous laugh. Yes, she replied, turning upon him fiercely. What can you think of me when you fight about me like a wild beast? I am prepared to fight Lieutenant Whately on entirely different grounds, he replied, his face flushing hotly at her words. You cannot do it, sir. I would know, and so would all, that I was the cause. What right, sir, have you to embitter my life, to fill my days and nights with horror? I never wronged you. But, Miss Barron, in all ages such encounters have been common enough when a man received ample provocation, as I have. So much the worse for the ages then. I say that you both were about to commit a selfish, cowardly, unmanly act that would have been an outrage in its cruelty to an innocent girl, to whom you had been making false professions of regard. Now, by the God who made me, that's not true, Miss Barron. Cousin Lou, you are beside yourself, cried Whately. Miss Barron, said Maynard, coming to her side and speaking with great earnestness, I can endure any charge better than your last. No man ever declared truer love than I to you. I can tell you of a man who has declared truer love, she replied, looking him steadily in the eyes. Who, in God's name? He asked savagely. Any man who thought more of the girl than of himself, she answered with passionate pathos in her tones. Any man who considered her before his own reckless, ungovernable feelings, who would save her heart from sorrow rather than gratify his anger. Any man who asks, what is best for the woman I love, instead of what's my humor? What will please me? Suppose you both had carried out your savage impulses, and lay on this ground, wounded or dead, what would be said at the house there about me? What would be your mother's fate, Madison, that you might gratify a causeless spite? Have you no home, Captain Maynard, no kindred who would always curse my name? If you had died like the brave men who lie in yonder graves, your friends would ever speak your name proudly. But even I, all inexperienced, know the world well enough to be only too sure they would hang their heads and say you flung away your life for a heartless girl who was amusing herself at your expense. Fight if you will, but if you do, I pledge you my word that I will never willingly look upon either of you again, living or dead. She was about to turn away when Maynard rushed before her, exclaiming, Miss Barron, I beg your pardon, I ask your forgiveness. I never saw this act in the light you place it. There, cousin, added Whately with a sort of shamefaced laugh. I'm hanged if you aren't in the right and I in the wrong again. As you say, the bullet that killed me might do worse by mother, and I should have thought of that. As for you, we didn't think you'd look at it this way. There's plenty of girls who'd think it a big feather in their caps to have men fight about 'em. I can't believe it. It's true, nevertheless, said Maynard earnestly. What can I do to right myself in your eyes? If you wish to be men whose friendship I can value, shake hands and use your weapons for your country. If you truly care for my good opinion, forget yourselves long enough to find out what does please me and not rush headlong into action I detest. Consider the rights, feelings, and happiness of others. Well, Whately, what do you say? Asked Maynard with a grim laugh. I am ready to obey Miss Barron as I would my superior officer. And he held out his hand. Whately took it with an answering laugh, saying, There's nothing else left us to do. After her words, we could no more fight each other than shoot her. Thank you. Zany, she faltered, turning deathly white. She would have fallen had not her cousin sprung to her aid, supporting her to a seat on a moss-grown log lying near. For a few moments the long strain and reaction proved too much for her, and she sat, pale and panting, her head resting against Zany, who had rushed from her covert. The young men were overwhelmed with compunction and alarm, but she retained and silenced them by a gesture. "I'll be better in a moment," she gasped. It proved but a partial giving way of her nervous force. In a few moments she added, "Please go back to the house by different ways. No one need know anything about this. No, don't call anyone. I'll get better faster if left with Zany. I beg you do as I ask, and then my mind will be at rest." "There, Miss Barron," said the remorseful Maynard. "I pledge you my word I'll never fight a duel. I can prove my courage sufficiently against the enemy." She smiled, held out her hand, which he carried to his lips and reluctantly departed. "See here, Cousin Lou," said Whately impulsively. "I'm going to give you an honest, cousinly kiss. I'm not so feather-headed as not to know you've got us both out of a devil of a scrape." He suited the action to his words, and strode off in time to intercept Perkins, who had the scent of a vulture for a battle. "We have arranged the affair for the present," said the young officer curtly, "and won't need any graves today. Keep mum about this. I'll keep my mouth close enough till I can begin to bite on my own account," muttered the overseer, as he sullenly followed. Chapter 32 Sad Tidings. That morning Miss Lou stood on the veranda and bade farewell, one after another, to those with whom she had been associated so strangely and unexpectedly. There was an unwonted huskiness in Dr. Borden's voice, and Ackley, usually so grim and prompt, held the girl's hand lingeringly as he tried to make a joke about her defying him and the whole Confederacy. It was a dismal failure. Regarding him with her weary eyes, she said, "Doctor, you had wit enough and heart enough to understand and subdue me. Haven't I minded you since? I'm a little afraid you'd still get the upper hand if you often looked at me as you do now. I shall find out, however, if you will obey one more order. Miss Barron, you must rest. Your pulse indicates unusual exhaustion. You have tried to do too much, and I expect those young men have been making such fierce and counter-claims that you are all worn out. Ah, if I had been only 20 years younger I would have won you by a regular course of scientific love-making. I don't know anything about science and wouldn't understand you. So it is better as it is, for I do understand what a good, kind friend you've been. You knew all the while that I was little more than an ignorant child, yet your courtesy was so fine that you treated me like a woman. I hope we shall meet again in brighter days. Yes, I will obey you, for I feel the need of rest. I shall come again and take my chances," said Maynard in parting. Mercurial Whately, forgetting his various troubles and experiences in the excitement of change and return to active duty, bade her a rather boisterous and good-hearted farewell. His mind was completely relieved as to Maynard, and he did not dream of Scoville as a serious rival. "It's only a question of time," he thought, "and at present Mother can do the courting better than I can. When I return Lou will be so desperately bored by her stupid life here as to be ready for any change." The remaining patients looked at her and Mrs. Whately very wistfully and gratefully, speaking reluctant adieus. When all were gone the girl, feeling that she had reached the limit of endurance, went to her room and slept till evening. It was the sleep of exhaustion, so heavy that she came down to a late supper weak and languid. But youth is elastic, the future full of infinite possibilities. Scoville's words haunted her like sweet refrains of music. No matter how weary, perplexed and sad she was, the certainty of her place in his thoughts and heart sustained her, and was like a long line of light in the west, indicating a clearing storm. "He will come again," she often whispered to herself. "He said he would if he had to come on crutches. Oh, he does love me! He gave me his love that night direct, warm from his heart, because he couldn't help himself. He thought he loved me before, when, by the run, he told me of it so quietly, so free from all exaction and demands, but I didn't feel it. It merely seemed like bright sunshine of kindness and goodwill, very sweet and satisfying then. But when we were parting, when his tones trembled so, when overcome, He lost restraint and snatched me to his heart. Then I learned that I, too, had a heart. If she had been given time, this new heart life, with thoughts and hopes springing from it like flowers, would have restored her elasticity. Scoville's manly visage, his eyes, so often mirthful, always kind, would have become so real to her fancy that the pallid, drawn features of the suffering, the dying and the dead, would have faded from her memory. So would have faded also the various aspects of passion from which she had shrunk, frightened by its hot breath. Her days would have been filled with the beautiful, innocent dreams of a young girl's first love, so inspired as to cast out fear. But the ruthless Moloch of war could not permit anything so ideal, so heavenly as this. Mrs. Waldo came down from the apartment to which her son had been removed and joined the girl on the veranda. "Ah," she exclaimed, "I have taken solid comfort all day in the thought that you were sleeping, and now you are still resting. I want to see the color in your cheeks again, and the tired look all gone from your eyes before we go." "You don't know how I dread to have you go," replied Miss Lou. "From the first your son did more for me than I could do for him. The smile with which he always greeted me made me feel that nothing could happen beyond remedy, and so much that was terrible was happening. Well, my child, that's the faith I am trying to cherish myself and teach my boy. It is impossible for you to know what a black gulf opened at my feet when my noble husband was killed early in the war. Such things, happily, are known only by experience, and many escape. Then our cause demanded my only son. I faced death with him in every battle, every danger. He takes risks without a thought of fear, and I dare not let him know the agony of my fear. Yet in my widowhood, in the sore pressure of care and difficulty in managing a large plantation in these times, I have found my faith in God's love adequate to my need. I should still find it so if I lost my boy. I could not escape the suffering, but I would not sorrow as without hope. How much I would give for the certainty of such a faith," said Miss Lou sadly. "Sometimes, since Captain Hanfield died, I think I feel it. And then, oh, I don't know. Things might happen which I couldn't meet in your spirit. If I had been compelled to marry my cousin, I feel that I should have become hard, bitter, and reckless. You poor, dear little girl! Well, you were not compelled to marry him. Don't you see? We are saved from some things and given strength to bear what does happen. Don't you worry about yourself, my dear. Just look up and trust. Happily, the sun of God's love shines on just the same, unaffected by the passing clouds of our feelings and experiences. He sees the end and knows all about the peaceful, happy eternity before us. You dear, worn-out little child! His love is ever about you like my arms at this moment." And the old lady drew the girl to her in an impulse of motherly tenderness. "Oh, Mrs. Waldo, you make me feel what it is to have no mother," sobbed Miss Lou. "Well, my dear, that's your heavy cross. Sooner or later, in some form, a cross burdens every human soul, too often many crosses. All I ask of you is not to try to bear them alone. See how faith changed everything for Captain Hanfield in his extremity. He is now in the better home, waiting for his dear ones. I can never forget what faith has done for you and your son, Mrs. Waldo. Surgeon Ackley said that your son's absolute quiet and cheerfulness of mind during the first critical days saved his life." "Yes, I know that," Mrs. Waldo replied with her low, sweet laugh. "Faith is often more useful in helping us to live than in preparing us to die. It saved my life, too, I'm sure, after my husband died. I had no right to die then, for Vincent and, far more, my daughters still needed me." For a time they sat on the piazza steps in silence, the old lady keeping her arm caressingly about the girl, whose head drooped on the motherly bosom overflowing with sympathy. Only the semi-tropical sounds of night broke the stillness. The darkness was relieved by occasional flashes along the horizon from a distant thunder shower. Miss Lou thought, "Have I ever known a peace so deep and sweet as this?" There was a hasty, yet stealthy step along the hall to the door, yet the girl had no presentiment of evil. The warm, brooding, fragrant darkness of the night was not more undisturbed than her mind. "Miss Lou," said Zany in a loud whisper. What a shock came with that brief utterance! A flash of lightning direct from the sky could not have produced such sudden dread and presentiment of trouble. Truly, a woman listens more with her heart than her ears, and even in Zane's whisper there was detected a note of tragedy. After an instant Miss Lou faltered. "What is it, Zany? Yef you gwine to yo' room soon I de heap you undress." How well the girl knew that the faithful slave meant other and less prosaic help. She rose at once, kissed Mrs. Waldo good night, and excused herself. When Zany had lighted the candle, her scared, troubled face revealed at once that she had tidings of dire import. Miss Lou seized the girl with a grip which hurt her arm, demanding, "Have you heard anything about Lieutenant Scoville? Now, Miss Lou, you gotter be brave and not look at me dat way. 'Cause ef you does, w at I gwine ter do? I chant stand nohow." "Oh! Oh!" Miss Lou gasped. "Wait a moment, not yet, wait. I must get breath. I know what's coming. Chunk is back and oh God, I can't bear it, I cannot. Dar now, Miss Lou de Lee-sen. P'raps tain't easy bad easy you tink. P'raps WN Chunk splain all you see tain't easy bad. Hi! Miss Lou, you mustn't took on so." For the girl was wringing her hands and rocking back and forth in agony. "Folks especially dat Chunk yer and dat UDB de no be him, show. He ain't seen Mas Scoville dade show. He only see him fall. Chunk want ter see you and he mighty skeery bout hit, 'cause ef Perkins get on he track he done fair. He ain't see he granny yit and he darsn't come dar 12 hit late. He larned ter toot lack a squinch owl from Mas Scoville and he tol me dat when he come agin he toot. I nigh on run my legs off follerin' up tootin's o' nights. Fair day was ony pesky squinch owls arter all. Dis ebenin I yer a toot dat flutter my heart big and I know 'twasn't no squinch owl dis time, show." And so Zany ran on in her canny shrewdness, for she perceived she was gaining Miss Lou's attention and giving time for recovery from the blow. Miss Lou had a despairing conviction that Chunk would not have returned alone unless his master was dead, but her mind quickly seized upon the element of uncertainty, and she was eager to see the Negro. "We muse wait, we SUT New York muse, 'twell Chunk can creep ter he granny's cabin. I can't wait, Zany. It wouldn't be best either for me or Chunk. It's not very late yet, and I could visit on Jinky without exciting remark if you go with me. It's too dark for Chunk to be seen and I'd protect him with my life. I must get better ground for hope or my heart will break. Pretend I wish a glass of water and see if we can't slip out now." This Zany did, discovering that Mrs. Barron was with her husband in his office and that Mrs. Waldo had returned to her son's room. In a few moments Miss Lou was sitting by Aunt Jinky and tremblingly telling her fears. Meanwhile Zany scouted around to ensure immunity from observation. "You pa-chilly," groaned Aunt Jinky. "I was a-hopin' dat now you hab a time o' be peace and quietness, and you de gwine ter be espended twixt heaben and y'earth. Oh, I fear he's dead, my heart tells me he's dead. Oh, mammy, how can God be so cruel? I don't know who caused this war or who's to blame, but I feel now as if I could torture them. I see feared dat I'm de right spirit, honey. How can one have the right spirit when mocked by such a hope as I've had? It needn't have happened. Oh, Mrs. Waldo, I could tell you now I'm no Christian at all. I say it needn't have happened. And then think how Uncle Lusta prayed. Chunk down dar by de run, Miss Lou," whispered Zany. "I listen wid all my ears and eyes. Miss Lou, I see you're in de shatter o' be dis bush," Chunk called softly. "Tell me everything. Darsn't twell I feels emos safe, Miss Lou. Can Ani say now Mas Scoville de dote on you and he ax questions bout you since you lil girl? Hundreds o' be times he say, Chunk, we go back some day, show, but he duty brave. I go wid him everywhere and onst, don de age o' be night, he was ridin' long wid bout 20 o' be he men and dis ting happen. We didn't tink any rebs ruin and I'd been kept back TRY'n ter get a chicken fair Mars RS supper. Easy I riz a hill, ridin' right smart I see our folks goin' easy and carless inter a woods. I see them all easy plain easy eber see anybody, and Mas Scoville ride at de haid. Sudden deer was flash, bang, all through de woods. Mas Scoville fell right off he has, he sut New York did. Dem lots be Johnnies runnin' de road for and hind our mens. I see dear was no chance fair me to do anyting but get away and lil chance fair dat, fair 2 rebs on horses come tarin' arter me. Yef hit hadn't come dark sudden and my house was the flyer I see been cotched show. Fo de Lord, Miss Lou, dat all I know. He's dead, said the girl in a hoarse whisper. I orful feared he is, Miss Lou, assented the matter-of-fact Chunk. De Reb Sony WN Dave Faya, and Mas Scoville SUT New York did go off he has sudden. I been a week gettin' yer and I never get yer yef de colored people didn't he pee me long nights. The girl stood silent and motionless. Suddenly Zany grasped her hand and whispered, I yeard steps. Come to de cabin. Be off, Chunk. They had scarcely reached down Jinky's door before a shadow approached and the harsh voice of Perkins asked, What's goin' on yer? My young misty's seein' her mammy 'bout her class, replied the quick-witted Zany. I thought I yeard voices down by the run. Reckon you better go see, said Zany in rather high tones. What the dev, what makes you speak so loud? A warning! Tain't my place ter pass woods wid you, Mas Perkins. Dem I serbs don't fin fault. I reckon Mr. Barron'll do mon find fault for long. I'd better say right here and now I've got my orders 'bout that nigger Chunk. Nobody can save him yef caught. You've been followed before in your night cruisin' and you lookin' fair someone. Yef there's trouble, Miss Barron chance say I didn't give warning. Now that the Sagres is gone I'm held 'sponsible fair what goes on. And he stalked away. He did not wish to come into an open collision with Miss Lou again if he could help it, not at least while the Waldos remained. He had concluded that by a warning he might prevent trouble, his self-interest inclining him to be conservative. Confederate scrip had so lost its purchasing power that in its stead he had recently bargained with Mr. Barron for a share in the crops. Thus it happened that the question of making a crop was uppermost in his mind. Until this object was secured he feared to array the girl openly against him, since her influence might be essential in controlling the Negroes. If policy could keep them at work, well and good. If the harshest measures seemed best to him he was ready to employ them. Not only was he puzzled, but Zany also and Jinky were sore perplexed at Miss Lou's silence. She had stood motionless and unheeding through the colloquy with the overseer, and now remained equally deaf and unresponsive to the homely expressions of sympathy and encouragement of the 2 women. They could not see her face, but quickly felt the dread which anything abnormal inspires in the simple-minded. Prone to wild abandon in the expression of their own strong emotions, the silent, motionless figure of the young girl caused a deeper apprehension than the most extravagant evidences of grief. Aunt Jinky, whispered Zany, you mused de heapy me get her to her room. She went with them without word or sign. Their alarm was deepened when they saw her deathly pale and almost rigid features by the light of her candle. Miss Lou, honey, speak to yo' old mammy. You broke my heart when you looked dat away. I tell you he's dead, whispered the girl. Disturbedly, groaned the old woman. Fo de Lord I dunno at her do. Zany felt instinctively that the girl was beyond their simple ministrations, and she was desperately afraid that if Mrs. Barron came Chunk's presence would be revealed by words spoken unconsciously. She and Aunt Jinky promptly agreed that Mrs. Waldo was their only hope and Zany flew to summon her. Fortunately the lady had not retired and she came at once. Louise, Miss Barron, what is the matter? She asked in strong solicitude. I tell you he's dead, again whispered the girl, looking as if a scene of horror were before her eyes. The Rebs were so near when they fired, and he fell off his horse sudden. Ch. Quick as light Zany's hand was over the girl's mouth. The scared face and trembling form of the young negress did not escape Mrs. Waldo's quick eye. Zany, what are you concealing? She asked sternly. What does all this mean? Darn now, missus, answered Aunt Jinky with a certain simple dignity. We muse to trust you. I seered you a Lubin servant obe de Lord. Ef you is, you am gwine ter bring misery on misery? We muse brung Miss Lou ruin sudden fo ol miss comes. He us get young misty sensibly and I tell you ebryting I kin. "Dare I not and bade bout dis honey lamb be mine?" They undressed the girl as if she were a helpless child and put her to bed, and then Zany went downstairs to keep Mrs. Barron out of the way if possible, at the same time listening intently for any signs of trouble to Chunk. Miss Lou's overtaxed mind had given way, or rather was enchained by a spell of horror to the scenes presented all too vividly in Chunk's bald statement. Her nervous force had been too enfeebled and exhausted to endure the shock of an impression so tremendous in its tragic reality that her faculties had no power to go beyond it. Chunk's words had brought her to a darkening forest and her dead lover, and there she stayed. Seeing how unconscious she was, Anjiki whispered enough in explanation to enable Mrs. Waldo to comprehend the girl's condition. "We must make her sleep," said the lady decisively, and under her wise ministrations the stricken girl soon looked almost as if she were dead. Having kindly reassured and dismissed Anjiki, Mrs. Waldo watched Miss Lou as she would have kept vigil with one of her own daughters. Chapter 33 Conspirators. Perkins was very ill at ease that night, from a haunting suspicion that Chunk had returned. "Pesky nigger'll have a revolver, too, most likely, and be crazy to use it. Hain't been 'mong them cussed Yanks fair nothin'." There was therefore little disposition for a night hunt after one who knew every inch of the region besides being as stealthy and agile as a cat. The blow from which his head still ached had a warning significance. Coarse, ignorant, and superstitious, he was an easy victim to the tormenting fears of his own bad conscience. The graves by the run and the extemporized cemetery further away had even greater terrors for him than for Anjiki. Even his whiskey jug could not inspire sufficient courage to drive him at night far from his own door. Though both hating and despising Whately, yet the absence of the young officer and his force was now deeply regretted, as they had lent a sense of security and maintained the old order of existing authority. Now he was thrown chiefly on his own responsibility, for Mr. Barron was broken and enfeebled by what he had passed through. Avarice spurned Perkins to carry through the crops in which he had an interest, while his hope of revenge on Chunk, Scoville, and Miss Lou also tended to keep him at a post which he foresaw would be one of difficulty and danger. He had no doubt that the Union officer and his freedmen would return as soon as they could, and for the chance of wreaking his vengeance he was the more willing to remain in what he feared would be a spook-infested region. "On squaw with them, and crops realize," he muttered. "I can feel mo comfortably in other parts. Tomorrow yef Chunk and that scouts in these diggins I'll no hit." He was aware that the few dogs left on the plantation would make no trouble for one they knew as well as they did Chunk, but he could rely on the brute which he kept in his own quarters, a bloodhound, savage to every one except his master. "Grip will smell out the cussed nigger in the morning ef he's been around," he assured himself before beginning his nightly debauch. "What's mo? Miss Barron ain't so high and mighty now she knows I'm comin' to be the raw boss on the place. She didn't even squeak WNI gin my warning ternight." Although Chunk knew his danger and was cautious, he was disposed on the first night of his arrival to take some serious risks in order to carry out the schemes dwelt upon during the long days of skulking home. Naturally fearless, he had acquired much of Scoville's soldier-like and scouting spirit. The young officer had associated his dwarfish follower with the service rendered by Miss Lou, and was correspondingly grateful. Chunk therefore received much consideration and good counsel by which he had profited. Especially had Scoville scoffed at the Negro's superstitions, telling him that a fool afraid of spooks was neither fit to be a free man nor a soldier. Since Chunk had no imagination and believed absolutely in his master, there were no more spooks for him, but he knew well the dread inspired by that word on the plantation, and it was his purpose to avail himself of these deep-rooted fears. He heard the colloquy between Zany and the overseer very distinctly, but so far from running away, dogged the latter home. Long knife and revolver were handy in his belt, and a heavy club was carried also. Since no soldiers were around, Perkins was not to be dreaded in the night, when once his resting place was known. Crouching a long time in the shadow of some cedars, Chunk watched the overseer's window, but the light was not extinguished. A sudden suspicion dawned on our watcher, causing him to chuckle low with delight. "Hi! He de feared of sleepin' in de dark, and dat can be all night." gliding a few steps nearer, brought to the quick ear a resounding snore, accompanied with a warning growl from the bloodhound. I de fix em boff foi fro. And the brawny hand clutched with greater force the heavy club it carried. Next, some dem fellers mews be told ter heapy, and Chunk crept away to the quarters. It was an easy task to waken and enlist Jute, well known to be one of the most disaffected and fearless among the hands. The two started off to a grove which none could approach without being seen, and had a long whispered consultation. As a result, Jute returned to the quarters and brought back 3 others whom he knew would enter into the schemes on foot. By midnight Chunk had 6 of the braver and more reckless spirits among the slaves bound to him by such uncouth oaths as he believed would hold them most strongly. Then they returned to their cabins while the chief conspirator, after again reconnoitering the overseer's cottage, sought the vicinity of his granny's home. With mistaken kindness and much shrewdness, Chunk had resolved upon a course that would fill the old woman's life with terror. He adopted the policy of not letting her know anything of his plans, so that she could honestly say, I dunno, and prove the fact by her manner. He instinctively felt that it would have a very bad look if superstitious Aunjiki remained composed and quiet through the scenes he purposed to bring about. Her sincere and very apparent fears were to be his allies. It was part of his scheme also that Zany should be very badly frightened and made eager to run away with him as soon as he and the others were ready for departure. By a preconcerted signal he summoned Aunjiki, who was much affected by the thought that she was bidding her grandson a goodbye which might be final, but oppressed with fear, she was at the same time eager he should go. Putting into his hands a great pone of corn bread, she urged, "Da light out, Chunk, light out sudden. Twixt the bide news and Miss Lou and W. at Perkins do yef he caught you. I did dat trembly, I chant stand dot. Perkins asleep, Granny. I see off now fair good, but I comin' back fair you some day." He disappeared, and too perturbed to think of sleep, the old woman tottered back to her chimney corner. A few moments later she shuddered at the hooting of a screech owl, even though she surmised Chunk to be the bird. Not so Zany, who answered the signal promptly. In a tentative way Chunk sought to find if she was then ready to run away, but Zany declared she couldn't leave Miss Lou lookin' easy if she was daid. Thinking it might be long indeed before she saw her suitor again, she vouchsafed him a very affectionate farewell which Chunk remorselessly prolonged, having learned in his brief campaigning not to leave any of the goods the gods send to the uncertainties of the future. When at last he tore himself away, he muttered, "Spec she need a heap o' be scarin' and she get all she wants. Yef dat ar girl don't light out wid me next time I ax her, den I eats a mule." And then Chunk apparently vanished from the scene. The next morning Miss Lou awoke feeble, dazed and ill. In a little while her mind rallied sufficiently to recall what had happened, but her symptoms of nervous prostration and lassitude were alarming. Mrs. Whately was sent for, and poor Mr. Barron learned, as by another surgical operation, what had been his share in imposing on his niece too severe a strain. Mrs. Waldo whispered to Miss Lou, "Your mammy has told me enough to account for the shock you received and your illness. Your secret is safe with me." Meantime the good lady thought, "It will all turn out for the best for the poor child. Such an attachment could only end unhappily, and she will get over it all the sooner if she believes the Yankee officer dead. How deeply her starved nature must have craved sympathy and affection to have led to this in such a brief time and opportunity." As may be supposed, Aunjiki had been chary of details and had said nothing of Scoville's avowal. The mistress of the plantation looked upon her niece's illness as a sort of well-earned judgment for her perversity. But all the same, she took care that the strongest beef tea was made and administered regularly. Mrs. Whately arrived and became chief watcher. The stricken girl's physical weakness seemed equaled only by a dreary mental apathy. There was scarcely sufficient vital force left even for suffering, a fact recognized by the aunt in loving and remorseful solicitude. By the aid of his bloodhound Perkins discovered that someone whom he believed to be Chunk had been about, and he had secret misgivings as he thought of the Negro's close proximity. He had already learned what a blow Chunk could deal and his readiness to strike. Taking the dog and his gun, he had cautiously followed the run into which the tracks led until satisfied that the man he was following had taken horse and was beyond pursuit. On his return he learned of Miss Lu's illness, and so ventured to threaten Aun Jinky. "Yer do know 'bout that cussed grandson o' yourn? Chant full grip, and he smelled out all the niggers' tracks. Now ef yer don't tell the truth I'll raise the Kentry rune and will hunt him to the eends of the earth." "Well den, Moss Perkins," admitted the terror-stricken woman, "I de tell you de truff. Dat grandboy o' be min de come ter say goodbye. Moss Scoville daid and Chunk mows up north by dis time, he went away so sudden." "That Yankee cuss dead?" cried Perkins in undisguised exultation. "Moss Scoville daid, shot of en he hoss long way from yer," replied Aun Jinky sorrowfully. "He chant harm you and no mo, na Chunk neither. Why the devil didn't you let us know Chunk was here last night?" "He my grandson," was the simple reply. "Well, he isn't Zane's grandson. Now I know that she was snoopin' round Knight's Fair, and Mrs. Barron know, too, for I'm 5 minutes older." Aun Jinky threw up her hands and sank back into her chair more dead than alive. She, too, had been taxed beyond endurance, and all her power to act had ceased with her final effort to show that pursuit of Chunk would be useless. Perkins speedily obtained an audience with Mrs. Barron, who became deeply incensed and especially against Zany. The inexorable old lady, however, never acted from passion. She nodded coldly to the overseer, saying, "I will inform Mr. Barron and he will give you your orders in regard to the offenders." Zany was too alert not to observe the interview, and the omens of trouble in the compressed lips of Old Miss, and the steel-like gleam of her eyes. The moment Mrs. Barron was closeted with her husband, the girl sped to the cabin. "Did you tell Perkins Chunk been here?" she demanded fiercely. "Fo de Lord I de gwine all to pieces," gasped Aun Jinky. "Hope to gracious yer does, and de pieces nebber come tergedder agin," said Zany in contemptuous anger and deep alarm. Under the spur of tremendous excitement she hastened back, thinking as she ran, "Miss Lou too sick to do anything. I de got ter peel to Miss Whately, or ol' Miss hab me whipped half ter daith." When in response to a timid knock Mrs. Whately peered out of her niece's room, she found a trembling suppliant with streaming eyes. Noiselessly shutting the door, the matron said warningly, "Don't you know Miss Lou's life depends on quiet? How's she gwine ter hab quiet and ol' Miss gwine ter hab Moss Perkins whip me and Aun Jinky ter daith? Nonsense! Why should either of you be punished?" "Well, missus, I fess to you," sobbed Zany, "'cause you got more feelin' fair us. Chunk come last night ter say goodbye ter he granny and me, and den he put out fair good, and I ain't comin' back no mo. Perkins and he dog found hit out dis mawnin', and Aun Jinky tole him, too. I reckon she all broke up. Perkins been talkin' ter ol' Miss and she look lak she always does and der's no let up. Hit you de kill Miss Lou if she knew me and Aun Jinky was bein' whipped." "Zany," said Mrs. Whately in rising anger, "you both had full warning. You knew what Chunk had done. He stole my son's horse and one from his master also, beside doing other things that could not be forgiven. Please remember, missus, dat Chunk and me is mighty sweet on each oder and he Aun Jinky grandboy. 'Tain't dat we prove of his goin's on, but how could we tell on him and see him daid, and he de come ter say goodbye? Oh, yef Miss Lou Ani well she nebber let dat ol' Perkins tek us. I will see your master before anything is done," said Mrs. Whately with troubled face. "Go to your work now. I will get Mrs. Waldo to watch in my place after a while." Mr. Barron was depressed physically and mentally by the trying events of the past few weeks, but the fact that Chunk had ventured on the place again and had been permitted to escape angered him deeply. He also accepted the view of his wife and overseer that all discipline among the slaves would soon be at an end if so serious an offense were overlooked. It would be a confession of weakness and fear, they believed, which would have a most demoralizing effect in the quarters. Chunk represented the worst offenses of which the slaves could be guilty. The most solemn warnings had been given against aiding and abetting him in any way. To do nothing now would be a virtual permission of lawlessness. There was no thought of mercy for Zany, but Aun Jinky's age, feebleness, together with her relations to Chunk and Miss Lou, complicated matters. Husband and wife were still consulting when Mrs. Whately joined them. Mrs. Barron did not welcome her guests, feeling that this was purely a personal affair, and was in no mood to brook interference. "I can't be absent long," began Mrs. Whately. "Zany has told me everything, and—" "I think, sister, that Mr. Barron and I can manage this matter," interrupted Mrs. Barron coolly. "No doubt you can," Mrs. Whately replied with dignity. "I did not come down to interfere with your domestic affairs. There is one point on which I have a right to speak and must speak. You can't punish Aunt G. and Zany now if knowledge of such punishment can in any way reach our niece. No matter how much they may deserve it, I say you cannot do it. I promised Zany nothing, held out no hope to her of escape, but to you I will speak plainly. If you should excite and disturb Louise now, you might easily cause her death. If you feel that you cannot overlook the offense, and I know how serious a one it is, wait till I can remove Louise to my own house. You will find that Dr. Pelton, when he arrives, will confirm my words." Mr. Barron weakened. He had not the relentless will of his wife, who interposed with cutting emphasis. "There is no need of Louise's knowing anything about it till she is much better, and it would be well for her to learn then, as well as the slaves, that there is still a master and mistress. It may be long before Louise is much better," Mrs. Whately replied gravely. "She has been subjected to a strain for which my conscience reproaches me, however it may be with yours. She is in a very critical state, and seemingly from some recent shock." "Can the news Chunk brought have had any such effect?" broke forth Mrs. Barron indignantly. "News of the death of that Yankee whom she met and treated as a social equal sorely against my will?" "Lieutenant Scoville dead!" exclaimed Mrs. Whately, looking shocked and sad. "Yes, so Chunk told his granny." Mrs. Whately was troubled indeed. Perhaps there had been much more than she had suspected. If so, this fact would account for the girl's extreme prostration. To bring these tidings might have been one of Chunk's chief motives in venturing on his brief visit. Miss Lou might know all about the visit, and even have seen Chunk herself. If this were true, punishment of those who were in a sense her accomplices would be all the more disastrous. The perplexed matron felt that she must have more time to think and to acquire fuller knowledge of the affair. "Brother," she said finally, "you are the guardian of Louise and in authority. She is now helpless and at present quiet. If quiet of mind and body can be maintained long enough, she will no doubt get well. In a sense I am now her physician, and I say as Surgeon Ackley said of his patients, she cannot be disturbed. I positively forbid it. Dr. Pelton, who must soon be here, will take the same ground. Public opinion will support him and me in holding you responsible if you order anything endangering your ward's life and health at this time. Mrs. Waldo and her son would be witnesses. How far the former is acquainted with affairs we do not know. She watched with Louise all last night. If you act hastily you may be sorry indeed. I am trying kindness and conciliation with my people and they are doing better. I fear your policy is mistaken. Chunk is gone and beyond punishment. It is asking much to expect that his grandmother and the girl who loves him after her fashion would give information against him. It would seem that only the two slaves and Perkins know of this visit. Affairs are bad enough with you as it is, and you can easily make them much worse. If you must punish for effect, take some stout field hand who is insubordinate or lazy. At any rate, I love Louise and hope some day to call her daughter, and I will not have her life endangered. That's all I have to say." Mr. Barron's flame of anger had died out. His views had not been changed by his harsh experience, but he had been compelled to see that there were times when he could not have his own way. So he said testily, Well, we'll have to let the matter rest a while, I suppose." Mrs. Whately departed. Mrs. Barron put her thin lips together in a way which meant volumes, and went out on her housekeeping round, giving orders to Zany in sharper, more metallic tones than usual. The delinquent herself had overheard enough of the conversation to learn that the evil day had at least been put off and to get some clue as to the future. Chapter 34 Chunk Plays Spook. Since Mr. Barron had yielded for the present, Mrs. Whately was glad nothing need be said to the physician concerning their affairs. His positive injunction of quiet was sufficient, and now that Mr. Barron was impressed with its need and had had time for sober second thought, he concluded that he had trouble enough on hand as it was. He felt that every quiet day gained was so much toward securing the absolutely essential crops. Perkins was therefore summoned and the situation in part explained. The overseer was in unusual good humor over the death of Scoville, and if Chunk had escaped finally, there was compensation in the thought of having no more disturbance from that source. So, fortunately for poor Zany, avarice came to the fore and Perkins agreed that the best thing to do was to bend every energy to making the crops, using severity only in the furtherance of this end. "Beg pardon, Mr. Barron, but I must have somethin' up and down clar. There's been so many bosses of late and my orders been knocked endwise so often that I don't know, and the hands don't know whether I've got any par or no. Ef this thing 'bout Chunk gets out, and nobody punished, the Fialhans naturally think we darsn't punish. Mought yes well give up then. Punish as much as you think necessary to keep the quarter hands at work. Then it is plain," replied Mr. Barron. Very seldom had Perkins been in so complacent and exultant a mood as when he left the presence of Mr. Barron that morning. But his troubles began speedily. Jude had slept little the night before and was stupid and indifferent to his work in the afternoon. Finding threats had little effect, the overseer struck a blow with his cane. The Negro turned fiercely but was confronted with a revolver. He resumed work doggedly, his sullen look spreading like the shadow of a cloud to the faces of the others. So many began to grow indifferent and reckless that to punish all was out of the question. Perkins stormed and threatened, striking some here and there, almost beside himself from increasing anxiety and rage. Whichever way he turned, a dark, vindictive face met his eyes. The slaves had enjoyed a brief sense and sweet hope of freedom. He was seeking to refasten the yoke with brutal hands, and it galled as never before. Even his narrow, arbitrary nature was impressed with the truth that a great change was taking place, that a proclamation issued hundreds of miles away was more potent than his heavy hand. He was as incapable of any policy other than force as was his employer of abandoning the grooves in which his thoughts had always run. The worrisome afternoon finally ended, leaving the harassed man free to seek consolation from his jug. Mr. Barron relapsed into his quiet yet bitter mental protest. Old Miss maintained inexorable discipline over the yard and house slaves, keeping all busy in removing every stain and trace of the hospital. She governed by fear also, but it was the fear which a resolute, indomitable will produces in weaker natures. Mrs. Waldo already felt uncomfortable. There was no lack of outward courtesy, but the two women had so little in common that there was almost a total absence of sympathy between them. The guests, through the fortune of war, resolved therefore to depart in a day or two, making the journey home by easy stages. Mrs. Whately was both polite and cordial, but she also felt that the family should be alone as soon as possible, that they were facing problems which could better be solved without witnesses. It was her hope now to nurse her charge back to health, and by the utmost exercise of tact, gain such an ascendancy over the girl as to win her completely. Granting that the matron's effort was part of a scheme, it was one prompted by deep affection, a yearning to call her niece daughter and to provide for the idolized son just the kind of wife believed to be essential to his welfare. Much pondering on the matter led her to believe that even if the tidings of Scoville's death had been the cause of the final prostrating shock, it was but the slight blow required to strike down one already feeble and tottering to her fall. He probably made a strong, but necessarily a passing impression on the dear child's mind, she reasoned. When she gets well, she will think of him only as she does of the other Union soldiers who so interested her. The object of this solicitude was docile and quiet, taking what was given her, but evidently exhausted beyond the power of thought or voluntary action. The night passed apparently without incident, but it was a busy one for Chunk. He again summoned Jute and his other confederates to a tryst in the grove to impress them with his plans. It was part of his scheme to permit a few nights to pass quietly so that disturbances would not be associated with him, he being supposed far away. In the depths of the adjacent forest he had found safe shelter for himself and horse, and here, like a beast in its lair, he slept by day. The darkness was as light to him about the familiar plantation, and he prowled around at night unmolested. During this second meeting he attempted little more than to argue his dusky associates out of their innate fear of spooks and to urge upon them patience in submitting to Perkins's rule a little longer. "I tells you," he declared, "dey I know spooks fair us. Dere's spooks ony fair dem w at kills folks on de sly like. If ol' Perkins come rarin' and tarrin' wid his gun and dog, I kill him easy I would a rattler and he chant bother me no mo. But ef I steal on him now and kill him in he sleep he goes pester me ter daith. Dat de conglomeration will be de whole business. I don't ax you ter do anyting but he me skeer him mos ter daith. He watchin' lak a ol' fox ter copy you en zany year. Ef you puts out, he riz de can try and put de hounds arter you. We de got ter skeer him off fust. I'm studyin' how ter get dat dog out and away. De go on quiet few mo days and ef you your core noises up on de hill war de sagas bird you no hit me. Look skeered lak de odors but don't be feared and keep mum." The next few days and nights passed in quiet, and all began to breathe more freely. Even Aunjiki rallied under the soothing influence of her pipe and the privilege of watching part of each day with Miss Lou. Slowly the girl began to grow better. Hoping not even for tolerance of her feelings in regard to Scoville, it was her instinct to conceal them from her relatives. She knew Mrs. Waldo would not reveal what Aunjiki had told her, and understood the peculiar tenderness with which that lady often kissed her. She also guessed that while the stanch Southern friend had deep sympathy for her, there was not very strong regret that the affair had ended in a way to preclude further complications. "Remember, my dear," said Mrs. Waldo, in her affectionate parting, "that God never utterly impoverishes our lives. Only we ourselves can do that. You will get well and become happy in making others happy." On the evening of that day, even Mr. Barron's routine was completely restored. His larder was meager compared with the past, but with the exception that Mrs. Whately occupied the place of his niece at the table, and viands were fewer, all was as it had been. Zane's fears had subsided, leaving her inwardly chafing at the prospect of monotonous and indefinite years of work under Ol' Miss, with little chance of Chunk's return. Aunt Six's taste of freedom had not been to her mind, so she was rather complacent than otherwise, and especially over the fact that there was so little to cook. The garden in Mr. Barron's good credit would ensure enough plain food till the crops matured and the impoverishment caused by the raid was repaired. It certainly seemed when the sun set that evening that the present aspect of affairs might be maintained indefinitely in the little community. Only one was not exactly at rest. Perkins felt as if something was in the air. There was a brooding, sullen quiet among the Negroes which led him to suspect that they were waiting and hoping for something unknown to him. This was true of Uncle Lusta and the majority. The crack of Union rifles was the "Soon from far away" they were listening for. By secret channels of communication tidings of distant battles were conveyed from plantation to plantation, and the slaves were often better informed than their masters. As for Perkins, he knew next to nothing of what was taking place, nor did he dream that he was daily addressing harsh words to conspirators against his peace. The time had come when Chunk was ready to act. On the night in question a hot wind arose which blew from the little burial place on the hill toward the house. "Hi! Now's de chance ter fix dat AR business," and he made his preparations. Shortly before midnight he crept like a cat under the overseer's window. The heavy snoring rose and fell reassuringly, sweet as music to Chunk's ears. Not so the angry, restless growling of the savage bloodhound chained within. "But you don't cotch me dis yer time fair all your fuss, Mas Grip," the Negro muttered. "I done hab your breakfast ready fair yer. Davil settle your hash," and with deft hand a piece of poisoned meat was tossed close to the brute's feet as Chunk hastened away. Jute was next wakened and put on the watch. An hour later there came from the soldiers' cemetery the most doleful, unearthly sounds imaginable. No need for Jute and his confederates to arouse the other Negroes in the quarters. A huddled, frightened gang soon collected, Aunjiki among them so scared she could not speak. "Mas Perkins ought to know 'bout dis," cried Jute. The suggestion was enough. The whole terror-stricken throng rushed in a body to the overseer's cottage and began calling and shrieking, "Come out here! Come out here!" Confused in his sudden waking and thinking he was mobbed, he shouted through the window. "I'll shoot a dozen of you if you don't claw out." Moss Perkins, do you listen? Rose in chorus from those far beyond the fear of mortal weapons. In the silence that followed, the rushing wind bore down to them a weird, dismal howl that in Perkins's ears met every ghostly requirement. His teeth began to chatter like castanets, and snatching his jug of corn whiskey he swallowed great draughts. "We da tink you orter know bout dis," said Jute. "Sir, New York," cried Perkins in his sudden flame of false courage. "I'll light a lantern and take 20 o' you hands round that place. Yef thar's a cuss yonder makin' this 'sturbance, we'll roast him alive." In a moment or two he dressed and came out with a light and his gun. 2 revolvers were also stuck in his belt. As he appeared on the threshold there was a prolonged yell which curdled even his inflamed blood and sent some of the Negro women into hysterics. "Come on!" shouted the overseer hoarsely. 30 of you if you're afraid." The crowd fell back. "We ain't gwine ter dat ar spook place, no matter w at you do to us." "Perkins, what is the matter?" Mr. Barron was heard shouting from the house. "Reckon you better come out yer, sir." "Are the hands making trouble?" "No, sir, somepen quore's gwine on, what we chant mek out yit." Mr. Barron, wrapped in his dressing gown, soon appeared on the scene, while Aunt Sook's domain contributed its quota also of agitated, half-dressed forms. Chunk could not resist the temptation to be a witness to the scene, and in a copse near by was grinning with silent laughter at his success. After learning what had occurred, Mr. Barron scoffed at their superstitions, sternly bidding all to go to their places and keep quiet. "Perkins, you've been drinking beyond reason," he warned his overseer in a low voice. "Get back to your room quick, or you will be the laughing stock of everybody. See here, you people, you have simply got into a panic over the howling of the wind, which happens to blow down from the graveyard tonight. Neber year de wind howl dataway befo." The Negroes answered. As in a mass they drifted back to the quarters. Perkins was not only aware of his condition, but was only too glad to have so good an excuse for not searching the cemetery. Scarcely had he been left alone, however, before he followed the Negroes, resolved upon companionship of even those in whom he denied a humanity like his own. In the darkness Chunk found an opportunity to summon Jude aside and say, "Free your FOOB, you offer ter stay wid old Perkins. That he pee me out." Perkins accepted the offer gladly, and they agreed to watch at his door and in the little hallway. "You mused to tie up dat ar dog o' Bjorn," first stipulated Jute. "Why, Warren, is the dog? Hain't yeard a sound from him since the 'sturbance begun. Dwags chant stand spooks nohow," remarked Jute. "I've yeard that," admitted Perkins, looking around for the animal. "Thar he is, under yo' bide," said Jude, peeking through the doorway. The miserable man's hair fairly stood up when the brute was discovered stark and dead without a scratch upon him. Recourse was again had to the jug, and oblivion soon followed. Chapter 35 A Visitation. There was no more sleep at the quarters that night, and never was the dawn more welcome. It only brought a respite, however, for the impression was fixed that the place was haunted. There was a settled aspect of gloom and anxiety on every dusky face in the morning. Mr. Barron found his overseer incapacitated for duty, but the hands were rather anxious to go to work and readily obeyed his orders to do so. They clung to all that was familiar and everyday-like, while their fears and troubled consciences spurred them to tasks which they felt might be a sort of propitiation to the mysterious powers abroad. Zany was now sorry indeed that she had not gone with Chunk, and poor Aunt Jinky so shook and trembled all day that Mrs. Whately would not let her watch by Miss Lou. Knowing much of Negro superstition, she believed, with her brother and Mrs. Barron, that the graves on the place, together with some natural, yet unusual sounds, had started a panic which would soon die out. When at last Perkins, shaky and nervous, reported the mysterious death of his dog, Mr. Barron was perplexed, but nothing more. "You were in no condition to give a sane account of anything that happened last night," he said curtly. "Be careful in the future. If you will only be sensible about it, this ridiculous scare will be to our advantage, for the hands are subdued enough now and frightened into their duty." Perkins remained silent. In truth, he was more frightened than any one else, for the death of his dog appeared to single him out as a special object of ghostly hostility. He got through the day as well as he could, but dreaded the coming night all the more as he saw eyes directed toward him, as if he, in some way, were the cause of the supernatural visitation. This belief was due to the fact that Aunt Jinky in her terror had spoken of Scoville's death, although she would not tell how she knew about it. "Perkins shoot at and try to kill Mas Scoville," she had whispered to her cronies. "And now he dade he spook coming year ter hand to overseer. We never have no quiet nights till dat A.R. Perkins go way fair good." This rational explanation passed from lip to lip and was generally accepted. The coming night was looked forward to in deep apprehension, and by none more than by Perkins. Indeed, his fears so got the better of him that when the hands quit work he started for the nearest tavern, and there remained till morning. Chunk was made aware of this fact, and the night passed in absolute quiet. All the Negroes not in the secret now hoped that the overseer was the sole prey of the spook, and that if they remained quietly in their places they would be unmolested. Chunk and a few of the boldest of his fellow conspirators had full scope therefore to perfect their final arrangements. In a disused room of one of the outbuildings the most ragged and blood-stained uniforms of the Union soldiers had been cast and forgotten. These were carried to a point near the burying ground, tried on and concealed. Chunk found it was no easy task to keep even the reckless fellows he had picked up to the sticking point of courage in the gruesome tasks he had in view, but his scoff, together with their mutual aid and comfort, carried them through, while the hope of speedy freedom inspired them to what was felt to be great risks. On this occasion he dismissed them some little time before midnight, for he wished them to get rested and in good condition for what he hoped would be the final effort the following night. As he lingered in the still, starlit darkness he could not resist making an effort to see Zany, and so began hooting like an owl down by the run, gradually approaching nearer till he reached the garden. Zany, wakeful and shivering with nameless dread, was startled by the sound. Listening intently, she soon believed she detected a note that was Chunk's, and not a bird's. Her first impression was that her lover had discovered that he could not go finally away without her, and so had returned. Her fear of spooks was so great that her impulse was to run away with Chunk as far from that haunted plantation as he would take her. Trembling like a wind-shaken leaf, she stole into the garden shrubbery and whispered, "Chunk? Hi! Here I is." There was no tantalizing coquetry in Zany's manner now. In a moment she was in Chunk's arms sobbing. "Tek me way off fum dis place. I go wid you now, dis berry minute, and I nebber breathe easy till we way off any war, I don't care war. Oh, Chunk, you don't know W at been gwine on and I darsn't tell you twell we gets way off." "I isn't feared," replied Chunk easily. "Dat's cause you don't know. I da been tremblin' stiddy since last night and I see feared hit begin any minute now." "Hit won't begin dis year night," replied Chunk, soothingly and incautiously. "How you know?" she asked quickly, a sudden suspicion entering her mind. "What's ter begin?" answered Chunk, now on his guard. "De night am still, nobody roon. I hang roon a few nights twell I study out de best plan ter get away." "Has you been hangin' roon nights, Chunk?" Zany asked solemnly. "How you talks, Zany? Does you espects I dar stay roon war Perkins am? He kill me. He done gone way tonight." "How you know dat?" "One de Fielhans tol me." "Chunk, ef you up ter shines and don't tol me I done wid you. Hasn't I hep you out and in ebreating so fur? Yef I fin out you been skeerin' me so wid any doin's I did done wid you. I de feel hit in my bones you de spook. You chant bamboozle me. I kin hep you, hab done hit AFO, and I kin hinder you, so be careful. Dere's some diffunce in bein' a spook Yosef and bein' skeered ter death by a raw spook. Yef you tryin' ter skeer and fool me I be wuss on you na any voodoo woman dat eber conjured folks." The interview ended in Chunk's making a clean breast of it, and in securing Zany as an ally with mental reservations. The thought that he had fooled her rankled. Mr. Barron's expostulation and his own pressing interests induced Perkins to remain at home the following night. As Jude had seemed forgiving and friendly, the overseer asked him to bring 2 others and stay with him, offering some of the contents of the replenished jug as a reward. They sat respectfully near the door while Perkins threw himself on his bed with the intention of getting to sleep as soon as possible. "Are you sure there was no disturbances last night?" he asked. "Well, Moss Perkins," replied Jute, "you didn't expect we out lookin'. We was puffle sleepy and roll we hades and our blankets and den fo we knowed, hit sun up. Folks say in de quarters dat ar spook ein arter us." "Who the devil is hit arter then?" was the angry response. "How we know, Mars are? We never tried to kill anybody." "But I tell you I didn't kill him," expostulated their nervous victim. "Didn't name no names, Moss Perkins. I only knows W at I yeard folks tell 'bout spooks. Dey's mighty cur us spooks is. Dey depare to get a spite against some folks and dey ein botherin' oder folks long easy dey ein fared wid I spect a spook dat was fared wid, get he dander up and slam roon permiscus. I detect a old bull by de horns fo I fear wid a spook." And Jute's companions grunted assent. "What's the good o' your being here then?" Perkins asked, taking a deep draught. "Well, now, Moss Perkins, you muse and be unreasonable. What could we do? We de riskin' de wool on we haid stayin' yer fair comp New York. Yef de spook come, s'pose he tink we no business yer and delay we out lak he conjure yo dog? We de tank you, Moss Perkins, fair anno de lil drap ter kep we sperrits out and we shoon." And Jude shuddered portentously. "Well," said Perkins, with attempted bravado, "I rammed a piece o' silver down on the bullet in my gun, twixt 'em both. Darn now, Moss Perkins, you'd 'a been posed on 'bout dat silver business. Ol' UNC Sampson W. at lived on de Simcoe place nigh on her honey RD yes, dey say, told me lots 'bout a spook dat bothered W and he a boy. Way back ol' Moss Simcoe shot at de man dat hanker fair he darter. De man put out and get drowned ed, but dat don't make no difference, UNC Sampson say, 'cause ol' Moss Simcoe do he best ter kill de man. He sorter hab kill in he heart and UNC Sampson lo a spook no W at gwine on in er man's innards, and dey de goes fair de man dat wanter kill on de sly, and not dose dat kill in a fair fight. Ol' UNC Sampson puffle on spooks. He lived so long he get ter be sorter spook heasif, and dey say he talk ter half de time fo he kinder de snuff out and lack a canel. He was a silly old fool," growled Perkins, with a perceptible tremor in his voice. "Spect he was 'bout some tings," resumed Jute. "But no spooks, he SUT New York did. He say ol' Moss Simcoe used a plug lead and silver right for dat man dat want he darter, and dar was de hole and de light shinin' for a hit. But de spook ein min in a lil ting lak dat, he de come on all de same snoopin' roon arter de ol' man's darter. Den one mornin' de ol' man lay stiff and daid and he bide. He eyes starin' open easy ef he see somepen he couldn't stand no how. Dat was de loss ob dat ar spook, UNC Sampson say, and he say spooks cur us dat away. When dey sats fy dear grudge dey lets up and dey don't foller de man dey down on cause dey onipar in de place war de man load ter kill Perkins took a mental note of this very important limitation of ghostly persecution, and resolved that if he had any more trouble all the crops in the state would not keep him within the hunted limit. He whiled away the time by aid of his jug and job-like comforts till it began to grow late, and he drowsy. Suddenly Jude exclaimed, "Hi! Moss Perkins, W at dat light dancin' up yanner by de graveyard?" The overseer rose with a start, his hair rising also as he saw a fitful jack-o'-lantern gleam, appearing and disappearing on the cemetery hill. As had been expected, he obeyed his impulse, pouring down whiskey until he speedily rendered himself utterly helpless. But while his intoxication disabled him physically, it produced for a time an excited and disordered condition of mind in which he was easily imposed upon. Jute shook him and adjured him to get up, saying, "I years Quarsone's comin' dis way." When satisfied that their victim could make no resistance, Jute and companions pretended to start away in terror. Perkins tried to implore them to remain, but his lips seemed paralyzed. A few moments later a strange group entered the cottage, 5 figures dressed in federal uniforms, hands and faces white and ghastly, and 2 carrying white cavalry sabers. Each one had its finger on its lips, but Perkins was beyond speech. In unspeakable horror he stared vacantly before him, and remained silent and motionless. The ghostly shapes looked at him fixedly for a brief time, then at one another, and solemnly nodded. Next, four took him up and bore him out, the fifth following with the jug. At the door stood an immovably tall form, surmounted by a cavalry hat, and wrapped in a long army overcoat. "Lieutenant Scoville!" gasped Perkins. The figure, as if the joints of its back were near the ground, made a portentous inclination of assent and then pointed with another white saber to the hill, leading the way. Perkins tried to shout for help, but his tongue seemed powerless, as in fact it was, from terror and liquor combined. He felt himself carried swiftly and, as he thought, surely, to some terrible doom. At last his bearers stopped, and Perkins saw the mounds of the Union dead rising near. He now remembered in a confused way that one more grave had been dug than had proved necessary, and he uttered a low howl as he felt himself lowered into it. Instantly the tall figure which appeared to direct everything threatened him with a ghostly saber, and an utter paralysis of unspeakable dread fell upon him. For a few moments they all stood around and pointed at him with ghostly white fingers, then gradually receded until out of sight. After a time Perkins began to get his voice, when suddenly his tormentors appeared in terrible guise. Each white, ghostly face was lighted up as by a tongue of fire. Terrible eyes gleamed from under wide-crowned cavalry hats, and a voice was heard, in a sepulchral whisper, "Next time we come fare you, we bury you!" At this instant came a flash of lightning, followed by a tremendous clap of thunder. The jaws of the figures dropped, the burning splinters of lightwood they carried dropping down into the grave, and on its half-lifeless occupant. The ghosts now disappeared finally, in fact took to their heels, all except Chunk, who secured the jug, nodded thrice portentously at Perkins and then retired also, not a little shaken in his nerves, but sufficiently self-controlled to rally his panic-stricken followers and get them to remove their disguises before wrapping their heads in blankets. Having removed and hidden all traces of the escapade, he hooted for the alert Zany, who had been tremblingly on the watch in spite of her knowledge of what was going on. As she fled with Chunk before the coming storm, she gasped between the gusts, "I declare, Chunk, sec doin's gwine ter brung a judgment." Even Chunk inclined to this view for a time, as the lightning blazed from sky to earth, and the thunder cracked and roared overhead. The rain poured in such torrents that he feared Perkins might be drowned in the grave where he had been placed. As for Aunt G. She stared at her unexpected visitors in speechless perplexity and terror until the fury of the tempest had passed. Their voices could be heard. Chapter 36 Uncle Lusta Exhorts. The heavy thunder shower which came and passed quickly, combined with a consciousness of their high-handed performances, so awed Chunk and Zany and oppressed them with misgivings that they were extremely reticent, even to Aunt G. Chunk appeared profoundly ignorant of the ghostly disturbances, trying to say unconcernedly, "I found hit a orful long and skeery trable to de unknown lines, and I says to myself, de Yanks fin me down here quicker nigh fin dem up north. Dey be comin' dis away agin show dot. I de tells you we all get whipped nigh ter daith ef you ain't mo careful," said Aunt G. solemnly. "I chant stand de goin's on. I gwine ter pieces every day and nights get en wusser'n de days. De gust ober en you betta light out. Yef Zany Miss Day come here lookin' fair her." They needed no urging to depart, for Zany was now as scared as Chunk had ever wished her to be, but her terrors were taking a form which inclined her to cling to the old landmarks rather than risk she knew not what, in running away. As she and Chunk were stealing toward the kitchen, a flash of lightning from the retiring storm revealed a startling figure, that of Perkins, drenched and bedraggled, his eyes almost starting from their sockets as he staggered toward his cottage. Chunk's courage at last gave way. He turned and fled, leaving Zany in the lurch. Frightened almost to the point of hysterics, she crept to her bed and shook till morning, resolving meanwhile to have done with Chunk and all his doings. The next day Mrs. Barron found her the most diligent and faithful of servants. Perkins reached his door and looked into the dark entrance, the gusts having blown out the light. He shook his head, muttered something unintelligible, and then bent his uncertain steps to the tavern. The next morning Mr. Barron suspected where he was and went to see him. The overseer was found to be a pitiable spectacle, haggard, trembling, nervous in the extreme, yet sullen and reticent and resolute in his purpose never to set foot on the plantation again. Mr. Barron then closed all business relations and sent over the man's belongings. Perkins became a perplexing problem to Mr. Barron and his household and a terrible tradition to the negroes, who regarded him as a haunted man. Every day and night passed in quietness after his departure enabled them to breathe more freely and to become more assured that he was the only one to spook Sarder. Chunk felt that he had disgraced himself by running away and leaving Zaney, and did not venture back till the second night after the culmination of his schemes. He found Jute and his associates scared, sullen, and inclined to have little to do with him in their present mood. Then he hooted in vain for Zaney. The girl heard him but made no sign, muttering, "Since you runned away and left me, I see done wid runnin' away. You tootin' lack a squinch owl and can kep comp New York wid squinch owls." Only Aunt Jinky gave him food and a sort of fearful welcome, and poor Chunk found himself at last a very unhappy and skulking outlaw. Mr. Barron gradually rallied under his increased responsibilities and resolved to be his own overseer. Although an exacting master, the negroes knew he was not a severe one if they did their work fairly well. The spook scare had given Uncle Luster renewed influence, and he used it in behalf of peace and order. "Our friend Miss Lou's sick," he urged. "We mek her trouble and we mek ourselves trouble ef we don't go on peekably. What can we do anyway at dis you time? De North fightin' fair us and hit all pen on de North. We mus kep a gwine easy we is till de times and seasons be de Lord is veiled." And so for a period, quiet again settled down on the old plantation. Mrs. Whately and Aunt Jinky nursed Miss Lou into a slow, languid convalescence, till at last she was able to sit in an easy chair on the piazza. This she would do by the hour, with a sad, apathetic look on her thin face. She was greatly changed. Her old rounded outlines had shrunken, and she looked frail enough for the winds to blow away. The old, fearless, spirited look in her blue eyes had departed utterly, leaving only an expression of settled sadness, varied by an anxious, expectant gaze, suggesting a lingering hope that someone might come or something happen to break the dreadful silence which began, she felt, when Scoville fell from his horse in the darkening forest. It remained unbroken, and her heart sank into more hopeless despondency daily. Aunt Jinky and Zaney were charged so sternly to say nothing to disturb the mind of their young mistress that they obeyed. She was merely given the impression that Perkins had gone away of his own will, and this was a relief. She supposed Chunk had returned to his Union friends, and this also became the generally accepted view of all except Aunt Jinky. Mrs. Whately came to spend part of the time at the Oaks and part on her own plantation, where her presence was needed. Her devotion would have won Miss Lou's whole heart but for the girl's ever-present consciousness of Mad Whately in the background. The mother now had the tact to say nothing about him except in a natural and general way, occasionally trying the experiment of reading extracts from his brief letters, made up, as they were, chiefly of ardent messages to his cousin. These Miss Lou received in silence and unfeigned apathy. The respite and quiet could not last very long in these culminating months of the war. Without much warning even to the negroes, who appeared to have a sort of telegraphic communication throughout the region, a Union column forced its way down the distant railroad and made it a temporary line of communication. Mr. Barron suddenly woke up to the fact that the nearest town was occupied by the Federals and that his human property was in a ferment. A foraging party soon appeared in the neighborhood and even visited him, but his statement of what he had suffered and the evident impoverishment of the place led the Union officer to seek more inviting fields. Partly to satisfy her own mind as well as that of her niece, Mrs. Whately asked after Scoville, but could obtain no information. The troops in the vicinity were of a different organization, the leader of the party a curt, grizzled veteran, bent only on obtaining supplies. Miss Lou, sitting helplessly in her room, felt instinctively that she did not wish even to speak to him. To Chunk, this Union advance was a godsend. He immediately took his horse to the railroad town, sold it for a small sum, and found employment at the station, where his great strength secured him good wages. He could handle with ease a barrel akin to himself in shape and size. Uncle Lusta suddenly found immense responsibility thrust upon him. In the opinion of the slaves the time, and seasons he had predicted and asked his flock to wait for had come. Negroes from other and nearer plantations were thronging to the town, and those at the Oaks were rapidly forming the purpose to do likewise. They only waited the sanction of their religious teacher to go almost in a body. The old preacher was satisfied they would soon go any way, unless inducements and virtual freedom were offered. He therefore sought Mr. Barron and stated the case to him. The old planter would listen to nothing. He was too honorable to temporize and make false promises. "Bah!" he said irritably. "The Yanks will soon be driven off as they were before. I can't say you are free. I can't give you a share in the crops. It's contrary to the law of the state, and the whole proper order of things. I wouldn't do it if I could. What would my neighbors think? What would I think of myself? What a fine condition I'd be in after the Yanks are all driven from the country! No, I shall stand or fall with the South and maintain the institutions of my fathers. If you people leave me now and let the crops go to waste, you will soon find yourselves starving. When you come whining back, I'll have nothing to feed you with." Uncle Lusta cast an imploring look on Miss Lou where she sat in her chair, with more interest expressed in her wan face than she had shown for a long time. "Uncle Lusta," she said earnestly, "don't you leave me. As soon as I am able, I'll buy you of Uncle and set you free. Then you can always work for me. I don't want to leave you, young misties. I ask you to New York don't, nidder old place where I allies lied. But freedom's sweet, young misties, and I want to feel I free before I die. You shall, Uncle Lusta. You have earned your freedom anyway." "Tut, tut, Louise, that's no way to talk," said her uncle testily. The old slave looked from one to the other sorrowfully, shook his head and slowly retired. "Remember what I said," Miss Lou called after him, and then sank back in her chair. Uncle Lusta had to relate the result of his conference, and the consequence was an immediate outbreak of a reckless, alienated spirit. That afternoon the field hands paid no attention to Mr. Barron's orders, and he saw that slaves from other plantations were present. Uncle Lusta sat at his door with his head bowed on his breast. His people would listen to him no more, and he himself was so divided in his feelings that he knew not what to say. "It may be de Lord's doings ter set he people free," he muttered, "but somehow I chant brung myself to leave dat Pacific Chile. Ol' Marser and ol' Miss Chauncey and won't see, and dat lil' Chile W at stand up fair us in distremity o' be tribulation be left with no one ter do fair her. I bury ol' and stiff in my jints and I could die peaceful ef I know I free. But hit pairs that de Lord say ter me, Uncle Lusta, stay right yer and look arter dat lil' sick lamb. Den I mek you free when de right time come." Uncle Lusta soon had the peace of the martyr who has chosen his course. Mr. Barron also sat on his veranda with head bowed upon his breast. He too had chosen his course, and now in consequence was sunk in more bitter and morose protest than ever. Events were beyond his control and he knew it, but he would neither yield nor change. This was the worst that had yet befallen him. Black ruin stared him in the face, and he stared back with gloomy yet resolute eyes. "I will go down with my old colors flying," he resolved, and that was the end of it. His wife was with him in sympathy, but her indomitable spirit would not be crushed. She was almost ubiquitous among the house and yard slaves, awing them into a submission which they scarcely understood and inwardly chafed at. She even went to the quarters and produced evident uneasiness by her stern, cutting words. None dared reply to her, but when the spell of her presence was removed, all resumed their confused and exultant deliberations as to their future course. Aunjiki, sitting with Miss Lou, scoffed at the idea of going away. "Long easy my chimley corner and my pipe I dar too," she said. "Dis freedom business so mucks up I chant smoke hit out nohow." Zany was in a terribly divided state of mind. Were it not for Miss Lou, she would have been ready enough to go, especially as she had heard that Chunk was at the railroad town. Her restless spirit craved excitement and freedom. A town full of admirers, with Chunk thrown in, was an exceedingly alluring prospect. With all her faults, she had a heart, and the sick girl had won her affection unstintedly. When therefore Miss Lou summoned her and fixed her sad, pleading blue eyes upon her, the girl threw her apron over her head and began to cry. Don't say a word, Miss Lou, she sobbed. Don't ask me not to go KZF you does I chant go. Sack foolishness, ejaculated Aunt Jiki with a disdainful sniff. She leave you to lack a cat dat snoop off any war and arter anybody w at got mo vittles. What she cure? Down came the apron, revealing black eyes blazing through the tears which were dashed right and left as Zany cried. You ol' Himage, w at you care? You tink a $100 times mo'll be your pipe na Miss Lou. Long easy you can smoke and project in dat ar old cabin hole you won't leave his less you turn out. I de gwine ter stay out and spite and don't want to go a $100 mile o be dat grand boy o be yourn. There, Zany, said Miss Lou gently, holding out her hand. I understand you and Aunt Jinky both, and you both are going to stay out of love for me. I reckon you won't be sorry in the end. Up went the apron again and Zany admitted. I chant leave you, Miss Lou, I de chant, as she rushed away to indulge in the feminine relief of tears without stint. Mr. and Mrs. Barron passed a sleepless night, for even the question of food would be problematical if all the able-bodied men and women on the place went away. In the early dawn there were ominous sounds at the quarters, and as the light increased the spectacle which filled the old planter and his wife with rage was revealed. The quarters were empty and all were trooping toward the avenue with bundles containing their belongings. This was to be expected, but the act which excited the direst indignation was the hitching of the only pair of mules left on the place that were worth anything to the old family carriage. Aunt Sook was waddling toward this with the feeling that a charity was waitin' for her now, show! Mr. and Mrs. Barron looked at each other in quick, comprehensive sympathy, then hastily and partially dressed. Mr. Barron took his revolver while old Miss snatched a sharp carving knife from the dining room. By the time they reached the scene, Aunt Sook filled the back seat of the carriage, and the rest of the space was being filled with babies. Stop that! Shouted Mr. Barron. Before I'll let you take my mules I'll shoot 'em both. Old Miss wasted no time in threats. She simply cut the traces and there were Aunt Sick and the babies stranded. The Negroes drew together on one side and master and mistress on the other. The faces of the latter were aglow with anger. On the countenances of the former were mingled perplexity and sullen defiance, but the old habit of deference still had its restraining influence. Go and starve and leave us to starve, if you will, shouted Mr. Barron. But you shall steal none of my property. Angry mutterings began among the Negroes, and it were hard to say how the scene would have ended if old Uncle Lusta had not suddenly appeared between the opposing parties, and held up his hand impressively. I give up my chance to be free, he began with simple dignity. My body longs to you yit, Marzar and Missus, but not my sperrit. Out and dat I gwine ter speak plain fair de fear o be man clean gone fum me. Marzar, w at I say ter you? Lack o Pharaoh, you tink USEF bigger en de lawd. Yef you done spoke ter de Hans and say to go home and dar de crops and char togder day you de stayed and what fair you tented like. But you did talk lack ol' Pharaoh. Now de people gwine and you chant stop dem. We knowed bout de proclamation ob de Giarit Linkum. We know we been freed dis long time. We allies know you no right to keep us slabs. Dis your God's whirl. Hit don't long to you and Missus. He ain't stoppin' ter suit you bout he doin's. Yef you esmid ter he will you to gwine long easy lack de crops grow in springtime. Now hit did de same easy if you plant de crops in de fall and spect de lawd ter turn de winter inter summer ter please you. I bury olen had spirits. I see prayed all de long night and de lawds gib me ter see inter de future. Lack Moses I may never git in de promised land o be freedom, but hit dar and you chant kept de people out and hit. Yef you don't bend ter he will you breaks. When all de Hans gone and de fiels is waste tink ober de truth. The law didn't mek dis your world ter suit you and Missus. P'raps he tink easy much obi dem pasols dar, pointing at the Negroes, easy obi yourn. Didn't I stand with dem w at die ter mek us free? Der blood wait dis whole lawn and I feels hit in my heart dat de law'll brung up a crap dis lawn neber saw befo. Please remember, Marzar and Missus, de Giarit wak obi de lawd gwine right along de easy ef you ein dar. Then the old man turned to the Negroes and in his loud, melodious voice concluded, I gives you one mo exhortation. You is free, but easy I say so of an you ein free ter do foolishness. Tek yo wibs en chilun, de yorn. Tek yo cielo yes, you aren't earn and much mo, but you chant tek de mules and de courage, de marzares. Go and wuk lack men and them in fair haunts wages and show you fit to be free. Remember all I told you so of un. The Lord go with you and keep you in de way o be life everlasting dot. The better element among the Negroes prevailed, for they felt that they had had a spokesman who voiced their best and deepest feelings. One after another came and wrung the hand of the old man and departed. To Pharaoh and his wife few vouchsafed a glance, for they had cut the cord of human sympathy. Many messages of affection, however, were left for Miss Lou. The mothers took the babies from the carriage, Aunt Suk was helped out, and she sulkily waddled down the avenue with the rest. By the time she reached the main road her powers of locomotion gave out, causing her to drop, half hysterical, by the wayside. Some counseled her to go back, saying they would come for her before long, but pride, shame and exhaustion made it almost as difficult to go back as to go forward, and so she was left lamenting. With stern, inflexible faces, master and mistress watched their property depart, then returned to the house, while Uncle Lust amended the harness temporarily and took the carriage back to its place. Standing aloof, Zany had watched the scene, wavering between her intense desire to go and her loyalty to Miss Lou. The sick girl had conquered, the negress winning an heroic victory over herself. When she entered the back door of the mansion, her face rigid from the struggle she had passed through, she was in no lamb-like mood. Neither was her mistress, who was angrier than she had ever been in her life. "Well," she said to Zany in cold, cutting tones, "what are you doing here? Looking around for something to carry off before you go also?" Stung to the quick by this implied charge and lack of appreciation of her great self-sacrifice, Zany replied hotly, "I done wid you, missus. I tek no mo orders from you. I stay fair somepin you don't know notin' bout, loob, but loob fair Miss Lou. Yef she chant tek dem gin you den I go." Chapter 37 A New Routine. It certainly was a dismal, shrunken household that Mrs. Barron presided over that morning. Aunt Jinky came to the rescue and prepared a meager breakfast. Miss Lou's room being on the side of the house furthest from the scenes of the early morning, she had slept until Zany wakened her. She listened in a sort of dreary apathy to all that had occurred, feeling that she was too weak physically and too broken-spirited to interfere. She also had the impression that it would have been of no use, that her uncle and aunt were so fixed in their ways and views that nothing but harsh experience could teach them anything. In answer to Zany's appeal for protection against oldness, Miss Lou said, "We won't say anything more about it now till you get over your hurt feelings, which are very natural. Of course my aunt can't punish you, that's out of the question now, but by and by I reckon you will do for her out of love for me when you see it will save me trouble. You have done a good, unselfish act in staying with me, and having begun so well, you will keep on in the same way. After all of the rest get free you will, too. What's more, when I come into my property I'll make free all who stand by me now." So Zany brought her up a nice little breakfast, and was comforted. When at last the young girl with weak, uncertain steps came down to her easy-chair on the piazza, she found her uncle gloomily smoking, and her aunt solacing her perturbed mind with her chief resource, housekeeping affairs. Little was said beyond a formal greeting. As Miss Lou sat gazing vacantly and sadly down the avenue, a huge figure appeared, making slow, painful progress toward the house. At last Aunt Suk was recognized, and the truth flashed across the girl's mind that the fat old cook had found she could not get away. Finally the woman sat down under a tree not far from the house, not only overcome by heat and fatigue, but also under the impression that she must open negotiations before she could expect to be received. "There," said Mr. Barron grimly, "is one of them coming back already. They'll be sneaking, whining back when the crops are spoiled and it's too late." Miss Lou rose feebly and got an old sunshade from the hall. "Louise, you are not able, I forbid it." The girl felt she had strength to get to the old woman but not enough to contend with her uncle, so she went slowly down the steps without a word. Mr. Barron growled, I might as well speak to the wind as to anybody on the place any more. When Aunt Six saw the girl coming to her, she scrambled to her feet, and holding up her hands ejaculated all sorts of remorseful and deprecatory comments. Welcome back, said Miss Lou kindly, when in speaking distance. There, don't go on so. Sit down and I'll sit down with you. She sank at the foot of the tree and leaned against it, panting. I de feels easy ef de yeth you de open and swallow me, began the poor renegade, quivering with emotion. Don't talk so, Aunt Sick. I'm not strong enough to stand foolishness. You will go back with me and stay with Uncle Lusta and Aunt Jinky and Zany. You will cook for us all just the same, and by you will be as free as I am. Well, Miss Lou, I comin' back lacked a pertigus son, but ol' Miss ain't got no fatted calf fair me, ni you neither, I reckon. I defared on W at ol' Miss sayin' do. Aunt Sook, said the girl, taking the woman's great black hand. You stand by me and I'll stand by you. When I get stronger we'll see what's best to be done. Now I can't think, I don't know. I only feel that we must help one another till all is clearer. Mrs. Barron accepted Aunt Sook's presence in the kitchen again in grim silence. She believed it the earnest of the speedy return of all the others, and resolved to bide her time when the Southern armies restored completely the old order of things. Mrs. Whately drove over during the day and was aghast at what had occurred. I have kept the great majority of my hands by conciliation and promising them a share in the crops. Indeed, I had virtually to treat them as if free. It was either that or ruin. Well, growled her brother, you can't keep that pace and I wouldn't begin it. I can only do the best I can, from day to day, sighed the lady. And I've been almost distracted. After showing her affectionate solicitude for Miss Lou, she returned, feeling that her presence at home was now hourly needed. Gradually the little household began to adjust itself to the new order of things, and day by day Mr. and Mrs. Barron were compelled to see that the few servants who ministered to them were kept at their tasks by an influence in which they had no part. Almost imperceptibly, Miss Lou regained her strength, yet was but the shadow of her former self. Uncle Lusta gave his attention to the garden, already getting weed-choked. The best he could hope to do was to keep up a meager supply of vegetables, and Zany in the cool of the day often gave him a helping hand. Late one afternoon Miss Lou, feeling a little stronger, went to Aunt Jinky's cabin and sat down on the doorstep. Oh, Mammy, she sighed. I'm so tired, yet I can do nothing at all. You palil chilly, groaned Aunt Jinky. How different you looks the when you fuss sot dar and wish something happen. Oh, cried the girl almost despairingly. Too much has happened. Too much has happened. How can God let such troubles come upon us? Eben Uncle Lusta hab ter say he de know. He say he de gwine ter hole on 12 de eend, and dat all he can do. Oh, Mammy, I'm all at sea. I haven't any strength to hold on, and there doesn't seem anything to hold on to. Oh, Mammy, do you think he's surely dead? I feared he is, groaned Aunt Jinky. Dey say he spook come arter Perkins and dat wy de overseer cleared out. Oh, horrible, cried the girl. If his spirit could come here at all, would it not come to me instead of to that brutal wretch? Oh, Mammy, I don't know which is worse, your religion or your superstition. You believe in a God who lets such things happen, and you can think my noble friend would come back here only to scare a man like Perkins. It's all just horrible. Oh, Allan, are you so lost to me that you can never look goodwill into my eyes again? Tears rushed to her eyes for the first time since she heard the dreadful tidings, and she sobbed in her mammy's arms till exhausted. That outburst of grief and the relief of tears given by kindly nature was the decisive point in Miss Lou's convalescence. She was almost carried back to her room and slept till late the following day. When she awoke she felt that her strength was returning, and with it came the courage to take up the burdens of life. For weeks it was little more than the courage of a naturally brave, conscientious nature which will not yield to the cowardice and weakness of inaction. The value of work, of constant occupation, to sustain and divert the mind, was speedily learned. Gradually she took the helm of outdoor matters from her uncle's nerveless hands. She had a good deal of a battle in respect to Chunk. It was a sham one on the part of Zany, as the girl well knew, for Chunk's Teuton was missed terribly. Mr. and Mrs. Barron at first refused point-blank to hear of his returning. "Uncle," said his ward gravely, "is only your property at stake? I can manage Chunk, and through him perhaps get others. I am not responsible for changes which I can't help. I am to blame if I sit down idly and helplessly and do nothing better than fret or sulk. Your bitter words of protest are not bread and bring no money. For your sakes as well as my own you must either act or let me act." The honorable old planter was touched at his most sensitive point, and reluctantly conceded, saying, "Oh, well, if you think you can save any of your property out of the wreck, employ Chunk on your own responsibility." So Chunk was reinstated in his granny's cabin and given a share in all he could raise and secure of the crops. The Negro was as shrewd as Jacob of old, but like the Hebrew patriarch could do much under the inspiration of his twofold affection for Zany and his young mistress. And so the summer and early fall wore away. The railroad line of communication was maintained, and upon it drifted away Mr. Barron's former slaves and the great majority of the others in the neighborhood. The region in which the plantation was situated was so remote and sparsely settled that it was a sort of borderland, unclaimed and unvisited by any considerable bodies from either party. Rev. Dr. Williams' congregation had shrunk into a handful. He officiated at one end of the church, and his plump, black-eyed daughter led the singing at the other, but it was observed that she looked discontented rather than devotional. She was keenly alive to the fact that there was not an eligible man left in the parish. Uncle Lusta patiently drove the mules every clear Sunday morning, and Mr. and Mrs. Barron sat in the carriage whose springs on Sook had sorely tried, but Miss Lou would not go with them. After his readiness to marry her to her cousin, she felt it would be worse than mockery to listen to Dr. Williams again. But a deep, yet morbid spiritual change was taking place in the girl. As of old, she thought and brooded when her hands were busy, and during her long, solitary evenings on the piazza. Strange to say, she was drawing much of her inspiration from a grave, the grave of a rough, profane soldier whom she knew only as Yari. There was something in his self-forgetful effort in her behalf, even when in the mortal anguish of death, which appealed to her most powerfully. His heroism, expecting, hoping for no reward, became the finest thing in her estimation she had ever witnessed. Her own love taught her why Scoville was attracted by her, and became ready to do anything for her. "That's the old story," she mused. "Ever sweet and new, yet old as the world. Poor Yari was actuated by a purely unselfish, noble impulse. Only such an impulse can sustain and carry me through my life. No, Mrs. Waldo, I can never become happy in making others happy. I can never be happy again. The bullet which killed Alan Scoville pierced my heart also, and it is dead, but that poor soldier taught me how one can still live and suffer nobly, and such a life must be pleasing to the only God I can worship." All wondered at the change gradually taking place in the girl. It was too resolute, too much the offspring of her will rather than her heart to have in it much gentleness, but it was observed that she was becoming gravely and patiently considerate of others, even of their faults and follies. As far as possible, her uncle and aunt were allowed their own way without protest, the girl sacrificing her own feelings and wishes when it was possible. They at last began to admit that their niece was manifesting a becoming spirit of submission and deference, when in fact her management of their affairs was saving them from an impoverishment scarcely to be endured. For Mrs. Whately the girl now had a genuine and strong affection, chilled only by her belief that the plan in regard to the son was ever in the mother's mind. So indeed it was. The sagacious woman watched Miss Lou closely and with feelings of growing hope as well as of tenderness. The girl was showing a patience, a strength of mind, and above all, a spirit of self-sacrifice which satisfied Mrs. Whately that she was the one of all the world for her son. "I do believe," she thought, "that if I can only make Louise think it will be best for us all as well as Madison, she will yield. The spirit of self-sacrifice seems her supreme impulse. Her sadness will pass away in time, and she would soon learn to love the father of her children. What's more, there is something about her now which would hold any man's love. See how her lightest wish controls those who work for her, even that harum-scarum zany. In the late autumn a long-delayed letter threw Mrs. Whately into a panic of fear and anxiety. A surgeon wrote that her son had been severely wounded and had lost his left arm, but that he was doing well. Here the author laid down his pen. In Mr. Roe's journal, under date of July 11th, is an entry alluding to a conversation with a friend. That conversation concerned the conclusion of this book, and was, in effect, substantially the same as the outline given by him in a letter, part of which is quoted as follows. It is not my purpose to dwell further on incidents connected with the close of the war, as the book may be considered too long already. It only remains for me now to get all my people happy as soon as possible. Zany and Chunk make up, and a good deal of their characteristic love-making will be worked in to relieve the rather somber state of things at this stage. Whately returns with his empty sleeve, more of a hero than ever in his own eyes and his mother's. Miss Lou thinks him strangely thoughtful and considerate in keeping away, as he does, after a few short visits at the Oaks. The truth is, he is woefully disappointed at the change in his cousin's looks. This pale, listless, hollow-eyed girl is not the one who set him to reading Taming of the Shrew. That her beauty of color and of outline could ever return, he does not consider, and in swift revulsion of feeling secretly pays court elsewhere. Mrs. Whately, however, makes up for her son's deficiencies. Utterly ignorant how affairs are shaping, she works by her representations upon Miss Lou's sympathies until the weary consent is wrung from the poor girl. Nothing matters to me any more. If it makes you all happy, why then, but I must wait a year. She feels that her love for Alan Scoville will never be less, and that this period of time is little enough to devote to him in silent memory. The delighted aunt hastens to report to her son, who stares rather blankly, for a lover, as he hears of this concession on his cousin's part, and without answer, he orders his horse and rides furiously away. The ride is one that has been very frequently taken since the young man's return, and pretty soon he is in earnest conversation with the rosy-cheeked, black-eyed daughter of Dr. Williams. There seems to be very good understanding between the two, and later, just at the final scene, it will come out as effectively as can be portrayed the startling news of their secret marriage. The days go on. One afternoon in the late autumn, Aun Ji, smoking and projecting as usual in her cabin, has a vision which fairly sends her heart, as she will express it, right through the mouth. Was it a spook, or had the dead really come back to life? And I hear her exclaim, throwing up her hands, breast the Lord, Mas Scoville, dat you? Were you drap from dis your time? I don't almost know you without the unfom. But the vision will not stop to narrate to the old auntie of his capture, imprisonment and illness, his release and hurried journey north. He catches sight of the slight figure of Miss Lou in the distance near the run, and in a moment is beside her. Only death could keep me from seeking you and living for you always, did I not tell you, my darling, my darling? And here I will leave them. The reader's imagination will picture more if more is wished. It is better so. The end.